Chapter 1. Loneliness arrives so swiftly. In the year 1509 of the Sea Round Calendar, on Nine Serpent Island, amidst the dense eastern forest, Norse is the wielder of the sun fruit's power. This force seems to burn like blood coursing through his veins. When engaging in battle, the sun fruit also bestows upon Norse a peculiar side effect. Should he relinquish his haughty and invincible demeanor, he would feel an unsettling discomfort throughout his being, a torment so unbearable that it stirs within him an urge to unleash havoc and chaos. Throughout the years, Norse has striven to master this power, altering his very character to maintain an air of arrogance and invincibility, leading those around him to perceive him as somewhat narcissistic. Shump, shump, shump. At this moment, Norse is indulging in roasted mushrooms, devouring them with gusto. Despite their notorious toxicity as rumored, they are delightfully fragrant and utterly delectable. Suddenly, Norse senses a decline in his vitality, a growing fatigue that pervades his being. If he does not control the toxic essence of these mushrooms that siphon his life force, he risks becoming infested with them, perhaps even to the detriment of his lower regions. Norse calmly analyzes this in his mind, feeling a strange sense of anticipation. As the wielder of the sun fruit, if his abilities were limited to mere illumination and warmth, that would be a foolish venture, indeed. Thus, Norse has devoted 3 years to meticulously developing the relentless and benevolent powers of the sun. Gravity, illusions, black holes, solar explosions, healing, and dominion, such are his abilities. At this moment, Norse immediately invokes the benevolent power of the sun. A warm golden radiance envelopes him, generating a ceaseless force akin to a life-giving operation, converging within every cell of his being. This is the benevolence of the sun, akin to the warmth of early spring, nurturing all with its healing energy. Indeed, the toxins from the mushrooms I just ingested are being forcefully eradicated, undoubtedly due to my robust physique. Having harnessed the sun's searing power, I have repeatedly forged my body to its utmost limits. With my fruit abilities, I fear they have reached an astonishing degree. Norse smiles at the thought, relishing the incredible benefits accrued from 3 years of solitude and rigorous training. Now, faced with ordinary toxins, he estimates he could withstand them without resorting to any additional powers. Crash! Suddenly, the sound of rushing water rudely interrupts Norse's reverie. He turns to investigate the source. It appears that, in his moment of relaxation, a group of predatory beasts has encroached upon him. Salivating wild boars, a black-backed gorilla clutching a fan of banana leaves, along with a long-nosed mammoth and a snarling bear all seem to threaten him, the intruder. TSK, TSK. Dare you threaten Lord Norse while he enjoys his roasted delicacies? What gives you the audacity and courage? Norse furrows his brow, releasing an aura of murderous intent as he exclaims, I merely occupy a fraction of your territory, accidentally burnt your young, and casually feasted on a few. Must you persistently disrupt my peace? The surrounding beasts tremble in fear at the intensity of Norse's aura, feeling history's echoes resonate. Yet, despite this, not a single creature retreats, for they all harbor a deep-seated vendetta against Norse. However, some of the drooling creatures seem less resolute, their fierce appearances betrayed by their fixation on the tantalizing mushrooms. Very well, let's revert to the usual routine. Come at me all at once. Norse taunts with a beckoning gesture. Indeed, this tactic has proven infallible. They invariably charge at him with reckless abandon. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembles beneath them. Smack, smack, smack. Norse merely needs to gauge his strength, effortlessly swatting them away with a punch or a slap. Though they appear formidable, they stand no chance against Norse, especially as he employs merely basic attacks without activating his demon form. Norse shakes his head in disappointment as he observes the beasts he has sent sprawling. Still no challenge whatsoever. Dispatching them this way leaves me with nothing to entertain myself. How troublesome. Next, he gathers over 10 solar orbs, floating above his palm, each no larger than a small bowl, yet brimming with potent healing energy. Nearby trees, bathed in this radiant glow, swiftly engage in photosynthesis, gaining an extraordinary vigor, their branches and leaves becoming ever more lush and vibrant, seemingly infused with life. Though beads of sweat form on Norse's forehead, he pays them no mind, casually waving the solar orbs toward the beasts he has cast away. Then, he settles back down, carefully tousling his abundant golden locks. Relieved they remain intact, otherwise, he would have truly obliterated them. Sigh, this is becoming increasingly dull. Norse suddenly exhales in exasperation. He realizes that remaining in a place like this, where his invincibility renders him isolated, is indeed a dismal fate. He ought to dominate the vast seas beneath his feet rather than persistently bully small creatures. I wonder when that captain, that woman, will set sail again? As Norse continues to devour the delectable roasted mushrooms, he reflects on his regrets, astonished that merely 3 years of silence have ushered in such swift loneliness. Unbeknownst to him, the orange-haired Boya Marigold has emerged from behind him, accompanied by a green-haired maiden, Boya Sandersonia. Both are merely 17 years of age, still in the bloom of youth. Suddenly, Marigold exclaims with a hint of glee, "Wow, Norse the prideful one, it seems you've become quite the player." Chapter 2. Just wait and see, two fat pigs. What do you mean? What do you mean by playing? Norse furrows his brow, observing the two sisters with expressions of schadenfreude, sensing they are not here merely to seek sustenance. Yet, their behavior defies logic. Logically, these two gluttons should have long been captivated by his culinary skills, acting like obedient kittens before him, eager to please. Marigold, with her dense orange locks, squints and states, "Well, you've caused them to lose their young and companions. Now, you merely torment them without granting them a swift endo-ascent that count as playing?" At this point, Marigold feels a twinge of frustration, acknowledging that Norse's actions could be seen as a cruel manipulation of their feelings. If they could speak, they would undoubtedly accuse you of being excessively cruel, or beg you for a merciful end. And then, Norse closes his eyes, inquiring nonchalantly. Hee. Sonia, standing nearby, inexplicably bursts into laughter, a silly grin spreading across her face. How foolish are you? According to your usual style, the beast you defeat will be promptly cooked and devoured, allowing both me and Marigold to enjoy a grand feast. Sonia, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Marigold, taken aback, anxiously attempts to cover Sonia's mouth, mortified by her awkward words. Sonia then realizes her blunder. She awkwardly scratches the back of her head. My apologies, Marigold. Please, hear me out. I've been rather downcast lately, and it was indeed a slip of the tongue. So, this is your true sentiment. Norse sneers, looking down upon the two with disdain. I have truly never encountered such brazen individuals as you to fabricate tales against someone like me. Norse, all for the sake of food. Have you truly descended to the level of demons, urging a kind-hearted, compassionate person to slaughter those innocent creatures? Please don't speak of us that way. I, Sandersonia, am a sprightly maiden, a paragon of honesty. Moreover, is your treatment of them truly an act of kindness? Sonia, as the possessor of the snake fruit, exudes a certain beguiling charm, her every word and action tinged with a degree of flirtation. Exactly. Marigold, lacking conviction, adds timidly, I recall my elder sister mentioning that your life is under the protection of our 9 serpent pirate crew. Deceiving you for food is merely to save face. So why flaunt such arrogance before your benefactor? Is it not a betrayal of your conscience? Nuasi found himself momentarily taken aback, as if a stampede of 1,000 horses had trampled through his mind. These two wretches were truly insufferable, daring to threaten him from their lofty moral pedestal. I must earnestly inquire, did Boa Hancock truly utter such words? Nuasi suppressed the tempest of emotions surging within him. Galuda, feigning ignorance with a puffed-up chest, replied, Indeed, that was precisely what you just said, wasn't it? Be wary. My dear advisors, you might just ignite a fire you cannot quell. Nuasi clenched his fists, a searing heat beginning to radiate from him, creating countless irregular ripples in the air around him. Upon witnessing this, the two sisters exchanged glances, internally resigned to the fact that Nuasi had once again resorted to his ostentatious displays, bullying them with the power of the sun, without ever employing a different tactic. Truly, he was a miser. Could it be that he feared they might uncover more of his hidden cards? Yet this time, they were resolutely unwilling to capitulate. Sonia, cradling her voluptuous bosom with both hands, donned a serious expression and declared, I am unafraid. Nuasi, I must inform you that we shall not cooperate with you this time. You may test that if you wish. Nuasi was taken aback, genuinely feeling a bit cornered. His intention had merely been to intimidate the two, for as a gentleman, once he had uttered a promise, it was as binding as a steed's commitment. This principle remained effective even now, especially since they were indeed his saviors. Thus, he withheld his wrath. He retracted the explosive energy he had unleashed, curiously asking, Pray tell, what has bestowed upon you such courage and confidence? You must know that my culinary prowess is unrivaled across the seas. Should you refuse to cooperate today, you would be turning your backs on a plethora of delectable dishes. And what of it? Galuda merely blinked, her resolve evident as she stated, This time is markedly different. Who instructed you to forego attending the coronation ceremony of our esteemed elder sister? Ah, so that is the trivial matter at hand? Nuasi couldn't help but chuckle at the recollection of last night's events. Feigning innocence, as he remarked, you are still quite young and unaware of the underlying truths. In any case, I nearly. You. Are you attempting to boast and fabricate tales to deceive us innocent maidens? Sonia pouted, her irritation mounting to the point where she no longer wished to engage with Nuasi. She contemplated chastising him further before departing, for there was little delight in lingering. There were merely a few mushrooms left, and it seemed a waste of expression. Conserving energy was far more prudent. You two are rather self-absorbed. Nuasi frowned, yet as he recalled the reality he was about to unveil, a smile involuntarily crept upon his face. Fear not, for I shall reveal the truth. It was Hancock who implored me not to attend the ceremony. Truly, do not inquire why I shall not divulge that she stealthily visited my chamber last night and was caught red-handed. You are talking nonsense. The sisters were instantly agitated by his claim. How could our esteemed elder sister possibly be one to sneak around at such an hour? What? Why am I the one spouting nonsense? How is it inconceivable for her to be such a person? Go and ask her yourself, see how she explains it to you. Nuasi, in that moment, exuded an air of unyielding authority, devoid of any hesitation. The reason he had not attended the coronation was indeed due to Hancock's specific request the previous night, clearly concerned that his presence would evoke embarrassment regarding their previous encounter, jeopardizing the majesty of the ceremony. What a profoundly contemplative woman she was. Nuasi's assertiveness and unwavering conviction left Galuda and Sonia momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Initially, they had come to inquire why Nuasi had not attended their elder sister's coronation ceremony, yet it appeared they might have wronged him through their ignorance of the situation. Even so, we shall not reflect upon our actions. Your life belongs to our 9 snake pirates. Occasionally deceiving and bullying you is merely a sign of our regard for you. Moreover, you are but a lowly deckhand on our ship, possessing no rightful authority to uphold your own rights. Though Sonia felt somewhat embarrassed, her pride prevented her from easily conceding. It seems Hancock's arrogance has truly escalated. How could she instill such attitudes in you? Nuasi observed the sister's haughty demeanor with a cold smile, pondering how these 2 blooming flowers would eventually wilt in his grasp. Just wait and see, they would become 2 grotesque, hefty pigs in due time. Chapter 3. An appointment in the grove for a duel. Is it not so? Galuda retorted. With memories of Nuasi flooding her mind, she felt emboldened to continue. Recall how we rescued you from the sea 3 years ago, fearing that our elder sister might slay you in a fit of rage. You agreed to join our 9 snake pirates, promising to start from the very bottom. Yet, who has allowed you to become so arrogant over the years? You disdained this task, and that, fostering a habit of laziness, and now you remain among the lowest ranks of the crew. Do you not feel any embarrassment? Hey, you are being rather excessive, Nuasi replied, his expression one of exasperation. What do they mean by fearing for his life? Even if he had not acquiesced to Hancock 3 years prior, nothing dire would have befallen him after revealing his possession of the sun fruit. They had clearly been moved by the legacy of Fisher Tiger, the fishman adventurer, who had liberated them from the hands of the celestial dragons and subsequently founded the Sun Pirates. Sonia waved her hand in self-satisfaction, sticking out her tongue as she continued. He, who told you to speak of our elder sister? Precisely. You seem oblivious to the fact that we are renowned for our fierce protection of her. Whatever transpires today is of your own making. Galuda chimed in, equally unreasonable. Nuasi, observing their smug antics, could not help but take a deep breath. Very well, I have made my decision. Since you are unwilling to live a tranquil life and insist upon having me dominate you, from this day forth, I shall let my strength do the talking. What do you intend to do to us? The sisters, sensing a shift in Nuasi's demeanor, instinctively crossed their arms and stepped back in trepidation. They believed they could not overpower him, nor could they resist this peculiar man for now. They were merely using their elder sister's name to occasionally flaunt before him. TSK, as maidens, do not misconstrue my intentions. Though I intend to dominate you, it does not imply any interest in your physical forms. Besides, in all the land of lilies, the only one who might come close to matching me, Nuasi, is your elder sister, who could barely count as half a match. North is undeniably arrogant, or perhaps shameless to the point of indifference. He continued, why don't you assist me in luring Hancock to the grove? I intend to engage her in a proper duel and retrieve a few items from her. We shall not assist you. Absolutely not. Our elder sister is simply insufferable. Will you help or not? We refuse. You openly disparage our elder sister before us. Humph. I refuse to believe your obstinacy. How about this? A delectable portion of honey-glazed roasted meat upon completion. Consider it. Impossible. We are not the sort to renege from your food. Indeed. You might as well approach our elder sister yourself. We certainly will not go. Do not presume to know what we are thinking. Very well. I shall personally deal with a fully grown Sea King. Moreover, Hancock has requested that I refrain from attending today. So she must come to me if I am to procure anything from her. The allure of Noth was indeed captivating. He truly believed he could not conquer these two gluttons. What did his culinary mastery, which dominated the vast ocean, amount to? How could one be so inconsiderate? Constantly putting us in a difficult position? Galad hesitated. The thought of preparing a Sea King stirred excitement within him. Surely, it would offer a delightful feast. Yet, we are individuals of dignity and pride, are we not? Sonia swallowed hard, contemplating. How about this, unless you provide us with a sumptuous meal of deep-sea caviar? We might consider allowing Lady Sister to deal with you. Indeed, Sonia, you are absolutely right, though I still feel a tinge of reluctance. Galad muttered. Is this all it takes to satisfy you? If it were me, I would ensure he pays dearly, providing us with a month's worth of indulgence. Upon hearing Galad's words, Sonia felt a pang of regret for her previous statement to Noth. However, Noth's face broke into a broad smile as he interjected, Deal. I assure you. I will deliver on my promise, preparing a mature Sea King along with a meal of deep-sea caviar. The sisters exchanged glances. Their resolve strengthened by the promise of the yet-to-be-fulfilled Sea King and the caviar. They hastily urged themselves to depart. Very well, you two wait here. It would be best if you stand still, for soon Lady Sister will come to deal with you. Yes, and you must not retract your words. We will be swift. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted with hues of crimson, reflecting upon the sea like blossoming red plums, twinkling brightly. In the meantime, the sisters encountered Hancock, relaying their completed mission, but their hearts were filled with trepidation. Humph, is that truly what he said to you? Boa Hancock arched her elegant brows. Upon seeing the unexpectedly returned sisters, she pondered where they had wandered off to, only to discover they sought out Noth and unearthed last night's embarrassing incident. Moreover, that scoundrel, Noth, dared to tarnish her reputation by claiming she had sneaked in for illicit purposes? Such audacity was unforgivable. Indeed, sister, Noth has become quite insufferable. Even boasting about challenging you to a duel in the grove, threatening us that if you do not go, no one on the entire Lily Island could possibly match him. Lead the way. I shall turn him into a statue to be displayed atop the highest peak of Nine Snake Island. No, first. I shall confine him in a cage for public humiliation. How could Hancock tolerate such arrogant declarations? Furthermore, this land of lilies was now under her dominion. And as the most beautiful empress upon the seas, not just anyone had the privilege to challenge her, nor was North an exception. Thus, the two sisters swiftly led Hancock into the eastern thicket. You have indeed come. I thought the events of last night would render you too shy to face me again today. North cast a subtle glance at Hancock. Adorned in a crimson robe embellished with python patterns, her imperial attire indeed exemplified the adage that one is judged by their appearance. This young woman had undeniably become increasingly alluring. Silence, your majesty. I shall issue a single warning. Last night, I inadvertently entered the wrong chamber. Hancock's expression was one of frosty disdain, her narrowed eyes seemingly capable of freezing North in place with a mere glance. As for the events of the previous night, she remained perplexed. Somehow, she had found herself in North's room in the midst of the night. Had it not been for the overwhelming feelings of guilt and shame that plagued her, she would not have let the matter rest so easily. However, things had taken a turn for the better now. North, this fellow, dares to bring up this matter again, so she cannot be blamed for genuinely being angry. According to your reasoning, should I also be allowed to mistakenly enter the wrong room in the middle of the night? North remains undeterred. Do not assume that North is being foolish, or that her single status is a testament to her capabilities. What of it? In North's mind, Hancock never indulges in frivolity nor seeks to please a man. Rather, she often wears a cold countenance, as if the entire world before her is in error. Such behavior is utterly intolerable for a proud and dignified man. Thus, North has consistently regarded women like Hancock with disdain. Were it not for the bond of a life-saving benefactor, a woman so audacious as to challenge his pride would have long lost the right to maintain her lofty demeanor before him. For his strength is beyond Hancock's wildest imaginings. Chapter 4. The Duel of Arrogance. Is this a jest? Even if I were to open my room for you, you, with your foolishness, must possess the courage and capability to try. Hancock uttered these words without a flicker of her eyelids, her gaze fixed fiercely upon North's eyes, embodying the presence befitting an empress. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as Hancock spoke, a sudden turmoil erupted within her heart, leaving her puzzled as to why such a sensation had arisen. It seems prudent to consult the experienced elder, Grandma Jammy, regarding the oddity of awakening in the middle of the night and inexplicably leaving her chamber. Hancock firmly resolved within her mind. TSK. Hancock, do you truly believe that I, North, lack the ability and courage? Or do you genuinely regard me with such disdain? Now you find yourself distracted with fanciful thoughts. Have you perhaps begun to regret your previous statement? North crossed her arms, pacing as she assessed Hancock's physique. 3 years prior, she had taken note of her figure, which had been quite unremarkable. Yet today, 3 years later, it has blossomed so splendidly. Is it typical for young women to grow so rapidly after passing through adolescence? Humph, your arrogance, in my eyes, is but a facade built upon shamelessness and deceitful practices. Were it not for your slight utility, I would have cast you back into the sea to fend for yourself long ago. Hancock's expression remained icy. How could she ever concede to North? Yet, inexplicably, she felt a strange turmoil within, particularly as North brazenly scrutinized her form, her heart racing uncontrollably. North suddenly burst into laughter. Having noticed that Hancock's earlobes were blushing a vivid crimson, such an overt display of embarrassment was hardly subtle, was it? What are you laughing at? Hancock furrowed her brows and inquired. I am simply amused by your insincerity. It seems you have developed feelings for me, haven't you? Allow me to be unequivocally clear. Do not harbor any illusions, for I hold no interest in you. North gazed intently into Hancock's eyes and indeed discerned a hint of abnormal evasion, further solidifying his suspicions. Hancock, nearly fainting from rage upon hearing this, bit down hard on her pearly teeth. North, you are a narcissistic scoundrel. If I had known 3 years ago that you were a pervert, I would have slain you on the spot, even if it meant saving you. TSK, once again, you speak contrary to your heart. I possess the fruit of day, and in the world of pirates, I am the sun. For you, I am now the sole beacon of hope. Especially considering the events of 3 months ago. Norseman intended to convey that Fisher Tiger had passed away 3 months prior, and now he was the sole sun above the vast ocean. However, he was taken aback when Hancock's fury erupted, abruptly interrupting him. Shut your foul mouth. What gives you the right to know anything? Hancock's wrath was palpable, his tone chillingly frigid. The overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki surged forth, sweeping through the dense forest, stirring countless fallen leaves as if a sinister wind had arisen, scattering sand and stones across the ground. This invisible force was the manifestation of Hancock's conqueror's haki, awakened 3 months earlier. Undoubtedly, anyone else present would have felt an immense weight pressing down upon them, rendering them breathless, perhaps even causing them to faint on the spot. To his surprise, Hancock was genuinely incensed with him. Very well, let us clear the air today. North, undaunted, gazed upon the aloof woman Hancock with a frosty demeanor and declared, Today, I shall take something from you. As the captain of the Kuja pirates, it is only fitting that I, North, assume the role of vice captain, especially after having remained silent for 3 long years. Are you finally weary of being deemed worthless? If you possess the ability, then come and reclaim from me your freedom, your rights, and even the very life that lies within my grasp. Hancock's visage remained as cold as ice. Norse's aspiration to become the vice captain of the 9 Snake Pirates is nothing short of a delusion. For 3 years aboard, he has remained a lowly deckhand, a languid creature akin to a stubborn weed that refuses to flourish. Despite the countless opportunities afforded to him, not a single instance has met her expectations. Yet, curiously, this time, Hancock finds herself somewhat anticipating what Norse might extract from her. She is aware that since boarding her ship, he has likely concealed some of his true capabilities. Arrow of captivity. Hancock does not underestimate Norse. She wastes no time and unleashes her most formidable petrifying ability. This technique, a newfound power developed after the awakening of her conqueror's haki, offers him a chance. Should he withstand or even successfully counter her assault, she would grant him his desires today. Moreover, she would acknowledge his arrogance before her, yet ultimately, his life remains in her hands. He is permitted to be the most arrogant son upon the vast sea. These matters are personal to me, are they not? I originally consented to board your vessel to join in the obliteration of the celestial dragon's dominion. Hence you possess no right to interfere or make decisions regarding other affairs. Norse stands unafraid before the arrow of captivity. The most it could inflict is petrification. But what of it? Such a swift arrow poses no threat to one who moves at half the speed of light. Very well. You would do well to pray that you do not fall victim to my petrification, for the consequences would see you confined within an iron cage, paraded before the masses. Hancock declares coldly. Her fingers caress her lips, transforming into a massive, peach-colored heart-shaped manifestation, and then, drawing it back like a bowstring, she unleashes a barrage of pink arrows toward Norse. Illusions abound. Norse executed the phantom technique, enveloping his entire being in a half-light state, rendering him ethereal, akin to a mirage upon a sea that might dissipate at any moment. Simultaneously, his speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he evaded countless arrows. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite witnessing numerous arrows pierce his form, there were no signs of petrification, as though all their assaults had been rendered ineffective. What folly is this? How is this possible? The two sisters observing in awe were utterly confounded. They pondered that even if Norse possessed the powers of a natural-type devil fruit user, capable of disregarding certain mundane physical attacks, their elder sister's strikes were anything but simple. Moreover, they were enhanced with haki, specifically the Conqueror's haki. How could it fail to petrify a natural-type user? Could it be that Norse's speed truly exceeded their expectations, surpassing even their mastery of observation haki? How could he have transformed into such a formidable force? Was he not merely indulging in slothful repose every day? They had thought him only slightly stronger than themselves. The sisters were left utterly astounded by the prowess Norse exhibited. They recalled how their elder sister's most potent attacks could instantly petrify arrows that struck the earth or trees. This meant that even those not deceived by her could be petrified. This technique was approaching invincibility, indeed. Chapter 5. Shedding the Empress's Garb Ignorance. Who says one cannot cultivate while sleeping? I, Norse, tread an unconventional path. There is naught I cannot achieve. The illusory form of Norse flickered around him. While Hancock's attacks fell futilely into the void, Nos did not contemplate the feelings of the others at that moment. Rather, he delivered a ruthless blow. To be frank, you are truly weak, and I find this quite disappointing. My current speed is merely half the speed of light. And my utmost limit is also only half the speed of light, yet I can still easily dismiss your abilities. Nos. How can you speak to us in such a manner? Sonia pouted, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as she absorbed Nos's disparaging words. Why shouldn't I? Freedom, the right to speak. Human rights, these are all things I intend to reclaim from Hancock. I have already stated that from this day forward, I will speak from a position of superiority. Even if you are my saviors, that does not fully constrain my resolved intentions. Of course, you may interpret it directly. I am powerful enough to act as I please. If you find this unacceptable, you are welcome to strive for change as I have. You may attempt to surpass me, although I am inherently stronger even in my slumber. One must not relinquish their dreams, must they? After North uttered those words, the three women present were filled with even greater indignation. They could somewhat comprehend his previous statements, merely interpreting them as a reflection of the years he had been underappreciated. However, the subsequent remarks were utterly unforgivable. What did he mean by claiming that sleeping every day was superior to them? Gaulet exclaimed with palpable anger, North, you had better not push your luck. While some things may be said to us, you must always remember who has afforded you the luxury of rest, our 9-serpent pirate crew. The arrogance and disdain in your gaze may be directed at me and Sonia, but they must never extend to our elder sister. She has expended considerable effort to ensure your stay on Lily Island. Indeed, you fool, are you contemplating rebellion? Your ingratitude is a grave affront to our pride. We had agreed that this was merely a casual spar, yet you have escalated the situation, Sonia added, bewildered. In truth, over the past 3 years, their feelings for North had been quite fond, particularly due to his exceptional culinary skills, which had bestowed upon them the joy of indulgence. Nevertheless, such affection did not grant him the liberty to overstep his bounds. It is essential to recognize that their elder sister is a person of significant pride and image. Though she has yet to utter a word, one can only imagine the turmoil brewing within her. Is North truly intent on creating trouble? Have I genuinely erred? North feels quite disheartened. They are again using emotions as leverage, subjecting him to moral coercion. North has always believed himself to be neither a villain nor a hero. He rarely contemplates the repercussions of his actions on others. In his pursuit of unrestrained freedom, he derives satisfaction and pride from his indulgences. This has been his way for as long as he can remember. However, upon hearing their remarks, he unexpectedly experiences an illogical sense of regret. He ponders whether he has truly overstepped the bounds. Has the complex relationship that has developed over 3 years of companionship transformed into something more profound? Friends? Or perhaps partners? No, you have committed no wrongdoing. You have merely acted inappropriately towards yourself. Hancock, at the peak of her fury, unleashed a flurry of arrows from her crimson lips, manifesting dozens of heart-shaped projectiles, while simultaneously releasing a barrage of densely packed arrows in a chaotic display that showed no distinction between friend and foe. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters turned to stone in the wake of her assault, with trees and grass alike succumbing to the same fate. As did the unfortunate Gorid and Sonia, who were unable to escape the onslaught. Norse evaded all her attacks. He gazed at Hancock with a hint of perplexity. Her stamina was evidently depleted, and the extent of her exhaustion seemed rather abnormal. At this moment, Hancock was drenched in fragrant sweat. Her once vibrant lips now appeared pallid. Yet she persisted in her onslaught. Alas. So this is how it is. Despite your severe depletion, you still wish to engage with me. You truly are a stubborn fool. North sighed, gaining some insight into her predicament. Moreover, while this woman appealed to him in certain respects, her disregard for her own life was rather concerning. I believe you ought to learn from me in this regard. One must prioritize self-preservation above all, rather than fret about the pace of one's downfall when defeat is evident. Humph. Do you think it's your place to meddle in my affairs? Hancock, glistening with sweat, regarded Norse, feeling as though an illusion had materialized before her. She had exhausted herself far too quickly. Had she known, she would not have employed the slave arrow. Do not be so calculative, after all. You are my savior and also my enchanting captain. Regardless of your current state, I have resolved to impart upon you some unforgettable lessons today. North approached her step by step, fully capable of effortlessly evading any sudden attack from Hancock. As the wielder and developer of the sunfruit, no one could successfully deplete his stamina. This was akin to the photosynthetic power of plants, which, when applied to humans, yields a remarkable rejuvenating effect. What do you intend to do to me? Hancock suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, realizing the implication behind North's words about leaving unforgettable lessons. Could it be that even a man as disdainful as he had been secretly coveting her beauty? Do not be alarmed. Relax. This is merely my moment to retaliate. Do you wish for me to harbor intentions towards you? How dare you subtly express such a demand? You should abandon any such thoughts. I, North, shall never take advantage of another's vulnerability. We are simply engaged in a fair duel. You have only yourself to blame for recklessly utilizing your newly acquired abilities without regard for the consequences. Norse's figure was ethereal and elusive. He suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind Hancock. Although Hancock activated her observation haki and sensed Norse's presence, she ultimately could not react in time before he swiftly struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. Norse gazed indifferently at the woman sprawled upon the ground, beneath her crimson robe. She was clad entirely in scarlet, and at this moment, her skin glistened with perspiration, causing the silk fabric to cling alluringly to her form, accentuating her most captivating features. Had other brutish men been present, Norse surmised, they would have acted without hesitation, succumbing to their desires for Hancock. After all, her entire being exuded a fragrance potent enough to disrupt one's very hormones. It was a feast for the eyes, a scent that penetrated the soul. Furthermore, her exquisite visage, fair complexion, and curvaceous figure made it nearly insufferable for any man to resist this inherently sinful temptation. The adage of beauty being a source of calamity was not without merit, for it rang true in her case. Perhaps it would be best to hasten the removal of her garments. Norse harbored no particular thoughts. Indeed, she was simply consumed by the desire to shed Hancock's garments and engage in trivialities that even Hancock would never dare to dream of. As for how Hancock would feel upon awakening, that was entirely her own affair. Chapter 6. On the brink of exhaustion at dusk. A resplendent sunset painted the sea in shades of crimson and beauty. In the dense woods to the east of Nine Snake Island, 3 youthful and enchanting women lay quietly amidst an unusually lush thicket. The grass grew so abundantly that its vibrant green was almost unsettling. It was worth noting that a battle had recently transpired here, yet now there was not a trace of it. Instead, everything was teeming with life, as if the scene were a surreal dream. Ah, what have I? Hancock felt as though she had awakened from a sweet, prolonged slumber. But upon noticing the disarray of her attire, she could not suppress a startled exclamation. How had her pink bodice loosened from behind? As she attempted to rise, a generous expanse of her alabaster skin was revealed. Even the covering on her chest was perilously close to falling away, as if some fiend had stripped her bare. Such audacity to commit such a heinous act upon me. I shall rend him limb from limb. Hancock recalled Norse's actions with a surge of indignation. Yet, her delicate face flushed a deep shade of crimson, as if it might bleed sweet, red blood. Nevertheless, her bright, expressive eyes burned with fury. Her brows drawn together like 2 sharp blades. She gazed into the shadowy depths of the forest, sensing that the shameless Norse had not departed long ago, and, aware of her wrath, had likely retreated further into the woods. Cursed Norse, thinking to escape my grasp, in this windless sea. Hancock gritted her teeth in fury. This scoundrel was too emboldened. And yet, contemplating from another angle, what did Nath consider her esteemed status as an empress? A mere plaything? After indulging in her whims, did he wish to evade responsibility? What of conscience and duty? Meanwhile, in another corner, Hancock noticed that Galad and Sonia were still slumbering. Yet their petrified state had inexplicably lifted. How curious. Who could have undone the enchantment? Strangely, they slept more soundly than a pig, snoring and drooling in a most undignified manner. Thankfully, their garments remained intact, suggesting that Nath had not taken advantage of them. Hancock exhaled deeply. Yet an odd sensation washed over her, a sudden wave of selfish possessiveness stirring within. It was indeed peculiar. This should have been a matter of profound shame. Difficult to articulate, given that Nath had desecrated and insulted her. Yet, at this moment, her anger seemed to waver, as if she were rendered powerless in the face of Nath. Draped in her crimson python-patterned robe, Hancock massaged her temples, grappling with the headache that this strange phenomenon had induced. Why, she pondered. Would a woman of her unmatched pride experience such internal conflict when confronted with Nath's actions or demeanor? Hancock endeavored to rein in her emotions, striving to avoid these troubling thoughts. The pressing concern was to don her attire promptly, ensuring that Galad and Sonia remained oblivious to the fact that her upper garments had been removed by Nath. Ah, sister, has your battle with Nath concluded? You don't seem well, they remarked, noticing her pallor. Indeed, your demeanor is rather peculiar. What of Nath? Has he fled? Upon awakening, Galad and Sonia rubbed their drowsy eyes, and upon recognizing Hancock, they sprang to their feet, buoyed by the possibility that she had triumphed. Hee, it appears Nath could not best you after all. Isn't that obvious? Sonia? When sister truly commits, even 10 Naths would struggle to resist her beauty and ultimate allure. In the end, he would either be petrified or would flee, nose bleeding in embarrassment, as such a proud man would surely find it hard to face us again. However, as Hancock listened to the jubilant chatter of the sisters, a bitter irony settled in her heart. Nath was undeniably formidable and shameless, surpassing all her expectations. Yet, the mere thought of him having bared her upper body ignited an intense blush upon her delicate visage. Quickly, she turned her back to them and said sternly, "What do you both know? I did not have the opportunity to lift your petrification. In any case, Nath has grown powerful enough to disregard my abilities, and from now on, he shall serve as the vice-captain of the Kuja pirates." Hancock herself could scarcely believe she had uttered such words, acknowledging Nath as the vice-captain of her crew. It was unfathomable, considering he had rendered her unconscious and committed such shameful acts. Galad and Sonia were astounded. Did sister really lose? No wonder things seem a bit off. They exchanged glances, and a silent understanding passed between them. They realized that if their sister had indeed suffered defeat, her spirits would be low, and thus they refrained from discussing Nath any further. Let us return and prepare my bath, Hancock commanded. Yes, sister. Upon returning to the palace, Golod and Sonia efficiently arranged for Hancock's bathing. The citizens of the inner city were instructed to temporarily vacate the area, guarded by heavy troops at every entrance, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting during the Empress's bathing. This was a matter of a cursed deception, stemming from the past of the three Hancock sisters. The celestial dragons had left their tainted hands upon them, marring their childhood with unspeakable trauma, along with the decaying customs of their nation. Thus, they were compelled to act as they did. Fortunately, Hancock's unparalleled beauty had long captivated the hearts of the populace, and even when demanding that all citizens withdraw from the inner city, they complied willingly and without complaint. In fact, many felt a profound sympathy and outrage for Hancock's cursed existence. Some elders even harbored a sense of guilt, questioning why they had not better protected the potential of their empress. At that moment, deep within the eastern forest, Norse, a golden-haired youth towering at nearly 6 feet, donned a pristine white tunic and trousers as he rose from the ground. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that numerous beasts were eyeing him intently, yet not a single one dared to approach, neither while he was unconscious nor now that he had regained consciousness. It must be acknowledged that dealing with these three sisters has proven to be quite challenging, nearly exhausting me completely. Norse shook his head, realizing this was the first time he had unleashed such a formidable output. In truth, he felt quite fortunate. At the very least, the captain had shown remarkable restraint, refraining from apprehending him thus far. Had he been captured by Hancock after losing consciousness, he would undoubtedly have faced execution. Although my actions may appear to be egregious sins, it is likely that Hancock is currently moved by the situation. Norse couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Regardless, it seemed about time to return and rest in bed, didn't it? Norse stretched lazily, disregarding the group of young fellows around him, and took off directly towards the palace of Nine Snake Island. Soon, he vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 7. A tourist destination within the palace of Nine Snake Island. On the third level, a floral bath filled an entire room, enveloped in a misty haze, akin to layers of floating clouds that submerged delicate feet. Rest assured, my lady, Golod said, wiping the mist from his forehead. All the citizens have evacuated the city. You can bathe in peace. Sonia and I will stand guard outside. My lady, it's my turn to assist you with your attire, Sonia declared, stepping forward as she had always done, deftly removing Hancock's garments. At that moment, Hancock revealed her smooth skin, akin to the surface of a pearl, alongside her alluringly slender figure that could captivate any heart. The moonlight, like gossamer, streamed through the thin window, illuminating her skin with a radiant glow, as if each cell brimmed with vitality. Perhaps under the moonlit night, she truly resembled a fairy. Sonia gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, my lady's skin is eternally beautiful." However, Golod stood there, dumbfounded, his expression betraying his astonishment. My lady's back, what's going on with her translucent skin? Good heavens. Golod's mouth hung open, as if dislocated, his voice faltering in his throat. What is the matter, Golod? It's not your first time witnessing my perfect form. Is such a reaction necessary? Hancock relished the moment, but felt an overwhelming urge to cleanse herself in the floral bath, wishing to wash away the filth that clung to her, including the lingering odor from Norse. Nonetheless, she felt a shy pride within, aware that her voluptuous and enticing figure could render any man powerless. Norse was really nothing extraordinary. Despite his claims of restraint, his actions spoke otherwise. Who knew how many times today he had left his mark on her? Truly, he had nurtured a cunning lecher. My lady, that is not it. Golod, shocked and frightened, hesitated to speak but desperately wanted Hancock to know a particular fact. All right, if there is nothing else, you all may leave. I wish to bathe. Hancock, burdened with her thoughts, had little patience for inquiries. Golod paused. But how can there be nothing wrong? Perhaps even my lady herself is unaware. She tugged at Sonia, urging her to take a look. Sonia, snapping back to reality, cast a displeased glance at Golod. Before following her gaze, Sonia swallowed, her heart racing. Who on earth did this? Is my lady's back a tourist destination? Sonia could hardly believe her eyes, thinking she must be imagining things. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, yet the large letters remained undeniably real. Should she feel joy, or was anger more appropriate? What on earth are you two doing? Why haven't you left yet? Hancock, losing patience with her sisters, demanded. My lady, forgive us. It's just that Golod and I discovered a secret on your back. Sonia tentatively began, yet before she could finish, Hancock turned in a panic, interrupting, Stop. Get out. All of you. Her emotions surged, almost to the point of tears. A nagging instinct told her that Norse must have left something behind. The words he had spoken echoed in her mind. I must leave you with some unforgettable memories and lessons. No, please don't be angry, my lady. We found that the thorny flower, Tianxiang Longji, on your back is gone, leaving no scar at all, Golod said nervously, deeply concerned for Hancock's feelings. Hancock froze. What? The thorny flower is gone? Those words lingered in her mind. Could it be Norse? But he could hardly be so kind. Hancock pondered, though she found it hard to believe that Norse would genuinely do something so benevolent for her. Moreover, the slave mark on her back was notoriously difficult to erase. Even if destroyed, it would still leave a scar. My lady, it's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can feel for yourself, Sonia added. This only deepened Hancock's confusion. With a mixture of curiosity and caution, she reached back to touch her own skin. Huh? As her fingers brushed over her back. The familiar sensation of scarred flesh was absent. Could it truly be gone, leaving no trace whatsoever? What is this? Yet as Hancock continued to probe, she felt a sticky substance cling to her fingertips. This is disgusting. What is this? She could hardly bear it. Looking at the viscous liquid on her fingers, Hancock grimaced, nearly gagging. My lady, please don't be upset. This is just a souvenir. Sonia explained innocently. A souvenir? How can this sticky, repulsive black substance be on my back? Hancock furrowed her brows, unable to comprehend Sonia's meaning. She couldn't see the situation on her back, only aware that the scar's texture had indeed vanished. This was truly an astonishing occurrence, one that ought to fill her with joy. Yet Hancock found herself devoid of such feelings. Seeing her distress, Golod clarified, my lady. The viscous black substance on your hand is likely a product of berry mucilage. My nose is quite keen. This could be blueberry jam. The steam here has caused it to dissolve, yet it seems the concentration remains high, suggesting there may be extracts from other fruits mixed in as well. If you wish to know the exact ingredients, I may have to taste it myself. Taste it? How much of this horrid substance is still on my back? Hancock exclaimed, eager to rid herself of it, unable to bear the thought of Golod licking the filth off her body. Sonia innocently replied, my lady. You just wiped away half of the word to, but there are still 3 complete words this trip on your smooth back, hee. In truth, Sonia hadn't given much thought to the phrase this trip. Her focus was more on the delightful realization that the thorny flower had disappeared from her lady's back. Did that mean she and Golod would also be free? In summary, her heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of tension and anticipation. What does it mean? What words are these? What does I was here signify? Hancock was utterly bewildered. Could it be that the scrawlings of that North fellow adorned her back? Chapter 8. Being a good person does not require recognition. The two of us were unaware of the circumstances, but only noticed that the mark of the heavenly dragon's hoof had vanished when we removed the attire of our elder sister. However, the conspicuous black characters spelling I was here remained quite evident. How peculiar, indeed. But fret not, dear sister. For these inscriptions were crafted from edible fruit jam and are gradually fading away. A soak in the falling flower bath will cleanse it all away without leaving a trace. Golod and Sonia were oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator, but the pressing matter was to express gratitude. Thank heavens. For it was unknown whether it was the unnamed benefactor or divine intervention that had erased the slave mark from our elder sister. Little did they know that Hancock's heart was ablaze with fury. How dare North leave such brazen words on the back of an empress? He truly treated her back as a tourist destination, a site of historical significance. Fortunately, Hancock refrained from unleashing her wrath in front of the innocent sisters. For this matter did not concern them, and it was best they remained unaware. Otherwise, the humiliation and disgrace would have been unbearable. Some matters are better left unknown. When the knowledge is widespread, it becomes a terror that renders one's existence unbearable. Indeed, treachery is an indelible stain. North, prepare to meet your demise. Hancock scoffed inwardly. Inhaling deeply before addressing the 2 sisters before her, do examine your bodies. Has the mark vanished alongside the others? Yes, dear sister. The 2 sisters nodded, brimming with excitement and eagerness, hastily inspecting their own marks of servitude. Incredible! Truly miraculous! Sister, look at our bare forms. Are they not flawless? They exclaimed with glee. It's gone. It's truly gone. Oh my, what has transpired? The 2 sisters were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. If only I could discover the identity of this good person who has salvaged my wounded spirit, I would repay them as those in legends do. Even if it meant defying the laws of the land of women. Indeed, Sonia, I wholeheartedly support your sentiment. This kindness is not to be forgotten. It is monumental for the 3 of us, Golod earnestly asserted. Yet, a thought seemed to strike her suddenly, causing her to gasp. Could this possibly be the doing of North? I recall his solar abilities having a semblance of healing effects, though perhaps I am overthinking it. His powers, as I have witnessed, are incapable of erasing such long-lasting marks. Precisely. Moreover, North has become increasingly miserly. Anyone who develops feelings for him must surely be of unsound mind. Even if, by some remote chance, it were truly him. I would instantly retract my earlier statements and would rather die than offer myself to him. Indeed. Speaking of which, that scoundrel North still owes us a dish of Sea King cuisine. And let us not forget a set of deep-sea caviar delicacies. Sonia nodded, her spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Hancock listened from the side, feeling an inexplicable discomfort, particularly at Sonia's remark about anyone who liked him being of questionable sanity. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? How could such a notion even arise? Hancock chuckled softly, feeling a tinge of self-mockery. Sister, what did you say? The 2 sisters turned in unison, as if they had overheard Hancock's musings about someone she might like. Oh, I know. Could it be that our sister shares our thoughts about the good person who would save all 3 of us? Do not jest. If our sister truly harbored such thoughts, that person would undoubtedly be our mutual savior, the true hero who rescued us from our suffering. Golod stated earnestly, though her expression gradually shifted to one of melancholy. It was truly unjust that the hero who saved them had perished 3 months prior due to a naval ambush, succumbing to grievous injuries. Very well. You may all leave now. Do not speak of tonight's events to anyone. Hancock's heart ached over the loss of Fisher Taker. Yes, dear sister. Then, do the citizens still waiting outside need not wait any longer? Sonia timidly inquired. Arrange as you see fit, but do not disturb my bathing time. In just moments prior. In the depths of night, Norse swiftly soared through the air, unnoticed, before returning to his bed. Although his dwelling was not situated on the upper levels of the palace, it resided at the very bottom. The upper echelon served as Hancock's domain for managing affairs of state, while the third level was a fragrant sanctuary for her bathing and leisure. Lying sprawled on the bed, Norse yawned several times, dismissing any lingering thoughts, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Being a good person does not always require recognition, much like Uncle Lay. Indeed, Norse embodied such a benevolent spirit, a rarity in this world of pirates. In the dead of night, a shadow materialized outside Norse's door, stealthily brandishing a large cleaver. Before abruptly bursting into the room. Within the darkened confines, a crimson python, Norse's beloved pet named Hong Pip, coiled itself in a corner, trembling in fear. With its heightened senses, it seemed to witness the unfolding events. Terrified, Hong Pip dared not resist, for the intruder was none other than the mistress of Mysalo, a formidable and ruthless woman. Moreover, Hong Pip harbored a fondness for Mysala's own serpent kin, often dreaming of a perfect union, thus opting to feign ignorance. Norse, on this moonless night, I shall bestow upon you a token of reciprocity, engaging in a profound exchange of blood. Hancock, clad in casual attire, swiftly approached a bed, raising her cleaver to slash recklessly at the bedding. Within mere seconds, she had struck it dozens of times. Without concern for the aftermath, she vanished as quickly as she had come, leaving the room untouched, as if nothing had transpired. Ah, the pain of a bursting bladder. Norse let out a sigh. Feeling thoroughly relaxed, he was outside the palace, relieving himself, and after finishing, he felt significantly lighter. With his trousers in hand, he hazily returned to his chamber and sank into bed, quickly drifting back into slumber. Chapter 9. The Sole Man in the Kingdom of Women. An enormous pressure morning. Norse awoke to find the cotton bedding in disarray, bearing the marks of over 20 brutal slashes, the work of an unknown assailant. The once pristine bedding was now utterly unrecognizable, resembling a tattered remnant subjected to the most egregious indignities. Who could have possibly committed such an atrocious act? North was utterly bewildered. Could this have happened during the brief moment he relieved himself last night? Redskin, let's go. North cast his gaze upon the crimson python nestled in the corner, its indifferent demeanor revealing the identity of the intruder who had entered his chamber the previous night. Within the realm of the daughter's kingdom, only Hancock, that audacious woman, would dare to stealthily invade his quarters under the cover of darkness. The ordinarily fierce and tempestuous redskin creature would exhibit a comical facade of innocence in her presence. Otherwise, North would have been aware of the events that transpired the night before. Together, the man and the serpent ventured forth from the palace into the vibrant and bustling marketplace, teeming with a multitude of elegantly adorned women. Although the agricultural yield of the daughter's kingdom was meager, the richness of marine life was abundant, with vendors peddling an array of seafood in every alley and street. Did you hear? It is said that the curse afflicting our empress has dissipated as of last night. What splendid news! We are truly grateful to the heavens. Indeed, it seems that fate has smiled upon us this time. A figure as extraordinary and ethereal as our empress should never have endured such torment. A group of alluring women gathered around a seafood stall, engaging in lively conversation. Ahem. Norse deliberately coughed as he walked past, his expression remaining largely impassive. In contrast, his demeanor was exceptionally frigid. Yet, in the eyes of the women surrounding him, who had long since become ensnared, his presence held an undeniable allure. Norse appeared as a dazzling beacon, a man reminiscent of a deity of light, an existence radiating brilliance. Irresistibly captivating to women like them. A plump woman, seizing the moment with palpable anxiety, stammered, "No, is Lord Norse, good morning." Humph. Unable to articulate a single sentence with ease, what a disappointment. Though Norse held no interest in women, his morning stroll was marred by the sight of such an overweight woman. She appeared to weigh at least 300 pounds, yet she, like other women, was infatuated with men. Today, she truly disrupted his peace of mind. Astonishingly, the plump woman did not seem disheartened or angry. On the contrary, she was utterly flabbergasted. Good heavens, Lord Norse had actually spoken to her. She even found herself elated, momentarily forgetting her composure, as she enveloped the four women beside her in a tight embrace, nearly asphyxiating them. Yet, these women were not angered either. Perhaps they were too stunned to be upset, instead feeling exhilarated and enchanted by the presence of Norse. A woman of enduring charm, with an almost infatuated tone, remarked, "The way Lord Norse displays his anger is so captivating, so undeniably masculine. Indeed. I too long to be cherished by Lord Norse in such a manner." Upon hearing the foolish chatter of these women, Norse was nearly compelled to turn and depart. It was utterly terrifying. To him, the weight of certain pressures had only intensified. The women of this land of daughters appeared to be driven to madness by him. Setting aside Hancock's late-night intrusion with a knife, the shamelessness of these women was truly astounding. Alas, what could he do, being the only man acknowledged in this realm? With a heavy heart, Norse sighed inwardly, "Do not obstruct me, or I shall take my leave from this land of lilies forever." In such circumstances, he felt that this approach was the only effective means. Any further discourse would only lead to tears. "Fear not, Lord knows, we shall merely observe you from a distance. There is no need to worry about us. Indeed, merely watching is sufficient. As long as Lord Nos remains in this land of daughters, we are content. Yes, dear Lord Nos, please ensure that you remain in our land of lilies forever. Amidst the incessant chatter, the fervent declarations of these infatuated women were overwhelming, leaving Nos in a state of profound frustration, unable to suppress the twitch at the corners of his mouth. In truth, had he the option to permanently escape this wretched place, he would not linger for a moment longer. It felt as though he were trapped in a filthy cage, besieged by an assortment of shallow and vulgar women, all eager to bask in the radiance of a man as dazzling as the sun. It was utterly unbearable. Yet, what could he possibly do? Norse cannot depart from this place alone. He can only leave if Hancock sets sail once more, allowing him to follow suit. This predicament stems from a promise he made to Hancock, prioritizing his survival, which ultimately shackled his freedom. Red Pippi, I had no intention of venturing out today. Yet your concealment of a certain matter has led me to discover it too late. Norse, unwilling to engage in conversation with the multitude of women around him, instead turned to his loquacious pet for solace. Should you ever cower before that woman again, you shall forfeit your right to be my cherished companion. And I shall consider roasting you, he declared. The little red creature, terrified, immediately curled up into a crimson ball, rolling about on the ground, successfully scattering the throngs of infatuated women. Humph, you certainly understand my heart, dear little red one. Norse felt a sense of satisfaction, reflecting on the considerable amount of solar energy he had devoted to nurturing this creature, which had bestowed upon it a level of intelligence surpassing that of ordinary serpentine beings. The very fact that this cold-blooded creature could comprehend emotions indicated that it was far more than a mere red-scaled serpent. My Lord Norse, do you wish to peruse some fresh delicacies today? Inquired the proprietress of a charming seafood establishment, her face alight with a delightful smile, though she appeared somewhat taken aback by his direct approach. Ah, by the way, we have just received a splendid batch of sea king meat, quite fresh indeed. No need for that. I am here to seek Marguerite, Norse replied with a hint of indifference. She is still at home, I presume? The seafood vendor felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. It seemed yet again that Norse was solely interested in his adopted daughter. Why, she pondered. Did he never spare a glance for her? After all, she could be quite charming when she smiled, even if she did not possess the same innocent allure as her daughter, Marguerite. Yet, she was undeniably endowed in her own right. Nevertheless, the proprietress responded with genuine warmth. Indeed, my Lord Norse. My daughter stayed up far too late last night and may still be asleep, perhaps even neglecting her training. Suddenly, from the back of the shop, a golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl, no taller than a meter and merely 8 years of age, burst forth. Her innocent expression radiated joy, embodying the essence of youthful purity. Norse big brother, are you here to play with me? Where shall we go today? Marguerite exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she bounded up to him. Her small head tilted upwards, gazing at him with a pair of glistening, watery eyes. Ha, what a good girl. A smile, born from the depths of his heart, blossomed upon North's face as he gently caressed Margaret's head and then lifted her above his own. In this age, North could only find a sanctuary in the innocent countenance of young girls, which was the solace he yearned for. For the other women of the kingdom of women harbored ulterior motives towards him, often resorting to vulgar expressions of affection, such as their willingness to be subservient or to be ridden like beasts. This left North utterly speechless. He was not the kind of man who would languish in a place of tenderness. Did you see that? Did you witness it? My man smiled. One of them exclaimed. Do not speak nonsense. Lord North is the cherished fruit of all citizens in our land of lilies. When did he become yours alone? With a playful giggle, another added. I never expected that when Lord North smiled, my heart would melt. A group of self-absorbed women, who had never encountered a man, became utterly captivated and infatuated by North's mere gesture, falling into a state of foolish obsession from which they could not extricate themselves. North felt compelled to resolve this predicament. It was becoming too outrageous. Brother North, you are truly adored by us. Just look at how blissful and joyful they appear, like a lustful she-cat, Margaret innocently remarked, her soft form resting on North's head. Let us not concern ourselves with those adults. They are simply quite dull. Norse found it unbearable to be surrounded by women so infatuated with him. He turned to Marguerite and said, Little Loli, today I shall take you to the coast to play. I will catch a sea king. Would you like to eat some? Yes, that would be wonderful, Little Loli exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Typically, she could not venture to the seaside where many sea kings posed a threat, as she was too small. In the realm of the daughters, only upon reaching the age of 12 were children granted the freedom to visit the coast unaccompanied. Of course, under adult supervision, there were no such restrictions. Brother Norse, I heard that the sea kings can be as large as our house and are quite fearsome. What should we do? Marguerite asked innocently. Fear not, for I am incredibly powerful. If they dare to intimidate us, I shall roast them all and feast upon them. As he spoke, Norse lifted little Loli and headed toward the coast, while a group of envious women watched them depart. Chapter 10. The actions of the Navy headquarters 3 months prior. The Boa Hancock and her sisters returned from an expedition with the Nine Snake Pirates. However, during their return journey, the Hancock sisters learned that Fisher Tiger, The captain who would later establish the Sun Pirates had been ambushed by the Navy Rear Admiral, Stolo Berry, while escorting a child named Kira back to her homeland. Although Fisher Tiger managed to escape, he succumbed to his injuries. This news shattered the composure of the Hancock sisters, igniting a deep-seated hatred for Stolo Berry. Fisher Tiger had been their savior, a revered hero of the sea whose memory they cherished eternally. United by their grief and fury, the Hancock sisters set sail aboard the Nine-Snake ship, determined to intercept the admiral en route back to the Navy headquarters from the New World. Despite the desperate attempts of the elderly Jamie to dissuade them, the sisters' resolve remained unshakable. Thus, a week later, they successfully ambushed Rear Admiral Stolo Berry near an island en route to the New World. A fierce battle erupted, and in a fit of rage, Boa Hancock awakened her conqueror's haki, turning the tide and severely wounding the dual-wielding Stolo Berry. Notably, Norse did not partake in any combat. Throughout his 3 years aboard the Nine-Snake ship, he remained a silent presence, a mere background figure in the world of pirates. Indifferent to both major and minor affairs aboard, his tasks were limited to menial labor, cooking, foraging for food from the sea, and cleaning. The news of the pirate ambush on the Navy Admiral spread across the seas in the New World within a month, drawing the attention of numerous Navy branches. The higher-ups at Navy headquarters, led by Admiral Sengoku, swiftly issued bounties for all crew members of the Nine-Snake ship. However, after months of fruitless efforts, it was the Secret Intelligence Agency, CP, that finally provided information on the Nine-Snake pirates' activities, revealing their frequent forays into the Combelt, particularly around Amazon Lily. After careful consideration, Admiral Sengoku decided to extend an invitation to Boa Hancock under the title of Shichibukai. Today, off the coast of the Combelt, 10 Navy warships lay anchored, their crews comprised of elite soldiers equipped with advanced weaponry, including swords, rifles, cannons, and sea stone. Leading the fleet was the renowned Vice Admiral Akiji, accompanied by the recently recovered Rear Admiral Stolo Berry. Vice Admiral Stolo Berry wished to take the lead in the recruitment of Boa Hancock from the Nine-Snake pirates, the Rear Admiral respectfully requested. Akiji, clad in his Vice Admiral's attire, sat casually on an ornate chair, exuding an air of chilling authority akin to a slumbering white tiger. His reputation for instilling fear in countless pirates was well-deserved. He was known for his mastery over ice, having bested innumerable pirate foes. "I will give you 3 days," Akiji replied coolly, his demeanor suggesting a weariness. "Yes, Vice Admiral." Stolo Berry responded, elated at the opportunity to establish his reputation. At a coastal port on Nine-Snake Island, chaos reigned. Sea kings clashed with the female warriors of Nine-Snake Island over shared food. Enormous sea creatures, some measuring hundreds of meters, surged toward the bloodied carcasses of their fallen comrades, creating a tumultuous scene as they vied for the spoils. The waters erupted in splashes, and the shore's warriors, determined to protect their hard-won catches, shouted commands to drive the intruders away. "Fire arrows, quickly chase them off," a commander ordered. A group of formidable women, stronger than most men, donned uniforms and wielded curved bows, crafted in the likeness of Boa Hancock's serpent form, drawing arrows tipped with haki. As the command was given, a volley of arrows soared through the air, aimed at the marauding sea kings. The haki-enhanced arrows struck with astonishing speed and power, rendering even the massive sea kings hesitant amidst the relentless barrage. However, the sea kings, enraged by the pain, launched a counterattack. They violently crashed against the port, while some clever creatures stirred up massive waves, threatening to engulf the shoreline. The women, engaged in their relentless hunt, found themselves submerged beneath towering waves, with some swept hundreds of meters away. "Ow, my chest hurts. I can't take it anymore." Countless female warriors cried out in agony for various reasons and in different ways. At that moment, a glance around revealed that nearly all members involved in the capture had suffered devastating losses. Alas, it seemed that the mighty sea creatures we had slain had ultimately triumphed during the harvesting process. The commander, drenched and rising from the ground, merely sighed. Undeterred by the setback, for such occurrences were not uncommon, it could simply be attributed to a stroke of bad luck. They would strive diligently once more in the future. "Truly, you are woefully inadequate, struggling to fish upon the land, only to be outsmarted and harmed by a mere few great fish." Suddenly, North appeared, his expression icy, accompanied by the petite figure of Marguerite at his side. "I'm terribly sorry, Lord North, we have disappointed you." The commander lamented, secretly hoping for North's intervention. Having heard tales of his formidable prowess after serving alongside the Empress on a 3-year expedition at sea, "And you lot, your wailing is a source of irritation," North remarked darkly, exhibiting a demeanor of discontent. "Now, silence yourselves." As he spoke, he effortlessly released dozens of radiant orbs of sunlight, warm and imbued with potent healing energy. These luminous spheres cascaded toward the injured warriors lying on the ground. Within mere moments, the orbs vanished into their bodies, and those who had been wounded bore witness to an unimaginable miracle. The pain in their chests dissipated, their legs healed, and even their stamina began to return. Yet, none uttered a word, recognizing that Lord North preferred tranquility over clamor. They chose to convey their thoughts to him silently. Chapter 11. "Hey, you stepped on my son, Lord North. You are truly remarkable. I know you don't genuinely dislike them. Otherwise, you wouldn't have healed them," Marguerite exclaimed cheerfully. tugging on the hem of North's white trousers. Faced with the innocent little girl who spoke such truths, North replied quietly, "You are still young. How could you comprehend the matters of adults? Now, I shall go catch the great fish. Stay here and do not wander." "Yes, yes, go ahead. I won't go anywhere." Marguerite nodded earnestly, adding, "Lord North, please be cautious. The fish in the sea seem to be even larger than I imagined." In the next instant, North transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from everyone's sight. When he reappeared, he was astonishingly hovering above the sea's surface. The sight left all the female warriors present in awe, swallowing hard at the overwhelming sensation. It was astonishing to realize that Lord North was even more powerful than they had anticipated, capable of flight and levitation, truly incredible. Ironically, they had once entertained the notion of kidnapping Lord North and transporting him to a secluded grove for in-depth study. Had it not been for the Empress's constraints, they would have acted long ago. After all, Lord North was the singular divine fruit of their daughter kingdom, exuding an allure that was irresistibly captivating, igniting desires they could scarcely control. Yet now, having witnessed a fraction of Lord North's formidable abilities, they felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Oh dear. How unfortunate it is, such a powerful man, and they could never hope to seize him and bring him to their grove. At this very moment, North remains oblivious to the true thoughts of these women. He has always harbored the belief that they are fervently pursuing him, teetering on the brink of madness. However, in his heart, he perceives the female warriors as being superior to the ordinary citizens of the daughter kingdom, at least in terms of self-control, exhibiting a commendable strength of character. Yet, should North come to realize that the female warriors possess less restraint than he imagines, and instead exhibit greater audacity, one cannot help but wonder if he would display an expression of utter desolation and disappointment. Let us delve into the depths of the ocean. Gazing at the myriad of marine creatures beneath the surface, North decides to abandon his reticence and, unwilling to succumb to solitude, resolves to create a tempest that would stir the very seas. Solar explosion art. Norse, harnessing the immense gravitational force of the sun, hovered above the ocean's surface, several meters aloft, as he released an overwhelming surge of solar energy from his hands, continuously refining it. A sphere, resembling a fireball engulfed in magma, adorned with darkened patches, began to coalesce. Its size grew exponentially. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire firmament had been set ablaze, and the ocean's surface mirrored this fiery spectacle. The atmosphere became stifling, and even the surrounding space was visibly distorted under the weight of this extraordinary power. One could only fathom the searing heat and terror emanating from this blazing orb. Yet, as Norse concentrated on the fireball, it appeared to undergo a process of distillation. However, it was not entirely so, for the temperature of the fireball steadily diminished, the crimson flames in the sky gradually receded, and the fiery hues of the ocean began to transition back to their original azure blue. A few minutes later, the fireball in Norse's hand was a vivid crimson. Resembling molten lava, yet devoid of its terrifying heat, the surrounding space no longer warped. However, this was a truth only Norse fully comprehended. In reality, this contained solar explosion art had transformed into a bomb poised to detonate at any moment, capable of unleashing unimaginable devastation upon its explosion. Even if cast into the depths of the ocean, this force would be sufficient to create ripples, stunning countless aquatic creatures within a wide radius. Moreover, this technique was one he typically refrained from employing on land, fearing that a lack of control could harm the innocent, as its impact was exceedingly fearsome. Let the countdown commence. Norse released his hands, and the concentrated essence of solar destruction plummeted downward, resembling a searing mass of iron, relentlessly sinking. In 5 minutes, this orb of annihilation would erupt as it descended. Creatures within a several-mile radius would be affected. Even the colossal sea kings, hundreds of meters long, would be rendered dazed by this overwhelming force. Several miles away, amidst the tranquil sea, a warship emerged. Rear Admiral Stalaberry stood at the bow, peering through a monocular telescope. He beheld a man suspended above the water, discarding a peculiar sphere, yet the surface showed no signs of disturbance. How strange, a man in the land of women. Stalaberry pondered, perplexed, and inquired of the naval lieutenant behind him, "Are there men aboard the Snake Pirates ship?" "Sir, the bounty posters of the Snake Pirates depict only women." The lieutenant replied with a sheepish grin, clutching several bounty posters as if he had been studying each member of the crew. In truth, his fascination lay solely with the breathtaking visage of Boa Hancock, which rendered him almost unable to look away, marveling at the beauty of youth. Impossible. Stalaberry immediately dismissed the notion. He raised the telescope once more to scrutinize the figure afloat, then snatched the bounty posters from the lieutenant's grasp. Boa Hancock. Bounty of 80 million berries. Boa Marigold. Bounty of 30 million berries. Boa Sandersonia. Bounty of 30 million berries. Boa Norse? Indeed, this is him. Stalaberry's eyes brightened, and he scoffed. What a farce. This bounty poster absurdly depicts him as a woman with breasts, and the details are utterly incorrect. The informants providing this data have turned our Navy headquarters into a laughingstock. The lieutenant glanced over, scoffing, "Admiral, this isn't as dire as you believe. This is merely a bounty of 100 berries. If a man is portrayed as a woman, it merely suggests he is an ordinary fellow. Or perhaps just a pretty face among those women." "Humph. Full speed ahead," the Admiral retorted coldly. Moments later, The warship was fully exposed to the countless pirates and warriors on 9 Snake Island. It's the Navy. The canvas bears the blue G insignia. This is a vessel from Navy headquarters. Quickly, inform the Empress. However, Norse raised his arm, signaling for calm, and scoffed. It's just a mere warship. I shall handle it. In an instant, Norse vanished from sight. He traversed the void, creating ripples of gravitational force beneath his feet, and within moments, he had surged several hundred meters above the warship. Hey, you've stepped on my son. Do you wish to fight me? Norse crossed his arms, arrogantly surveying all below. Chapter 12. My name is Norse son? What son? Rear Admiral Stolleberry felt bewildered. He furrowed his brow, finally recalling this youth, who had briefly crossed his path before. Though at that time, he had not warranted significant attention. Yet now, in less than 3 months, this individual seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, becoming strikingly prominent. As if destined to be the center of attention today. With an air of righteous authority, the Admiral declared, "You are a pirate? Boa Norse? Please refrain from adding the irrelevant title Boa. I am simply Norse," he replied, considering the matter. Norse harbored a profound disdain for such titles. He remained steadfast in his identity. Even if the world were to perish, it would be solely his affair, and no one else should partake in that glory. In truth, he wished to spare the innocent, for his very existence was destined to be extraordinary. Norse? Ah. The Major General chuckled with a peculiar amusement. Are you aware of the bounty on your head? Yet, a man like you, who can fly and lacks leg hair, would never settle for a mere 100 berries. Especially being the only man in this realm of women. Speak, he commanded. What have you concealed from the gaze of our Navy all these years? And what purpose does it serve? Stolleberry sneered, aiming to impose his naval authority and presence upon Norse. Although he had yet to ascertain Norse's true capabilities, he did not underestimate him, instinctively recognizing him as a formidable individual. A mere naval major general, Norse retorted disdainfully, I have no interest in slaying you. What right do you have to know anything about me? Stolo's lips began to twitch, his dignity severely compromised, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words to mount an effective rebuttal. Indeed, he had retorts at the ready, such as, who do you think you are? When I roamed the seas as a naval officer, I wielded dual swords from the North Sea to the South Sea and back again. Who doesn't know of me? You ought to kneel when you speak. Yet, such words were not befitting a naval officer. Arrogance permeated the air. Major General Stolo was a hero of the Navy headquarters, having even severely injured the formidable Fisher Tiger. What weight could a mere pretty boy carry? At that moment, a naval lieutenant beside Stolo, a loyal subordinate eager to defend his superior's honor, could no longer tolerate the insult and boldly declared, You seek death. Nostan's demeanor instantly turned frigid, his piercing gaze fixated on the naval lieutenant, who audaciously dared to label him a pretty boy. Thus, let the cost of life serve as the ultimate testament to his true worth. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the objects from afar. Nos harnessed the invisible gravitational force emanating from his body, transforming it into a powerful suction that reached across the expanse toward the naval lieutenant aboard the ship. In an instant, the lieutenant stumbled, ensnared by an overwhelming pull that yanked him off the deck, rendering him utterly defenseless. Fortunately, Stolleberry, standing nearby, acted swiftly, catching the flailing lieutenant and forcefully pinning him back onto the deck. At that moment, Stolleberry was profoundly astonished. The force was indeed formidable. Even as he restrained the lieutenant with one hand, he felt an undeniable pressure that threatened to overwhelm him. Quickly, someone, hold the lieutenant down. Stolleberry commanded urgently. A group of 10 naval soldiers, responding to his order, rushed forward to form a human barricade. Unbeknownst to them, their efforts rendered the lieutenant flushed and nearly breathless. As a general who had participated in numerous pirate hunts, Stolleberry maintained his composure in the face of Nos's astonishing abilities. He then made a gesture forward, prompting the sailors behind him to raise their rifles, aiming at Nos, who hovered several dozen meters above. Some even wheeled out small cannons, prepared to unleash a barrage that would send a massive net cascading from the sky. Stolleberry's expression darkened as he declared, We, the Navy, have entered the calm seas not to apprehend your 9 snake pirates. However, should you harm my lieutenant, you will be the first to find yourself in our custody. Stolleberry possessed sufficient confidence. Let us not forget that a grand fleet awaited just outside the calm seas, and with a mere phone call, Vice Admiral Chingji would arrive to handle the aftermath. Norse, with an air of disdain and overwhelming authority, proclaimed, Dream on. In my realm, I am the law. His arrogance was met with Stolleberry's cold laughter, who was eager to witness the extent of Norse's capabilities as he dared to challenge the might of their 10 warships, all while facing a formidable vice admiral. Attack. Stolleberry issued his unequivocal command, signaling to a soldier beside him to contact the vice admiral for reinforcements. Undeterred by the cacophony of gunfire and the storm of bullets, Norse remained composed and declared, Remember, this moment will mark the pinnacle of your life, Stolleberry. As Norse's form began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, he snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, only Norse was aware that the sunburst sphere, descending into the depths of the ocean, had detonated prematurely. Instantly, the ocean depths erupted with unimaginable vibrations and shockwaves. The boundless sea, though it absorbed the sound of the explosion, could not extinguish the terrifying force of the eruption. Within mere seconds, the previously tranquil waters transformed into a tumultuous frenzy. as if an enormous sea creature had surged forth, creating towering waves that reached dizzying heights. Strawberry's warships were mere specks in this tempest, akin to fragile boats caught in a violent storm. The sailors aboard found themselves powerless against the overwhelming tide, and in a matter of moments, the vessels vanished beneath the onslaught of the waves. Foolhardy, Norse's figure ultimately dissipated. Chapter 13. The power I fear even myself. Time elapsed, though its measure was indeterminate. The once turbulent sea had regained its serenity, devoid of storms and colossal waves, leaving behind only a group of soldiers adrift in the water. Major, our G8 warship has sunk in the monstrous waves. Another soldier exclaimed. This windless sea is the most perilous territory for sea kings. Our situation is dire. Major, please push over the floating mast. Several of our comrades have swallowed too much seawater and are on the brink of death. We urgently need rescue. Damn it. Is the radio operator dead? Strawberry bellowed, his spirits plummeting as he recalled the Vice Admiral's 3-day deadline, now rendered moot as his entire fleet lay incapacitated, fighting for survival. I'm alive, Major. I'm quite fortunate, but the lieutenant has met a grim fate. A hefty sailor clung to a floating crate, waving his hand. In that moment, Strawberry had no time to mourn the lieutenant's demise. He urgently inquired, what of the radio? Have we reached the Vice Admiral? To be frank, Major, the radio signal was entirely severed before the incident, leaving us unable to contact the Vice Admiral. The hefty sailor lamented. The radio has also been swept into the sea. Little did they know that the release of Norse's solar power had already wreaked havoc on the signal sources in the vicinity. At that moment, Strawberry and the floating sailors felt a chilling despair. Their last shred of hope had been extinguished. Would they truly have to wait 3 days? The Sea Kings would not spare them. The appearance of even a single one could spell their doom. Oh my, so many fish are floating lifeless on the surface, cried one sailor. Major, save me. The Sea Kings are coming. A sailor, lifted from the water, was seen being thrust aloft by a massive Sea King. This sight nearly shattered the courage of countless sailors, for when death looms, few remain unafraid. At once, peculiar occurrences unfolded before the eyes of the stranded sailors. Countless fish floated on the surface, while massive Sea Kings appeared, some hundreds of meters long. The smaller fish lay dead, yet the larger ones, including the Sea Kings, seemed injured and momentarily incapacitated, posing no immediate threat. Major, only these Sea Kings seemed to be alive, and they could awaken at any moment. What should we do? Should we take action and strike at their vital points before they rouse? Do not do that. Shedding blood will only attract more fearsome Sea Kings. A sailor interjected, horrified by the thought of blood staining the ocean. Suddenly, a voice from the radio crackled nearby, causing all sailors to hold their breath, as if grasping at a lifeline. Major, it seems the radio is inside the belly of that Sea King. A sailor on the back of a Sea King exclaimed. Having heard the unmistakable sound emanating from within, I command you to enter through the opening above and urgently contact the Vice Admiral for swift assistance. Strawberry issued an unequivocal order. Though he could sever the Sea King with his dual swords, doing so would result in a catastrophic bloodbath, the consequences of which would be perilous. Yes, Major. The sailor hesitated not, understanding that their lives depended on this action. As elite members of the naval headquarters, they viewed death with a certain detachment, especially when hope flickered before them. The other sailors, fueled by this glimmer of hope, felt a fierce desire to survive ignite within them. Meanwhile, on Nine Snake Island, hunters and fishers reveled in a bountiful harvest, netting floating fish and dragging in large catches from the sea. They even found colossal shrimp and crabs, as well as the deep-sea fish Norse required. Given that this was a hotspot for Sea Kings, capturing the incapacitated creatures was inevitable. My Lord Norse, your efforts have truly been commendable. My Lord Norse, allow me to wipe the sweat from your brow. Some female warriors lavished attention on Norse, seeking to curry favor with him. Yet, Norse was not oblivious to their intentions. Coldly, he remarked, you are the most tiresome women. These Sea Kings will awaken within half an hour. Instead of attempting to seduce me, you would do better to gather more provisions for your empress. Having said that, Norse approached the commander of the coastal port and instructed, immediately send a growing Sea King to the palace kitchens, and procure some deep-sea fish with fresh roe, hurry, to ensure their freshness. Upon hearing this, the commander, taken aback, immediately mobilized his subordinates and sisters to attend to Lord North's affairs. Little girl, would you accompany me to the palace? North prepared to craft an exquisite feast, eager to indulge after the considerable exertion he had just experienced, necessitating a proper replenishment of his strength. Moreover, if his intuition served him right, the purpose of this assembly, summoned by the formidable 7 warlords of the sea, was not merely a casual affair. It was likely to be presided over by an officer of considerable might, perhaps a vice admiral, rather than the defeated Major, Stolo. This display was intended to underscore the formidable power of the world government. Margarita, brimming with joy throughout the morning, had been inspired by the valor and fearlessness of the female warriors she encountered, and she marveled at North's extraordinary potential. The prospect of witnessing the magnificent empress, a figure she had long revered, left her breathless with excitement. She felt utterly fortunate. However, she pondered whether the empress was truly all that captivating. She mused that witnessing North's culinary creations would undoubtedly be far more intriguing than gazing upon the empress herself. In his heart, North recalled Hancock, who may have stealthily entered his room with a knife last night, causing him considerable discontent. He truly felt that if one had no guilty conscience, there would be no reason to intrude at such an hour. What did he take his dignified chamber for? Moreover, he considered himself a respectable individual. My Lord North, the former empress has arrived. She appears to be seeking you, a female warrior announced with utmost respect as she approached him. What business could that old woman have? North pondered to himself, then proceeded with the young girl towards the elderly woman, Granny Jami, who stood beneath a nearby tree. North, have you once again employed that ability of yours? The entire 9 serpents have been affected, startling me from my slumber. Granny Jami was somewhat aware of North's capabilities, which was why she had not prevented him from remaining in the land of women. After all, the strong possess intrinsic value for utilization. I merely used it to fish in the deep sea. There is nothing to be concerned about. North spoke in a subdued tone. Yet he harbored doubts about the old woman's visit being solely for such a trivial matter. He inquired, Old woman, do you have any other business? I am rather occupied at the moment. By the way, would you like me to prepare a sumptuous meat dish for you later? However, the old woman's dental health was poor. She could hardly manage anything too tough. You would do well not to be stingy. Provide me with ample collagen-rich ingredients. Simmer them into a glossy, rich broth, and deliver it to me promptly. Indeed, I, too, require careful skincare like that young Lady Hancock. Despite her advanced age, Granny Jami showed no signs of embarrassment. Subsequently, she produced an old newspaper from her bosom and remarked, Here, take a look at this. It details the events from 3 months ago. Your misdeeds have already made it to the wanted posters. North took the newspaper, cast a brief glance at it, and then returned it, saying, In truth, all of this was within my expectations. However, after today, my bounty will surpass that of Hancock. Since I, North, have chosen to break my silence, I merely hope to fulfill the vow I made long ago and liberate myself from these shackles. Yet, these matters are beyond my wife's control. Young ones, you must handle them as you see fit. As long as it does not disturb the citizens of the Land of Lilies and allows me to enjoy my twilight years in peace, I shall be eternally grateful. Grandma Jami folded the newspaper, not missing the opportunity to tease, North, your bounty portrait, upon closer inspection, possesses a certain charm. You have been living too comfortably. Which is why I, having just embarked on my journey, managed to accomplish something of moderate significance, while fishing in the deep sea. I also sank a warship from the Navy headquarters. Soon, there will be more entertainment to witness. You must prepare yourself mentally, for you know, once I, North, decide to take action, even I am frightened by this formidable power. Nos chuckled playfully, yet his demeanor conveyed a sense of earnestness, as if he were genuinely imparting a crucial warning. Reflecting on this matter, it brings to mind another pressing issue that I must share with you. Hancock has, since last night, succumbed to a dreadful psychological ailment. Currently, she lies in bed, in a state worse than death, incapacitated and unable to fight. Therefore, you must manage the affairs concerning the battleship on your own, and hasten back to provide her with the restorative care she requires. I believe that you are the only one in this world capable of effecting her complete healing. The old woman shook her head, sighing, Alas, I never experienced such happiness in my youth. No problem, she continued. Regardless of the severity of the illness, I shall endeavor to assist. Norse did not dwell on the sudden illness of Hancock, instead harboring doubts about the authenticity of her ailment. He recalled how, just last night, he had stormed into her chamber armed, leaving no stone unturned, not even sparing a pristine set of bedding. As for that old woman, let's leave it at that. He needed to hasten back to prepare some sustenance, for he would soon need to communicate through the art of combat. Thus, Norse temporarily retreated to ready himself for the imminent confrontation. Chapter 14. Admiral Akiji a few hours later. The windless sea bore witness to a formidable fleet of 9 naval warships, arrayed in perfect formation. At the helm stood none other than the illustrious Vice Admiral Akiji, renowned for his power to freeze all that he touches. To countless pirates, he was regarded as a veritable monster, having once achieved the astonishing feat of encasing 1,000 miles of ocean in ice. Among the vast ranks of the Navy and its soldiers, Akiji's combat prowess was deemed worthy of being the foremost candidate for the position of admiral, with a future brimming with limitless potential. Meanwhile, the sisters Galad and Sonia of the Kuja pirates had unleashed their ship from the harbor of Amazon Lily. The flag of the Kuja pirates, emblazoned with a radiant sun encircling a skull entwined by 9 serpents, proudly waved overhead. The vessel itself, a striking crimson, was propelled by 2 colossal sea serpents that glided beneath the hull. These massive serpents possessed a venom feared even by sea kings, firmly establishing the Kuja pirates as the undisputed sovereigns of the windless sea, with even the sea kings reluctant to contest their dominance. Norse, you must not conceal anything from us this time, Galad earnestly implored. With our sister suddenly incapacitated, facing such a formidable naval fleet, we can only rely on you to lead us in our resistance. Meanwhile, Sonia and I can barely contend with Rear Admiral Stolo Berry. On board, Galad expressed her heartfelt gratitude for the sumptuous feast Norse had prepared prior to the battle. The dishes featuring Sea King delicacies were exquisite, truly nourishing, filling me with vigor. Indeed, Sonia chimed in. You need not worry about us, Norse. We are not the least bit afraid, and I am already looking forward to savoring the leftover delicacies. She nodded, hoping that Norse would remain focused and untroubled by their safety. Norse observed the two sisters with a gentle smile, remarking, "It seems your attitude towards me has undergone a complete transformation today. It appears this was not the case before. In the past. Who could blame you for keeping your true self hidden? I had assumed you wished to be a pampered, idle gentleman. However, now that you are the vice-captain of our 9 Serpents pirate crew, it is only natural that we shall grow to respect you more and engage with you in earnest." Sonia, with a hint of playful affection, added, almost as if she were about to rush forward and tug at Norse's hand in a teasing manner, "Well, I must say, your demeanor today appears to be quite sincere." Norse suddenly produced a white paper cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips. "Could you light this for me before we continue our conversation?" The two sisters exchanged glances, understanding that Norse was eager to gauge their true sentiments. "Wait here. I'll fetch a light." Sonia dashed into the cabin and soon emerged with a box of matches, carefully igniting Norse's cigarette. "How's that? Am I still in your good graces?" "Quite well, indeed. Since you acknowledge me as your first mate, I assure you of your safety. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on you, I shall take their lives." Norse spoke with a calm authority as he took leisurely puffs from his cigarette. The crew members aboard the vessel felt a sense of reassurance upon witnessing Norse's composure and commanding presence. They thought to themselves, no wonder he is the illustrious first mate. It had long been rumored that Lord Norse concealed his true prowess, and reflecting on his earlier display of skill in deep-sea fishing, it seemed that had merely been a prelude to his true capabilities. His actual combat strength had yet to be fully revealed. "Aha, I knew you would treat us best." "Norse," Sonia remarked playfully, her charm evident in her smile. Norse gazed at Sonia, suddenly captivated by her enchanting allure, unable to suppress a shiver, contemplating that indeed he could not afford to open his heart to them. It was simply too terrifying. "Well, this tactic is of no use to me. You should return to steering the ship." Gwen cast the remaining cigarette butt into the sea and, glancing at the naval vessel still some distance away, reminded all the girls aboard, "You two must refrain from impulsively rushing in, merely because you see men on the other side. Remember, without my command, you are merely spectators on this ship, observing from the sidelines. Understood?" "Understood, rest assured, Lord Norse." Thus, the 9 Snake pirate ship sailed across the windless sea, gradually approaching the 9 naval vessels at headquarters. At a distance of more than 50 meters between the two ships, suddenly, the sea surface spanning hundreds of miles was enveloped in ice by Qingji, whose power invoked the Ice Age. Even the 9 Snake pirate ship was trapped in this frozen expanse. Qingji's move was a preemptive strike, creating an advantageous icy domain for the Navy while simultaneously obstructing the enemy's escape route. This was one of Qingji's tactical approaches in maritime warfare. "Well, is this the power of a vice-admiral? Look, our ship is completely encased in ice. Indeed, it's incredibly formidable. The sea can be frozen in an instant, truly demonic." The crew of girl pirates aboard the 9 Snake ship were filled with astonishment and anxiety. This was not solely due to their ship being frozen. It appeared as though the entire sea surface had succumbed to ice, leading to a rapid drop in temperature below 0 degrees Celsius. The chilling cold was piercing. Major Strawberry, well met after a long while. Gull had spotted her defeated adversary from 3 months prior, Strawberry, on a naval ship across the way, mocking, "Your strength is hardly impressive." While rumors circulate that you ambushed and killed the captain of the Sun Pirates, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 200 million. Might you be gilding your own image a tad too much? At this moment, Gullud's demeanor was particularly exaggerated. She extended a long leg, half leaning on the ship's railing, her upper body tilted forward, the weight of her form resting upon her thigh, unabashedly exposing a glimpse of her private documents to the naval officers who cast furtive glances. If these elite naval officers were so easily distracted by Gullud's casual display, then upon encountering the Imperial Beauty Hancock, they would likely be rendered utterly powerless, unable even to draw their weapons, ultimately becoming mere puppets. As for Major Strawberry, he had only been rescued onto the ship a little over an hour prior, during which he faced reprimand from his superior, Vice Admiral Qingji, who deemed him unworthy of his rank, having lost a naval vessel and buried several soldiers beneath the sea. The most critical aspect was that such calamity had unfolded in a mere morning. Consequently, Strawberry stood silently behind Vice Admiral Qingji, opting to leave all decisions and actions to his superior to avoid further complicating matters. Meanwhile, a petty officer accompanying Qingji swiftly retrieved a wanted poster, reporting, "Vice Admiral. This pirate is Gullud from the 9 Snake Pirates, possessing the Zoan-type snake fruit. Although her bounty reached 30 million berries, she poses no significant threat." Sighing, he thought of sharing this earlier, but ultimately decided to adhere to the convention of releasing a chapter at midnight. Alas, the harsh criticism over the past few days has been unbearable. To be honest, I find myself questioning life once again, uncertain of how to write what you wish to see. Chapter 15, Sun vs. Frozen. Qingji paid no heed to the petty officer's mutterings. Instead, an intense chill emanated from his entire being, as if he were consumed by fury. He inquired of Major Strawberry, "That fellow is the one who killed our soldiers, correct?" Strawberry, momentarily startled, quickly responded, "Yes, Vice Admiral, that man is Norse, extremely cunning. His bounty listed by the world government is a mere 100 berries. Yet, He possesses the ability to fly freely and employs various astonishing techniques. Flying? Qingxi raised an eyebrow. The ability to soar through the skies was indeed rare among pirates. Could it be that the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, who vanished a decade ago, has returned in another guise? Does he have a criminal record? It seems there are no such records. All detailed information was provided by the secret intelligence agency CP 3 months ago, indicating he was merely a talented cook and a ship's doctor who had treated many patients. Furthermore, 3 months ago, during the Nine-Snake Pirates' ambush on our fleet, he did not partake in the battle, only to suddenly reveal unfathomable power today amidst a disagreement. Major Strawberry spoke extensively, his words entirely truthful, not daring to deceive the Vice Admiral before him. Ice Horse Man, I hear you are a monster of the naval headquarters, renowned across the seas in recent years. I wonder how much the world government would elevate my bounty for defeating you. Suddenly, Norse executed a gravity-defying leap, arrogantly landing atop the mast of Qingxi's ship. As he bent forward, looking down at Qingxi, his battle spirit surged uncontrollably. Yet, Norse soon became displeased. He sneered, I, Norse, am merely worth a bounty of 100 berries? You Navy truly are dull. Do you really hold me in such contempt? Or is it that even a mere animal surpasses me? Norse found himself utterly perplexed. How could a bounty of 100 Bailey be so widely publicized, rendering him inferior even to a mere reindeer? This had become the most humiliating moment of his life. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he erupted in a fervent declaration, Arise, O son of calamity. Norse's gesture resembled a mighty force pushing against the heavens, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. As the clouds above began to churn and darken, suddenly, a crimson light pierced through the shroud of darkness, spinning and expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding dense layers of dark clouds transformed in hue, presenting a sky ablaze with fiery clouds. All of this seemed to transpire in the blink of an eye. The heavens altered, and the ocean was stained crimson, reminiscent of an apocalypse or the descent of hell. A sun-like orb, appearing as if it were ablaze up close, hovered above Norse's head, occupying the very center of this celestial expanse and emanating an astonishing force of destruction, as if it could obliterate this realm. None could rival it. Qingxi, do you now dare to engage me in combat? North let out a thunderous roar, issuing an ultimate challenge, his eyes filled with disdain. Even if you choose not to fight, my strike shall inevitably descend upon you. A wave of panic rippled through the ranks of the Navy. This individual was overwhelmingly powerful and terrifying. Concurrently, an inescapable thought lingered. How could this man's danger level possibly be merely 100 berries? Without further contemplation, it was evident that the intelligence provided by the secret CP organization was erroneous. After all, this single, world-altering move he was about to unleash was likely on par with the might of an admiral or one of the 4 emperors. As for the pirates aboard the Snake Princess, they stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing North for the very first time. Their incredulity was palpable. They could scarcely fathom that their Lord North had reached such a terrifying pinnacle, capable of transforming the very heavens with a mere gesture. Was he destined to become the 5th sovereign of the seas? Could it truly be this exhilarating, this astonishing? I shall exert my utmost to bring you to justice, Qingxi declared, his expression impassive. Yet beneath his stoic facade lay a heavy heart, for he sensed he was facing a pirate of unfathomable caliber. Nevertheless, for the sake of the soldiers behind him and in memory of those who had fallen innocently, as a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, he knew he must capture this formidable foe. Very well, you are indeed a heroic figure. The hand of North descended with a steady force, bringing forth the disaster sun. A sphere the size of a blue ball that began its descent from the heavens, poised to obliterate everything beneath. Qingxi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Today's adversary might very well be the most formidable he had encountered in over a decade of his career. He could not afford to conceal any of his strength. He resolved to exert himself fully, for failure would mean complete annihilation, and his name, Qingxi, would plummet into obscurity. With a fierce determination, Qingxi unleashed an infinite enhancement of ice. In an instant, a chilling aura erupted from him, enveloping the surroundings in a blinding white haze, reminiscent of the tumultuous clouds above. Concurrently, an ice bird rapidly coalesced on his right arm, soaring towards the descending disaster sun, showcasing an immense display of impact and destructive force. However, as the ice bird soared, it received further amplification from the surging cold energy, wrapping it in an even more formidable layer. In the blink of an eye, under the influence of this boundless enhancement, the ice bird expanded to over 10 times its original size, reaching a length of 100 meters, exuding an even more terrifying freezing power. Wherever the ice bird flew, it left a path of frost in its wake, its massive beak poised to devour the calamity sun descending from above. At that moment, Qingxi acknowledged, albeit reluctantly, the fearsome power possessed by his opponent. Yet, he vowed to give his all, intending for the frozen ice bird to consume the solar-like energy, extinguishing all light and fire beneath its unimaginable heat. Is that so? But no one can consume my son, North retorted, gritting his teeth. Unleashing a torrential blaze from his body, the descending disaster sun responded with an even more intense eruption of fire and light, radiating a dreadful heat that distorted the very fabric of space around it, leaving behind ominous dark marks, akin to a black hole with a terrifying devouring force. A moment of shock struck Qingxi. Was this power not exceedingly overwhelming? Yet, he found no solution to this dilemma and resolved to push forth with all his might. Daring not to waver, he prepared for a final, desperate gamble, summoning all his energy to continuously release a towering chill. Creating a stark contrast of ice and fire against North's might, the space behind Shinji seemed to freeze over, and naturally. The naval forces at his back were temporarily encased in ice. As for the Calamity Sun, it was engulfed by the colossal iceberg, but this was merely the beginning. Not the conclusion of their fierce confrontation. Norse once proclaimed that no one could consume his sun. Even if it could, the warmth would dissipate. Yet the light would remain undiminished. Furthermore, whether this iceberg could extinguish Norse's cataclysmic sun hinges upon Shinji's capacity to sustain his output, determining whether he can suppress the relentless radiance and flames during that interval. Chapter 16. Surely grant me a satisfactory bounty. Behold our Vice Admiral's magnificent bird, effortlessly devouring the enemy's fireball. Good heavens, indeed, he is worthy of being one of the esteemed candidates from our Navy headquarters. It is no wonder they say that whenever the Vice Admiral sets sail, he becomes the nightmare of countless pirates. In this moment, the Navy personnel brimmed with pride and exhilaration. Lord Shinji is truly invincible. His mastery of freezing power rendered the world awash in awe, as if an extreme, frigid realm of ice and snow had descended upon them. Endless snowflakes fluttered about, yet suddenly, an unprecedented wave of chilling terror emanated from Shinji. While the hearts of countless sailors still surged with fervor, proximity to him rendered their bodies increasingly rigid and bone-chillingly cold, invoking an involuntary sense of dread within. Vice Admiral. A group of sailors aboard the warship were paralyzed with fear. They soon observed that the deck, railings, and mast were swiftly enshrouded in ice, threatening to entrap the entire vessel and its crew, blurring the line between friend and foe. This was utterly horrifying. Is the legend surrounding the Vice Admiral true? A sailor exclaimed in sheer panic. Upon hearing this, numerous sailors cast fearful glances at the towering figure before them, though he stood at the forefront. He now exuded an aura of terror. It was said that during battle, Vice Admiral Shinji sometimes succumbed to madness, unable to discern friend from foe, as if a dreadful demon resided within him, instilling an undeniable fear. This was one reason they believed Shinji preferred solitude in his endeavors. Do not approach me, Shinji uttered coldly. As for the notion of him being a monster, he indeed might be one, though not in the manner these individuals envisioned. He simply had grown accustomed to surpassing his limits in each battle, often at a considerable cost. Once his freezing powers exceeded his physical capacity, Shinji struggled to maintain control. Fearing an uncontrollable rampage, ships quickly distanced themselves, cannons aimed at the enemy, prepared to fire at a moment's notice. The composed Major Stolo seized the opportunity to act, delivering a decisive command, for he had heard of the Vice Admiral's monstrous reputation. All soldiers aboard this vessel, evacuate immediately. Things are becoming rather interesting. North gazed down from above at a naval warship, observing the sailors engaging in inexplicable maneuvers. He pondered whether the young and reckless individual possessed some hidden strategies. A sense of unease washed over him at the thought that, should these tactics be unleashed, they might spell disaster for those sailors. However, in the next moment, North furrowed his brow. He noticed that other warships had deployed rows of cannons, each meticulously aimed at both his position and that of the 9 Serpent pirate ship. Norse became exceedingly serious. Young and inexperienced, perhaps your freezing abilities are indeed formidable, but when confronted with my son, Norse, they shall ultimately be completely melted away. North confidently and arrogantly declared, my strength surpasses yours, the sun shall never be devoured. As North stood upon the void, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, ready to unleash his power. Behold, the Son of Calamity is unleashed. The colossal iceberg, having consumed the Son of Calamity, was instantaneously riddled with countless intricate fissures, from which thousands of crimson beams transformed into shimmering swords of light, piercing through and obliterating the ice creature entirely. In that moment, the Son of Calamity re-emerged in the void, radiating an unparalleled brilliance and searing heat, as if it had become an invincible entity capable of commanding everything in its vicinity. In an instant, it released a multitude of scorching light swords, akin to meteors tearing through space, directed towards the warships and numerous naval forces. Heavens! Could this possibly be the mightiest technique of Admiral Kizaru, the 8 Shaka KG? The Navy personnel were left in sheer astonishment and disbelief. Those fortunate enough to have witnessed Admiral Kizaru in action understood the weight of this technique. It epitomized absolute strength. This is dire. We must contact headquarters for reinforcements. A naval officer exclaimed in terror. They could hardly fathom that in this windless sea, there existed a power capable of rivaling an admiral, perhaps even surpassing it. Potentially the might of a sovereign of the seas. Meanwhile, Shinji, acting swiftly, concentrated his gaze, summoning a surge of icy energy that soared skyward, manifesting a towering wall of ice reaching 100 fathoms in height before him. However, the execution of such a formidable maneuver exacted an immense toll on Shinji, leaving him perilously weakened, as he knelt on one knee, exhaling a long breath of frigid air. The luminous sword of North relentlessly assailed the suddenly rising ice wall, generating a vast amount of steam that enveloped the surroundings. Fire. In this moment, Major General Stolo sought to buy some time for the Vice Admiral to recuperate. Awaiting the support of the naval headquarters was utterly impossible, so in the absence of a return order, they had no choice but to exert their utmost effort. Boom, boom, boom. In mere seconds, 8 warships unleashed an onslaught of 50 to 60 cannonballs, aimed at the void where North and the 9 Serpents pirate ship lingered. Major General Stolo aimed to disrupt the enemy's formation, even aspiring to obliterate their vessel, rendering the adversary's main force incapacitated. Humph. Mere dozens of cannonballs. How much time can they truly procure for your Vice Admiral? North stood his ground, a cold smile etched upon his face as he regarded the self-important naval officers. In the face of absolute power, any assault by the weak is merely a futile exercise, he declared. Now begone. With a mere flick of his hand, North summoned the Disaster Sun, which floated in the void, unleashing thousands of radiant swords that intercepted and obliterated all incoming cannonballs at the speed of light. It is worth noting that his fruit is the sun fruit, far rarer and of a higher echelon than the yellow ape's light fruit. For light emanates from the sun itself. All the female pirates aboard the 9 Snake pirate ship were left in stunned disbelief, initially assuming that North had forsaken their safety. They grasped their bows, infused with haki, preparing to shoot down the cannonballs hurtling towards them. Yet, who could have anticipated North's extraordinary prowess? With a mere gesture, he annihilated the incoming projectiles in the blink of an eye, reducing them to nothingness. Sonia, do you know how I feel right now? Grood said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Sonia swallowed hard, her emotions tumultuous as she inquired, what is it that you feel now? Honestly, I am ready to lay down and serve as a subordinate to the 5th Emperor of the Sea. This sensation feels as surreal as a dream. Grood struggled to contain his astonishment at North's formidable strength, which overwhelmed him in that moment. Meanwhile, Qingshi seized the opportunity to regain some stamina, forcing himself to rise. Determined to transcend his limits. 2 spears. Instantly, 2 indomitable ice spears materialized beside him. One hurtling towards North at breakneck speed while the other was aimed at the Disaster Sun. Ah, do you still not understand? But this time, I shall grant your wish. Norse resolved to make Qingshi thoroughly aware of their disparity in strength, illustrating that it was not merely a wall of ice or 2 ice spears that could bridge the gap. With a thunderous roar, the indomitable ice spear pierced the Catastrophe Sun effortlessly, yet, akin to a harbinger of destruction, the Catastrophe Sun unleashed a cascade of starry embers that rained downwards. These embers proved obstinate and exceedingly difficult to extinguish. The warship was ignited instantly, the naval officers found themselves engulfed in flames, and even Qingji's ice age was set ablaze. Such an occurrence bordered on the unbelievable. It is noteworthy that Qingji's ice age, once frozen, typically required 2 weeks to thaw, however. It was now melting under the onslaught of the starry embers released by the explosion of the Catastrophe Sun. Ah, quickly, extinguish the fire, save me. My heavens. It burns, it burns. The naval officers aboard the warship screamed in agony, the scene descending into utter chaos, leaving no time to retaliate against Norse. They were all preoccupied with self-preservation and dousing the flames consuming their vessel. Use seawater. Seawater can extinguish it. Amidst the panic, a naval officer realized that seawater was the only means to entirely quench such a terrifying blaze. Meanwhile, Norse showcased a remarkable feat, demonstrating what it meant to catch an ice spear with bare hands. Casually invoking solar gravity, he intercepted the swiftly approaching ice spear from a distance. After dissipating its sharpness, he grasped it in his hand, resulting in his entire arm being enveloped in ice. Yet, with a powerful grip, he shattered the ice spear, simultaneously obliterating the icy grip that had ensnared his arm. This underscored that Norse's martial prowess was not to be underestimated. Observing this display, Qingji could not help but draw in a breath of cold air, contemplating that perhaps this individual possessed greater strength than he had initially surmised. You are indeed formidable. I hope today's affront has not thoroughly provoked your ire, Qingji stated, maintaining a dignified composure. Recognizing that such a powerful figure bore no criminal record only served to highlight his exceptional nature. Perhaps, if one refrained from provoking him, he would continue to adhere to decorum. Oh, Norse was somewhat taken aback by the utterance of such words, considering that this was an individual who would not utter a sound even when his leg was broken. It seems that time indeed has the power to transform many people. Very well, I shall contemplate this matter. For now, you may all take your leave. Upon your return, it is imperative that you provide me with a satisfactory valuation of my worth, for failure to do so will result in dire consequences. Norse earnestly cautioned. Chapter 17, The Affliction of Longing. Only Norse can cure 10 warships, under the invincible sun, had sustained varying degrees of damage and required immediate return to the headquarters for repairs and maintenance. Qingshi, too, found himself devoid of any inclination or time to propose that the world government support the Navy headquarters, with the warring states as its vanguard, in their recruitment of Boa Hancock under the title of Warlord of the Sea. As for today's events, he would report them accurately. The will of North must be conveyed to the Marshal of the warring states. After all, offering a bounty of 100 berries is a grave provocation for such a formidable being, marking a disastrous misstep from the very outset. It is imperative to rectify this mistake without delay and establish a new bounty, lest we allow a pirate of such caliber, who could be aptly regarded as a sovereign of the seas, to descend into an abyss of unending criminality. Moreover, it appears that this individual is quite concerned about his own bounty. It seems that once a cause is established, he must receive a result that corresponds to his considerable prowess. Meanwhile, on the other side, Norse returned to the 9 Serpent pirate ship. This battle for him merely entailed the utilization of a fraction of his strength, nothing more. Yet, this very fraction of power drove Qingji to the brink of despair. In truth, Qingji's freezing abilities were quite formidable, a fact Norse initially acknowledged. Alas, he was pitted against a formidable adversary capable of flight, delivering relentless assaults from above. Moreover, a crucial factor was that Qingji's fruit abilities were entirely suppressed by the light and heat of the sun fruit, rendering any of his freezing techniques utterly powerless against the sun's onslaught. As for whether Norse's invocation of solar power inflicted any dreadful repercussions upon his body, there is little cause for concern. Unless pushed to the precipice or cornered to his limits, Norse's physique would remain unscathed. However, if one were to seek any external side effects, one could only say, every time Nos wielded the power of the sun fruit, the blood coursing through his veins surged with an intensity akin to that of an exalted lineage. If he were to falter in his confidence or pride, he would feel an overwhelming discomfort, as if an eruption of his latent power was imminent. Thus, to avoid the calamity of unleashing his fury upon the innocent due to such side effects, Nos had to embody an aura of invincibility and absolute arrogance. In the heat of battle, his every utterance became a decree. No one was permitted to challenge his authority or rival his supremacy. Should anyone dare to eclipse his might or pride, the full force of the sun fruit would erupt uncontrollably, and even he would find it impossible to restrain its ultimate power. Yet, it must be said that Nos was a remarkably kind-hearted individual. In the throes of combat, he consistently suppressed the urge to display his invincible demeanor and to embrace a level of arrogance unparalleled by others. Nos, why do you spare those Navy soldiers? They are mere lapdogs of the celestial dragons, deserving only of death, Grid pouted, feeling discontent that those soldiers might return unscathed. In truth, he believed they were receiving more than they deserved. Sonia, however, chose not to voice her thoughts overtly but remarked, "Ah, what a pity. 10 warships laden with untold supplies. If only we could seize them all to aid our nation as populace, I believe our people's lives would improve significantly." Indeed, that sentiment holds merit. Noth nodded. Very well, from now on, regardless of who comes, if they do not leave behind any supplies, they shall meet their demise. This was much more agreeable. Upon hearing this, Golud felt a surge of happiness. In truth, she was acutely aware that as the vice-captain with such formidable strength, she had no right to impose demands or cast blame upon him, especially considering that Noth was confronting everything alone today. They were merely there to observe and offer no assistance. Reflecting on this, Golud felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had not contributed in any meaningful way yet had the audacity to make such requests of Noth. Surely, even if her elder sister were present, she would not utter such words. "I apologize, Noth. I regret speaking to you in that manner," Golud said, her cheeks flushed. "Ha ha ha, please, do not feel this way. I genuinely appreciate the authentic you. Do not allow my strength to make you feel inferior." Noth could not help but chuckle, naturally dismissing such matters from his mind. Furthermore, without the ability to wield the power of the sun fruit, he could easily control both his invincible demeanor and his arrogance. "I am not feeling inferior," Golud suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion as he argued. "I only admitted my fault out of embarrassment. All right, all right, all right, we must return immediately. Our esteemed sister is still lying in bed, waiting for Noth's return." Sonia, unfazed, thought to herself that it was clearly a trivial matter they often engaged in, and there was no need to delineate it so sharply. She remarked, "Golud, you ought to consider this. As long as we think of ourselves as Noth's saviors, regardless of our actions, he will undoubtedly forgive us. So there is no need for formality. Moreover, a person as formidable as Noth was not simply pulled from the ocean by mere shrimp like us. Why feel inferior?" Golud, however, found himself quite vexed by Sonia's incessant chatter. Why could she not keep her thoughts to herself? He replied with evident frustration, "Sonia, you've spoken out of turn again. Did our esteemed sister not remind us that henceforth we must refrain from saying such things to Noth? And we certainly cannot let Noth know that our esteemed sister is eager to see him, can we?" Sonia covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief, stammering, "But you articulated it even more clearly and directly than I did." North found himself at a loss for words regarding their mindless performance and remarked, "Can you two perhaps adopt a different approach? I have witnessed this same routine countless times over the past 3 years. I am truly at a loss, numbed, and on the verge of nausea, almost compelled to unleash my frustrations upon you. Well then, let's speak plainly." Sonia and Gorid suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and spoke in unison. "Our esteemed elder sister is afflicted with lovesickness. Granny Jama has stated that this is likely the consequence of your actions, yet only you possess the power to save her." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Norse burst into hearty laughter. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Am I truly destined to overturn my fate, to trample upon the empress, and reclaim all the dignity I have lost over these past 3 years? What are you laughing at?" Someone interjected, "Indeed. Who said you had to step over our esteemed sister?" Granny Jamie remarked, "Your actions are quite simple. Our sister will surely recover." "Oh, I am eager to hear more." Norse composed himself, though he still harbored a touch of schadenfreude. "The answer is to confess your feelings to our sister," Sonia declared. "But I do not harbor any affection for her." "Why must it be me who confesses?" Norse seemed to hear a jest. Was it not the case that the empress was now the one wielding control over him, rather than the other way around? already bound to 3 women. He felt a profound sense of injustice. Now they were playing this farce with him? Norse sighed deeply. Suddenly, Grid and Sonia appeared with tear-filled eyes, adopting a woeful demeanor in hopes of eliciting his sympathy. Lord Norse, we implore you to save our empress. The other girls aboard the ship, upon hearing this, understood that only Lord Norse could alleviate the empress's affliction of longing, and thus they immediately knelt, requesting earnestly yet respectfully. Ah, your actions truly place me in a difficult position. It is not necessarily my role to confess, is it? She could very well express her feelings to me. After all, I have indicated my willingness to accept her confession, even if it is a burden. What more do you wish from me? Norse resolutely refuses to entertain the notion of confessing his feelings. His sole desire now is to rid the elderly matriarch of her remaining few teeth. It is astonishing that such words could even be uttered. However, we had previously expressed that he might not acquiesce. Yet the old matron warned that such sentiments could be perilous, as our esteemed elder might find it even more difficult to voice her feelings, potentially allowing them to fester within until they become a malady, leading to a swift demise amidst the torments of depression. Norse, please don't be this way. Besides, our elder sister is truly a paragon of beauty. Does that not bring you joy? Furthermore, we genuinely wish to avoid witnessing our elder sister in perpetual anguish. Faced with a throng of envious, tearful young women, Norse felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. Why has fate arranged such a scenario, placing him in a land teeming with women, and now assigning him one as well? Alas, you women are a vexation. I must have incurred some misfortune over 8 generations. Were it not for you, I, Norse, would have long since ascended to the throne in this new world. What nonsense! Had it not been for us, you would have drowned long ago. Indeed, no matter how formidable a fruit user may be, can one truly expect to conquer the sea? Sonia and Grid murmured to one another, completely oblivious to Norse's attempt to find a way out, which he had intentionally articulated. Simple-minded, foolish, I scarcely know how to describe you. Nuasi, with a face full of discontent, spoke earnestly. If you wish for me to rescue your esteemed sister, it is indeed possible. However, she must come to my chamber this evening, impeccably clean. What? Oh, I meant to say, find a way to bring her to my room tonight. Remember, if you delay, it will be farewell. Furthermore, I must also mentally prepare myself, as this endeavor is truly no simple task. North thought to himself. Who has he encountered such a situation for the first time? It is not a trivial matter. Today, I have written over 6,000 words, compensating for the chapter 1 owed yesterday. I sincerely thank those supportive companions of mine. In just a few more chapters, I will seamlessly align my writing with the main storyline and will strive to provide you with additional chapters each week. Chapter 18, Gentle Care for You as Night Fell. A serene silence enveloped the surroundings. After indulging in a sumptuous meal crafted by his own hands, Nuasi realized that the hour was still early. He then set off towards the Sisters' Hot Springs, accompanied by his pet snake, Hong Pai Pai. The Sisters' Hot Springs are situated outdoors in the southeastern part of the city, just 2 main streets and 3 smaller lanes away from the palace. Nearby, in one of these quaint lanes, resides the elderly woman known as Jami, who enjoys a modest abode for her retirement. During the day, the sisters' bathing pool is often filled with numerous young women, indulging in their bathing and frolicking freely, leaving the onlookers, particularly those enamored with the same sex, utterly dazzled and blushing profusely. In the quiet of the night, however, the scene transforms into tranquility, with only 3 interconnected hot spring pools emitting gentle wisps of steam and the melodious sound of flowing water, devoid of any other presence. This is not the first time Nos has visited this place. The power he currently wields is of his own making. He once proclaimed, as a member of the Kingdom of Women, while you may occupy this space during the day, surely you must grant me a semblance of usage rights at night. In the initial days, there were even enchanting women who would sneak out at midnight to catch a glimpse of him bathing. However, it was not long before the authorities, led by Hancock, issued an unequivocal decree. No citizens from other nations were permitted to loiter or spy near the outdoor bathing area during the night. Upon his arrival, North scanned the surroundings, where lights twinkled both near and far, under a sky adorned with a radiant moon and a myriad of shimmering stars, creating a truly enchanting scene. To his dismay, that old woman exhibited no sense of shame, as she clandestinely observed him bathing in the nude each night before retreating to her slumber. North felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could that woman, residing in a modest abode merely a few hundred meters away, dare to open her window and fixate her gaze upon his bathing pool? He resolved to shield himself, determined not to allow her to succeed in her prying. Norse never chose to depart. He had the serpent shield his gaze from the adversary. He then removed all his garments, for there was nothing to be concerned about. Those were merely elders of the utmost venerable stature. Plop. Norse leapt into the bath, luxuriating as he reclined within the warm waters, the temperature as delightful as ever. At that moment, from several hundred meters away, an old woman at the window shook her head in glee, muttering to herself, "This young man is truly favored by fortune. I wonder what sparks will fly from this leap." Huh? Where are you going, Redskin? Aren't you going to pamper your master with a back rub tonight? Damn it, don't expect to share my bed. Norse observed with surprise as Redskin, behaving unusually, swam towards the adjacent bath, heedless of his calls. North followed suit, for after all, the crimson-skinned fellow did possess some degree of utility. At the very least, His expertise in providing a back rub was nothing short of delightful, truly deserving of the title of an excellent aide beneath the realm of indulgence. Come back to me. Norse pursued into another bathing pool, reaching towards the misty surface of the water, where he grasped the tail of a serpent. Mizaro, however, as Norse forcefully pulled it from the water, he was taken aback to discover it was a large boa constrictor, adorned in a striking pattern of white and red. And notably, it was female. Was this not Hancock's beloved pet snake? How flamboyant it appeared. Ah, no wonder Redskin did not assist me with my back tonight. It seems you have been seducing my Redskin. Yet, it soon dawned on Norse that something was amiss. This Mizaro, which always seemed to be inextricably linked to Hancock. How could it be here in the sisters' bathing pool, attempting to entice his Redskin? Could it be that, at that moment, Mizaro began to slither up Norse's arm, wrapping itself around him entirely. Hey, that is not something to bite. Good heavens, that is my lifeline. Norse was startled, breaking into a cold sweat in that instant. Just the thought of it made him uncomfortable. Mizaro, in all its serpentine fury, not only coiled its massive form around his bare body, but also thrust its head from between his legs, opening its gaping maw as if threatening to bite his most prized possession. All right, I want to resist, but should you dare to bite down, I shall consume you on the spot. Norse was vexed. Had it not been Hancock's favorite pet snake, he would have already dismembered it, yet here it was, daring to threaten him. Such reckless folly. Suddenly, from the misty surface of the water emerged a flawless, naked woman, her body draped in a cascade of silvery hair. Beneath the luminous moonlight, her alabaster skin radiated a gentle glow, revealing every inch of her flesh. This woman was undeniably youthful, yet fortunately, the silken strands concealed her most vital attributes. In that instant, Norse locked eyes with her and realized, to his dismay, that this was indeed Boa Hancock. But what was she doing here? Nos appeared visibly anxious, as if a myriad of words were trapped within him, unable to be articulated with fluency. And his ears had inexplicably turned crimson. He had never encountered such a situation before, lacking even the slightest mental preparation. And now he was suddenly confronted with Boa Hancock's provocative photographs. What was he to do? Before Nos could finish his sentence, Hancock interrupted him, her face flushed with embarrassment, saying, "In truth, I am already aware. If you feel uncomfortable, there is no need to voice it directly to me." Huh? North was utterly perplexed, completely at a loss. He wondered what could possibly be known. Had Sonia and the others said something to Hancock? But what could be so significant that it would prompt the typically proud Hancock to be so proactive and courageous in her presence, even approaching him with such intent? North had longed to express something, yet Hancock approached with her delicate fingers gently covering his mouth. She gazed into his eyes with deep affection and said, "In truth, the moment you stepped into this pool, I had already fully believed what they said and resolved to accept your confession. But rest assured, I shall not seek to control you. Throughout my life, I will treat you with tenderness and care, hoping that we may support each other through thick and thin." Upon hearing this, North, as a man brimming with youthful vigor, found himself in a precarious situation. If he were to remain unresponsive, it would pose a significant dilemma regarding his masculinity. However, this left Mizaro utterly bewildered. As it gazed upon him, it seemed to grow in size. Mistakenly believing that North was preparing to resist, it was ready to strike, but unexpectedly, the crimson figure emerged from below, intervening and expressing its affections, thus bringing matters to a quiet conclusion. Norse felt as if his entire being was ablaze, contemplating that this was indeed a fire ignited by dry tinder. Although he had never considered such matters before, the allure of this situation was one that no man could resist. Norse swallowed hard, his expression filled with helplessness as he said, "Well, now that you've said that, I understand what I should do moving forward. But could you perhaps think a little more about me? Would it be too much to ask for you to immerse yourself completely in the water? Not just yet, for I still have so much more to express to you. I am aware that you have been concerned about my gaze upon you when I saved you. So, I stand here, candid and open before you. Might that bring you some joy? Furthermore, last night, I entered your chamber wielding a blade. Knowing well that you were not nestled beneath the covers when I acted, I merely wished to capture your attention further, as you silently erased the marks upon us. My heart grew increasingly restless for you." As she spoke, Hancock suddenly lunged toward Norse. In that fleeting moment, Norse found himself engulfed in confusion. To accept her was akin to embracing her fully, while the decline merely meant she would hold onto herself. However, the thought that Hancock had gone to such lengths for him, despite the schemes at play that had deceived her, transformed the situation into an alternative expression of courage, allowing her to voice her innermost feelings. To refuse her now would likely leave Hancock utterly humiliated and, moreover, it seemed grossly unfair to her, as she was, after all, his savior. Meanwhile, in a towering building, Sonia, Galad, and Granny Jami stood by a window, deeply engrossed in the unfolding scene, feeling anxious for Hancock. "Oh dear, why hasn't Norse embraced her yet?" Sonia exclaimed. "Indeed, Granny Jami. Did you not say that only if Norse holds the lady close would her life henceforth be truly filled with happiness and joy? Humph. You young ones are so impatient. What's the hurry? No man in this world can surpass the beauty of a woman in her bath. Just give them a little time, and true feelings shall emerge, like iron rods transformed into needles." Granny Jami stated confidently, clearly a seasoned veteran in matters of love. rightfully known for her willingness to forsake her kingdom for the sake of romance. P.S. Haha, I may not be skilled in writing, but I must adhere to these narrative elements. I seek your understanding as this is a high-energy, whimsical endeavor, and I encourage you all to indulge your imaginations, for it is the hidden plot I wish to convey. Chapter 19. The Cultivation of Observation. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Norse did not seek out Hancock due to the events of the previous night. Instead, he ventured out early in the morning into the dense eastern woods to engage in his training. He practiced the mastery of observation haki and armament haki. However, it is regrettable that he has yet to awaken the Conqueror's haki. Norse harbors doubts about his ability to awaken the Conqueror's haki, attributing his perceived limitations to the trifecta of timing, environment, and circumstances, elements he believes have not aligned in his favor. This stems from an unwavering confidence in his own strength. Presently, Norse has mastered the observation haki, allowing him to keenly sense the aura surrounding him, enabling him to detect individuals beyond his line of sight and anticipate his opponent's movements. He has fully grasped these fundamental techniques and wields them with finesse. However, Norse maintains a stringent standard for himself regarding his capabilities. He is steadfast in his belief that no individual can truly be the strongest in any realm, but rather, there will always be someone stronger. Much like the limitless potential inherent in humanity's flesh and blood, the concept of physical limits is merely a gateway to unlocking the secrets of the human body. Techniques such as the Marine Six styles, which can only be mastered beneath the threshold of human limits, represent a different tier of learning. This illustrates that the so-called physical limitations are merely the onset of entering the realm of the powerful, with each subsequent step in growth surpassing the strongest self and achieving an even more formidable existence. In Norse's perspective, the essence of observation haki should reflect this philosophy. The basic operations of mastering observation haki, perceiving the environment and evading danger, are but the initial state of its potential. From the very beginning, he should have aimed towards a higher echelon of observation haki as his training objective. For instance, visualizing an opponent's aura, listening to the heartbeat of all things, and glimpsing fleeting moments of the future are merely the starting points. Who can guarantee that there is a limit to the power of observation haki? Thus, in Norse's eyes, any power derived from human potential ought to be boundless, and he should never settle for any current state of strength. At present, Norse's observation haki has evolved to a point where he can sense the drifting clouds in the sky and has even begun to form a vague understanding of the meteorites traversing the cosmos. Now, he sits upon an open patch of land, his eyes tightly closed, continually honing his observation haki as he strives to distinctly perceive the existence and trajectories of those meteorites in the distant universe. He aspires to one day harness the gravitational pull of the sun to manipulate those meteorites, thereby mastering a celestial assault akin to the prowess and majesty of Fujitora. However, the training process for observation haki exacts a tremendous toll on his physical stamina, even with the solar fruit, which allows him to unleash a gentle radiance that absorbs the life force around him through photosynthesis for replenishment. He finds it insufficient to sustain the exhaustive demands of his training. Currently, Norse can push his limits in this manner for a maximum of 10 minutes before feeling utterly drained, as if his very essence has been siphoned away. Fortunately, with each session of training, his mastery over observation haki has indeed strengthened. He believes that if he persists in this manner, within a year or so, he should be able to clearly sense the intricate movements and patterns of the meteorites scattered throughout the universe. Norse retracted the power of observation haki that he had transmitted throughout the universe, exhaling deeply before lying back, his body sprawled in a large shape. In his heart, he marveled at the prowess of Fujitora a decade hence, acknowledging him as a true anomaly, capable of mastering observation haki to such cosmic extents. Despite possessing the abilities granted by the sun fruit, which allowed for physical recovery and even the surpassing of limits, he found himself utterly exhausted after each endeavor. Akin to a beleaguered hound, Norse found himself pondering whether that individual's success and the potency of his observation haki were perhaps a consequence of his blindness, allowing him to achieve far more with less effort than those endowed with sight. Just then, Hancock made a timely appearance, accompanied by Grud and Sonia, who were jointly carrying a colorless confectionery. "Hancock, what brings you here?" Norse was bewildered by an unexpected surge of strength, despite having felt utterly weakened moments ago. He suddenly found himself rising from the ground. Could this be the power derived from a woman? But how could that be? At that moment, Norse's gaze fell upon Hancock, who donned a form-fitting white gown adorned with cherry blossom patterns. The attire not only accentuated her curves but also revealed a glimpse of her chest, shoulders, and collarbone. It appeared that with the removal of her slave mark, Hancock had begun to dress with increasing boldness and confidence. "Here is a heartfelt breakfast I have prepared for you." "A sweet strawberry cake," Hancock said, her cheeks flushed like the surface of a ripe cherry. She now resembled a delicate maiden, gently cooing. "May I feed you? I recall you mentioning that the energy within the cake is the most potent, capable of swiftly replenishing stamina and vigor." "Huh? Thank you, Hancock," Norse replied, momentarily taken aback. He found himself unaccustomed to Hancock's tender and considerate demeanor, especially considering her previous haughty disposition, where smiles seldom graced her lips, let alone the current affectionate charm. She bore no resemblance to an empress ruling a nation, but rather exemplified the ideal of a devoted wife. Upon hearing Norse's expression of gratitude, Hancock felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. With her hands tenderly caressing her face, she joyfully proclaimed, "I am so happy. Henceforth, after your daily training, I shall ensure that a sumptuous meal awaits you." Upon hearing this, North couldn't help but glance at the strawberry cake Hancock had prepared for him, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. It seemed to him that this must be some form of culinary disaster. Nevertheless, North spoke earnestly. "You must strive to better control the temperature next time, and the cream is already turned into cheese. This strawberry would be best transformed into a jam. Lightly spread atop the cream." "Very well, I shall certainly pay more attention next time," Hancock replied earnestly, nodding her head. In truth, it was not entirely her fault. The art of cake-making was something she had surreptitiously gleaned while peering through the door as North crafted his confections. Moreover, for a girl of her time, producing a cake of this caliber was quite commendable. Meanwhile, Grud and Sonia pouted, visibly displeased as they murmured to one another, "North's treatment is far superior to ours. How infuriating. Indeed, even our esteemed elder sister seems to care for him more than for us." Knot stood silently to the side, feeling rather bemused. He was tempted to remark that if they were so eager to vie for attention, they might as well help him consume this dark cuisine that could only be finished by a dozen people. However, it was evident that he could not rely on them. The appetites of these two were spoiled by his exquisite culinary creations. How could they possibly indulge in such repugnant fare now? It was nearly burnt to a charred lump. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to the temptation of sneaking a taste long ago. And so it went. For the past week, Hancock had diligently prepared meals for Noth each day, until the moment a naval vessel from the Marine headquarters reappeared in the windless sea of Amazon Lily. It seemed that everything would come to a temporary halt then. Chapter 20. Your students exhibit great confidence in the windless sea of Amazon. There were no seagulls symbolizing peace and freedom. Enormous sea creatures regarded this place as their paradise, occasionally surfacing, only to vanish again, often in large, bustling groups. Yet a warship glided in unscathed, even brushing past the marine beasts. The vessel bore a blue G emblazoned on its side, with the word Justice inscribed in bold blue letters on its sails. This was none other than a naval warship from the Marine headquarters, its hull adorned with polished sea stone. Sea stone is a crystalline embodiment of the ocean, composed of elements akin to those of the sea, essentially its solid form, or solidified essence. Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist for the Navy, devised a method to embed sea stone into the hulls of naval vessels, allowing sea creatures to perceive them as part of the ocean itself. This ingenious invention enabled the warships to navigate safely through these waters, even anchoring in the windless belt of the Grand Line. The crew of the Nine Snake Pirates, led by Hancock, boldly approached in their ship. Today, Hancock donned a strikingly formal attire, a resplendent crimson robe, exuding an air of imperial arrogance. She epitomized unassailable strength. Sonia and Golod stood at the bow of the deck, each wielding a monocular, engaged in an agitated conversation. The personnel from the Navy headquarters, clearly with too much leisure time on their hands, frequently sought trouble with them. Indeed, they had spared them last time, but did they truly believe they could escape unscathed? Humph. This time, they must show no mercy. After all, they were pirates, while their adversaries were the Navy. Precisely, the opposition was irreconcilable. It was time to act decisively. However, as the two vessels drew nearer, Sonia and Golod felt a surge of anxiety, even swallowing nervously. They hadn't anticipated that the Navy dispatched today was a formidable force to reckon with. Hurry, Nos. If you confront the strongest admiral of the Navy headquarters, do you have confidence in securing victory? Golod, filled with trepidation, rushed to Nos's side, inquiring urgently. Remain calm. You must always remember that you are a promising pirate. Regardless of the circumstances you face, do not succumb to panic. Moreover, maintain the innate fierceness of a pirate. Arrogance is acceptable, as is dominance. Fear neither heaven nor earth. In essence, embody the resolve of a true pirate. North reclined on a chaise lounge, clad in crimson beach shorts and a pristine white shirt, exuding an air of serene composure. He continued, "Allow me to indulge in this cigarette before we converse. Then perhaps you might learn from the steadiness I embody." Oh, Golod was momentarily taken aback. The wisdom in North's words rendered her speechless, and his demeanor indeed radiated an unshakable calmness, likely the hallmark of a formidable figure. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Thus, after North finished his cigarette, the vessels of both parties had drawn within a mere 50 meters of one another. At this juncture, there was no need for Golod and her companions to issue a reminder. Someone from the naval headquarters had arrived. Whoosh! North suddenly rose to his feet. With a graceful leap, he positioned himself atop the ship's railing and, with an air of calmness, remarked, "I was under the impression that the visitors this time would be either Red Fist or Yellow Ape, yet here you are in person. Old man?" Zephyr raised his white brows in surprise, astonished that a pirate would show him such respect. It was no wonder that Shinji had made such efforts to persuade the higher-ups, subsequently requesting to personally convince this individual to join the Navy and pursue the righteous path. Furthermore, it appeared that this young lad's nature was not inherently bad. He was merely too young and easily swayed, ultimately at risk of becoming further entrenched in misdirection. Today, Zephyr was not clad in his Navy uniform nor draped in the mantle of justice, as this visit was prompted by an unexpected request from above. Thus, he felt it convenient to escort his current students directly to the windless zone of Amazon. In response to the other's pause and inquiry, Norse donned a smile that conveyed respect for the elderly and affection for the young, stating, "You must be turning 64 this year, while I have only just reached the age of 18. Therefore, I address you as old man, which you undoubtedly merit." Humph. Zephyr snorted imperiously, asserting with a commanding tone, "I would prefer if you referred to me as senior, which would delight me far more." "Ah, but senior lacks the same reverence as old man," Norse countered. Norse, with an air of indifference, argued, "Moreover, I do not consider my strength to be inferior to yours. This is merely the arrogance and invincible demeanor that stems from my confidence. I cannot help it." As these words escaped Norse's lips, a palpable tension filled the air, akin to the scent of gunpowder wafting through the room. Both the students standing behind Zephyr and the companions flanking Norse perceived this as an audacious provocation against Zephyr himself. After all, who was Zephyr? He was the mightiest admiral of the Navy headquarters. Although currently serving as an instructor, the title of admiral had been retained for him. Should Zephyr take offense at his dignified position and reputation, it was likely that he would erupt in fury. How presumptuous! You, a mere pirate, are on the brink of demise, yet you dare to compare yourself to our esteemed teacher, Zephyr? A burly man with a thick mane of facial hair and nose hair, named Zashu, was incensed. He regarded Norse as nothing more than a petty pirate given his age and lacked the audacity to challenge their revered teacher. "Teacher, permit me to apprehend him," Zashu implored Zephyr. "Teacher, we too." Instantly, a dozen exceptional disciples behind Zephyr clamored to seize the opportunity to capture Norse, seeking to vindicate their respected instructor. Adumira Lwin, with her striking blueberry-colored hair, was also eager to act. "Teacher, look at that arrogant fellow. He seems irredeemable. Why not let the swords of your students deliver justice?" She even chuckled maliciously, of course. The students wouldn't mind sending his time spiraling backward to witness what had nurtured such arrogance and invincibility. In truth, Zephyr's students were woefully ignorant of Norse, believing that the stunning beauty aboard the ship was the primary adversary that Zephyr needed to confront personally. At that moment, Zephyr wished to remind his foolish students that their senior, Chishur, had been thoroughly bested by the opposing party. However, Norse could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." North gazed intently at Zephyr and remarked, "It appears that your current students possess quite the confidence in their own abilities. Why not allow them to come forth and put their skills to the test? Furthermore, it would be an excellent opportunity for you to impart a lesson here that they shall forever remember. Never underestimate others simply due to their youth." After North finished speaking, he stepped directly into the void, his feet creating ripples in the air as if vibrating at high speed. Calmly, he remarked, "I truly have no ulterior motives. I simply believe your battleship has ample space, allowing you all to exert your full strength when you surround me." The group of students behind Zephyr stood in stunned silence, their hearts brimming with shock and disbelief, some even feeling an urge to exclaim a curse. How could this man tread upon the void as if it were solid ground? What kind of devil fruit user is he? This is outrageous. Naturally, some felt an intense humiliation, as if their dignity had been severely affronted. Zephyr, standing to the side, let out a cold huff. Although he had not provided these students with prior information about this young man, their current reactions evoked both pride and frustration within him. From an educator's perspective, witnessing his students so dismissive of their opponent incited his ire. "Then go ahead and confront him together. I wish to see the fruits of your recent maritime training," Zephyr stated with utmost seriousness, even turning to walk away, indicating that he would not easily intervene in the battle. "Yes, sir." The group of capable Navy personnel nodded in agreement. Recently, they had engaged in several skirmishes with pirates at sea, gaining a modicum of practical experience, and thus began to advance toward North, eager to test their skills. North cast a disdainful glance at the group before him and remarked, "It appears that among you, there are but a few who pique my interest. Allow me to conduct a thorough selection. Only those who successfully pass will be deemed worthy to engage in battle with me." Upon hearing this, the throng of dozens could no longer contain their fury, unleashing their formidable skills in a concerted assault against North. The scruffy long-armed warrior, Zack, clenched his fists tightly, enveloped in a localized aura of armed color, and bellowed, "You scoundrel! What if you can tread upon the void? You are now grounded. We shall not allow you to ascend once more." "Ascend? Why would I wish to take flight?" A serene smile reminiscent of Maria graced North's face, while a perfectly spherical golden orb of light manifested upon his body, resembling a harmless sun that enveloped him entirely. In truth, this was a different manifestation of the sun, its benevolent essence, a gentle dominion of goodwill. Norse eloquently articulated as a radiant golden orb enveloping him began to emanate a dazzling golden brilliance, instantly shrouding the entire naval warship within its embrace. This luminescence was immensely warm and tender, reminiscent of the gentle caress of the early spring sun nurturing all living things, akin to the most beloved mother bestowing her most selfless affection. The assailants targeting Norse found themselves momentarily halted, relinquishing their weapons, utterly at a loss as the notion of attacking the figure before them dissipated. Meanwhile, those with resolute willpower engaged in an internal struggle, gradually advancing towards the epicenter where Norse stood. Yet, as time progressed, only 3 individuals remained capable of resisting the benevolent influence wielded by Norse. "Excellent, just as I anticipated. You have managed to break free from a mere fraction of my strength. Given your current capabilities, this is indeed a source of pride, and it brings me great satisfaction. I shall grant you 3 strikes. At that moment, the sun that adorned Norse vanished within him, and the golden radiance enveloping the naval warship returned to him in an instant. What? Nearly a tenth of my power? Zephyr, standing nearby, was finally stirred by this revelation. Do you doubt me? Norse cast a disdainful glance at Zephyr and arrogantly proclaimed, if I were to unleash the full extent of this radiant power, do you believe they would stand a chance of resistance? Even you, General Zephyr, would find it no easy feat, ha ha ha. I have warned you not to underestimate me. Humph. You may be audacious, little wretch, but indeed you possess considerable merit. However, even the most insignificant of creatures can find fleeting moments of existence. It seems you have allowed your arrogance to swell beyond measure. Zephyr's lips twitched in irritation. Deep down, he found the other's hubris exceedingly displeasing. Were it not for the benevolent nature of this power, he might have grown to despise Norse even more, contemplating the notion of rendering this impudent youth into an ordinary, inconspicuous being. Ha 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 ha, whoever said that? Norse remained unconvinced, thinking to himself that merely 3 moves were hardly formidable. Come now, let the contest begin. Unleash all your abilities upon me. North directly provoked Ein, who possessed the reverse fruit, Bins with the abundant fruit, and Zash, who was at the limits of his physical capabilities. The 3 of them exchanged glances, feeling quite displeased, harboring resentment towards North for putting their teacher in a difficult position. Thus, without any polite reminders from North, they were fully aware of their course of action. Ein, a petite girl with blueberry-colored hair, around 16 years of age and standing at approximately 1.70 meters, approached North step by step. In that moment, it seemed she could envision the fate that awaited North at her hands. I wield the power of the reverse fruit, she declared. Though I am yet unable to extend this influence to everything in existence, I can affect living beings from the very beginning. If you are feeling fear and regret now, I might consider your apology to my esteemed teacher and acknowledge that you are merely an arrogant fool. I may contemplate demonstrating my abilities upon you just once, executing a single technique. Little Ein, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I became immensely intrigued by your powers. Would you care to join me from this day forth? North feigned ignorance of the words spoken by the other and instead attempted to sow discord, saying, What use is it for you to follow Zephyr? He is not what he once was, and you, being so young and delicate, would find your best choice in True Haven with me. How utterly tiresome. Ain shot him a sharp glare, utterly perplexed by North's insinuations. In her heart, she harbored nothing but discontent, for Zephyr was the person she held in the highest esteem. Coldly, she retorted, with just 3 moves. You will cease to exist in this world. Nay, with merely 2, you shall vanish entirely. Oh, that sounds like a rather fascinating ability, he replied. Then I shall wish for my disappearance. Please, do not let me down. Norse remained remarkably composed, entirely unfazed. After all, how could one possibly reverse his time? It was likely that he could only be sent back 3 years at most. Yet, 3 years prior, he was already immensely formidable. Had he not fallen into the ocean at that time, he would have undoubtedly become a sovereign of the New World. The petite and fiery AI gritted her teeth in frustration, and a surge of rosy energy manifested in her right hand as she declared through clenched teeth, Humph. If you evade or fail to catch my attack, it will count as your defeat at my hands. Of course, he replied. However, for an adorable little sprite like you, I shall forego my greater powers and meet your challenge with nothing but my flesh and blood, Norse nonchalantly remarked, lighting a white paper cigarette and indulging in its comforting embrace. The naval cadets around him were on the verge of losing control, nearly driven mad by his demeanor. Even Zifa, standing nearby, was struggling to contain his disbelief. It required an immense arrogance and an invincible attitude to exude such ostentation. Chapter 22. It's my turn now, you're finished, you bastard. Joshu, to the side, stroked a tuft of unruly nose hair, sneering at Norse. With just a touch from Ein's ability, you could be sent back 12 years. Another touch, and, well, you'd only be 18. That is fine. I'll remain perpetually 18. Norse calmly exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Are you truly still in the mood for this? Unbeknownst to him, Ein, the girl with blueberry hair, had already approached him, placing her hand firmly against his chest. With this strike, I'll revert you to the age of 6. A surge of pink energy emanated from Ein's hand, as if absorbed by a sponge, vanishing completely into Norse's body without causing pain or any adverse reactions. Hey, learning to touch someone's chest at such a young age, isn't that amusing? But even if you touch me, what of it? I remain as I am. Norse arrogantly gazed at Ein, whose cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing to escape and hide. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. What is happening? Is today truly bizarre? Or has my ability suddenly faltered? You haven't changed at all. Were you truly like this at 6? Ein's eyes widened in astonishment. The surrounding naval cadets gasped, their mouths agape as if they had dislocated their jaws. Impossible. It can't be. Especially Bins and Joshu, who were most familiar with Ein's fruit power, were utterly stunned that it had no effect on Norse. There were perhaps 3 possibilities. Either Ein's ability had malfunctioned, or Norse's body was peculiar, or he was an ancient creature, far older than 18. Ein, don't listen to him. You still have 2 chances, right? Even if he is an ancient being, reverting him 36 years should yield noticeable changes. Binz, a user of the flourishing fruit ability, suddenly interjected. Yes, I. Coming back to her senses, nodded at Binz. Her companions trusted her implicitly. How could she doubt herself now? She couldn't let her teacher down either. No, absolutely not. Reinvigorated in her resolve, I lifted her hands once more, releasing 2 streams of pink energy. Hey, do you still want me to touch here? Norse was utterly speechless. As Ian boldly reached out to grasp his modest chest, an act that was undeniably mortifying. Was this little girl daring to challenge the limits of my patience? Hancock, from the Kuja pirate ship, felt an overwhelming surge of anger at Ian's audacious attempt to touch Norse again. A tempest of emotion stirred within her. Could she possibly bring herself to subdue that insolent child? Sonia, sensing the brewing storm, quickly interjected, My dear sister, please temper your wrath. It is likely that the little one's diminutive stature merely aligned her hand with that particular area of Norse's anatomy by coincidence. Surely, it was unintentional. Indeed, she continued. Besides, Norse would never be attracted to a girl of such modest development. Gala chimed in. Moreover, Norse has instructed us to remain aboard the ship and not to wander. So there is no need for concern. Meanwhile, aboard the naval warship, laughter erupted. Haha. Your 3 moves have come to an end. Now it is my turn. Norse laughed indulgently, extending his right hand forward. Despite Ian's growing doubts about life, she continued to retreat, trying to distance herself from him. Yet, an irresistible force drew her closer, binding her body in an unyielding grip. In an instant, Ian lost her footing and was pulled toward Norse, who firmly clasped her delicate neck. See? I told you so. How could Norse ever be enamored with such a flat-chested girl? Sonia aboard the 9-snake ship exclaimed with excitement as she witnessed the moment Norse seized the girl's throat. It was truly exhilarating. I have always believed in Lord Norse. Hancock thought shyly, feeling a surge of satisfaction as she observed the scene. Instinctively, she accentuated her ample bosom, asserting her own voluptuousness, which could never be compared to the girl's modest endowments. Damn it, let Ian go. On the naval warship, Norse's actions ignited complete fury in the other 2 combatants preparing for battle. Very well. Norse casually tossed aside the blueberry-headed Ian, directing his gaze towards the flourishing fruit-bearing Binz and the elongated-handed Zashu. You scoundrel, do you possess no sense of cherishing beauty? Binz spat angrily. Adorned in a vibrant array of garments, he began to sway his body, launching into an impromptu dance upon the deck. Truly, he was an individual whose very soul exuded charm, yet I shall not mimic your antics, Norse observed with a detached glance. He understood the operational demands of the flourishing fruit. By swiftly moving his body, he could generate amplitude, thus manipulating countless plants. Indeed, in the next moment, several seeds cascaded from Binz, growing at an astonishingly visible rate. This entire spectacle unfolded within mere seconds. Surrounding Binz were now thorny vines, adorned with violet blossoms. These were mutated violets, their tendrils armed with barbs that bore a paralyzing toxin. Even a fully grown sea creature would succumb to paralysis if pierced. In this moment, Binz felt an overwhelming pride. The thought that his opponent would require 3 moves only fueled his confidence further. All he needed was to ensnare his adversary with these vines, allowing the barbs to pierce flesh and spread the debilitating toxin swiftly. Go, vine prison. Binz continued to sway his entire being, moving fluidly from the right side of the deck to the left, and then to the rear, his movements a delightful dance. Beneath this seemingly absurd yet essential maneuver, hundreds of mutated violet vines began to slither through the air like venomous serpents, swiftly advancing towards Norse. Devour? Then I shall return with my very life. Not stood motionless in his original position, radiating a warm glow once more. The sole distinction from before was the emergence of 2 sacred halos above his head, resembling an enhanced angelic attire. Upon the activation of this ability, the luminous aura surrounding Noth could swiftly absorb the vitality of nearby flora to replenish his stamina. Though the actual return was not as substantial as it seemed, the naval officers on the deck, in that moment, were utterly unprepared to be astonished by Noth's prowess. Why was it always so divine and unfathomable? Good heavens, am I imagining things? The vines have been completely drained. What manner of power is this? It even possesses an invincible domain? Impossible. This force carries no hint of danger, yet it causes Binz's vines to lose all their vitality in an instant. Is this yet another manifestation of a devil fruit power? It appears this fellow possesses an extraordinary talent for harnessing the abilities of such fruits. Even Zephyr, observing from the sidelines, could not suppress his admiration for Noth's technique, muttering, Hey, that brat Shinji has been thoroughly trounced. There should be no doubts remaining. Minutes later, Binz found himself nearly depleted of stamina, on the verge of collapse, as his vine attacks failed to breach the 1-meter radius around Noth. Instead, having all their vitality siphoned away, they withered on the spot or turned to ash. Is it over? Norse glanced at Binz, who lay sprawled on the deck, drenched in sweat and twitching uncontrollably, and said apologetically, Ha ha ha, I truly apologize. I presumed you were formidable. Which led me to inadvertently unleash a couple of rings in self-defense. Humph, a real man should confront me barehanded. As Joshua observed Binz's failure, he grit his teeth and charged towards Norse. His speed was remarkable, and his large build was complemented by the hardening of his fists, which bore the mark of formidable armament. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a punch that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Norse's forehead. The force was commendable, but alas, his speed was lacking. Although North's observation haki may not be particularly strong in the presence of these individuals, it stands as an overwhelming force, for at the very least, it allows him to sense the cosmos. Thus, North effortlessly evaded their attacks. Zachary also possesses observation haki. Yet ultimately it pales in comparison to North's prowess, resulting in his inability to even graze North's garments after 3 attempts. Therefore, you may as well recline now. At last, North unleashed the Phantom Daybreak, transforming his body into a semi-ethereal state. In that moment, his speed was astonishing, and he swiftly appeared behind Zaxio. Boom. Before the massive Zaxi could react, North delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying several meters away. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, witnessed clearly only by Zephyr, who stood nearby. Clapping his hands, Zephyr strode forward with an air of confidence, unperturbed by North's presence. Now, it seems it's my turn to face you, he declared. Chapter 23. The human-skinned demon. Norse and Zephyr locked eyes in that moment, as if an invisible understanding had passed between them. Their combat spirits clashed, creating an unparalleled aura, with intangible sparks flying in all directions. Was it thunder or lightning? Aha. Zephyr, do you smoke? Suddenly, the tense and oppressive atmosphere was shattered by Norse's laughter. Disregarding the perplexed expressions of those around him, North skillfully retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and tossed it towards Zephyr. The surrounding Navy personnel, along with the girls from the Nine Snake Pirates, held their breath in anticipation of the impending clash between the two formidable forces. However, to their surprise, just when the tension reached its peak, North's antics diverted their attention. Truly an unpredictable character. How utterly mundane, they thought. After all that build-up, is this all there is? What exactly is North plotting now? If a fight is to ensue, let it happen. If not, let us take flight, for they cannot pursue us into the heavens. On board the Nine Snake pirate ship, Grud and Sonia felt both disappointment and skepticism regarding North's confidence in facing Admiral Zephyr, a man renowned as the mightiest among the Navy's top ranks. His reputation was well-deserved. Humph. Is this fellow truly intimidated by our mentor? Yet now, he feigns politeness and submission. His pride will undoubtedly be shattered by our hands. Such brazen arrogance, daring to toy with our instructor, will lead him to a most unfortunate fate. The Navy cadets aboard the warship naturally defended Zephyr's honor, believing that North's actions were an affront to their esteemed teacher, and thus, he would never earn their forgiveness. In response, Zephyr promptly caught the short cigarette that North had tossed. After inspecting it, he returned it with a stern expression, stating, "Kid, the taste of this cigarette is too faint. If you like a cigar, do not embarrass yourself in public." Zephyr, equally displeased by North's antics, did not share the simplistic view of the cadets. He remarked, "You do possess a commendable degree of confidence, yet in the face of my presence, do you not think you are perhaps overstepping? Do you truly believe my strength is inconsequential before you? I could never be that sort of individual." Norse chuckled, igniting the cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "This smoke is truly delightful. By the way, Admiral Zephyr, I wonder if that fellow Chingy has reported my situation back to the higher-ups? If he were to act on his own accord and fail to convey my intentions, then it would be you who bears the brunt of my wrath. Youngster, since you are eager to know about my newly defined worth, I shall gladly disclose it to you. However, prior to that, I formally invite you to join our Navy in the esteemed name of Admiral Zephyr in the Marine headquarters, under the principle of not harming pirates." Zephyr spoke with utmost seriousness. "Given your strength and confidence, I believe your initiation into the Navy would indeed place you at the level of an admiral. What do you say? Would you consider it?" This was a temporary order from Admiral Sengoku for Zephyr. The higher-ups were keen for Zephyr to find a way to recruit Norse, a person with few criminal offenses, formidable strength, and, most importantly, a commendable character, into the Navy's ranks. Such an addition would undoubtedly enhance the Navy's capacity to deter pirates at sea, even posing a threat to the 4 emperors, led by Whitebeard. However, as Zephyr's words echoed, the naval cadets aboard the ship felt as though struck by lightning. What was their instructor doing? Why was he inviting such a person into the Navy? Was this some sort of jest? To be directly inducted into the Marine headquarters as an admiral? Good heavens. Was his strength truly that formidable? The old man dared to poach from under the Emperor's nose. He must be petrified. On the other side, Hancock erupted in fury. The Conqueror's haki surged violently, enveloping the surroundings in a tempestuous silence. This invisible force was not to be underestimated, drawing the attention of all present. Hancock, draped in her crimson cloak, stood at the bow of the ship, resembling a furious goddess. "How dare you, old fool? Do you not realize that Norse is under my protection? Anyone who dares to entice him away from me today shall meet their demise." Hancock's fierce declaration left the naval cadets in a state of suppressed outrage. Some of the weaker-willed individuals found themselves captivated by Hancock's beauty, exclaiming, "No wonder she was able to severely injure Rear Admiral Stoltoberry. Not only does she possess the essence of a queen, but she is also extraordinarily beautiful. If it were me, I wouldn't mind being wounded by her." Indeed, faced with such an unparalleled beauty, my heart nearly succumbs to the impulse to forgive her every misdeed. Humph, a bunch of worthless wretches. Zephyr caught wind of some remarks and felt his dignity severely compromised, which stirred his ire. Yet, in the presence of Hancock, he maintained his composure, refraining from engaging in conflict with her. "Boa Hancock, you may have misunderstood the purpose of my visit. I am here not only regarding Norse but also concerning you. What does that have to do with me? Hancock replied coldly, thinking it absurd that he might seek to recruit her into the Navy. The higher-ups hope you will join the 7 warlords of the sea to bolster our Navy's external strength, Zephyr stated calmly, arms folded across his chest. In turn, you would gain greater rights and freedoms, and during your tenure, neither the world government nor the Navy will interfere with your actions. All right, that's a fair condition. Our captain will accept the position of warlord of the sea immediately. Norse flashed a smile at Hancock and suddenly spoke on her behalf. Hancock's cheeks flushed crimson, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. She thought to herself, Norse is insufferable, making such eye contact in public without any prior warning. My heart races so fast, it's utterly mortifying. Indeed, Norse's answer reflects my sentiments. Hancock quickly suppressed her infatuation with Norse, feigning calmness, and agreed without further thought. Ha ha, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. I shall prepare the warlord agreement for you shortly. Zephyr laughed heartily, delighted by such cleverness. He discerned something deeper between Norse and Hancock. Having experienced the nuances of love himself decades prior, how could he not recognize the bond between them? Very well. Admiral Zephyr, you may hand it over to me later. Norse declined the invitation to join the Navy, stating candidly, I could never align myself with your forces. My pursuits fundamentally contradict the essence of your mission, making it impossible for us to collaborate. Zephyr paused, momentarily taken aback by the woman's demeanor, only to find Norse, the impudent youth, equally obstinate. Humph. Youngster, ponder this carefully. While I, Zephyr, am willing to extend a chance to any pirate, I shall never resort to persuading someone as I am now. I find no need for such contemplation. Rather, let us discuss matters of worth, for I am certainly intrigued, Norse retorted, entirely dismissing the topic of joining the Navy. I concede that you have honed your devil fruit abilities to a formidable level, employing a myriad of techniques. However, in this world, only those whose physical prowess complements their abilities can truly unlock the full potential of their powers. Do you not desire to join the Navy and master the most potent martial arts? Zephyr hoped to sway Norse this time, as the Navy's 6 styles represented the pinnacle of martial skill in this realm. Zephyr, it seems you do not fully grasp my intentions, Norse replied. In that moment, North's fervor for battle erupted with unparalleled intensity as he declared with formidable authority, if you wish for me to join the Navy, it would be wiser to defeat me with all your might first. Zephyr fell silent for a while before responding, North, you are the most oblivious pirate I have ever encountered. Very well, let us resolve this through strength. Strength? Indeed. Real men ought to communicate with their fists. Norse made a move in the next moment that left not only the other naval forces but also Zephyr utterly astonished, rendering them completely uncertain about the veracity of Norse's words. North arrogantly proclaimed, I am aware of your profound disdain for pirates endowed with fruit abilities. Simultaneously, your formidable martial prowess has earned my recognition. You are now worthy of witnessing the true extent of my power. Human body ghost back. Norse roared with a ferocity that reverberated through the heavens and the seas. He clenched his fists, his blood coursing through his veins at an unimaginable velocity. What on earth is he doing? Look, his body seems to be growing. A monster, he is truly a monster. The sailors aboard the ship took note of the transformation occurring within Norse. His veins bulged, and his bones cracked ominously as if they were about to shatter. The muscles beneath his skin writhed and expanded at an astonishing rate, visibly increasing in size and strength. His white shirt could no longer contain his burgeoning physique, bursting open to reveal an astonishingly powerful and athletic form. It is hard to fathom that this was once a mere pretty face, now laid bare before the crowd, as if forged through 1,000 trials. Ah, behind him, there lurks a demon. Suddenly, a terrified sailor cried out in fear at the sight of what loomed behind Norse. The ignorant weaklings, only those who transcend the limits of physical prowess have the opportunity to awaken such power. Norse was brimming with indomitable spirit as he addressed Zephyr. This is the hidden power of my demon back. Dare you accept a few of my punches? His emotions were exceptionally complex. Chapter 24. Sending Zephyr's arm flying well. Zephyr was taken aback, his voice caught in his throat as if it had been struck by a hammer, rendering him hoarse. He struggled to comprehend, to believe, that sheer physical strength could truly reach such heights. Was this overwhelming, blood-pumping power before him the manifestation of the realm beyond human physical limits, the formidable demon back? Buzzing. The naval warship trembled under the surge of Norse's bloodthirsty energy, producing a cacophony of sound. The once tranquil sea began to swell with tumultuous waves, and schools of sea kings became restless, as if a formidable force was taunting them, while simultaneously instilling a sense of oppression and threat. Zephyr, will you not indulge my desires? With the demon back unleashed, Norse took bold strides, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, his entire being infused with a long-lost strength as if a single punch could obliterate everything in his path. His golden hair danced wildly atop his head, completely unleashed, as the feral essence of his blood surged skyward, enveloping the entire naval vessel. North's invincibility and confidence, his commanding presence and sheer power, reached their zenith at this moment. Yet he yearned for a formidable opponent to engage in a physical confrontation. Undoubtedly, Zephyr stood before him as the most suitable choice. All the naval cadets were struck with awe by this roar. In truth, they had long been weighed down by North's aura and strength, their bodies feeling heavy, hearts filled with dread, and a terrifying thought had begun to take root deep within their minds. Norse appeared to be the most formidable embodiment of the Sea Kings upon the land, an indelible presence at this moment. The female pirates aboard the Nine-Snake pirate ship, though merely observing from a distance as Norse unleashed his power, could perceive and feel the magnitude of his strength. Their astonishment and incredulity were palpable. For 3 years, they had remained oblivious to Norse's formidable hidden capabilities. However, they swiftly transformed this sentiment into a profound pride and unwavering trust in Norse, even developing a certain dependence on his power. Meanwhile, Zifa at the scene, though equally astonished and incredulous, did not let this deter him from fearing Joss. On the contrary, in the following moment, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration, and an inexhaustible fighting spirit surged within him. "Ha ha ha, I will strike you down with all my might," Zifa exclaimed, his blood coursing with excitement, his entire being brimming with vigor as he clenched his fists, which were as solid as iron. With his right arm enveloped in an armor of haki, Norse proclaimed with even greater authority, "My fists are harder than wrought iron. How much confidence do you possess?" Thus, the two began to merge their formidable energies. Under the weight of their imposing auras, it was evident that Norse held the upper hand, relentlessly pressing down on the rising Zephyr. Norse, Zephyr. Their spirits soared as they roared each other's names, as if drawing forth an inner strength and fierce determination. Their fists, like lightning, surged towards one another in a fierce clash. The velocity of their strikes was astonishing, transcending the limits of human capability, approaching approximately 34% of the speed of light. One could even witness the explosive shockwaves emanating from their fists, distorting the very fabric of the void in their wake. In the eyes of the onlookers, the clash between North and Zephyr's fist resembled an unstoppable force, overwhelming and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, their fists collided with a resounding boom, akin to two colossal mountains colliding, producing a deep, thunderous sound. An invisible shockwave erupted between their fists, sweeping violently across the surrounding sea and sky. A fierce wind began to howl, stirring the air and the surface of the ocean. The massive naval warship, caught in the grip of this tempest, swayed like a battered raft, teetering perilously as if it could splinter at any moment. The naval cadets aboard the ship found themselves unable to open their eyes, overwhelmed by the tempest at the heart of the battle. Feeling an oppressive aura bearing down upon them, they could only vaguely discern the two figures locked in their fierce confrontation at the center of the deck. "Your fist is indeed far sturdier than I had anticipated," Zephyr acknowledged, sensing a dull ache radiating through his arm, shocked by the sheer resilience of North's flesh and blood fist, which surpassed even his own armored strike. Yet in the next moment, consumed by fury, Zephyr roared, "How can you hope to challenge me without unleashing your full power? What can you possibly explain?" With that, as he bellowed, the veins in his arms bulged, gathering more strength, and he struck North with such force that he was sent flying several meters away. However, Zephyr felt a toll on his body. This explosive reversal drained him, leaving him gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. "I understand, but you have already lost. Now it is my turn to send you reeling with a single blow, and you will be powerless to resist." North's arms and fists were equally shaken, yet he refrained from employing the advanced haki technique as Zephyr had, for he had never harnessed the power of the demon back beneath the cloak of haki. He feared that a full-force strike might inadvertently claim Zephyr's life. After all, Zephyr still held considerable value within the naval headquarters, and should North inadvertently deliver a fatal blow, both the Navy and the world government would undoubtedly pursue him with relentless fervor. Such a scenario would complicate North's future endeavors, prompting him to first gauge Zephyr's strength and simultaneously assess the limits of his own demon-backed power. Thus, Zephyr observed as North, infused with bloodlust, activated his haki in a localized manner, fortifying his fist. With a fervent spirit, he declared, "Only in your current state do you possess the right to receive my full power. I shall grant your wish." The blood coursing through North's veins simmered with fervor, amplifying his invincible and arrogant demeanor. He cast a disdainful glance at Zephyr and declared, in the wake of this assault, "I shall render you utterly incapable of resistance or struggle." Thus, North and Zephyr's fists collided once more with the swiftness of lightning. However, Zephyr found himself overmatched by North's strike, feeling as though his opponent's fist had grown even more formidable than before. In that fleeting moment, North unleashed a relentless barrage of 100 blows upon Zephyr, so rapid that those around them could scarcely react. Although he did not unleash the myriad forces of his previous attacks, the full brunt of North's power left Zephyr's right arm mangled and dismembered, sending it flying several hundred meters away, where it was promptly devoured by a lurking sea creature. Norse's face displayed no emotional fluctuation as he gazed at the stunned Zephyr, remarking, "I didn't expect you to lose your arm because of this. Does that count as defeat?" Zephyr's right arm was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, with blood splattering across Norse's bare skin. Yet, neither seemed to care, for they both understood the brutal nature of combat. Defeated. Yet I have been fortunate enough to witness a terrifying power that transcends the limits of physical endurance, which fills me with exhilaration and thrill. Ha ha ha. Zephyr clutched his mangled right arm with his left hand, enduring the searing pain coursing through his body, forcing a smile as he resolved to transcend infinitely if given the chance. To be honest, everything had transpired far too rapidly. Zephyr barely had time to react or resist as his arm was shattered by a relentless barrage, even surpassing the limits of his endurance. Despite his use of haki, he was still sent flying. In that fleeting moment of their clash, it felt as if an indomitable mountain had repelled him, granting his opponent the opportunity to execute a maneuver that transcended limits, truly astonishing. Suddenly, a colossal dragon-like sea creature, the undisputed sovereign of this windless domain, breached the surface, appearing before the naval battleship with the intent to devour both ship and crew in one gulp. Seeking death, in a flash, Nos vanished from sight. And in a state empowered by the strength of the ghostly back, he unleashed a full-force punch towards the massive Sea King, which spanned a kilometer. A thunderous explosion echoed as a shockwave surged from the creature, accompanied by a deluge of blood that splattered like rain upon the Sea King's colossal form. A gaping wound appeared, unfathomably deep. As the battle drew to a close, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped everyone aboard the naval warship, leaving them with an unsettling feeling. It became apparent that when Teacher Zepho was struck by Nos's initial punch, the latter had likely shown restraint. Otherwise, the disparity in power would be utterly incomprehensible given the current state of the Sea King's injuries. The blood pit, measuring 100 meters in diameter, revealed that the force of the punch penetrated deep into the creature's abdomen. For Zepho, who only suffered the severing of half an arm from such a devastating blow, it was somewhat fortunate, considering Nos, ultimately a pirate, had chosen not to take Zepho's life on the spot. After Northron ceased his actions, he suddenly became acutely aware of the unprecedented depletion of his physical strength. He realized that under the state of the ghostly back power, he should refrain from launching multiple full-force attacks. Otherwise, when his stamina faltered, it would provide an opportunity for the enemy to exploit. Once the Grand Admiral Zephyr was vanquished, and all resources aboard the ship were secured, you would be free to depart. Naturally, I shall express the heartfelt gratitude of all the citizens of the Kingdom of Women for your generous assistance. A smile adorned North's face, exuding an air of amiability, however. In the eyes of Zephyr and his cohort, this individual appeared harmless when modest, yet exuded an overwhelming confidence and terror when arrogant. The valuation assigned to you has been redefined at 1 billion. However, should you triumph over me this time, your worth may indeed increase. Of course, should you refuse to join the Navy and choose the path of piracy, you will become my greatest adversary, Zephyr declared. From this moment forth, I shall closely monitor your every move. If you engage in acts that defy justice, I will unwaveringly pursue you. Zephyr clenched his severed right arm tightly, enduring the pain as he spoke. Ha ha ha, a valuation of 1 billion barely suits me. Norse laughed heartily, reminiscent of a 250-pound child, and then, with utmost seriousness, gazed at General Zephyr, declaring, if you possess the capability, then come and apprehend me. However, I, Norse, am resolute in my endeavors, and there exists no force that can thwart my determination. In North's hands, several small suns coalesced and descended upon Zephyr's severed arm. He continued, although I have chosen the path of a pirate, your reputation for mercy commands my utmost admiration and respect. Of course, these matters are entirely separate. I sincerely hope your right arm heals swiftly. Zephyr felt the wound on his severed arm rapidly mending, the bleeding ceasing almost immediately. He sighed, pondering, I cannot fathom why. Despite being a benevolent individual with the capacity to uphold world peace, you would opt for the notorious profession of a pirate. But Zephyr, you could very well be a pirate and thrive. Why remain at the naval headquarters? North chuckled. All right. I shall refrain from further discourse. We shall not hesitate to relieve your warship of its supplies. At that moment, the Nine-Snake pirate ship approached, its crew of women skillfully and efficiently unloading supplies from the naval vessel. 5 days later, the name of North has reverberated throughout the vast seas, causing his worth to skyrocket to an astonishing 12 billion. Concurrently, the event of Boa Hancock serving as one of the 7 warlords of the sea has been disseminated by the world government through the distribution of numerous posters across the globe. Countless pirates, numerous island inhabitants, and naval forces from various bases have fervently etched the names of North and Hancock into their memories, engaging in fervent discussions about them. Nevertheless, many audacious pirates are eager to locate North and Hancock, seeking to achieve fame through a decisive battle and to amass a larger following. Particularly, those pirates who possess confidence in their own strength have set their sights on defeating North, while those with a modicum of prowess have targeted the newly appointed warlord, Boa Hancock. The 4 emperors of the sea, taken aback by the sudden emergence of an obscure pirate with a valuation of 12 billion, find themselves restless. Even though the Navy has attempted to suppress news of Zephyr and Shinji's defeat, these emperors have swiftly gathered information on North's rise to prominence. It remains uncertain what strategies and plans they will devise in the future. Perhaps as long as North does not threaten their interests, they will refrain from confronting him. Alternatively, it is possible that some emperors are intrigued by North's capabilities and seek to recruit him into their ranks. Norse had not considered the implications of his skyrocketing worth, which had surged to 12 billion, on the formidable beings around him, for he had never regarded these sea emperors with any seriousness. Furthermore, it was likely that the bounty posters would take nearly 2 months to reach the Amazon Lily in the Windless Sea. After Zephyr's departure, the triumphant Snake Princess pirates returned to the island. On the way back to the palace, Norse suddenly chuckled and said, by the way, the caviar I made a week ago should be ready today. I shall graciously prepare a grand feast for you all. Norse, I am growing weary of you again. You had promised me in Golod last week to prepare a dish of sea kings and deep-sea caviar. Indeed, while you have fulfilled the promise regarding the Sea Kings. You have yet to provide us with the delectable caviar. Golod pouted, quite justifiably. Haha, I was merely jesting, Norse exclaimed, both exhilarated and proud. I am now a billionaire pirate. Surely, I am not the kind of person to be untrustworthy. Therefore, I shall take on the role of chef tonight. You all are welcome to join me in a grand celebration, indulging in a feast. However, Norse harbored a concern about Hancock suddenly declaring that she would prepare dinner. For that would be truly unbearable, especially after enduring a week of her culinary disasters. As evening approached, Norse unveiled his unparalleled culinary prowess. Preparing a pot of exquisite pearl white rice, a jar of golden-hued deep-sea caviar, and several bottles of aged champagne elegantly arranged upon the dining table. Aside from the luxurious caviar, the other ingredients had been acquired during their previous exploits at sea, resulting in a delightful feast. Norse, may we commence our meal? Hancock inquired bashfully from her seat at the table, unable to resist the allure of Norse's delectable creations. Of course, each of you shall have a portion. If you find yours insufficient, I shall gladly share mine with you. Norse replied with genuine concern. In recent days, Hancock had completely opened her heart to Norse, allowing him to realize that this newfound intimacy was indeed a blessing. At least Hancock was now gentle and considerate towards him, no longer wielding her status as a savior to manipulate him. Norse, it seems you truly harbor feelings for me, Hancock exclaimed, her vanity surfacing at Norse's evident care for her. Ha ha ha, let us eat. Norse chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Hancock's narcissistic tendencies. Delicious indeed. Cook. Do not gaze at me so. Indulge in the dish I prepared, Norse implored with patience. Hancock cupped her ears with her hands, feeling a flutter in her heart at Norse's demeanor, and cheerfully nodded. I understand. Let us begin. They commenced savoring Norse's caviar dish, first indulging in a spoonful of steaming pearl white rice, followed by a generous dollop of caviar, blending the two in a delightful chew. Unexpectedly, Hancock, Sonia, and their sister Golod let out soft, melodious gasps of delight, their voices laced with irresistible allure. The flavors of the evening's fare were vibrant and exuberant. With a gentle bite, the caviar burst forth, releasing a rich, creamy sauce that mingled with the fresh brininess reminiscent of the sea, seamlessly integrating with the tender grains of rice. In that moment, the taste was nothing short of divine, rendering their bodies soft and entranced, as if nature itself were tenderly caressing their beings. As a man, North found himself in a moment of discomfort. He awkwardly initiated a conversation, saying, Heh. In terms of the nutrition and quality of this caviar, I have chosen to use the roe of the beluga sturgeon. Not only is it rich in nutrients, but it also offers benefits for beauty and wellness. You all should indulge in it. However, his words fell flat, and he was met with silence. It took a considerable amount of time before anyone acknowledged his presence. Sonia, without hesitation, licked her plate, raised her glass, and said, This is delicious, North. Could you pour me a glass of champagne? All right, let us toast together, then we can each head home to freshen up and rest, for it's getting late. North sought to bring this awkward situation to a close, disregarding the cold reception he had received during dinner. Hancock and the others, however, were oblivious and unaware of any wrongdoings they might have inflicted upon North while enjoying their meal. The four of them clinked their glasses together. Yet, it was only after savoring the exquisite caviar dish and sipping the slightly tangy, refreshing champagne that they discovered a delightful effervescence dancing in their mouths. The sensation was utterly exhilarating for them. North, may I have another glass? One of them asked. Me too. How did it suddenly become so delectable? Another chimed in. Unbeknownst to them, one glass led to another, and soon they had consumed over 10 bottles of champagne. Goodness, I finally have you all at my service. Ha 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 ha. You are all like maternal figures. I dare not provoke you. North gazed at Hancock and the others, who were drunkenly sprawled across the dining table, sound asleep. Meanwhile, Hancock continued to whisper sweet nothings. North, I truly adore you. Will you promise never to leave me? Chapter 26. Hancock's surprise morning arrived, the air crisp and clear. Hancock and her companions woke up, oblivious to how they had returned to their room the previous night. They were soon summoned downstairs by North, who had prepared breakfast. Well, today I can finally enjoy the breakfast cooked by North again. I'm so delighted. Hiki, perhaps North has had a change of heart. But I hope this meal leads to another. Rubbing their eyes, Golod and Sonia were the first to descend. Upon seeing the beautifully arranged breakfast on the table, their hearts swelled with joy. In the past, North would not have gone to such lengths to prepare a thoughtful breakfast. She would either have hastily thrown something together or lacked the motivation to cook for them. North remained silent, engrossed in his tasks. Were it not for the warmth he felt from hearing Hancock's murmurs last night, he might not have prepared breakfast this morning, opting instead to retreat to the grove for his own pursuits. Thank you for the breakfast, North. I absolutely relish waking up to a slice of bread and a glass of milk. Indeed, indeed. And there's my beloved fruit salad, which I still vividly remember from the delightful taste of your previous creation. Golod and Sonia, noticing North's indifference, approached him with cheerful smiles, expressing their gratitude, their demeanor resembling that of obedient kittens. How amusing. Nost was taken aback, receiving flattery and praise from two young ladies early in the morning. One wonders if he might lose himself in such adulation. Very well, where are you situated? North gestured and remarked, Today, I find myself in good spirits. which is why you are fortunate to enjoy this meal. However, do not place excessive expectations on my breakfast offerings in the mornings to come. Understood, came the reply. However, our esteemed sister has just informed us that we shall set sail today. As for our destination and activities, you shall be the one to make those decisions. I must add, our sister also mentioned that only the 4 of us will embark on this voyage. If you do not see to our provisions, Norse, the maidens of the Nine Serpents pirate ship may very well starve, Galud lamented. Are you certain you did not mishear? Upon hearing the news of setting sail, Nos felt a surge of excitement within him. He genuinely wished to leave the realm of women behind, as it was fraught with pressure and an increasingly debilitating sense of exhaustion. Each day seemed to revolve around managing the women or navigating the complexities among them, particularly when confronted by his fervent admirers, those mindless, ardent fans who pursued him relentlessly. The thought of retreating to the secluded grove to alleviate the turmoil within him became increasingly appealing. By the way, Sonia interjected, cradling a cup of milk in her hands. The esteemed lady has requested that we inform you to visit her chamber at once. What is it about? He inquired. Norse suddenly felt a pang of unease for reasons unbeknownst to him. Could it be that Hancock had noticed the incident of changing her attire last night? The truth remains elusive, yet it seems to be a fortuitous sign. I observed the blush upon my sister's face. Perhaps she was taken aback. Especially considering your commendable performance yesterday, and with yet another expedition at sea today. Ah, very well then, I shall summon her to join us for breakfast. North instinctively wiped the cold sweat that had suddenly appeared on his forehead, recalling the previous night, when Hancock had become exceedingly inebriated and had vomited profusely. Leaving herself in a disheveled state, he had found it unbearable. Thus, when he escorted her back to her room, he had taken the liberty of dressing her in a fresh set of clothing. However, this shouldn't have happened. Could it be that I forgot to put a bodice on her? Is that why she could easily discern it now? North pondered to himself, pouring a glass of milk. The milk spilled forth. Beside him, Galad was munching on bread while feeding it to Rasha, and upon noticing North's sudden distraction, he exclaimed, "Do not panic. You nearly startled me." North expressed his disbelief and said, "I shall ascend first. Please assist me in tidying up the palace's second floor." As North was about to knock on the door, fortuitously, Hancock swung it open. Clad in a delicate crimson garment, she stood at the threshold, her expressions captivating as she gazed at North. "Come in swiftly. I have a delightful surprise for you." Hancock beckoned with an alluring eagerness, pulling North into the fragrant room. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she leaned closer to North's ear, whispering softly, "My dear North, did you undress me completely last night? I nearly perished from embarrassment upon awakening this morning. You didn't even drape that modest little cloth over my bosom." Upon hearing this, North was immediately drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly uncomfortable. The mere thought of Hancock being aware of last night's events sent shivers down his spine. Given her narcissistic disposition, she might misconstrue the entire situation. "In truth, I did nothing untoward. I merely acted out of kindness and innocence to assist you in changing into a fresh set of garments. Rest assured, I kept my eyes firmly shut throughout the ordeal, witnessing nothing at all." Norse feigned ignorance, offering a clumsy smile. He closed his eyes, realizing that navigating this situation was indeed a challenge. He had inadvertently forgotten to put on the apron, and acknowledged that the fault lay with him. "No, I harbor no ill will towards you. It is merely that I find myself quite bashful, yet I wish to discuss this matter with you." Suddenly, Hancock turned away, her hands pressed tightly against her flushed cheeks, her breathing becoming labored and rapid. She felt increasingly embarrassed for broaching such a topic alone with Norse in this private setting. How inappropriate. "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. By the way, what surprise do you have for me?" Norse found himself ill at ease discussing matters of intimacy in the presence of a solitary female, eager to conclude the current topic. However, to speak candidly, although he did not employ his sight the previous night, he could not avoid using his hands, which inevitably led to contact with Hancock's form smooth, soft, and remarkably elastic to the touch. Reflecting upon it now, Norse felt a lingering sense of nostalgia, mingled with a guilty conscience and an embarrassing flush. "Wait. I shall retrieve it for you." Hancock took a deep breath, adjusting her demeanor to one of blissful joy. She turned toward the bed and retrieved a stack of new garments from beneath an embroidered pillow. These garments were not intended for her own wear. Rather, they had been meticulously crafted for Norse long ago, yet she had lacked the courage to present them, fearing that even if she did, he would mock her intentions. Now, however, circumstances had shifted. Norse was now aware of, and had accepted her affections, and given the events of the previous night, she felt emboldened to undertake action she once hesitated to pursue. "Norse, this set of new attire is a gift for you, lovingly crafted by my own hands," Hancock said with a tender and considerate expression, tilting her head slightly. "Thank you." Norse was both astonished and deeply touched, never expecting Hancock to personally embroider an entire outfit for him. However, why was it red? Was it meant for a wedding? Moreover, even the undergarments had been skillfully crafted, showcasing her thoughtfulness. At last, Hancock presented her meticulously prepared gift to the one she cherished, filling her with immense joy. In that moment, the regal demeanor of the empress vanished, revealing a childlike delight that rendered her even more enchanting and beautiful. With a cheerful tone, she exclaimed, "The breakfast you have so thoughtfully prepared for me will be fully enjoyed, yet I still yearn for a sweet and tangy salad adorned with fresh strawberries." Was this a matter of needing to be coaxed? Norse promptly resolved to employ the skills and techniques he had honed in his past life, as well as in this one, to charm women. He said, "Rest assured, I have always known what you delight in. The golden bread crafted from barley flour. The freshly boiled pure milk, along with the verdant, natural vegetables and the sweet tart strawberries, if accompanied by a perfectly ripe banana and a honeydew melon. These would constitute your most cherished breakfast." After North concluded his words, he was unexpectedly kissed by Hancock, who then shyly dashed out the door. North, feeling as though he had been overwhelmed, stood in the fragrant room, dazedly touching his face. Chapter 27. The Explosive Fruit. After enjoying a delectable breakfast, preparations were underway for the maritime expedition. Upon learning of this event, countless citizens of Amazon Lily formed long lines, a sea of people sending their farewells. Some were genuinely sorrowful and reluctant to see him go, lamenting that they hadn't had the chance to gaze upon Lord North one last time before his departure. Indeed, Lord North is the only man recognized by our nation, revered as a divine being on Nine Snake Island. It is said that whoever could consume Lord North would be blessed with a lifetime of happiness, yet this is a joy we shall never comprehend. I, too, do not fully understand, but I still hope that Lord North remains the sacred fruit we eternally desire yet cannot attain, even as he embarks on this expedition. We shall wait for the day he returns. Countless citizens waved their farewells, conversing, reflecting, and expressing their sentiments. Of course, the enchanting Empress Hancock aboard the ship was also the object of admiration and attention among the citizens. Yet, at this moment, Hancock appeared exceedingly proud, her heart intertwined with jealousy and anger. "I knew you all, Miss North. Fortunately, I acted first. Humph. Now I set sail. Who else dares covet my man?" Hancock mused to herself, gazing at the multitude of her citizens waving goodbye. A triumphant smile blossomed on her exquisite face. Today, she donned an audacious outfit. A semi-revealing cherry blossom-themed dress, her long hair cascading casually behind her, radiating undeniable charm and beauty. Indeed, without the hindrance of the heavenly dragon's hoof, nothing could stifle her allure. The ship has departed. Norse was elated at the prospect of finally departing from a land teeming with women, a relief indeed. Moments later, the ship of the Nine Snake Pirates set sail, propelled by two colossal serpentine creatures, swiftly vanishing into the distant expanse of the windless sea. Days later, the Nine Snake Pirate ship emerged upon the Grand Line, a realm where countless sails competed and vessels vied for supremacy. Here, one either battled the tumultuous waves or remained anchored, awaiting the tumultuous tides to subside, or simply drifted with the currents. On the deck, Hancock and her companions lounged in their chairs, basking under a cerulean sky, their eyes dancing over the shimmering surface of the sea. The wind varied, at times fierce and at others gentle, while beside them lay refreshing juices retrieved from the galley. They relished these moments by the ocean. As inspiration struck, Norse felt compelled to compose a verse. "O sea, why do you possess such an abundance of water, bathing in the embrace of the wind and sunlight?" In his joyful state, he couldn't help but indulge in a bit of mischief. He had already fixed his sights on Long Ring Island as the first destination of their voyage, believing that the journey ahead required no anxiety or concern. As a formidable pirate, he felt assured that few could thwart his freedom, even within the treacherous waters of the New World. A merchant vessel has appeared 3 nautical miles ahead. Should we intercept it? Half reclining in his chair, Gollad peered through a simple telescope, his keen eye spotting a cargo-laden ship, awakening her professional instincts. Is that true? Norse immediately rose and stated, "If a merchant ship truly encounters us pirates, it must be fate. However, if we merely seize some wealth, it would be unfair to blame us for lacking courtesy." He chuckled, acknowledging the validity of his own reasoning. Yet, it appeared that the adversary had suspected our presence, as a pirate flag was suddenly hoisted on the merchant vessel. Pay it no mind. Let us charge forth with all our might. A merchant ship flying the pirate flag is one we cannot afford to let slip away. Norse was convinced that the vessel harbored treasures, likely contraband associated with a certain faction engaged in illicit maritime trade. Boom, boom, boom. However, as the Nine Serpents pirate ship pursued the merchant vessel, which had a draft of approximately 10 tons, several heavy cannons were unexpectedly mounted on the opposing ship, unleashing a barrage towards the Nine Serpents. The solid, formidable cannonballs soared through the air, with more than a dozen hurtling toward them in the blink of an eye. Dual wield. Light slash? Norse immediately harnessed the power of the sun, conjuring 2 exceptionally slender and blazing swords of light in his hands. With a swift motion, he sliced through the air, and the trails of light seemed to disregard the distance, cleaving through a dozen projectiles which appeared to remain suspended in midair before erupting in a violent explosion. Meanwhile, aboard the merchant vessel, a voice suddenly boomed through a megaphone. "Damn it. The merchant ship of the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo is passing through this route. Which pirate crew dares to confront us?" At that moment, the Snake Princess pirates had perfectly intercepted the merchant ship, now merely a few meters apart. "Listen well, you scoundrel. I am Boa Hancock, captain of the Snake Princess pirates and a warlord of the sea." "What? Is your warlord more formidable?" Norse declared from the bow of his ship. Invoking the name of his captain, he thought to himself, who truly fears whom? After all, both were warlords of the sea, both sovereigns of their respective nations, commanding formidable pirate crews. Suddenly, 2 individuals emerged from the cabin of the merchant ship. The man, a member of the Don Quixote family, was Gladius, the possessor of the bomb fruit. The woman, a petite maid with raven black hair and a delicate oval face, was Baby 5. Adopted by the Don Quixote family and wielder of the weapon fruit. At merely 12 years of age and standing just over 1.60 meters tall, she bore a heavy Gatling gun on her back, a striking sight for one so young. What is happening? Gladius, his expression dark, glanced at his subordinate. He felt displeased that their identity had been revealed, as their mission was meant to be discreet. Otherwise, they would not have revealed their pirate flag at such a crucial moment. Did this fool not understand the dangers and complexities of black market smuggling? My lord, that pirate ship is intercepting our path. We intended to fire a few cannon shots to drive them off, but it appears they are more formidable than anticipated. Claiming the status of fellow warlords of the sea, I have never heard of another warlord with such a name, his subordinate reported. In these times, how many dare impersonate a warlord of the sea? Gladius scoffed as he turned his gaze toward the Snake Princess pirates. Wait, Gladius said, suddenly surprised. The crew before him felt oddly familiar. Had he encountered them recently? His memory was particularly piqued by the striking beauty among them. Ah, I remember. 3 months ago, I heard of the ambush on Rear Admiral Stallo of the Navy headquarters. So it is you few who are part of the Snake Princess pirates. Gladius exclaimed with an unexpectedly courteous smile, leaving his companions bewildered. What was he up to? But unbeknownst to them, Gladius was a man with a hidden agenda. In an instant, he leaped backward, and 8 black steel orbs appeared between his crossed fingers, which he hurled with astonishing speed, slicing through the air. As Gladius landed on the deck, his blue coat adorned with metallic gears fluttered dramatically, and he struck a pose with utmost confidence, declaring, My artistry and explosions lie within a mere thought. Young fool, speed is power, and your strength seems rather lacking. In the blink of an eye, Norse reached out into the void, as if conjuring a wall of air that effortlessly suspended Gladius's explosive orbs in midair. This was Norse's solar gravity, successfully halting the projectiles. However, he knew that against the likes of a cannonball hurled by Admiral Carp, this technique would be futile. Gladius stood momentarily dumbfounded, his movement stiffening as he looked up to see the orbs held at bay by an invisible force. Humph, he scoffed, his lips twitching. What do you think? My explosions will consume the void that seeks to block them. Can you truly hinder my ability to explode freely? With a snap of his fingers, Gladius unleashed the suspended orbs, causing them to detonate. Unfortunately for him, their power barely breached Norse's gravitational barrier, but the residual shockwave rocked both ships violently. Is this your idea of explosion and artistry? Then allow me to show you the true nature of my devastation. Norse stood upright at the bow of the ship, his spear raised high above him, when suddenly, a blazing fireball began to swirl and coalesce, continuously expanding in size. Noth did not afford the other party a moment to respond. In an instant, he transformed into a specter, vanishing from his original position and reappearing before Gladiolus. At this moment, the fireball he held aloft in the void had grown to the size of a basketball. The pirates aboard the merchant ship were suddenly engulfed in terror, completely unaware of how Noth had approached them. Moreover, the fireball suspended in the air exuded such a menacing aura that the surrounding space warped from the searing heat, causing beads of sweat to stream down their faces, as though their bodies were on the verge of igniting. Gladiolus felt the impact more acutely than the others. He felt as if he were ensnared in a pit of flames, faced with Noth, who had already become synonymous with monstrosity in his eyes. Gladiolus was overwhelmed by Noth's air of invincibility and confidence, which rendered him acutely aware of his own insignificance. It seemed to him that uttering a single word could lead to his immediate annihilation at Noth's hands. It was utterly terrifying. I shall ask you once more, would you care to experience my explosive artistry? Noth maintained his invincible demeanor, exhibiting no fear of anyone aboard the ship. At this moment, Gladiolus crumbled, kneeling at Noth's feet, unable to articulate a single word, only perspiring profusely, his eyes reflecting profound dread and boundless terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. The sense of danger emanating from Noth was palpably intense, chilling, and immense. To Gladiolus, Noth appeared as an insurmountable volcano, poised to unleash a cataclysmic force capable of obliterating them all. That is correct. The treasures aboard your ship shall be claimed by the 9 Serpents pirate crew, and we shall take half. Norse retrieved the spinning sun sphere from the void, placing one foot upon Gladius. Observing the trembling figures beside him, he remarked, It is merely your duty to transport this to my ship. Is that too much to ask? The response was unanimous. Not at all. Not at all. It is only proper. A wave of terror washed over the group, rendering them incapable of resistance. Even Gladius, their most formidable warrior, crumbled under Norse's proximity, losing not only his composure but also his will to fight. Will you not resist? Norse inquired, directing his gaze towards Baby 5. Why should I resist? I wish to continue living, she replied, a lollipop nestled between her lips. In truth, her right hand, still clutching a weapon, trembled with fear, revealing the immense courage it took for her to engage with Norse at that moment. Norse remained silent, yet with a swift kick, he sent Gladiolus flying across the cabin, crashing forcefully against the interior, waiting for others to transfer the cargo onto his ship. Unbeknownst to him, Gladiolus, upon being propelled into the cabin by Norse's kick, erupted in fury. Perhaps it was the pain coursing through his body that jolted him from the brink of despair. He could no longer endure such humiliation and trampling, especially since he had always been a man of fiery temperament, much like the explosive nature of his abilities. I will take you down with me. In the next moment, Gladiolus's body swelled immensely, as if Norse's kick had inflated him entirely, resembling a large meatball rolling out of the dilapidated cabin. Then I shall oblige you. Norse suddenly vanished from sight. As the possessor of the Sunday through Sunday fruit, his speed had reached half the speed of light. In an instant, he activated his ghostly back strength, reclaiming the muscle mass that had long been suppressed by the sun's benevolent power. In the blink of an eye, Norse transformed into a towering, muscular figure, exuding a robust aura that filled every corner of the merchant vessel. His upper body was enveloped in armament hockey. When Norse reappeared, he had seized the rolling Gladiolus by the throat, lifting him into the air and exerting all his strength to crush his windpipe. Gladiolus, unable to self-destruct in time, was left gasping in agony, his hands flailing in a futile struggle against Norse's grip. You refuse to self-destruct? Then allow me to assist you, Norse coldly declared. For someone as treacherous as him, Norse had no intention of allowing Gladiolus to return and grow stronger, although he would never reach Norse's level. He would ensure that any affront to him would not go unpunished. Release him. I command you to let him go at once. Behind Norse, Baby 5 finally protested, her hands trembling as she gripped a Desert Eagle pistol. If you do not release him immediately, do you believe I can turn you into a sieve in mere seconds? Relying on her infinite ammunition? Unfortunately, a few seconds is more than enough for me. Give it your best shot. Norse granted his opponent both opportunity and courage. The latter could strike at this moment without fear of retaliation, yet he could not deter the determination to eliminate Gladius. Without hesitation, Baby 5 unleashed a barrage of bullets in an instant. Previously, there had been no resistance, as Gladius posed no threat to life as long as he remained passive. However, now that this fool had chosen to resist, as a member of the Don Quixote family, she felt compelled to attempt a rescue. Norse disregarded the bullets whizzing past him. His body immediately underwent a semi-luminous transformation, granting him a 50% chance to ignore the physical assault of ordinary bullets. Furthermore, he possessed another 50% resilience, allowing his formidable physique to withstand the firepower of such weapons. Even if he sustained minor injuries, his rapid healing would mitigate the damage. Thus, Norse effortlessly hurled Gladius hundreds of meters into the sky, transforming into a radiant sun and pursuing him. In his hand, he conjured a blazing solar sphere, which he hurled directly towards the ascending Gladius. Boom! The void was engulfed in silence. A mushroom cloud erupted nearly 1,000 meters high, its destructive remnants sweeping away all winds and clouds in the emptiness. Gladius, however, had vanished without a trace, leaving Norse alone, standing unscathed in the void, arms crossed, gazing imperiously at all below. P.S. During the concurrent trial of 10 individuals, I ranked 6th. Am I doomed? Chapter 29. The Might of Norse, will you not slay me? When Norse descended from the heavens, the countless pirate minions aboard the merchant ship were utterly terrified, resembling timid mice trembling in fear. Only Baby 5 displayed a semblance of courage, realizing that being afraid now served no purpose. Ha ha ha. Norse sneered disdainfully at the subordinates aboard the ship, before finally fixing his gaze upon Baby 5, surveying her from head to toe. He remarked, to possess no strength yet harbor such arrogance will lead one to depart from the stage of this world prematurely. Return and inform Don Quixote da Flamingo that Norse, the vice-captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, shall surely pay a visit to the nation of Dressrosa when time permits. What? You are Norse? Suddenly, Baby 5 looked bewildered at the formidable man before her upon hearing his name. She then retrieved a folded poster from the crevice of her bosom, unfolding it to compare it with Norse's appearance. The disparity was striking. They were scarcely recognizable as the same person. In that moment, Baby 5 anxiously wiped the cold sweat from her brow and said, I truly apologize. I couldn't help but draw a comparison. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hastily stowed the poster away. She pondered how such a perilous pirate could be valued at a mere 100 berries. Was this not a deliberate attempt by the Navy headquarters to demean him? Moreover, how could they portray a man of his stature as a comely woman? Was this not an invitation to disaster? However, what was even more absurd was that the Navy's deception had ensnared many, unaware of Norse's true strength. Anyone who encountered him would likely dismiss him as a mere inconsequential jester. Should he revert to his original form, he might be mistaken for a pretty boy kept aboard the 9 Snake pirate ship, living off the spoils of others. Especially given that everyone knew the captain of the 9 Snake pirates was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being. Without a doubt, the individual with a bounty of 100 berries is none other than I, Norse. Humph. Yet, I have already ensured that the Navy headquarters has paid a significant price. I trust that in a few days, you will come to realize just how perilous it is to provoke me. Norse cast a cold glance at the individual who suddenly produced a wanted poster, a surge of uncontrollable fury igniting within him. Sir, the half-dozen sealed boxes you requested have all been transferred to your ship. A pirate underling approached cautiously, his voice laced with trepidation. Curiosity piqued, North inquired, what treasures lie within these sealed boxes? The henchman, with great caution, replied, My lord, these artifacts have been illicitly trafficked from the underground market of Gaia Island. The majority consist of gold and silver adornments. He spoke with trepidation, fearful that any lack of clarity might lead to his untimely demise at the hands of his superior. All the sealed boxes transferred to my pirate ship contain such wealth? Indeed, they do, the henchman fervently affirmed, nodding vigorously. Norse felt a surge of joy, for he had come upon a trove of ancient artifacts and exquisite gold and silver jewelry. This voyage could indeed be deemed a splendid success, certain to yield a considerable fortune in Bailey. With such riches, he envisioned acquiring an array of luxurious tableware. Very well. Today I shall permit you to return with word to Don Quixote de la Mancha, informing him that from this day forth, the 9 snake pirates shall reign supreme over the waters encompassed by the Grand Line. We shall demand tribute for protection in these seas, should he dissent. Let him come to confront us. Norse spoke softly, his feet treading upon the void, leaving ripples in his wake as he traversed the sea and returned to his vessel. Observing the departure of the 9 snakes pirate ship, the pirates aboard the merchant ship felt as though they had emerged from the depths of a hellish abyss. Yet, the lingering dread that Norse had instilled in their hearts was far from dissipated. With the ability to traverse the void, soar across the ocean, and embody the sun, alongside the power to obliterate Gladius with a mere gesture, such a formidable pirate figure raised the question of what he could not accomplish. Meanwhile, the 9 snakes pirate ship sailed onward towards Long Ring Island. Norse, why did you not eliminate them all? Sonia aboard the ship pondered, particularly regarding the one with the maid outfit who appeared strikingly alluring, seemingly much younger than any of them. She struggled to comprehend why they did not simply return to seek vengeance, perhaps even slaying another of their kind to amplify the animosity. In truth, there was no necessity for such actions. In my eyes, individuals like the maid and the young girl were not deserving of death, especially not Don Quixote da Flamingo, who possessed unique means to locate the fruit abilities of those who had perished. Thus, even if Gladius was vanquished today, it would not be long before Doflamingo nurtured a new user of the bomb fruit. North accepted the glass of red wine that Hancock offered him and finished it in 2 gulps. So, it appears that Don Quixote Doflamingo is indeed formidable? Gullet interjected, observing North as he finished the wine. She then produced a cigarette from her pocket and stepped forward to light it for him, adding, moreover, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Impressive? He is merely a man of great ambition, one willing to resort to any means necessary to achieve his goals. Norse confidently declared, in terms of his individual strength, he is by no means my match. However, during his years as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he has amassed a formidable collective power. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. After this maritime expedition, I can assure you that the overall combat prowess of our 9 snake pirate crew will experience an unprecedented surge. At that time, I shall lead you to reign supreme in the New World. How exhilarating is that? The individuals surrounding Nos were stirred with fervor upon hearing such audacious proclamations. After all, possessing the capability and strength to ascend as sovereigns of the sea undoubtedly marks one as a formidable ruler of the ocean, and for her sisters, it represented a significant stride towards realizing their dream of toppling the decayed reign of the world government. Nos, do tell us the truth. Just how formidable are you at this moment? Sonia inquired with a sudden tension, feeling an unsettling sense that Nos was exceedingly extraordinary, consistently delivering unforeseen surprises in every confrontation. Nos exhaled a dense cloud of smoke, reflecting for a moment before speaking. I am uncertain where the limits lie, yet if the battle does not require a desperate struggle, I believe that at least 2 admirals from the Navy headquarters would be necessary to restrain me. As for one, you have witnessed the prowess of Admiral Zephyr. That would be the next scenario. Sonia and the others gasped in astonishment, marveling at such immense strength and confidence. But what if you were to engage in a fight with all your might? Sonia could not help but seek further understanding. I am unsure. That delves into the realm of my power's true limits. Norse chuckled softly, yet please believe that I harbor no sense of pride. After all, there are realms beyond realms, and individuals beyond individuals. Indeed, there exist several individuals in this world who surpass my own expectations. Ah, who could they be? Hancock and the others were left astounded, mentally noting the significance of the fact that there are indeed individuals who surpass him. Ha ha ha, knowing too much may not serve you well. However, given your commendable behavior towards me today, I have decided to prepare a culinary feast for you. Very well, delectable food is precisely what we require. Furthermore, I wish to accompany Lord Nors in learning the art of cooking. Would you be so kind as to patiently instruct me? Blushing, Hancock found herself lost in self-admiration, perhaps pondering whether Nors would embrace her from behind while teaching her to cook, and whether their hands might intertwine in such moments. Oh, what a delightful thought, indeed. A young lady should learn the art of cooking. Norse recalled Hancock's dark culinary creations, and a wave of discomfort surged through his stomach. He resolved to take this opportunity to teach her some everyday cooking skills. Chapter 30. An unexpected visitor. As night fell, the sky sparkled with countless stars, and the sea shimmered like a dream, with small fish playfully leaping in romantic pursuit. Unbeknownst to them, a ghostly island, resembling a specter, floated 800 meters high in the starry sky, its faint lights flickering. On the 9 snake pirate ship, Norse was instructing Hancock on how to prepare pasta, blissfully unaware of the unexpected guest that had arrived. Knead the flour with water until it becomes pliable, he instructed. It should not be too soft. To create delicious noodles or steamed buns, one must exert a bit of effort, but I still cannot knead it properly. How can you do it so well? Hancock protested. Let me teach you the simplest and quickest method. Imagine the dough as something you wish to mold, whether tenderly caressing it or squeezing it in frustration. Is that how it works? Hancock inquired, following his guidance. Exactly. Just like that. You are truly a quick learner, Norse encouraged. Watching as Hancock delicately kneaded the dough on the table, finally grasping the art of kneading. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire ship. Hancock lost her balance amidst her newfound enthusiasm for kneading and fell into Norse's broad embrace. What just happened? She exclaimed, her heart racing as she lay partially in his arms, secretly grateful for the unexpected upheaval. Do not worry, I will ensure everything is all right. A serene smile emerged on North's face as he remarked, Cook, please continue. We shall soon indulge in the noodles you prepare. I will step outside for a moment. However, a sense of foreboding gripped him. They were likely under surprise attack from their adversaries, as countless stones cascaded from the heavens. Just then, Golod rushed in, flustered. But upon seeing Hancock's flushed visage, she transformed, grinning mischievously, hee, Sonia and I can handle this ourselves. You all carry on, carry on. Carry on indeed. North scoffed. Initially suspecting an ambush by Sea Kings, it was now imperative for him to act. After all, the source of their peril loomed above. And he doubted the others could manage alone. He cast a sideways glance at Golod, who, despite her youth, entertained rather inappropriate thoughts. High above, 800 meters from the ocean's surface, in the starlit sky, a rather peculiar pirate henchman perched an imposing eagle on his shoulder. He stood before a somewhat fearsome balding man, brimming with excitement. Why run? I've rarely had the chance to enjoy myself like this. Why feign humility? The old man, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled clouds of thick smoke, showing no concern for the numerous stones he had just hurled at the nine-snake pirate ship below. Boss, if they discover our presence, it will inevitably reveal our position. We have worked hard to remain incognito for a decade. And your revenge plan in the East Blue is only halfway complete. For safety's sake, let us depart after our display. What is there to fear at night? I intend to raise the entire ship into the air. Ha ha ha. I've heard the captain of the nine-snake pirate ship is an unparalleled beauty. Boss, when did you develop such an appetite? Aren't you afraid of straining your back? The pirate henchman asked, bewildered, seemingly unafraid of the old man before him. Fool. Is that what I meant? The elder's brows furrowed in irritation, yet recalling the absurdity of having brought such a companion. He restrained his impulse to hurl him away, replying, beauty is irrelevant to me. I value her abilities. It is said she has awakened the conqueror's haki. Ha. I have stumbled upon a potential asset. Oh, I see. The boss intends to recruit them as his capable subordinates. The henchman realized. Oblivious to the earlier threat from the old man. It seems the IQ gene serum has left you with slight neurological issues, yet your intellect remains relatively intact. The elder gazed down at his subordinate with disdain. Boss, I have undergone a second transformation thanks to the IQ gene serum. I can now achieve a semi-beast transformation. So my intelligence remains largely unaffected, the henchman replied, grinning foolishly. Excellent. Upon our return, I shall have Indigo prepare the third phase of the IQ gene serum for you. Should you succeed in the third transformation, untold benefits await you. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged upward, as if the flying island beneath them had gained an immense weight. Plummeting rapidly, the old man and the henchman struggled to maintain their footing, realizing that at this rate, their island vessel was destined for the depths of the sea. Ha. This is rather intriguing. The elder's golden mane danced wildly as he struck the island ship with a powerful palm. A wave of invisible energy swept across the starry expanse, enveloping the island vessel, halting its descent, and even compelling it to ascend. It cannot be pulled down? I must see who possesses such audacity. North clenched his fists. He had just utilized his observation haki to sense the starry sky, detecting unidentified objects and life energy above. However, during his attempt to employ solar gravity to draw them down, he encountered a counteracting force. North, be cautious. And make haste. Our esteemed sister is preparing noodles for us. Do not worry, I have an inkling of who it is. I shall meet with them shortly. As Norz uttered a phrase, he transformed into a blazing sun, soaring into the sky, illuminating the starry expanse below, causing Golod and Sonia to shield their eyes, unable to gaze upon the brilliance. What is this? A light, so dazzling that it is impossible to behold? High atop the island ship, the astonished voice of an elderly man resonated. Damn it. Did you not claim that the vessel below belongs to the Nine-Snake Pirates? Why then does the shadow of that old rascal, Kizaru, loom? How could this be? That is indeed the ship of the Nine-Snake Pirates. Two colossal serpents, akin to sea kings, draw the vessel. It cannot be mistaken. The pirate lackey aboard the island ship wore a perplexed expression. Simultaneously, a sense of fear began to creep in regarding the old man before him, prompting him to cautiously remark, Captain, it appears Kizaru has come alone. Perhaps we should If we have encountered that Kizaru, wielding the light fruit, we shall certainly have no chance to escape. The old man, known as the Golden Lion Shiki, declared with a commanding presence that surged like a lion's roar across the seas, asserting, of course, we must ensure he is buried beneath these waves. To protect my movements from being revealed prematurely, lest I find myself relentlessly pursued by Garp and Sengoku, jeopardizing my grand plans. Golden Lion Shiki. I never anticipated it would indeed be you. At this moment, Norse ascended even higher, surpassing the floating island at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. He radiated like an intense sun, casting forth myriad dazzling rays that compelled the pirate lackeys and the cigar-chomping elder below to shield their eyes from the blinding luminosity. P.S. I deeply appreciate the creative insights shared in the comments regarding the sun. I have taken note and will consider them in due course. Chapter 31. The Majesty of the Lion. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Bellowed the golden lion Shiki with immense authority. A cigar firmly clenched between his teeth, as he squinted to discern the figure amidst the flames, realizing it was not the Marine Admiral Kizaru. A cold smirk crept across his face, so it was merely an insignificant nobody. I am Norse, the vice-captain of the Nine-Snake pirate ship. Have you not seen my bounty poster? Or do you, as a paradigm-shifting pirate, underestimate me, a mere nameless soul? Norris strode purposefully towards the infamous golden lion Shiki, prepared to confront this lawless figure. Although Shiki was exceedingly arrogant, his cunning ran deep, making it unlikely that he would be easily provoked. Fetch me the bounty poster regarding the Nine-Snake pirates. I wish to examine it, Shiki suddenly commanded one of his subordinates. In order to ensure the absolute elimination of Norris, he deemed it prudent to gather more information about his adversary, for thus far, Norris had displayed considerable prowess. Captain, have you forgotten what paper we've been using for our recent endeavors? The pirate henchman lamented. At this moment, we truly have none on hand. However, if you wish to learn more about Norris, I do recall that the Nine-Snake ship indeed possesses a bounty poster featuring him. What nonsense is this? Shiki fumed, unable to contain his anger, and struck the henchman across the face, exclaiming, 100 berries? Damn it, you truly are a worthless fool. Captain, what I speak is the utmost truth. The bounty on Norris is indeed for a rather attractive female, and the amount is 100 berries. Unless, of course, the world government and the Navy headquarters have made a grave error. The pirate henchman, having been knocked several meters away with a few teeth lost, remained fiercely loyal, crawling back to cling to Shiki's leg, asserting that no deceit lay in his words. Humph, the most useless of the useless. Daring to mislead me into believing that the bounty is merely 100 berries. Shiki contemptuously kicked the henchman towards Norris, coldly stating, you are so resolute. Why not charge ahead and deal with him yourself? The kicked henchman transformed mid-flight into a half-beast, half-bird creature, contorting in agony as his limbs thickened into razor-sharp talons. Suddenly, a pair of meaty wings sprouted from his back, adorned with rows of sharp, hardened spines. Ah, I shall rend your flesh for the captain. The transformed pirate, now driven by madness and distortion, lunged towards Norris, his heart filled with a fervent desire to tear him apart. Norris gazed at the avian figure with an air of indifference. Who could fathom the incredible experiments that the notorious Shiki, the Golden Lion, had been conducting in secrecy over the years? Yet, judging by the transformation of this pirate lackey before him, it was evident that Shiki had descended into madness, utilizing human bodies to endure a concoction of IQ-enhancing beast genes, resulting in a groundbreaking metamorphosis. However, it was clear that such a transformation was unsustainable for the human form, akin to a relentless drain on one's vitality to maintain the beastly change. Thus, even if Norse refrained from ending this creature's life in that moment, the next would inevitably lead to demise due to the frail flesh being unable to bear the burden. How tragic. Nonetheless, the fervent loyalty displayed in this endeavor for their captain, in a bid to manifest one's worth before death, rendered the notion of perishing in the sea to nourish the fish far more valuable. In North's hand appeared an exceedingly slender sword of woven flame, resembling more of a lightning rod. With a swift horizontal slash, the speed of light seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space itself. The avian adversary instinctively attempted to block the assault with its sharp talons, unaware that the sword of woven flame transcended all physical defenses. In an instant, it bisected both its claws and body, leaving no time for realization. It was as if the head had been severed from the body before comprehension could set in. Shiki, did you fail to inform them that only those wielding haki or armed color can obstruct the powers of the natural type? Or do you presume my sword is too dull to pierce his flesh? North stepped forward, casting aside the bisected body of the minion, which plummeted into the depths of the sea. It was utterly feeble. Gold Lion Shiki felt no sympathy for the demise of his companion. Instead, he was filled with disappointment. Enraged, he forcefully hurled the cigar clenched between his teeth to the ground, his voice dripping with murderous intent as he declared, "But I shall ensure you do not see the dawn of tomorrow. I will take the rest of the Nine-Snake pirates with me, ha ha ha." Thus, the battle commences. Suddenly, North vanished from sight, leaving behind nothing but a fleeting illusion. Boom. The Golden Lion Shiki utilized his formidable observation haki to keenly sense North's movements. And after a swift clash with his two renowned swords, Sakura Tin and Drywood, he distanced himself once more from North. Humph. The Golden Lion snorted disdainfully. He never engaged in battles without certainty of victory, nor did he partake in fights where escape was not assured. Moreover, this island ship served as his means of flight. How could he risk a genuine confrontation atop it? Little creature, experience the might of my slash wave. Shiki bellowed as he executed a powerful kick in North's direction, unleashing a swift and precise golden sword aura. The air crackled violently in its wake, and the surface of the island ship could scarcely bear the strain, splitting open to reveal a gaping chasm 3 feet wide. Seizing this opportunity, Shiki swiftly abandoned the island ship, plummeting rapidly towards the ocean thousands of meters below. Indeed, he is a cunning and treacherous old fox. North wielded his sword with both hands, mastering the art of dual wielding under the armor of Haki. He effortlessly shattered the sword wave unleashed by the Golden Lion Shiki, then pursued him with the intent to thwart any assault on the Nine-Snake pirate ship. However, as North dashed off the island, dozens of slashing waves surged forth, each more fearsome than the last, racing up to meet him in a perilous confrontation. In the face of the initial onslaught, North managed to successfully counter the majority of the slashing wave attacks. However, several strikes still pierced through, leaving him with glaring wounds on his arms and thighs, bleeding profusely. At that moment, North was compelled to acknowledge his own lack of combat experience, which paled in comparison to that of this battle-hardened and cunning adversary. Yet, every individual possesses a vulnerable point, and Hancock and her companions were his saviors. Should anyone dare to inflict harm upon them in his presence, he would unleash his fury, transforming into an ancient weapon of vengeance, resolutely determined to bring an end to his foe. Thus, North became a blazing orb of wrath, akin to a sun on the verge of a nuclear explosion. Even from hundreds of meters above the sea, the surrounding air and waters appeared to be engulfed in a cataclysmic inferno. Shiki's response was equally swift. He launched a surprise attack on the Snake pirate ship, causing it to lose its buoyancy and drift skyward. Following this, he employed his superhuman ability to strike down upon the ocean's surface with tremendous force. Chapter 32, The Battle at 10,000 Meters. Boom. The sea roiled as towering waves surged skyward, coalescing into the formidable visage of a lion's head. In an instant, it rose to a height comparable to that of North, standing 100 meters above the water. The colossal lion's head loomed like an indomitable mountain, its massive maw, formed from the gathering of seawater, opened wide, unleashing a roar that reverberated across the seas. The sound resonated thunderously, shaking the heavens themselves. Norse furrowed his brow upon witnessing the Nine-Snake pirate ship ascending into the sky, and he began to comprehend the intentions of his adversaries. Their objective was clear. They must not allow the legendary Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, to perish. For if Shiki were to meet his demise, his formidable float fruit powers would vanish, and consequently, the Nine-Snake pirate ship would lose its ability to soar through the heavens, plummeting into the abyss of the deep sea. So that is their plan. Very well, I shall engage you in a delightful game. Noth's eyes flickered with a cold glint as he faced the roaring waves that threatened to engulf him, the lion of the sea. The blazing sword of flame in his grasp dissipated instantly. He began to harness the explosive energy coursing through him, condensing it into a sphere within his hands, a maneuver reminiscent of the tailed beast bomb. With this, Noth propelled himself into the tumultuous waves of the lion's might. Boom. The clash of water and fire was cataclysmic, each force refusing to coexist. In an instant, an unimaginable explosion erupted, enveloping the vast expanse of the sea in a shroud of mist. Simultaneously, the colossal sea lion was obliterated. The torrents of water that were flung outwards evaporated like dew, transforming into dense clouds of vapor overhead. Whoosh! The Golden Lion ascended through the mist, taken aback by the formidable power displayed. Its abilities were evidently superior to those of the Marine Headquarters Kizaru, leaving the nature of its devil fruit power shrouded in mystery. It was an undeniably perilous and intricate situation. This could very well be one of the most formidable adversaries Noth had encountered in his extensive career. Shiki, are you still scheming against me? I shall stand upon your back and demand your submission, Noth declared as he pursued relentlessly. Fortunately, Noth possessed the ability to soar freely through the void. Had it been anyone else, they would have struggled to contend with the Golden Lion's powers. Damn it, what storms have I not weathered? With just a few more exchanges, I will decipher your strength and methods. Prepare to meet your end at my hands. Shiki, a man of considerable arrogance and temper, felt his pride pricked at the thought of submission. He was determined to exact revenge, no matter the cost. As Shiki executed two perfect arcs with his dual swords in the air, the space below him suddenly distorted with waves of energy. Dozens of upgraded golden sword waves manifested, shaped like razor-sharp crescents, cleaving through the air as if summoned from the void itself, aimed directly at Noth. You truly underestimate me. Let me split your back wide open. Noston hovered in the air, facing the opponent's swordsmanship directly. From his body, which blazed with boundless light and flames, he once again harnessed an immense quantity of energy, instantly condensing it into a colossal supersword, measuring 40 meters in length and 10 meters in width. Norse raised his sword with all his might, cleaving down from the heavens. The sky rumbled as if it were on the verge of deafening. The radiant arc of the colossal blade pierced through the clouds for miles, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night sky, illuminating the darkness. Below, the surface of the sea was rent apart by the light of the descending sword, creating a gash that spanned hundreds of miles, unable to close for an eternity. Humph! Such a grandiose yet clumsy display. You young ones have become increasingly pretentious. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the Golden Lion Shiki, adept in the art of observation Haki, effortlessly evaded Norse's mighty sword strike in an instant. He even had the luxury of witnessing his own attack, the wave-cutting volley, being effortlessly obliterated by the opponent's massive blade. He displayed no signs of astonishment, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Instead, a haughty expression emerged, suggesting that it was indeed essential for you youngsters to comprehend your own limitations and to grasp what true manly strength entails. If you dare, follow me. At that moment, Shiki's fighting spirit surged. After a decade of obscurity and restraint, he had not engaged in a true battle for years. Once a fiercely combative pirate of the high seas, he now welcomed the opportunity to find a worthy adversary in the sky, not at all averse to enjoying the struggle before delivering a fatal blow. True manly strength? Humph. In the depths of his heart, North scoffed. Was Shiki finally ready to confront him head-on? Above the clouds, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the night sky sparkled with unparalleled brilliance. The nine-snake pirate ship and Shiki the Golden Lion's island vessel floated majestically above, resting upon a thick bed of clouds. North, do take care. I have been eagerly awaiting your return to share a meal. Fear not, though this fellow is replete with schemes and stratagems. I am certain I can crush him in direct combat. Kid, to engage in aerial combat with me, Shiki the Golden Lion, is a stroke of remarkable fortune for you. Do you not realize? By the way, I hear you admire my swordsmanship? Ha ha ha. Then, before your demise, I shall not hesitate to unleash the true power of my famed swords, Sakura tin and withered wood, so you may truly experience the essence of swordsmanship. Shiki, undaunted by North's prowess, regarded the earlier sword attack as mere child's play. He knew that the full force of his lion's 1,000 cuts could cleave through the ocean for 1,000 miles, and in this cloudscape, it could achieve the same. What significance did severing a mere few hundred miles hold? Such arrogance? Alas, only the weak utter such unrealistic jests. With a powerful step, Nuasi broke through the thick layers of clouds, his entire being soaring upwards. As a radiant sun emerged from within him and ascended to the pinnacle of his head, it instantaneously engulfed the resplendent starry sky, illuminating every corner above the vast expanse of clouds. Norse gazed down upon the golden lion Shiki above the vast clouds and remarked, "Are you not eager to discover the extent of my abilities? Who decreed that I would not behold the sun of tomorrow? My power is the Sunday through Sunday fruit. Even the profoundest night cannot engulf the radiance of my solar light. What right do you have to declare that I shall not witness the dawn? The sun? Who in their right mind would believe that the brilliant sphere, aflame at such great heights, is indeed the sun?" Shiki, clearly unimpressed by Norse's words, dismissed him as a mere youth, consumed by impatience, whose ostentatious abilities were no more than a dazzling spectacle akin to the fiery orb before them. Youngster, the true essence of swordsmanship lies in the intangible. It can cleave through anything that lies ahead. I shall sever your pitiful sphere with a single stroke. At that moment, Shiki unleashed the power of his conqueror's haki, causing the thick clouds beneath him to surge and ripple, subtly forming the silhouette of a lion made of clouds. Under the amplification of this overwhelming force, the world within Shiki's gaze fell into an unparalleled silence, as if he were the sovereign of all that surrounded him. In such an environment, his strength, speed, mastery of swordsmanship, and even his invincible confidence soared to unprecedented heights. This was the dominion of true kings among men. Chapter 33. Light. Infinite sword control. Whoosh. Multiple blades of sword energy erupted from the swords of Sakura and Karaki, slicing through the air as if tearing apart the very fabric of space, drawing perilously close to Norse's eyes. Norse bore an expression of utmost solemnity, fully aware of the overwhelming might emanating from the blade enhanced by the Golden Lion's conqueror's haki. He did not harbor the slightest underestimation in his heart. He understood that the great lion, Chikyoku's attack was a superlative upgrade of the wave slash, possessing a lethality that far exceeded that of its predecessor, demanding the utmost respect. However, Norse was not intimidated by the opponent's swordsmanship prowess. Light. Infinite sword control. Norse waved his hand downward, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Above him, within the blazing orb of the sun, an imperceptible explosion occurred. In an instant, countless sparks erupted, resembling fireworks soaring skyward, and when they detonated in the air, they were breathtakingly beautiful and resplendent. Humph. The golden lion Shiki let out a cold snort, dismissing it as merely a display of ostentatious skill by his opponent. However, in the next moment, Shiki's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, a thrill of trepidation coursing through him. The dazzling array of sparks, illuminated by the sun's radiance and infused with luminous energy, transformed into blazing light swords, each sword's tip directed toward Shiki. Boom, boom, boom. The multitude of light swords, moving with the speed of light, descended upon the golden lion Shiki in a sweeping barrage. Even the great lion he had unleashed moments earlier, the Thousand Cuts Valley, was now besieged by a storm of blades. In no time, several light blades shattered upon collision with the descending swords. Yet the residual force from their clash was formidable enough to part the surrounding clouds by thousands of meters. Meanwhile, the golden lion Shiki could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately donned his full armament. Even the helm atop his head remained intact. Wave slash. Thousand Cuts Valley. Wave slash. The golden lion activated his absolute defense, combining the powers of armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki, unleashing a torrent of sword energy and techniques. Techniques such as wave slash, crescent moon, cross slash, cherry blossom light, and withered wood shadow flowed forth in unending succession. After an indeterminate amount of time, this round of the infinite sword duel finally came to an end. Yet the confrontation had irrevocably altered the atmosphere and environment at this altitude of 10,000 meters. A thick layer of dark clouds now enveloped the expansive sky above the cloud bed, roaring ominously, with countless bolts of lightning raging within. The dense accumulation of clouds even dimmed the bright sunlight illuminating Norse below. Ha ha ha. The golden lion Shiki cackled, seemingly having lit a large cigar at some point. Declaring, to battle with me to such an extent, you truly are audacious. Such an extent? I believe our battle has only just begun. Norse spoke softly, yet internally astonished by Shiki's prowess, pondering whether it was due to the conqueror's haki. It is noteworthy that even Zephyr would likely find himself at a disadvantage in such a scenario. Although Zephyr's martial arts are formidable, without the might of the conqueror's haki, he cannot achieve a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities during battle. Thus, the possibility is substantial. Ha ha ha. But this time, you're definitely doomed, Shiki exclaimed. Exhaling thick clouds of smoke, his laughter manic, resembling a quintessential villain. It appears your radiant sun has dimmed compared to before. Indeed, you are ultimately an inconsequential fledgling. If you were to face my descending assault now, what would you do? A descending attack? Are you attempting to harness this vast expanse of dark clouds to completely engulf my sun with the forces of darkness? Norse spoke calmly, not hindering Shiki's sudden ascent. Oh? You actually know what I'm about to do and remain so composed. You must be trembling in fear, Shiki sneered, convinced that this maneuver would surely annihilate his opponent. Humph. You certainly think too highly of yourself. I have declared my intention to trample you underfoot while you sing of conquest. How could I suddenly cower before you? Norse scoffed dismissively. In truth, he was rather eager to engage in battle with the notorious pirate Shiki. For the latter's cunning and unpredictable combat style could swiftly compensate for Norse's own lack of experience. Don't you dare speak too soon. I've encountered many like you. They merely weep when faced with their own demise. Shiki retorted angrily. In the next moment, he struck toward the tempestuous storm clouds with a powerful palm. As an invisible force seemingly enveloped the clouds for 1,000 miles. Lion's might, cloud of the imperial roar. Shiki unleashed his ultimate technique, manipulating the clouds into the shape of a lion's head, launching a thunderous assault upon Norse below. Kid, this time you can truly roll off to your demise. This thunderous lion's head is filled with rampant lightning. Can you withstand it? After repeatedly employing his most potent techniques, Shiki was drenched in sweat yet still exhibited an exhilarating madness. So that's it. I wondered why you were unharmed by the lightning in the clouds. It turns out your bald head is adorned with a lightning-resistant ship's wheel. Ha ha ha. That ornament on your head is quite unique. But it makes you look like a foolish rooster. Norska sneered at his opponent, exclaiming, it is no wonder you remain oblivious to my strength. It seems the rudder has muddled your mind. Infuriated by this taunt, Shiki unleashed his formidable conqueror's haki once more, sweeping away and obliterating everything in his vicinity. Far away on their ship, Sonia and Garud felt a wave of unease wash over them, marveling at the undeniable prowess of this legendary pirate who transcended Eris. With a resounding roar, the golden lion Shiki initiated his lion's might, the imperial cloud, summoning a colossal, fearsome cloud in the shape of a lion's head. Its jaws, crackling with thunderous fury, descended upon Norse below, evoking an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Golden lion Shiki, he declared. You would do well to open your eyes wide and witness how I shall utterly obliterate your ambitions. With an unmistakable brilliance and unwavering courage, Norse radiated an aura of formidable strength. Suddenly, the blazing sun returned to his being, unleashing a torrent of scorching heat and boundless light from within. His hands began to absorb and coalesce the radiant energy of the sun, swiftly forming a sphere of fire adorned with dark flares that danced in his grasp. In that moment, a terrifying wave of energy was released, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Instantly, even the air around him ignited in flames. The art of solar detonation. Norse harnessed the gravitational pull of the sun to elevate himself, propelling a fiery orb directly towards the colossal cloud formation known as the lion's head. Simultaneously, this was akin to a ticking time bomb poised for detonation. Norse refrained from suppressing the external flare reactions, thus rendering it susceptible to immediate self-detonation upon external influence. Boom. The lion's head engulfed Norse's solar explosion art in one swift motion, while the surface flares of the solar explosion were provoked by external thunder, triggering a cataclysmic release. A massive mushroom cloud ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, its residual force sweeping across the cosmos in an instant. This upheaval disturbed the thick cloud bed below, stirring the winds in a tumultuous dance, reminiscent of an epical transformation. For a fleeting moment, the expanse at 10,000 meters was shrouded in silence, as if a cosmic metamorphosis were unfolding. After an indeterminate duration, a torrid rain began to descend from the heavens, accompanied by a nebulous veil of water vapor enveloping the sky above and below. Chapter 34. The Battle of 5 Nights. As the rain subsided, dawn had long since broken. The fierce rays of the sun, laden with ultraviolet light, illuminated the surroundings with a blinding intensity, scorching everything in their path. Norseborn, being the wielder of the sun fruit, is indeed able to disregard the ultraviolet rays emitted by the blazing sun. In fact, his body can absorb the sun's light and heat, facilitating a certain degree of physical recovery. However, Hancock and her companions, along with the formidable Shiki, find it exceedingly challenging to endure for lengthy periods, particularly as their pupils exhibit a notably low immunity to ultraviolet radiation. Prolonged exposure in such an elevated environment, devoid of any green vegetation to absorb the harmful rays, could lead to the potential blindness and necrosis of their pupils. Shiki, let us deliberate on this matter. If you were to return the Snake Princess pirate ship to the sea, I would graciously spare you today, considering Hancock and her companion's ethereal beauty. How could they possibly be sun-kissed into a sensuous dark skin? Moreover, the two serpents beneath the Snake Princess's ship would likely succumb to dehydration before long. Ha ha ha. Who can stop me, Shiki, from leaving? You don't even dare to approach Impelled Down. Perhaps you should inquire more about my legendary escape from imprisonment? Furthermore, after our night together, neither of us could impose our will upon the other, so what right do you have to negotiate with me? Shiki laughed maniacally. Completely unfazed by his disheveled state and the various burn marks scattered across his body, he paid no heed to the exhaustion that had accumulated from a night of battle. Nor did he concern himself with the potential effects of ultraviolet rays. Very well, we shall battle again tonight, but should you dare to vanish from my sight, I will pay a visit to your beloved Vermilion Isle. Do not presume I am unaware of where that archipelago floats. North, without further ado, decided to return to the ship to safeguard Hancock and her companions. As for dealing with the Golden Lion, that could wait until evening, after all. It was merely a matter of everyone expending their energies together. Come back. What the hell do you mean? Are you threatening me? As Sky watched North turn to leave, his fury became increasingly unbearable. He thought to himself, how many years had it been? No one had dared to threaten him, yet today, a mere young brat had brazenly done so. I am warning you not to think of escaping, or you will regret it. North halted on the cloud bed, casting a cold, mocking glance back at Sky. Sky stood momentarily stunned, feeling the seriousness in North's gaze. However, recalling that Velmayu was a crucial hideaway for secrets, he was resolute that nothing must be revealed to outsiders until all plans were fulfilled. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Brat, you know too much. Before I leave, I will surely kill you. Thus, the decision to postpone their battle until nightfall was fortuitous for him. He would first return to indulge in a hearty feast to replenish his strength, ensuring that he would exert all his power to eliminate the opponent that evening. Upon returning to their respective ships, both parties began to feast heartily, seated at the prows while exchanging glances. It was as if they had silently confirmed with their eyes across the several hundred meters that anyone who dared to flee would be a coward. Lord North. Is my ramen delicious? Finally, Hancock felt fulfilled, believing that nothing could compare to the joy of cooking for her beloved. Even if her wish had only been realized from last night to the present day, naturally, it would be even better if she could hear North praise her efforts. Indeed, Cook's progress is becoming increasingly impressive. North nodded thoughtfully, suddenly realizing that Hancock's skin had become somewhat parched. He mused about the insidious effects of ultraviolet rays, wondering if prolonged exposure might lead to a skin ailment. Cook, come here for a moment. I shall examine you forthwith. Afterwards, you should return to the cabin. Tonight, I shall surely capture the Golden Lion Shiki and bring him back to the surface, Norse reassured her. After all, Hancock was inherently a person who cherished beauty, her delicate form requiring utmost care. Yet, at this moment, she had chosen to accompany Norse without a hint of complaint, which genuinely touched him and filled him with remorse. In truth, I am quite well. If there were any issue, it was entirely my own volition to be here with you, Hancock replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Norse did not overthink the situation. At times, his behavior was undeniably straightforward. He grasped Hancock's delicate hand and remarked, You still claim to be fine? Today, the skin on your entire arm has lost its former luster, appearing quite unappealing. Moreover, it lacks the smooth, jade-like texture it once had. Do you intend to venture out onto the deck to confront the fierce ultraviolet rays? Hancock, resembling a wronged child, lowered her head before Norse. Yet, despite her sense of grievance, it paled in comparison to the joy and fluttering sensation she experienced when he took her hand. Hancock found herself increasingly enamored with Norse, utterly unable to extricate herself from her feelings. Even with him before her, her heart longed to embrace him tightly or even to envelop him entirely within her being. Very well, I have invoked the benevolent power of the sun to invigorate your cells, thereby enhancing your resistance to ultraviolet rays to some extent. However, you are still not me. Thus, it is best to comply and stay inside. I must remain outside to watch over the Golden Lion Shiki, to prevent him from scheming to escape, lest our nine-snake pirate ship be left adrift, Norse stated earnestly. Meanwhile, on the opposing ship, the Golden Lion was indulging in roasted meat, devouring an entire suckling pig while casting a cold gaze in Norse's direction, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a lethal blow. In essence, Shiki would not consider fleeing without first eliminating Norse. For him, Norse not only knew of his existence but also the whereabouts of Vermule, making it imperative that Norse be silenced. Bah, what a pair of shameless lovers, daring to flaunt their affection before me. Shiki spat out the morsel of meat in his mouth, incensed by the sight of Norse and Hancock holding hands and displaying their affection. And thus, the daylight hours eventually came to a close. Norse and Shiki battled fiercely through the night, yet remained ensnared in a stalemate, compelling them to continue their strife. Thus, they clashed for 3 more nights, while during the day, their confrontation escalated to a boiling point, and both had lost all semblance of patience. On the morning of the 6th day, the two adversaries finally reached a mutual agreement, deciding to return to the surface of the sea to select an island where they could settle their differences. They pledged by the name of pirates that should either of them take to the skies during battle, they would concede defeat, forever remaining beneath the other's heel. The act of flying rendered it nearly impossible to capture one another. Soon after returning to the ocean, the Golden Lion proposed to choose the Long Ring Long Land, as it was the nearest island in the vicinity for their decisive encounter. North had no objections whatsoever. Their party's objective was, after all, to journey to Changhuan Island for a layover, where they would replenish their supplies for the long voyage. Thus, the proposal to engage in a decisive battle at Changhuan Island was indeed most favorable. P.S. Apologies for the delay. Another chapter will follow shortly, as I shall persevere through the night to complete it. Chapter 35, Invincible Solar Fist. After a day and a night, North and the Golden Lion Shiki each sailed their pirate ships to the Long Ring Islands. It happened that on this day, the tide had receded, allowing countless nomads to migrate. Under ordinary circumstances, Long Ring Island is divided into 10 smaller islands by the sea. However, each year, there comes a day when the waters recede significantly, and influenced by the deities of the seven waters, the islands restore their original form within a few hours. They resemble a sapphire ring cast aside upon the ocean. During this time, the island's nomadic tribe seize the opportunity to relocate to the next island every 3 years, awaiting the replenishment of resources before returning once more on that fateful day. It must be said that the pastoralists of Long Ring Island exhibit a commendable understanding of ecological cycles. Are you pirates? Indeed, pirates. You are not welcome here. Return to the sea. A group of migrating herders, upon spotting the 2 pirate ships landing on their shores, approached their island. They began to speak in long, drawn-out tones, adopting fierce expressions, clearly expressing their disdain for the pirates who threatened their way of life. The very essence of Long Ring Island is reflected in its elongated fauna. Its residents communicate in drawn-out cadences, making it challenging for outsiders to engage in dialogue. Those who are already flustered might feel an overwhelming urge to silence the locals, wishing to deliver a swift reprimand to their elongated speech. What shall we do? The herders exchanged puzzled glances, for despite their lengthy discourse, the pirates seemed utterly indifferent to their presence. What else can we do? Shoot arrows at them. We do not wish for their lives. Merely to send them back to the sea. The herders, emboldened by their resolve, prepared their specialized arrows, each one long and slender, true to the name of Long Ring Island, which emphasizes all things elongated. Allow me to assist. At that moment, Hancock stepped forward. She shed her grand crimson cloak and entrusted it to Sonia. With a graceful arch of her lithe, voluptuous figure, she tossed aside the tendrils of her hair falling by her ears, and, with a sweet smile gracing her enchanting visage, she addressed the migrating herders. As a being of such ethereal beauty, what reason do you have to send us back to the sea? In that instant, an unseen force seemed to envelop the herders, ensnaring them in an irresistible wave of infatuation, rendering them obedient to Hancock's charm. Humph, just a bunch of beasts, overwhelmed by the presence of a woman, or perhaps a horde of blind women afflicted with the disease of infatuation. How revolting. On the other side, Shiki, the Golden Lion, let out a disdainful snort, clearly unimpressed by Hancock's methods and abilities. With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of lethal intent, his sword slicing through the air, sending forth dozens of blade-like energies toward the herders. Shiki, your actions are quite displeasing to me. Norse launched an assault at an unprecedented speed, shattering all of his opponent's sword energies. Ha ha ha. Those who fail to please my eyes shall be granted death. I am the Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki remained unfazed. Upon witnessing Nor's furious demeanor, he felt an exhilarating thrill, as if his own joy were derived from the suffering of others. Follow me. Norse had become utterly indifferent, his murderous intent chillingly palpable. If pirates were to be defined by the likes of Shiki, then from this moment forth, he would slay them one by one. I forgot to mention, I could easily dispatch you on land. Shiki stepped on the backs of Sakura and the withered tree, following suit. He recalled the fierce battles of your alongside Garp and Sengoku, during which he had never faltered. Did they genuinely believe he was afraid? Were it not for the scant power afforded by the float fruit in the air, would he lack absolute confidence? However, the dynamics shifted entirely on solid ground. By harnessing his floating abilities, the entirety of Long Ring Island could potentially become an extension of his strength. Alas, I only require a few seconds, Norse coldly replied, never having been so serious before. Indeed, Norse's power was truly terrifying. However, after the nine-snake pirate ship was elevated to an altitude of 10,000 meters, he dared not unleash his full strength against the Golden Lion Shiki, fearing that a miscalculation could inadvertently lead to the latter's demise. Such a catastrophe would cause the floating nine-snake pirate ship to plummet, and he would be powerless to prevent the tragedy of destruction and loss of life. But now, the situation was different. Wave. The Golden Lion Shiki scoffed, immediately launching an attack on Norse. Underfoot, the Sakura 10 and Withered would unleash a tremendous assault, releasing a golden wave of unparalleled might. At that moment, not only did it shake the entirety of Long Ring Island, but it also severed the island's northern and southern stretches, causing the vast terrain to begin fracturing and detaching from the main landmass, seemingly destined to sink into the depths of the ocean. Yet Shiki did not relent, for this was not the outcome he had initially intended. Instead, he struck the land beneath him with a palm, an invisible force enveloping the immense terrain. Instantly, all gravity above was nullified. With a resounding crash, the Golden Lion's twin swords pressed down as the colossal terrain continued to detach from the island. As it ascended to a certain height, Shiki withdrew his levitating power. In that moment, the rising landmass resembled a meteor descending from the heavens, hurtling towards Norse in a celestial burial. Devil's back power. Armament Haki. The relentless force of the sun. North, unyielding and fearless, liberated his entire muscular form once more, even awakening the formidable power of the human specter. Instantly, a surge of vitality erupted within him. Additionally, an armor of color enveloped his entire being, as his tightly clenched fists each cradled a merciless solar orb. Engaging in a west-to-east rotational nuclear reaction. The invincible solar fist. North stood firmly on the ground, delivering powerful punches towards the descending layers from above. In the blink of an eye, countless radiant sun fists surged forth, transforming the essence of energy into tangible strikes. Colliding at the speed of light with the earth plummeting from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal layers of earth continued to erupt, ceaselessly shattering and being reduced to ashes. Norse roared, drenched in sweat as he pushed himself to the limits, unleashing a barrage of punches at an astonishing speed. Releasing dozens of solar strikes each second. The immense earth above him was relentlessly destroyed, and the force of the impacts was eventually halted at a certain height. As Norse delivered his 999th blow, the soil controlled by the Golden Lion Shiki erupted in a concentrated explosion, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that engulfed the entirety of Long Ring Island. In that moment, the sky reverberated with a thunderous roar that lingered for an eternity. Chapter 36. Day of the Sun, Day of the Earth, Day of the Air. Suddenly, the Golden Lion coughed up a mouthful of blood. He descended from the heavens, battered and bruised, crashing into the ruins below, utterly disheveled, completely unprepared for the terrifying aftermath of this battle. Especially during the final explosion, despite his immediate evasion. He was still grievously wounded, blood spilling from his mouth due to the overwhelming force of destruction. Damn it, I can still fight. Just wait until I stand up. And I shall cleave you in two. Shiki's heart burned with defiance. Although the opponent had annihilated a vast expanse of earth, what did it matter? As long as he drew breath, he possessed the power to vanquish his foe. With a swift motion, a flash of light sliced through the air, hurtling towards the fallen Golden Lion Shiki. Boom. An explosion of considerable magnitude erupted, with the ground fracturing outward from Shiki's position. In the midst of the blast, Shiki's anguished cries echoed. As the thick clouds of dust began to settle, a figure emerged. Norse, perched atop the Golden Lion Shiki, relentlessly raining down iron-hard punches upon him. Shiki continued to wail in torment. Despite being enveloped in his armament Haki and even augmenting it with his conqueror's Haki, he could not fully withstand the onslaught of Norse's strikes. Shiki, I ask you once more, do you yield? North roared fiercely. His frenzied fist relentlessly pounded upon Shiki, driving him deep into the earth, over 10 meters down. After an indeterminate number of blows, half of Shiki's teeth lay shattered, his form reduced to a pitiful state. Yet he remained defiant, refusing to surrender to death. Ultimately, he lost consciousness. At that moment, North found himself utterly depleted. The Haki that once enveloped his fist had long dissipated. He had struck the rocky surface countless times, and similarly, he had landed innumerable blows upon Shiki, leaving his own hands a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Shortly thereafter, Hancock and the others rushed forward, discovering both Shiki and North collapsed within the deep pit. Quickly, let me descend to retrieve Lord North, while you bind Shiki. Hancock ordered, her heart aching at the sight of North's wounds, bleeding profusely. His complexion was devoid of color, a ghastly pallor indicating the horrific toll the power of the demon back had taken on his vitality, leaving him gravely weakened. The following morning, North finally regained consciousness, albeit in a state of profound frailty. Had it not been for Hancock, who diligently fed him the nourishing broth crafted by the island's shepherds, he would likely still remain unconscious. The power of the demon back extracts an unimaginable force by draining one's life essence, and after such a severe depletion, the replenishment of his vitality would be utterly impossible in a short span of time. Norse rose from his bed, feeling an overwhelming ache throughout his body, as if he were on the verge of falling apart. As he prepared to stretch and ease his stiffness, he noticed Hancock sleeping beside his bed. It seemed that in caring for him, she had neglected her own rest. North did not wake Hancock but quietly exited the cabin. Outside the cabin, Sonia and Galad regarding the injured Golden Lion Shiki. It appears that the remedy the herdsman spoke of truly is a marvelous elixir for replenishing vitality. Upon noticing that North had awakened, Sonia sighed in relief but then pondered to herself that she should gather more to prepare a nourishing broth for him later. What are you mumbling about? North inquired. I was simply contemplating what splendid substance could replenish your vitality, Sonia replied with a grin. What splendid substance? North asked with a hint of confusion, feeling as though Sonia was jesting at his expense. Well, it pertains to the eggs of those creatures on Long Ring Island. The herdsman claimed that boiling them into a broth is the most effective remedy for restoring vitality. So, last night, we tried it out for you, and to our surprise, you awakened early this morning, looking quite revitalized. Could it not be the effect of those eggs? Eggs? What sort of eggs? Are you resorting to folk remedies? At first, Norse felt a sense of bewilderment, but upon reflection, he realized that it was unlikely to be the shelled eggs. It was more probable that they referred to the two fresh eggs below. What is this? Why do you seem so disdainful? We are well aware that Lady Sister fed you bite by bite without any sign of distaste. Sonia pouted for a moment, but soon broke into a smile and continued, later, I must venture into the forest to hunt and procure those fresh eggs to prepare a broth for you. As instructed by Lady Sister, Nos merely shook his head, having never before heard of eggs being used to replenish one's vitality. Should it not be for alleviating kidney deficiency instead? Where are you off to now, Nos? Sonia observed that Nos seemed rather displeased, uncertain of what had gone amiss. Am I not allowed to bask in the sun? What is wrong with that? Nos retorted with irritation. He thought to himself that a mere deficiency in vitality could be remedied by a simple meal of seafood. Yet he was compelled to heed the islanders' advice to consume fresh animal eggs. Such a notion was utterly unheard of. Oh, may I accompany you? Sonia timidly inquired. Considering it a perfect opportunity to hunt, knowing that her sister would undoubtedly require provisions upon waking. You may join, but do not disturb my focus. Nos replied coolly. Ah. I shall bring the golden lion with me. Could you keep an eye on him while I tether him to a tree? I was restless all night, fearing he might awaken and escape. Sonia lamented with a hint of helplessness. And what of Gollet? Are you not concerned about waking her? Does Hancock not require care while she rests inside? Is it not perilous with beasts lurking about this island? North shook his head, for in the nearby thicket, herdsmen were gathered, evidently captivated by Hancock's beauty. Sonia then roused Gollet, who had dozed off on the deck, and led the still slumbering golden lion to follow North into the grove. North, I shall tether the golden lion to this tree stump. You must keep a vigilant eye on him while I venture forth to hunt for you. Sonia called out before hastily departing. Norse, though somewhat indifferent, noticed his pet snake, Hong Pip, emerging. Come here, entwine your serpentine body around the golden lion. I shall now activate the mode of sun, earth, and air. I fear he may awaken and flee. Norse declared. The pet snake, Hong Pip, displaying remarkable intelligence, nodded in acknowledgement before slithering away to fulfill its task. At that moment, Norse initiated the mode of sun, earth, and air. This technique necessitated complete nudity to foster a deeper connection with the environment, allowing for immersion in the ultimate experience of receiving the finest boons. Although Norse shed all his garments, an overwhelming golden light emanated from his body, radiating over a vast expanse of several kilometers. Consequently, no one could possibly overlook the brilliance within this radius, let alone catch a glimpse of Norse himself. As for the so-called ability of flesh, sun, earth, and air, it is, in essence, a widespread output that draws in an abundance of life-sustaining elements from the surroundings, facilitating rapid healing of bodily wounds and replenishing vital deficiencies. This range of influence absorbs essential elements from the air, harnesses energy generated through photosynthesis, and taps into geothermal energy present within the soil. Half an hour later, North concluded his extensive exertion of the celestial energies, and it was evident that the flora and fauna within a 1,000-meter radius had withered under the relentless absorption of the sun's rays. The black earth beneath his feet had cracked in layers, losing its inherent vitality and cohesion due to the draining influence of the terrestrial energies. The air within the space became oppressively suffocating and arid, as if vital elements had been extracted from it. In stark contrast, North reveled in abundant gains. At that moment, his spirit was remarkably invigorated, and he appeared to radiate vitality, as if infused with the sunlight of existence. With merely a slight exertion, he had harnessed the forces of nature, directly drawing upon the essence of all things within a 1,000-meter radius to rejuvenate his own being. Norse twisted his neck and waist, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over his entire being. Now, all that remains is to indulge in a few days of relaxation and nourishment, which should swiftly restore him to his full vigor. Is there still a need to consume those fresh eggs to replenish the vitality within his body? Meanwhile, the golden lion tethered to a tree also benefited somewhat from Norse's extraction. At the very least, he could discern that the myriad of scars adorning his body had noticeably faded compared to the previous moment. North tidied his white shirt and casual trousers before approaching the unfortunate figure of Golden Lion Shiki. He surveyed the extent of the injuries, which were indeed severe and pitiable. Half of his teeth were missing, his face remained swollen, and his chest bore countless impressions from fists. All right, Red, release him. Norse conjured a small sun in his hand and sent it into the body of the Golden Lion, Shiki. This surge of energy invigorated his cells to a heightened state. Soon, Shiki opened his eyes, yet he remained exceedingly frail. The injuries he endured were not solely from the residual force of the explosion within a 1,000-mile radius, but also from Nor's relentless final strikes. Give me a cigarette, Shiki exclaimed upon awakening, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. No cigars. You disdain plain paper cigarettes. Norse did not offer a cigarette to Shiki. Instead, he ignited one for himself and exhaled a thick plume of smoke towards Shiki. The scent of the cigarette enveloped Shiki, causing his body to tremble violently. In the next moment, he began to inhale the dense smoke surrounding him with fervor, disregarding the fact that it was low-grade second-hand smoke. Reveling in the exhilarating sensation it brought. How do you intend to deal with me? Do you plan to take my life? As Shiki absorbed the rich smoke exhaled by Norse, his body gradually relaxed, as if the pain and fatigue that had burdened him were significantly alleviated. He smirked disdainfully, laughing maniacally. If I were to perish, thousands would accompany me to the grave. Shiki, with me around, you cannot escape, but rest assured, I do not intend to take your life just yet. North flicked the cigarette but from his hand and remarked casually, I am aware of your formidable resilience. Yet before me, it merely signifies an ailment. I shall spare no effort in administering a thorough remedy, although I bear the title of a physician. When confronted with the tenacity of your condition, I am inclined to abandon my medical principles. Otherwise, failing to cure you would render me even less of a healer. Ski leaned against the tree, sneering at North. If you wish to attempt your remedies on me, feel free. Should I, the Golden Lion Ski, yield today? I shall call you grandfather. Ah, you wouldn't dare accept that, would you? Meanwhile, Sonia, having departed for half an hour, returned dragging a 10-meter-long dog. North, what do you think of this ingredient? Sonia exclaimed, drenched in sweat, and then in astonishment added, wow, the recovery is so swift. Nos nodded and took the ingredients from Sonia's hands, saying, I will attend to this. By the way, summon Hancock and the others to join us for a grand feast. And kindly bring over a large pot. Absolutely, Sonia exclaimed, excitement causing her mouth to water at the thought of yet another delectable dish. Norse dragged the lifeless hound to the shore, meticulously cleansing its remains. The creature met a grim and swift demise, having had its testes removed by Sonia. North returned to the forest, carrying the meticulously cleaned and prepared dog meat. To his surprise, Sonia and her companions had exhibited remarkable efficiency, erecting several tents for summer camping in the surrounding area. Luxurious carpets adorned the ground, and a complete set of cooking equipment had even been transported from the ship. My Lord North, I find the environment on this island quite pleasant. Would it be permissible for me to stay a few more days? Hancock inquired gently. I had the same thought, he replied, but your light blue swimsuit suggests you were preparing to bask on the beach? North glanced at Hancock, who was draped in a crimson robe yet wore a swimsuit underneath, modestly concealing only a few private areas. The contrast of her fair skin rendered her remarkably alluring. How delightful it would be to possess a camera, capturing the array of travelers and landscapes encountered on the journey, creating a commemorative album. Indeed. I have prepared a set for you as well. Shall we venture out shortly? Hancock expressed her yearning, admitting that she had never dared to bask in the sun on the beach before. Very well. I shall prepare the meal first. North thought it would be a pleasant idea and decided to go along with it. Shortly thereafter, North simmered a pot of aromatic dog meat soup, enriched with a myriad of mountain delicacies from Long Huan Island, rendering the entire concoction a resplendent golden hue. Shurji, he exclaimed, behold this delectable dog meat stew I have here. Have you ever tasted such a delight? North held a bowl of dog meat soup and approached the tree where Shurji was, attempting to entice him. Would you care for a taste? Alas, I shall devour it all in mere moments, he exclaimed. Look, Shurji, I've brought another delectable bowl of dog meat soup. The aroma is utterly enticing, can you not perceive it? Ah, how delightful it is to consume. Do you wish to partake? Yet, I find myself unable to resist finishing it. Shurji glared at North with immense indignation and scoffed. Do you think to tempt me with mere food? Humph. I can withstand this. Meanwhile, Sonia and Galit observed North's antics and began to grasp his intentions, each carrying 2 bowls of the exquisite golden soup. This is truly delicious, Sonia exclaimed. North is undeniably the finest culinary master upon the vast seas. Look at our dog meat soup. It shimmers with golden hues. Indeed. My tongue feels as though it's melting. Ah, I still have a piece of meat in my bowl. How delightful, exclaimed another. Well, I have a strand of meat as well. How splendid, yet if I consume it, it will vanish. I wish I could save it for later. No worries, do enjoy. North intends to grill us dog ribs shortly. He claims this golden soup is merely an appetizer. The two indulged in their meal with great enthusiasm, their mouths producing delightful sounds that stimulated the appetite of all who beheld them. Unbeknownst to them, the golden lion tethered to the tree was salivating profusely at that moment. His patience was wearing thin, and he thought to himself, if this continues, it may very well cost me my life. P.S. My headache has diminished my efficiency. I shall post another chapter this evening. Chapter 38, 2 concurrent generals after a while. Norse was once again roasting dog ribs over the flames of the sun, each piece glistening with a golden hue. A sprinkle of salt, a dash of pepper, and a hint of cumin would enhance the flavor. For those with a penchant for spice, a pinch of chili powder could be added. Suddenly, Norse inquired, what about those 2 fresh eggs? Sonia, licking her lips and salivating, replied, I placed them in the refrigerator on the ship. Do you need them now? I'll fetch them. Quickly, wash them thoroughly and bring them here, Norse urged. Before long. Sonia returned with the dog's eggs. How should we prepare these? They are a gift from the elder sister. I no longer require them at this moment. Boil them in hot water. I shall attend to them shortly. Norse continued to turn the dog ribs over the heat. At that moment, Hancock approached, producing a soft handkerchief from his chest to wipe the sweat from Norse's brow. Why are you still sweating? Is the heat difficult to manage? Indeed. The art of cooking demands a delicate control of heat. Currently, wielding the sun's formidable power to roast these ribs proves somewhat challenging, Norse admitted. Though the aroma wafting through the air was already delightful, Hancock inhaled deeply, savoring the rich fragrance emanating from the ribs. It does smell quite enticing. The group, Hancock, Sonia, Galit, and Norse, turned their gazes toward the golden lion. The golden lion reacted swiftly, covering his mouth with his hands, indicating he had said nothing. Once they returned their focus to the task of roasting, the golden lion, Shiki, finally released his hands, allowing a stream of drool to cascade down. Norse and his companions turned their gaze towards the golden lion, who promptly covered his mouth in response. As they turned back, they began to share the delectable dog ribs. Sonia, eating with her hands, exclaimed how exquisite it was, melting in her mouth. Galad also indulged in the same manner, affirming that it was tender and bursting with juices. Hancock remarked that the flavor reminded her of her first love, evoking feelings of warmth and excitement, for it was a dish crafted by Norse. And she cherished every bite she took. North approached the golden lion, holding a piece of dog meat, and remarked, "It smells delightful. Would you care for a taste?" The golden lion felt a pang of discomfort. As a pirate, he possessed little resistance to delectable food, especially in such a state of hunger. It is worth noting that he was utterly exhausted after battle and required a substantial intake of high-energy sustenance to recuperate swiftly. Yet, he could only watch. Inhaling the enticing aroma, his mouth watering to the point of nearly depleting his body's remaining moisture. With a dreamlike expression, the golden lion opened his mouth. Envisioning the sensation of the dog meat in his mouth. "This piece of meat is a gift for you, Redskin. After you indulge, ensure you keep a vigilant eye on this fellow. He must not escape." Although North approached the majestic golden lion, he instead delivered the delectable dog steak to the awaiting pet snake. The golden lion was momentarily taken aback. As if the thoughts and images in his mind had been abruptly shattered, leaving him with a gaping mouth, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Gulp. The golden lion glanced down at the enormous serpent, which swiftly devoured the golden, succulent dog steak, causing a pang of anguish to surge within him, accompanied by a roar that resonated with desperation. Yet, how could the golden lion ever bow before North? He shut his eyes, tears streaming down his face, and, with heartfelt sincerity, declared, "I can endure. If hunger overwhelms me, I shall feast upon my own flesh, starting with my left hand." "Aha. You might as well be consuming air. Do you think my pet snake is merely here for idle conversation?" Norse chuckled, surprised to see that although the golden lion spoke the truth, tears inevitably flowed from his eyes, rendering him exceedingly pitiable. His pet snake, Redskin Pip, after consuming a chunk of dog meat, was imbued with newfound vigor, promptly binding the golden lion, Shiki, in its coils. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Shiki began to struggle fiercely. His golden locks, under some unseen force, danced wildly, and his eyes glowed a blood red, as if possessed, devoid of reason, both frenzied and terrifying. He abruptly twisted his head and sank his teeth into the body of Redskin Pip. The snake, entangled around the golden lion, was startled by Shiki's horrifying visage and nearly lost its composure when it witnessed him bite down. However, the golden lion was instantly taken aback. To his bewilderment, his bite lacked any strength, even shattering a few of his remaining front teeth. Faced with such a dismal and unfortunate turn of events, he was left speechless, utterly demoralized. At the same time, the massive snake coiling around him retaliated, delivering a swift bite to his chest. "Shiki, I shall grant you a moment more. When you come to your senses, kneel before me and call me grandfather." After North finished speaking, he departed, retrieving 2 dehydrated eggs from the boiling pot. He skillfully inserted a long needle, which had been prepared long ago, into each egg, then sprinkled them with salt, pepper, and cumin, initiating a flamboyant roasting process. Once cooked to perfection, North placed the 2 fragrant red meat eggs into the ground not far from Shiki, enticingly setting the stage for endless temptation. "Let us go, cook. We can now frolic on the beach, and if fortune favors us, we might even find some seafood treasures, such as scallops, lobsters, blue crabs, or abalone for our evening feast," North said. Naturally, Hancock had been eagerly anticipating this moment. She promptly rose, shedding her red robe and casually draping it over the luxurious table, revealing an exquisite, form-fitting swimsuit. Grabbing North's hand, she dashed towards the nearby beach, ready to indulge in the delights of the shore. Due to their status as devil fruit users, North and his companions could only stroll along the shallows, play in the sand, collect seashells, and catch crabs. After half an hour had passed, 2 naval warships from the Marine headquarters suddenly appeared in the nearby waters. The individuals aboard were Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akainu. They were observing North's group through binoculars. Kizaru's eyes lit up momentarily, but he lazily uttered a remark, "How frightening," before transforming into a flash of light, speeding towards North's direction. Meanwhile, Akainu, with a large cigar clenched between his teeth, took a deep drag, as if a surge of energy coursed through him. In an instant, Kizaru launched a beam of light towards North with a swift kick in midair. In an instant, North swiftly departed with Hancock, successfully evading the assault of the Yellow Monkey. Now at the age of 45, the Yellow Monkey had been promoted to Admiral for less than half a year, and yet he displayed such audacity. Truly a remarkable man, youthful and powerful. Unfortunately for him, he has crossed paths with North, leaving one to ponder whether his future may be shrouded in uncertainty. However, it is not necessarily the case. This encounter involves 2 admirals, both of whom ascended to their ranks concurrently, earning them the title of the Naval Headquarters Duel Champions, overshadowing even the formidable presence of Akiji. P.S. I kindly ask for your support. I fear I may falter, as the scant recommendations I receive each day dishearten me to the point of reluctance in writing. It is a daunting prospect to consider that I might indeed fail once more. Chapter 39, Sakazuki, the Bloodlust of Akainu. Yellow Monkey. Do you dare to make a move in my presence? after successfully evading Admiral Kizaru with Hancock. The latter was instantly consumed by fury at Kizaru's audacity to threaten the man she cherished, deeming him an enemy. Conqueror's haki? Such terrifying potential. Kizaru, appearing languid and casual, glanced at the warlord Boa Hancock and noticed her unleashing the power of Conqueror's haki, causing him to raise an eyebrow in acknowledgement. It seemed she was indeed a formidable individual with great potential. And utilizing the warlords as a double-edged sword for restraint did not appear to be a far-fetched decision after all. However, in the next moment, Kizaru's attention was drawn to another pirate ship concealed nearby. Initially, when seen from afar, he had failed to recognize it, mistaking it for part of the island due to the absence of sails or any visible pirate insignia. At this revelation, Kizaru's eyes widened, and he seemingly activated his formidable observation haki, intensely sensing the vicinity. Surely, the Navy was well aware of this island ship. In the Navy headquarters and various branches, there were numerous mission bulletins regarding the flying pirate crew, with wanted posters of the notorious Shiki the Golden Lion piled high. Thus, who among the Navy was unaware of the flying pirate ship that vanished a decade ago? Did this imply that Shiki the Golden Lion was resurfacing in the era of infamous pirates? How intriguing. Standing at 3 meters tall, Kizaru, draped in the justice of the Navy, cast a calm glance at Hancock and North. Suddenly, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, darting towards a grove within the island. He had sensed the presence of someone in the forest, potentially the elusive Shiki the Golden Lion. Cook, be wary of the Red Fist. As North observed the keen and decisive Yellow Ape, he could not allow him to eliminate the Golden Lion Shiki, as Shiki was indeed his quarry, or rather, the fruit of his impending victory that he was contemplating how to handle. North, you must be cautious. Hancock blushed and nodded, realizing that during Yellow Ape's light kick, North had embraced her and sheltered her in this manner. Moreover, North had even touched her forehead. In an instant, Hancock found herself lost in self-admiration, her cheeks flushed, feeling her breath and heartbeat quicken in this moment. Sister, North has already departed. You should wrap yourself in this robe, as many unsavory sea dogs have come ashore. At that moment, Sonia and Groot emerged from the cabin, presenting Hancock with a robe adorned with a python pattern, assisting her in draping it around herself and fastening it securely. Boom. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of battle erupted from the island's forest, with numerous large trees collapsing one after another, indicating a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, the elite members of the Navy, numbering over 500 from 2 warships, quickly established a semi-encirclement upon landing to search the vicinity. Report. Admiral Akainu, we have discovered the flying pirate cruise ship. A marine soldier wielding a sword announced abruptly. Upon hearing this news, Akainu became even more invigorated. To his astonishment, he had fortuitously encountered the notorious pirate from a decade prior, and he instantly resolved to capture the Golden Lion Shiki first, then suppress the recently ascended pirate North, all while ensuring Hancock and her companions were restrained to prevent them from interfering with their plans. First, secure the flying pirate ship, and swiftly seal off the island's coastline. We must not allow a single wicked pirate to escape. The rest of you, keep a close watch on them. Following Akainu's resolute command, countless Marines aimed their firearms at Hancock and her sisters. Akainu, are you targeting me? Hancock replied coldly. Rest assured, Miss Boa Hancock. As long as you do not interfere with current matters, no one will dare to act against you. Of course, we shall depart promptly once our task is complete. Ensuring your enjoyment continues, Akainu proclaimed with an air of righteousness. Humph. I will never allow you, Akainu, to involve yourself. North is under my protection. Hancock stood her ground, radiating defiance, prepared to retaliate at any moment. She was resolute in her determination to prevent Akainu from vanishing from her sight to join forces with Admiral Yellow Ape against North. She vividly recalled North's words. Although a single admiral could not contend with North, the situation would be dire should 2 admirals decide to confront him. Such an eventuality was utterly unacceptable, especially since she possessed the capability to hold Akainu at bay. If you dare to obstruct me today, even with your status as a warlord of the sea, I, Akainu, will show no mercy and will spare no effort to eliminate you. Suddenly, Akainu's eyes narrowed, exuding an intense murderous aura. This man was known for his rigid character and ruthlessly brutal methods against pirates, showing no leniency even towards the warlords of the sea who allied with the Navy. In short, he would not tolerate even the slightest hint of evil, willing to go to any lengths to fulfill his mission, even if it meant treating fellow comrades and the island's civilians as mere targets to be annihilated. Indeed, Akainu's fanatical ideology and actions had manifested during the O'Hara incident over a decade ago, where he ordered the destruction of a refuge ship filled with O'Hara's residents under the pretext of potentially harboring archaeologists, showcasing his resolve to eradicate all forms of wickedness. Thus, this man was dangerously unhinged, a figure of iron-blooded resolve who acted on his words without hesitation, especially when it came to the warlord of the sea, Boa Hancock. If given the chance to eliminate Hancock, he would not hesitate to pay any price. Then give it a try. Hancock felt a chilling wave sweep over her. She was not one to be intimidated, for no one had dared threaten her thus far. Sweet, sweet wind. Hancock swiftly untied the python-patterned robe, revealing her exquisitely fair and alluring figure, captivating all the Marines present with her enticing presence. Her ability revolved around evoking the heartbeats of those around her. Any variation in their pulse would typically fall prey to her power. Seizing the moment, Hancock unleashed her fruit ability, Sweet Sweet Wind, with her hands forming heart shapes. She released heart-shaped beams of light towards the surrounding Marines, and wherever the light passed, no Marine could escape the fate of petrification. Notably, several Marines were left with noses bleeding, and it was unfathomable for them to avoid being turned to stone at Hancock's whim, a mere rabble attempting to thwart her. It seemed only the arrogant Akainu harbored such foolish thoughts. Hancock gazed haughtily at the opposing Akainu, who clearly underestimated her power. You truly remain a perilous presence. It appears I, Akainu, have ample reason to eliminate you. Akainu took a deep puff from his cigar, relaxing somewhat. As the possessor of the magma fruit, he could transform his limbs into scalding lava, unleashing explosive punches with formidable strength. At that moment, Akainu's arm morphed into molten lava, spewing forth torrents of magma that scorched the ground below, instantly melting the sandy terrain into a bubbling, boiling mass, causing all soluble substances beneath to evaporate. Before long, a terrifying domain of high-temperature magma was established. Chapter 40. The Trigger of the Reverse Scale, Guardian of the Holy Light Sister. This guy is utterly insane. He even disregards his own subordinates. As Akainu transformed the beach beneath him into a hellish expanse of searing lava, the spreading magma field swallowed countless petrified Marines. Fortunately, some nearby Marines rushed over to carefully retrieve their petrified comrades and immerse them in the shallow waters, thus saving their lives. Akainu, however, remained unfazed. Adorned with a hat emblazoned with the phrase self-righteous justice, clad in a red jacket that exposed his muscular physique, his gaze was sharp and piercing. In his view, any soldier who perished on the battlefield was honorable and fearless. He would eternally remember these soldiers' bravery in his heart. But to expect him to save them, and thus forfeit the chance to eliminate evildoers, was an impossibility. Dog of the underworld. Suddenly, Akainu unleashed a devastating fire attack, forming a colossal magma fist composed of molten rock, which he hurled directly at Hancock from a distance. It is said that this technique, known as the Hellhound, possesses the might to obliterate enormous icebergs 10 times larger than even the giants, instantly reducing them to vapor. Moreover, upon detonation, the magma fist would explode into countless volcanic projectiles, raining down from the sky to inflict secondary damage upon the adversary. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Kizaru matched North's speed, yet remained unable to attain the velocity of light, operating at a maximum of half the speed of light. Nevertheless, this was a terrifying prospect. For speed equates to power, possessing swifter agility than one's opponent renders the prospect of defeat grim, leaving one with little hope of escape when pursued. Arriving in the forest ahead of North, Kizaru decisively targeted the weakened Shiki, aiming to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, thus claiming Shiki's head as a trophy to present to the Navy headquarters for substantial accolades. Employing the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru conjured a 3-meter-long sword, the Ama no Murakumo, by concentrating photons in his hand and shaping them into a blade of light. With the radiant sword held in his left hand, he swiftly charged towards the bound Shiki, who was ensnared by the trees, striking with blinding speed. In an instant, the air was filled with the flash of blades and the spray of blood, even cleaving the mighty tree asunder. A pained hiss echoed in that moment. The anguished cry of North's pet snake, Red, as a portion of its tail was severed by Kizaru's luminous sword, blood gushing forth as it danced upon the blade. Oh, you still possess the will to resist. It appears that the pirate North is not as formidable as he seems. Kizaru, donning his signature yellow sunglasses, feigned surprise, glancing sideways at Shiki, who valiantly resisted with his renowned sword, forcing it against Kizaru's radiant weapon. Kizaru was taken aback, for Shiki, seemingly devoid of any power to counter, had managed to summon a fierce surge of defiance in that fleeting moment. No, that was the instinct for survival, indicating that he did not wish to perish at the hands of this monkey, did he? North has arrived, standing just behind Kizaru, wielding a 30-meter-long sword of light, capable of cleaving Kizaru in two with a mere flick. He proclaimed, "Do you still wish to snatch the golden lion Shiki from my grasp? I have no qualms about ending your life here and now." At that moment, the tension escalated to a critical peak among the 3 men and 1 serpent. Bound and helpless, the golden lion Shiki suddenly roared with defiance. "Boy, do not interfere in my battle. How could the great golden lion Shiki perish at the hands of the Navy? Don't even dare to dream." His gaze unwavering, Shiki curled himself on the ground, inching forward at a glacial pace. Moments ago, he had fiercely resisted Kizaru's attack, utilizing the power of his feet on the cherry blossom tin, successfully blocking the opponent's sword of light, narrowly saving his neck from imminent peril. Yet, he could not extinguish all the sword energy emanating from Kizaru's blade. A portion of that energy severed the massive serpent's tail ensnaring him, while another portion felled the great tree supporting his body, sending him tumbling several meters away. Refusing to succumb, Shiki declared, "I am a notorious pirate of my era. You inexperienced youths think you can take my life? Wait another century." Slowly, he crawled toward a morsel of food, a long, roasted dog egg that North had previously speared into the ground. This delicacy, enhanced by North's solar energy, was infused with vitality-restoring properties, a rare and exquisite barbecue treat. Initially intended to entice Shiki into submission, North had hoped that with a simple plea for mercy, he could feed Shiki the 2 perfectly roasted eggs, rejuvenating his strength and reviving his lifeless cells. At that moment, Shiki disregarded the fact that this was North's food. He was resolute in seizing control of his destiny. If he wished to live, he would pay any price. Without a second thought, Shiki devoured the 2 long dog eggs, relishing the exquisite flavor while feeling his strength returning. In an astonishing display of vitality, he fully digested the 2 eggs in mere seconds. His wounds visibly faded, and his withered muscles began to swell once more, power and ferocity surging forth from him. His golden mane danced wildly, exuding an aura of undeniable might, resembling an enraged lion king. Monkey, were you just about to sever my head? Golden Lion Shiki's eyes, filled with murderous intent, bore down on Kizaru, who stood less than 5 meters away, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Such fearsome recuperative abilities, is it the food you consumed, or your honed physique? Kizaru observed Shiki's transformation with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the escalating intensity surrounding them. It appears my presence is no longer required here. Continue on. And should anyone fall, I shall collect their remains. Norse smiled softly. The 30-meter-long sword of light in his hand transformed into countless specks of luminescence, voluntarily becoming an outsider, allowing the Golden Lion Shiki and the Yellow Ape to engage. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted by the beach. The entire sky was ablaze, resembling a multitude of celestial fires descending, intent on annihilating and colliding with both the sea and the land. Norse furrowed his brows, feeling a surge of indignation within. The Red Dog had indeed crossed the line by striking against Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Given such a grave transgression, it was only fitting to renounce the status of the 7 warlords and ensure the Navy headquarters paid a substantial price. In the blink of an eye, Norse transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving at half the speed of light, and swiftly arrived at the battlefield dominated by the Red Dog. At that moment, despite Sonya and Galad activating the Yadano Orochi and the Cobra State, they were still swiftly defeated by the Red Dog, collapsing into a pool of searing magma. Hancock fared little better. With her bare feet upon the ground, her body bore the marks of severe burns. In that instant, she was further subjected to the Red Dog's second attack, as the explosive force of molten punches erupted, raining down countless volcanic projectiles from the heavens. Apologies for my tardiness. North was resolute and heroic as he swiftly moved in front of Hancock, immediately enveloping her in his embrace. The sandy area beneath them was on the verge of being completely transformed into molten lava, even with the protection of Haki enveloping his feet. Hancock would still be subjected to a degree of scorching. Sacred Light Guardian. Facing the secondary assault from Akaina, North immediately invoked the defensive power of his fruit. A radiant golden barrier, spanning a radius of 10 meters, enveloped Hancock and her companions entirely. Simultaneously, countless healing luminescent particles emerged from North's body, providing comprehensive treatment to the burn injuries sustained by Hancock and her allies, ensuring no scars remained. Chapter 41. The strongest being on the surface stands before you. At this moment, Nos's astonishing display of abilities sharpened Akainu's gaze even further. It was indeed this individual who had managed to thwart the 2 formidable forces of the Navy headquarters. First, he defeated Admiral Akiji, and then he incapacitated Zifa-sensei, severing one of his arms. Although Zifa-sensei was no longer in his prime, his formidable strength remained terrifying. The only lamentable aspect was that while Zifa-sensei excelled in physical combat, he lacked the enhancement of a devil fruit ability, which was perhaps his greatest disadvantage in battle. In Akainu's view, no matter how much humanity could push the limits of physical prowess, it would ultimately pale in comparison to those who had developed their devil fruit abilities to their utmost terrifying potential, just like the young pirate Nos, who, through his mastery of the devil fruit's power, had become formidable and fearsome, posing an ever-present threat to the Navy headquarters and even to the very new order of the world. The falling fire rock projectiles descended like small meteors plummeting to Earth. While their power was not as fearsome as the initial attack of the magma fist, the fire rocks, serving as secondary damage, would explode upon impact, releasing temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius, capable of melting countless substances in an instant. Boom. Thousands of magma projectiles rained down upon the beach, the ocean, and the forest, igniting clouds of smoke and the resounding echoes of explosions everywhere. However, Nos and his companions within the Holy Light Guardian shield remained unscathed. As the countless magma projectiles struck the shield, they were rebounded outward. This maneuver was a result of Nos harnessing his abilities to constrain the scattered high-energy plasma, establishing a fixed spatial zone. In essence, the magnetic field within the coverage of the Holy Light Guardian shield experienced a reverse repulsion, deflecting and altering all external forces. Thus, as long as the external attacks could not breach the Holy Light shield, Nos would exist in an absolute domain within. However, employing this technique caused Nos's body to undergo an uncontrollable elemental transformation, causing the temperature inside the Holy Light shield to rise in tandem with Nos's body heat. Consequently, Hancock and the others could only temporarily remain within the Holy Light shield. Otherwise, as time passed and the temperature within the shield escalated, they would be unable to withstand the searing heat, leaving only Nos, gradually elementalized, capable of disregarding it all. Nos Cohen, Hancock, held in Nos's embrace, felt as though her entire body was on the verge of overheating, engulfed by a burning desire. Cook, just hold on a little longer. I will soon get you all out. North beheld Hancock's face, flushed with a vivid crimson, her earlobes resembling two blood-red droplets poised to fall. Moreover, her entire being emanated an alluring, ripe pinkness, imparting an intensely striking impression. Norse's heart tightened in an unexpected revelation. She had not anticipated that her abilities harbored such potent properties. It was clear that this situation could not persist. For if the pressure within this protective barrier continued to rise, the three of them would inevitably suffer from the flames of desire. As the adage goes, the deeper the love, the greater the pain inflicted. Norse was increasingly aware of Hancock's affections towards her. Nevertheless, this fervent power was undeniably akin to the merciless sun. Far more tyrannical and terrifying than its benevolent counterpart. How could I possibly tolerate the existence of such a supreme natural fruit, especially in the hands of a nefarious pirate? At that moment, Akainu approached Norse's sanctified shield with deliberate steps. His anger was palpable, and his resolve unwavering. He was determined to embody justice and thwart this menace. To enact his beliefs by shattering all defenses with his magma fist, even penetrating the very flesh of his adversary. In this world, pirates wielded the formidable Tremor fruit. Possessed by Whitebeard, it was imperative that no pirate be allowed to control the most powerful natural fruit, lest they threaten the new order of the world. Boom. Akainu's arm transformed into molten lava, his fist ablaze with the fury of magma, swelling in intensity before he unleashed a devastating blow upon Norse's sanctified barrier. It was as though an invisible shockwave rent the air, producing a deafening roar. Crack. The sacred shield of North was immediately beset by a series of fissures. North understood that the sacred light shield was not infallible. Should the force of the attack exceed the limits of its rebound capacity, it would cease to function entirely, potentially shattering on the spot. Akainu, your fists and muscles are formidable. It appears you have earned the right to compel me to unleash my utmost power. After placing Hancock down within the protective cover, North fixed his gaze upon the nearby Akainu. I have never believed that possessing a supreme devil fruit equates to true strength. It was with my flesh and blood fists that I incapacitated Zephyr's arm. Now, let you also experience this dread. The presence of North at this moment evokes a sense of terror, madness, and invincibility. Pirate North, I, Sakazuki, shall remember you. With a piercing gaze, Akainu confronts the forces of evil without fear. However, on another note, he holds a certain admiration for those who dare to face him directly, displaying both fearlessness and confidence. Soon after, Hancock and the others wisely retreat, leaving North and Akainu to engage in a head-on confrontation. The high-temperature lava proves utterly ineffective against North's sun-elemental body, rendering all of his opponent's fruit abilities inconsequential. This is due to the superior nature of North's fruit's elemental powers. However, Akainu is not merely a fruit user. He is also a formidable master of martial arts. When he combines his elemental lava punches with his physical prowess, each strike can unleash a terrifying magnitude of force. Thus, North cannot entirely underestimate his adversary's strength. At least in the absence of his human demon form, he cannot completely overpower Akainu's lava fists in terms of martial skill. Boom. As their fists collide once more, the intense heat radiating from both combatants turns the sky a vivid crimson, while the shallows of the nearby sea boil, producing an incessant vapor. Not bad. Zephyr was once able to trade blows with me just as you do now, but this is not my true power. Prepare to tremble. Akainu, for the being standing before you, is the strongest creature on the surface. Norse exuded an overwhelming aura of arrogance, dismissing Akainu as if he were inconsequential. In an instant, his muscles surged forth, transforming him into a formidable figure of raw strength, enveloped in a fierce, blood-tinged energy. The very essence of Norse had undergone a profound metamorphosis, radiating an intensity that was palpably formidable. Additionally, the grotesque visage of a demon-like entity loomed ominously behind him, its expression a chilling blend of malevolence, madness, and brutality. Standing before Norse, Akainu finally grasped the reason behind Zephyr Sensei's defeat. It was not merely the advantages conferred by the opponent's devil fruit powers, rather, it was the sheer, terrifying might of his physical form that struck him with an overwhelming sense of oppression, as though he were facing an immense sea creature. Yet, undeterred and emboldened, Akainu pressed on, inquiring with fervor, "What is this power? You are worthy to know and experience the force that I possess." With his golden hair wildly dancing amidst the surge of sanguine power, Nuasi exuded an air of invincibility as he proclaimed, "Even without relying on the abilities granted by the fruits, humanity can still strive to transcend the limits of physical capabilities, developing and awakening a higher realm of flesh and blood power. I have named it the human ghost back. However, if you find this concept difficult to grasp, you may ascribe this force to origins from the depths of hell. P.S. My condition is subpar, and I am not at my best in this writing." Chapter 42, The Strike of the God of Death. When Norse uttered these words, a shiver coursed through Akainu's entire being. Hell, demons, such malevolent and wicked thoughts. It appears that this pirate before him, Norse, must be dealt with. Otherwise, if his nefarious ideas continue to proliferate unchecked, they will inevitably pose a threat to the newly established order of the world. Suddenly, at that moment, the entire long land began to tremble beneath their feet, as if the tectonic plates beneath the sea had shifted, affecting the island upon which they stood. However, it soon became apparent. Both North and Akainu simultaneously realized that this was not merely the result of tectonic shifts beneath the sea. but rather the formidable powers of the float fruit wielded by the Golden Lion Shiki, who was engaged in combat with Admiral Kizaru. Shiki was attempting to nullify the gravity of the entire Sabaody archipelago. Furthermore, upon activating his observation haki, one could perceive an invisible force, imperceptible to the naked eye, enveloping the entire island. It was this intangible force that caused the gravity of the island to gradually dissipate, enabling it to ascend towards the heavens. Striving to break free from the constraints of the ocean, this exemplifies the true essence of the float fruit's power, the cancellation of gravity. The intensity of the battle between Kizaru and Shiki was beyond expectations. It was astonishing that Kizaru had pressured Shiki to such an extent that Shiki contemplated a mutually destructive strategy. Or perhaps he felt overwhelmed by Kizaru's prowess and began preparing for a contingency plan for survival. After all, if the entire island were to soar to great heights, the moment Shiki perished, the buoyancy would vanish, gravity would swiftly return, and all innocent lives upon it would plummet into the depths of the sea. Naturally, for Kizaru and North, both of whom possessed the ability to fly, the sky represented ultimate freedom. Shiki's antics were exceedingly irksome. North detested being interrupted during his display of combat prowess, yet he chose not to confront the Golden Lion Shurji. Nor did he attend to the Yellow Monkey, who had provoked Shurji to such an extent. Instead, he ignited an indomitable confidence and commanding presence. His back straightened, and the vitality surged within him, as if all the strength coursing through his being converged into his right fist. Indeed, he harbored a bold and audacious thought, a manifestation of the invincible spirit that only the strongest possess. Who could rival him? With his formidable back, he unleashed a strike of the killing god. Norse's entire physique was imbued with explosive power, emanating a terrifying aura of blood and energy. He stood his ground and, with a sudden and forceful punch directed at the earth beneath him, unleashed a thunderous roar. The ground erupted with formidable seismic waves, visibly radiating outward in rapid, concentric circles. Simultaneously, several deep fissures tore through the earth beneath Norse's fist, extending for thousands of meters. What was even more astonishing and unfathomable was, as North unleashed his formidable punch, the entire Long Ring Island came to an abrupt standstill, the extent of its terror unknown. However, Akainu, utilizing the power of observation haki, discerned the intangible force released by the Golden Lion Shiki, which dissipated instantaneously. Whether this occurrence was merely a coincidence remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it was undeniably hard for Akainu to accept that a mere mortal could wield such strength as to rattle the entirety of Long Ring Island. In that very moment, North held an unwavering confidence in his devastating strike, believing it was indeed his power that quelled the island's tremors. On the other hand, Shiki, blood trickling from his mouth, seethed with rage. Damn it, this isn't over between us. Having fought North for 6 consecutive days, Shiki was resolute, convinced that North had thwarted his meticulously laid plans. Kizaru expressed his bewilderment. He pondered Shiki's failure and questioned whether it stemmed from insufficient stamina. It seemed plausible, for the enraged lion had not been at his peak during their battle, considering the relentless onslaught he faced. It was indeed remarkable that his opponent had managed to endure thus far, let alone nullify the gravitational forces of Long Ring Island. Was it not absurd to think he could toy with such matters? Thus, the cessation of their struggle appeared to be a normal outcome. Consequently, Kizaru grew more emboldened, believing Shiki was merely making a final desperate effort, destined to be punished for his transgressions. Meanwhile, both parties regarded the previous events as merely a minor interlude. Akainu, doubting the magnitude of North's punch, dismissed it as inconsequential. In contrast, North, brimming with invincibility and confidence, mused that Long Ring Island was but a trivial matter. Even an earthquake across an entire continent would succumb to his might, for he believed he could halt tremors and the shifting of tectonic plates with a single blow. The island's tremors have been quelled by my fist. We may continue, North proclaimed, striding towards Akainu. Akainu, with his fierce and unyielding demeanor, rejected North's bravado. Perceiving him as nothing more than an arrogant fool, with righteous indignation, he boldly declared, I shall bring you to justice, Pirate North. At that moment, Akainu's entire being ignited with molten lava, transforming him into a colossal lava titan. Standing over 3 meters tall, his molten form further augmented his stature. Under the weight of my might, you will tremble and fear me. North had clenched his blood-filled fist, poised to deliver a powerful blow directly at the magma-imbued Akainu. North stands undaunted and unwavering, exuding an air of invincibility, prepared to confront any corporeal pain without trepidation. Akainu, too, is a formidable adversary, resolutely refusing to evade North's oncoming blows, instead choosing to unleash a full-force strike while disregarding the imminent devastation to his own body. Perhaps this is the essence of the romance that true men embody: confidence, invincibility, conviction, and an indomitable spirit. Boom, boom. Both combatants strike simultaneously, their formidable presence palpable. North's fist struck powerfully against Akainu's six-pack abs, leaving a distinct imprint that seemed poised to pierce through Akainu's very being. In return, Akainu unleashed a colossal punch of molten lava upon North's shoulder, sending blood and chunks of flesh flying in a gruesome display. Neither combatant yielded an inch, remaining steadfast and immovable like a mountain. Yet, in the next instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. The distant Marines were rendered speechless with terror, while Hancock and her companions covered their mouths in shock. They had never witnessed such a brutal hand-to-hand combat. Each fighter was wholly focused on delivering powerful blows, disregarding all forms of defense, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled violence in their mutual destruction. Chapter 43, Crushing the Yellow Monkey. Suddenly, Norse retracted his fist. However, Akainu, standing before him, showed no signs of reaction. It was as if Akainu's expression had been entirely frozen in time, his entire being stripped of sensation and awareness, maintaining the stance of attack without any further movement. Norris, his body surging with vitality, regarded the bare-knuckled fighter before him with admiration, declaring that only a worthy adversary deserving of his respect could truly relish the full force of his strike. Yet, the Navy soldiers surrounding them, who had previously been silenced by fear, now glimpsed in Norris's eyes the visage of a victorious beast, roaring triumphantly over a defeated challenger. Quickly, summon assistance. Conduct a comprehensive examination and resuscitation of Admiral Akainu's body at once. The naval medical team aboard the warship sprang into action. Their fear of the formidable Norris eclipsed by their solemn duty as healers. They hastily bore a stretcher onto the battlefield. His heart has ceased to beat. Initiate resuscitation immediately. There are signs of cardiac activity. Continue with heart restoration. As the heart rate exhibited erratic fluctuations, they promptly implemented life support measures. A group of naval doctors, armed with advanced medical equipment, diligently worked on Akainu, who appeared to be in dire condition, as Norris's earlier blow seemingly halted his heartbeat, placing him in a critical state requiring urgent intervention. North did not deter those incessantly chattering individuals. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the forest, where an infinite fury and indomitable battle spirit ignited within him once more. Hancock had initially approached, holding a handkerchief, intending to temporarily bandage the wound on North's arm. But he was halted by a raised hand from North. With a sudden burst, North exerted force beneath his feet, shattering the ground and creating a deep fissure. Then, without warning, he surged forward, sprinting towards the woods on the island, each footfall causing the earth to collapse and tear apart beneath him. Such explosive power. It was terrifying. Far beyond the limits of human strength. This man resembled an invincible beast. Could he truly be the strongest creature on the surface? Countless naval officers stood frozen in place, their weapons in hand, once again astonished by the ferocity and terror of the pirate North. Within their hearts, the courage to fire their guns had vanished, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, North plunged into the woods, consumed by an overwhelming frenzy. With each powerful punch, he shattered dozens of towering trees that stood over 10 meters tall. It appeared that the recent battle had ignited an insatiable fervor within North, who now yearned for a formidable opponent with whom to engage in mutual destruction. Damn it. The Golden Lion suddenly cursed at North. How long will you continue this? This is my battle with the Yellow Ape. With a fierce glare directed at the scolding Golden Lion Shiki, North's muscles tensed with an intensity that seemed boundless. He pressed down forcefully on his toes, shattering a vast expanse of ground beneath him. Suddenly, North leapt into the air, executing a diagonal palm strike aimed squarely at Golden Lion Shiki. How swift. This was Shiki's immediate reaction, as he hurriedly clenched his fist to counter the impending assault from North. To his astonishment, Golden Lion Shiki let out a harrowing scream. Clearly overmatched by North's terrifying strength, he felt as though a punch had collided with a fully operational warship. The lower half of Shiki's arm was shattered in the brutal impact, and he was sent sprawling by North's powerful strike, crashing into the ground several dozen meters away, lying motionless for a while, seemingly having lost consciousness. Oh, what a frightening display of explosive power. Yellow Ape, witnessing the scene in astonishment, instinctively uttered his oft-repeated phrase. Are you looking down on me? Norse abruptly turned to face the Yellow Ape behind him, declaring, I shall trample you beneath my feet, gazing down upon you. A beam of laser light shot forth. The Yellow Ape furrowed his brow, lightly pushed off the ground with his feet, and then propelled himself backwards. Simultaneously, he concentrated photons at his fingertips, calmly unleashing a barrage of linear lasers towards Norse. The explosions resounded. The speed of the Yellow Ape's attacks was nothing short of light itself, wielding immense power. However, the sole drawback lay in their inability to curve, remaining strictly linear. In this moment, confronted with the beam attacks, Norse employed his observation hockey to discern the trajectory, swiftly evading with success. In an instant, all the laser beams struck behind him, resulting in various detonations. Seizing this opportunity, Norse closed the gap between himself and the Yellow Ape. Although the Yellow Ape possessed the powers of the light fruit, he had yet to elementalize. As he observed Norse's fist hurtling towards him with great force, he executed a luminous kick. While airborne, the Yellow Ape immediately concentrated photons in his calf and unleashed a kick of light aimed at Norse, intending to block Norse's assault and subsequently retaliate. The Yellow Ape was confident that his luminous kick was powerful enough to easily obliterate a building, let alone the mere flesh and blood standing before him. North had no intention of evading the immediate counterattack from the Yellow Ape. Instead, he enveloped his punching arm with hockey, resolutely intending to withstand and even shatter his opponent's luminous kick. The air thrummed with intensity. How swift is the speed of light? It seemed to transpire in the blink of an eye. rendering the passage of time inconceivable, as the flash undoubtedly struck fiercely against North's fist, regrettably in his demon form. North was exceedingly formidable, bolstered further by the hockey-infused bloodlust emanating from his fist. The Yellow Ape's radiant kick was instantly pulverized, and North's hockey-imbued fist swiftly descended towards the Yellow Ape's foot. Gasped. The Yellow Ape felt a chill, internally exclaiming in disbelief. He had not anticipated such terrifying power emanating from his opponent's fist, even while shrouded in bloodlust. At that moment, the Yellow Ape was understandably reluctant to confront North's fist head-on. Thus, just as North's fist was about to connect with the ground beneath him, the Yellow Ape swiftly elementalized his legs, narrowly evading contact in a tense moment. But lo, just then, North, witnessing the Yellow Ape's transformation, grinned widely and abruptly accelerated his speed. In that fleeting moment, North unleashed a fervent assault, delivering a powerful blow to the still elementalized Yellow Ape, sending him crashing several meters into the ground, causing earth and stone to erupt around him. A cry of anguish escaped the Yellow Ape, accompanied by a spray of crimson. However, as North's fist struck him down, the Yellow Ape's form fully elementalized, and, gravely injured, he suddenly vanished into the woods, fleeing in a flash. North did not pursue the Yellow Ape but instead concealed himself, allowing his overwhelming blood energy to retract entirely. Although he suffered some loss of this energy, his physique remained remarkably resilient, capable of enduring the lingering weakness and fatigue that followed relaxation. He approached the place where the golden lion Shiki lay unconscious, seizing the golden mane atop Shiki's head, and hoisted him from the ground, heading towards the seaside. At that moment, 2 naval warships had already set sail, each carrying an injured Admiral Akainu, who lay on a stretcher and was still in a precarious state, and Admiral Kizaru, who had returned gravely wounded and was now sprawled on the deck. They departed at full speed. It would be unfair to label Norse as excessively ruthless, rather. It was merely the misfortune of Kizaru and Akainu. The original plan was for the two to join forces and suppress the pirate Norse. But who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of the Golden Lion Shiki? This unforeseen event shattered their carefully orchestrated strategy, leading to their individual defeat at Norse's hands. Indeed, had they united, they might have engaged Norse in a fierce battle lasting 10 days and nights, rather than one severely injured and the other teetering on the brink of danger. Chapter 44, The Reckless Golden Lion in the Ensuing Days. Norse and the Golden Lion focused on recuperation and healing. North did not resolve to eliminate the Golden Lion. Instead, he brought the Golden Lion, Shiki, into a lush and verdant forest. There, he utilized the formidable ability known as Son of Heaven, Son of Earth, Son of Air, drawing life elements from a radius of several thousand meters into his being, rapidly nurturing and replenishing the various vital elements within his body. Thus, each subsequent day unfolded. Norse began to indulge in a lavish feast, traversing the island to gather an abundance of exquisite ingredients, which he meticulously preserved aboard his vessel through freezing, drying, or pickling. In Norse's eyes, the fauna on Long Ring Island possessed an extraordinary uniqueness. Where else could one encounter dogs measuring several meters in length? Or rabbits stretching 5 to 6 meters long? Even ordinary serpents reaching hundreds of meters? Such ingredients would be unattainable elsewhere. Not even on the island of rare beasts could one find such remarkable creatures. On the 5th day, seagulls soared across the ocean and grazed the skies above, casting down dozens of bounty posters upon Long Ring Island. These posters detailed the bounty on Norse, who had been designated as a perilous pirate of the notorious era. The proclamation read, Bounty on Ghostback Norse, 1. 5 billion berries. The bounty on Nos has surged dramatically in a short span of time. To many, this is undoubtedly an unfathomable maneuver. Yet for certain pirates driven by their own ambitions, they likely harbor immense envy towards Nos, perhaps even feeling an impulsive urge to eliminate him. Until now, Nos's name was scarcely known, and few had laid eyes upon him upon the vast seas. Moreover, the Navy headquarters had effectively suppressed information regarding Nos's 3 major battles, as these events directly impacted the Navy's prestige. After all, elite figures from the Navy had suffered utter defeats at the hands of an obscure thief. How then can the admirals of the Navy continue to intimidate pirates across the seas? Consequently, this sequence of governmental actions has rendered countless pirates intrigued yet bewildered by the enigmatic figure of Nos, repeatedly astonished and puzzled. What significant events transpired across the seas? None. Did the conflicts among the 4 emperors worsen? No. Yet, amidst this apparent tranquility, why has this individual S-value skyrocketed time and again? Who exactly is Nos? Has the infamous Nos become so overwhelmingly powerful? Thus, they remain utterly oblivious to the true origins of Nos's rising bounty. Of course, entities like the 4 emperors possess means to ascertain the truth. They understand that after Nos bested the renowned candidate for Admiral, Akiji, his bounty soared from an initial 100 berries to an astonishing 1 billion berries. It is worth noting that Akiji had been dispatched with orders to recruit Hancock as a warlord of the sea, bringing along 10 Navy ships to the windless zone, aiming to showcase the Navy's absolute might before Hancock and others. However, the disheartening outcome was that had Nos not shown mercy, they would have faced total annihilation. Following this, the temporary assignment of Zifa, who retained his status as admiral, resulted in him returning from his clash with Nos having lost an arm, marking a significant defeat. Thus, Nos's bounty escalated to 12 billion berries. Finally, in the latest encounter, the Navy headquarters suffered further losses, with Kizaru reportedly returning grievously injured. While Akainu's life hung by a thread, his condition so dire that he was transferred from the Navy's medical ward to the world government's care, leaving his fate uncertain. Consequently, Nos's bounty surged from 12 billion berries to 15 billion berries, with the world government and Navy headquarters unanimously recognizing him as an exceedingly dangerous pirate. Therefore, within a mere month, Nos's bounty ascended to 15 billion berries, clearly showcasing the acknowledgement and apprehension the world government and Navy headquarters hold regarding his prowess and the level of threat he poses. Recently, however, someone has evidently revealed Nos's whereabouts, prompting a horde of pirates to converge upon him, including fearsome forces from the New World, sailing colossal ships in pursuit across the Grand Line. Naturally, Nos remains largely unaware of these developments. All he knows is that his bounty has reached 15 billion berries. Damn it, how did you manage to reach 15 billion berries? Suddenly, the wheelchair-bound golden lion Shiki appeared beside Nos, snatching the bounty poster from his hands with utter disregard, only to be left astounded. Then, Shiki, filled with envy, even shed a few tears, lamenting through the bandages wrapped around his face. I, Golden Lion Shiki, have struggled and fought on these seas for decades, nearly bringing the Navy headquarters to its knees and unleashing chaos upon Impel Down's lowest levels. Do you have any idea what my bounty is? What is yours? Nos was genuinely curious about this question. Rarely does anyone know the true bounty of the Golden Lion. Some claim it to be in the millions, others suggest it exceeds 10 billion, and some assert that he was a rival of Roger, implying it must be in the tens of billions. 18 billion berries, Shiki chuckled self-deprecatingly. Many believe I should have a bounty in the tens of billions for having clashed with Roger. Yet the world government's last bounty on me upon my escape was merely 18 billion berries. Is 18 billion considered insufficient? Norse suddenly retorted to Shurji. What is my bounty now? The Golden Lion paused for a moment before responding. Isn't your reward 15 billion? In fact, what the Golden Lion intended to convey was, North is still so young. It has been less than 4 months since the bounty of 100 berries was placed upon him. Now, his bounty has soared to an astonishing 15 billion berries. How does this make him, a seasoned pirate who has navigated the treacherous seas for decades, feel? So, in comparison to me, Shiki, who possesses greater strength? Norse cast a serious glance at the Golden Lion Shiki, pondering how this fellow, reduced to such a state by his own defeat, could still harbor notions of his own strength. In response to Norse's inquiry, Shiki suddenly felt an acute pain coursing through his body. After considerable contemplation, he declared, I concede that you, young one, are indeed a monster. Yet tell me, by what merit do you elevate your bounty to 1.5 billion for merely vanquishing those two fools? Are they truly formidable? Had I been at even half my strength back then, encountering such scoundrels would have led to their swift demise at my hands. Typically residing at altitudes of 10,000 meters, Shiki was oblivious to the fact that Norse's bounty had surged multiple times in a short span, each increment significant. Was it not evident? My prowess surpasses yours and theirs by a considerable margin, yet my bounty remains a mere 15 billion. What more is there to say? Norse replied coolly, lacking the patience to divulge the backstory of his bounty to Shiki. In that moment, Shiki found himself at a loss for words. Recalling a profound truth, the mighty can act with impunity, while the feeble's resistance is but a futile endeavor. As night descended, Shiki approached Norse, proposing an alliance to obliterate the entire East Sea, offering his lifetime's amassed wealth as recompense. However, Norse outright rejected the proposal, telling Shiki he was free to depart at any time. Unbeknownst to them, Shiki's vengeful nature resurfaced. That very night, he retaliated against Norse and his companions. Seizing the opportunity while they slumbered aboard the ship, he stealthily nullified the gravitational forces surrounding the nine-snake pirate ship. As a mere touch sufficed, the vessel ascended once more into the heavens while Shiki piloted his island ship away. The next morning, with the dawn's light illuminating the sky, Hancock and the others awoke to find themselves once again amidst the breathtaking heights of 10,000 meters. Gazing out, they beheld an endless expanse of thick cloud cover, akin to cotton candy, evoking an irresistible urge to lay upon it and savor its sweetness. They took this moment to witness a sunrise unlike any other. Enveloped in a sense of romance and beauty, Norse suddenly chuckled, finding the situation amusing. I have decided on the Golden Lion Shiki, he declared. But why? He is so wicked and utterly ungrateful. What purpose could he serve? Another chimed in. Indeed, what allure could a mere balding old man possess? Even if he belonged to the era of the legendary Roger, what of it? He is no hero of the seas, merely a petty individual. In any case, he has once again elevated us to an altitude of 10,000 meters. It infuriates me. Sonia and Galad pouted throughout the ordeal, pondering how they would return to the surface. However, on a brighter note, during their days on the bountiful Long Ring Island, they indulged in copious feasts, resulting in a noticeable change in their figures. Certain areas appeared particularly ample, and their waists started to thicken. At this moment, Hancock discreetly rested her chin on her hand, stealing glances at Norse, her face and eyes radiating a charming allure, akin to a devoted admirer, captivated by Norse's presence, as if she could never gaze upon him enough. Ahem. Norska cleared his throat, suggesting the idea of inviting Shiki to join the Nine-Snake Pirates. Is it possible for him to become part of our crew? He pondered. I find it hard to believe he would agree. However, should he choose to join us, we could certainly overlook his past transgressions. Sonia and Galad were both quite hopeful, recognizing the formidable strength of the Golden Lion Shiki. If he were to truly ally with the Nine-Snake crew, coupled with his own discontent towards the world government and navy, they could potentially unite to overthrow the tyrannical reign of the celestial dragons. There is nothing insurmountable, and no impossibility, all is subject to human endeavor. Norse, suddenly exuding an air of cold confidence, declared, the next time he encounters me, he will face but two choices, either board my vessel or descend to hell with his dreams and ambitions. Although we are acutely aware that your strength and tactics remain largely unexploited, we find ourselves at an altitude of 10,000 meters. What course of action shall we pursue? There shall always be a solution. The provisions in the cabin are sufficient to sustain us for a week. While the ultraviolet rays here are quite intense and may harm your eyes and health, you may seek refuge within the cabin during the daylight hours. A smile graced North's face, as if imbued with magic, instantly calming the two. They believed that North would surely find a way out of their predicament. So they decided to treat this as a journey, embracing joy as the right approach. In the ensuing days, the Nine-Serpent pirate ship floated aimlessly upon the vast expanse of clouds, enjoying the freedom of the skies. Every day, North dedicates his time to preparing 3 meals, leaving the remainder for his training. He focuses on enhancing his observation abilities, attempting to sense the meteors scattered throughout the cosmos, and subsequently utilizing his grasp of gravitational forces to bring these meteors crashing down to Earth. However, recently, North has concentrated on developing his fruit abilities, particularly the transformation of ordinary light into harmful, colorless ultraviolet rays. This quandary left him pondering the sun on the horizon for 5 consecutive days before he finally gleaned some insights and methods. Essentially, it requires precise control over the reaction values of light within an invisible magnetic field. Yet, for North at present, this represents a complex and challenging operational puzzle. Historically, North has drawn from the primary branch of light and heat to cultivate his daily fruit abilities. Along this primary trunk of light, he has only developed capabilities pertaining to visible light, neglecting the unseen ultraviolet spectrum. It was only upon ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters that he became aware of the hidden ultraviolet rays within visible light, which possess terrifying destructive potential. In a direct confrontation with an adversary, the sudden release of ultraviolet rays could silently plunge them into temporary blindness. Over time, this could lead to permanent vision loss, malign transformations of their skin, and the most insidious consequence of inducing skin cancer, ushering them into a chronic demise. It appears that the pursuit of developing invisible ultraviolet or infrared light energy remains a formidable challenge for the time being. North pondered momentarily, yet did not dwell excessively on it, believing that perhaps one day when the fruit awakened, these abilities would naturally manifest. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. As if countless currents of air were colliding within the dense layers of clouds, Norse was abruptly brought back to his senses, noticing a vast expanse of stormy clouds extending for thousands of miles ahead, with thunder and lightning flashing ominously within. Even more terrifying was the presence of a colossal vortex at its center, measuring several hundred miles in diameter, in a state of relentless consumption. What on earth is happening? Inside the cabin, Hancock and the others emerged, startled by the overwhelming commotion. Oh, what is that? The three were instantly struck with shock and dread. The immense cloud cover, stretching across thousands of miles, was not only ravaged by thunder and lightning but was further exacerbated by the gigantic storm vortex, resembling a gaping maw devouring everything in its vicinity. Indeed, this is an extremely perilous meteorological catastrophe, a storm vortex induced by swirling air currents. Norse furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the tempestuous vortex at the center posed the gravest danger. Should they be engulfed by it, their chances of survival would be perilously slim. What shall we do? The vessel surged toward the gaping maw at full speed, evidently drawn by an unseen force. Is there any way we can alter the ship's course? Alas, it is futile. The ship has already been ensnared within this current. Even if it regained its weight, the reality would remain unchanged. Is there truly no other option? The colossal whirlpool appeared deceptively calm, yet it emanated an aura of life and death, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Indeed, I can hardly suppress the chill that runs down my spine. Sonia and Galud were in a state of distress, their voices trembling as they confronted the imminent specter of death. Norse, will you allow Sonia and me to perish in this manner? Hancock inquired, her demeanor surprisingly composed. Yet within her heart, anxiety reigned. The thought of her 3 sisters, who had fought so valiantly to survive, succumbing in such a place was unbearable. In that moment, the instinct for survival surged within her fiercely. Undoubtedly, she harbored deep feelings for the man before her, and she firmly believed that Norse would find a solution. At this moment, North gazed into Hancock's eyes, filled with unwavering confidence, and a smile involuntarily graced his face. Rest assured, with me around, you shall encounter no harm. This utterance seemed to possess an infinite charm. Upon hearing it, Hancock's 3 sisters were momentarily taken aback, utterly comforted by North's reassurance. Norse calmly proclaimed, I shall forge a path ahead, and as long as the vessel remains sturdy and resilient, nothing shall transpire. And what of you? Is there danger this time? Hancock, filled with deep concern for Norse, replied with reddened eyes, I cannot bear the thought of you facing peril. If you were to be harmed, my heart would ache profoundly. This sensation, Hancock could not discern when it had begun, perhaps yesterday, or maybe even at this very moment. There is no danger. You must trust me, I, Norse, am the most arrogant son in this world, and no darkness shall ever engulf me. Norse gazed intently at the three individuals aboard the vessel. Then, with resolute determination, he turned away, his form undergoing elemental transformation, ultimately becoming an infinitely expanding sun, soaring directly into the heart of the swirling storm. Countless ferocious bolts of lightning struck towards him, yet they were wholly consumed and obliterated by his radiance and warmth. The intense heat released by Nos evaporated everything in its path, even causing the dark clouds and thunder to tremble in fear. A portion of the searing energy transformed into waves of heat, violently pushing the thunderous clouds aside, leaving them unable to mend for a long time. Simultaneously, the radiant light emitted by Nos illuminated the cloud layers for miles around, completely consuming countless flashes of lightning. In that moment, it was as if the first fleeting dawn had arrived after a storm. The nine-snake pirate ship followed closely behind. Although they could not resist the turbulent air currents affecting tens of thousands of miles, with Nos forging a path ahead, their journey was remarkably smooth. Shortly thereafter, the nine-snake pirate ship vanished into the guiding light ahead. Chapter 46, The Sky Knight. As they entered the eye of the storm, Hancock and her companions aboard the nine-snake pirate ship felt as though they were caught in a tempest. The ship seemed on the brink of shattering. Fortunately, under Nos's protection, they finally traversed the center of the swirling storm after several hours. However, the nine-snake pirate ship remained within the realm of raging thunder, swaying and drifting forward. By the time Nos persevered until the last moment, it seemed as though her body had been drained of all energy. Having unleashed an unimaginable amount of power throughout, she was nearly exhausted. Upon returning to the ship, she collapsed in utter fatigue, falling into a deep slumber. Hancock cradled Nos in her soft embrace, wishing to cherish her with all her heart. Yet, witnessing Nos's sacrifices filled Hancock with a profound sorrow, her eyes reddening with emotion. Sonia and Galad, along with the two sentient boa snakes, also felt a wave of sadness wash over them. They resolved in their hearts to grow stronger, vowing never to let Nos bear the brunt of danger alone, for she, like them, was not a deity. At that moment, a group of figures suddenly appeared ahead. Hey, sister, look quickly. There are others up here at 10,000 meters. Could they be Sky Knights? Sonia exclaimed. Well, that person isn't wearing any clothes and is emanating lightning. Have they been struck by thunder? Both Sonia and Galad were incredulous, astonished that others existed at such heights. Hancock furrowed her brows and turned her gaze, noting the peculiar group that had materialized before them. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous roar echoed. Enel, you have been cornered at the edge of the White Sea. If you wish to live, leave the White Sea and depart from God's island, or you will surely meet your demise today. A cadre of angelic warriors, with tiny wings, pursued an ark of prophecy, on board which was a fatigued young man, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. Yahaha, foolish warriors. This shall be your grave. Enel, aboard the ark of prophecy, suddenly erupted in mad laughter, unleashing thunderous energy from the four drums on his back. The surrounding clouds roiled violently at his command, which had fallen silent only to erupt again in a cacophony of thunder. Within the ranks of the angelic warriors, one wielding a massive shell shouted into it, amplifying his voice. Fool, do you think you possess the divinity of a god? We are merely here to extinguish your life, which is merely a matter of a few cannon volleys. Just then, the nine-snake pirate ship entered the view of both parties. They turned to gaze at the ship as it swiftly glided into the battlefield. Enel, is this your so-called assistance? One warrior with a shell used as a megaphone bellowed. Preposterous. To dare shout before this emperor is to seek death. Hancock, unfazed, activated her devil fruit powers, casting a cold glare at the warrior. In an instant, he felt a tightening in his chest, an exquisite sensation, unaware that he was already turning to stone from the feet up. Ah, I'm being petrified. Who are you? Are you reckless sea dwellers? The angelic warriors were thrown into disarray, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondering how their opponent had attacked. You dare disturb my rest? You shall face consequences. Hancock's fury intensified as the warriors continued their clamor, oblivious to the true nature of the shell in their hands, which amplified their voices several dozen times over. Hancock formed heart-shaped gestures with her hands, directing beams of love towards the tiny winged warriors. Confused, they interpreted her gestures as a sign of affection, their faces flushing inexplicably. Moreover, the stunning woman before them was undeniably the most beautiful angel above the White Sea, surpassing even the beauty of their beauty pageant champions from Angel Island. Thus, every action of Hancock stirred a flutter in their hearts. So they are merely a bunch of fools. Sonia chuckled coldly at the sight of the angelic warriors, realizing that even the abilities of her sister were beyond their comprehension. In that instant, the warriors struck by the beams of light were petrified. These rascals are truly detestable. Galad, witnessing the rapid petrification of several warriors, felt a mix of disdain and anger, declaring, I have always disliked those who harbor inappropriate thoughts about my sister. They deserve to be turned to stone. Ah, demons, demons, run, return and inform the high priest. The remaining few warriors, fortunate enough to evade the beams of love, were now utterly panicked. They frantically scrambled to escape, nearly losing their footing in their haste. At that moment, Enel, left behind by the nine-snake pirate ship, stood dumbfounded. His eyes, mouth, and shell displayed sheer astonishment and disbelief. Why did those warriors petrify in an instant? But this woman is truly beautiful. No, if I ally with her, I might become the thunder god of God's Island. Yahaha. Enel's daydreaming abruptly erupted into laughter, provoking the ire of Hancock. P.S. To elucidate, the era of great pirates commenced 16 years after Roger's demise. Enel proclaimed himself a god on Sky Island. Currently, it is the year 1012 of the Great Pirate Era, with 2 more years until Enel defeats the 4 priests, and another 2 years until he overcomes God Godfor. Dominating Sky Island. Chapter 47, The Pillar of Thunder. Seeking death, Hancock turned to gaze at Enel atop the Ark of the Verity, only to discover that he had vanished, showcasing his remarkable agility. However, she swiftly unleashed her observation haki, sensing the presence of her adversary still on the Ark, cleverly concealed behind a mast. Bring me an arrow. Hancock, consumed by fury, commanded. Her pet snake, Salome, adeptly contorted its body into the shape of a great bow. Meanwhile, Gallad promptly presented Hancock with a metallic arrow. Whoosh. The arrow, imbued with Hancock's Conqueror's haki, possessed a potency several times greater than that of an ordinary user. Its speed, piercing ability, and sheer hardness were all significantly enhanced. How does she possess a similar detection ability? Enel, hidden behind the mast, gasped in astonishment. It became clear that she wielded a power akin to his, the mind network, allowing her to sense his presence without the need for sight. Humph. Do you really think a mere arrow can slay me, the Thunder God? You insolent sea dwellers have grown overly arrogant. Enel bellowed, activating his lightning-fast movement technique to evade the arrow, shifting from behind the mast to its side. Thunder raged as he unleashed a torrent of violent lightning, melting Hancock's arrow into a molten sphere of iron. What? Heaven's mercy! Could this rogue possess the legendary Thunder Fruit? Gallad and Sonia exclaimed, their mouths agape in disbelief. They struggled to comprehend that a bare-chested man, his head wrapped in white cloth, commanded the formidable powers of nature, effortlessly melting a metal arrow over a meter long. Hancock, her brows furrowed in anger, seethed at his audacity to insult them as worthless sea dwellers, an affront she could not forgive. Boom. Unable to endure any longer, Hancock stood resolutely on the deck, her long hair billowing as she unleashed the formidable aura characteristic of a true ruler. This overwhelming presence swept through the surroundings, imposing and suffocating. In that moment, Hancock resembled a vengeful goddess. Yeah, what a powerful aura. Enel, atop the Ark of the Verity, was taken aback. He had never encountered such a force before. It felt as if a divine being loomed above him, exuding an aura of danger and sovereign judgment that rendered even him, destined to be the Thunder God, feeling insignificant and small. Do you dare oppose me, Thunder God? Enel, though reluctant to admit his trepidation towards this striking woman, forced himself to maintain an air of bravado, declaring, here, I, Enel, am the mightiest Thunder God, capable of controlling your very lives at any moment. Is this man a fool? Sonia and Gallad pondered, their expressions betraying disbelief. How audacious to declare oneself a god, as if daring fate. Humph. You wretched sea dwellers have the audacity to desecrate my majesty? With his nascent mind network ability, Enel could hear even the faintest whisper, and he could not suppress his anger, unleashing blue lightning that surged from his being. Divine retribution. 30 million volts. Enel soared upward, conjuring a furious bolt of lightning, his expression devoid of pity as he looked down upon them. After 3 seconds, he hurled a flash of lightning skyward. As it vanished into the clouds, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Boom. A colossal column of lightning burst through the clouds, descending upon the 9-snake pirate ship and its crew. What is this? Sonia and Gallad gasped in horror, their skin prickling with fear. How could they possibly withstand such a lightning strike? There was nowhere to hide on the ship, nor could they leap from the height of 10,000 meters. They had no choice but to activate their haki, desperately attempting to resist. Norse. Hancock, in that moment, thought of Norse, who was resting. She resolved to protect him at all costs, refusing to allow him to be harmed while she was present. Without hesitation, she dashed to Norse's side, determined to shield him from the impending onslaught. Norse lay peacefully asleep on a deck chair. Boom. The speed of the lightning strike was blinding, akin to a beam of light crashing down upon the 9-snake pirate ship and its crew. Gallad and Sonia, unable to withstand the onslaught, were immediately rendered unconscious by the 30 million volts, their orange and green hair frizzing out in a spectacular explosion. On the other hand, although Hancock attempted to utilize her abilities for defense, her powers were primarily offensive and ill-suited for protection. Ultimately, the descending bolt shattered her layer of red energy. The 30 million volts ravaged her body, leaving numerous marks in its wake. Fortunately, Hancock had partially coated herself in haki, mitigating the actual damage from the lightning, resulting in less severe consequences. Yet, she suddenly collapsed, her body overwhelmed by paralysis, losing control. Yaha. At that moment, Enel descended with a thunderous laugh, landing on the 9-snake pirate ship and seizing Norse from his chair. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, Enel stood atop his Ark of the Verity, holding the still sleeping Norse. He threatened Hancock, if you wish to reclaim this man from my grasp, you have 3 days to eradicate all the rebels on God Island, or else I will end his life. Unforgivable. How dare he touch her man? Hancock's heart seethed with rage as she struggled to rise from the ground, yet her body remained paralyzed, unable to retaliate, even if she summoned the sweet fruit's powers. The distance between the two ships had grown, placing Norse beyond her reach. At that moment, Hancock wished fervently for wings to soar across the vast expanse of the sea and reclaim Norse from his captor. Chapter 48, The Torment of the Island of the Gods. Before long, Hancock and the others had completely recovered from the divine retribution they had faced. After all, a mere 30 million volts of lightning could hardly extinguish the lives of those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. How dare that wretched fool? Thunder rumbled ominously. What is this nonsense? Is it merely the ability to fly? Crackle. Golod gazed upward, incessantly voicing his grievances, when suddenly a deafening bolt of lightning struck down beside him. All right, Golod, let us endure for now. In the end, we do not yet know who will bear the brunt of this calamity. Sonia consoled him, her thoughts drifting to the hope that once North had rested sufficiently, he would awaken. At that moment, what power could the wielder of the Thunder Fruit possibly possess? The Sun Fruit of Norse possesses the formidable ability to devour and overpower all adversaries. Even in his most potent form, the Ghostback power. A single strike from him can annihilate foes in an instant. It is noteworthy that in direct confrontations, even a powerhouse like Akainu, with his muscular prowess and abilities, cannot triumph over Norse. I am aware of this, yet it is disheartening to witness that man's actions. It infuriates me. Golod gazed up at the hovering arc of proclamations, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury, wishing he could crush it. They have come to realize that they are being monitored, their every move scrutinized. Norse's life is being used as leverage to compel them to eradicate all the sinners on God's island. Failure to comply would result in Norse's demise. Hancock, however, remained icy and calm, teetering on the brink of an explosive reaction. Yet, for the sake of allowing Norse a moment's respite, she was willing to endure threats and manipulation. Everything was for Norse. She could endure temporary discomfort, but once Norse awakened, none would stop her from eliminating Enel. Sister, surely we are nearing Goddess Island. As they sailed across the White Sea aboard the Nine-Snake pirate ship, they spotted a sizable island forest seemingly afloat in the clouds. They were astonished and incredulous. How could an island exist at such heights? Was it a consequence of Shiki the Golden Lion's floating powers? Yet, these thoughts were of little importance now. Their singular focus was to ravage this island, exterminating any resistance that dared to appear before them. Suddenly, a battalion of divine soldiers emerged from God's island. Mastering the unique currents of the White Sea, they maneuvered their vessels, producing thunderous sounds that reverberated as they encircled the Nine-Snake pirate ship. Halt. You people from the Blue Sea cannot trespass here without divine permission. A small-winged soldier wielded a loudspeaker shell, capturing his words and amplifying them tenfold upon release. Slavery arrow. Hancock, unwilling to squander time with mere ants and weaklings, unleashed her ultimate technique without concern for their feelings. The slavery arrow lacked any special prerequisites. Anyone struck would be petrified, regardless of whether they were lifeless stone or living creatures. Thousands of slavery arrows swiftly targeted the dozens of soldiers. What did it matter that their vessels were equipped with acceleration shells? Under Hancock's observation, she could effortlessly predict their evasion paths. Thus, after a single volley, only a few of the divine soldiers remained, fleeing in panic, mere cannon fodder against Hancock. Meanwhile, Enel, observing from the Ark of Proclamations, wore a sinister grin as he muttered, "The Blue Sea folk are indeed fools, always so easily deceived. Once your hands are stained with blood and sin, I, Enel, shall rightfully execute you in the name of the Thunder God. From that moment forth, I shall be revered as the true Thunder God of God's island. Ha ha ha." Norse, however, remained oblivious, suspended from a golden pillar with seamless golden rings binding his limbs. He was still in a deep slumber, unaware of the world outside. After hours of elemental transformation, releasing unprecedented light and heat while forcibly breaking through a colossal whirlpool, his strength had been utterly depleted. Awakening would not come easily. Perhaps it would take a night or until tomorrow, but once he regained consciousness, he would awaken instantly. Below, in the White Sea, Hancock and her companions had stormed God's island. Yet, from within the forest emerged a group of divine soldiers, led by a commander, 2 vice-commanders, and over 40 soldiers. They wielded not only weapons but also possessed rare ability shells, flame shells, heat shells, flash shells, water shells, slashing shells, impact shells, and even the devastating ancient shells. The commander, resembling a goat, suddenly bleated, "You Blue Sea folk have committed crimes against public duty, environmental destruction, property damage in the sky, intimidation, and illegal invasion. The soldiers of God's island will apprehend you with all their might. If you confess, we may show leniency, but should you resist, we will not hesitate to bring you to justice." Justice? I've never encountered such a loquacious avian. Sandersonia immediately grew impatient. These individuals dared to lecture her and her pirate crew about law, attempting to restrict their freedom, igniting her wrath. In the face of this imminent fury, any semblance of mercy was cast aside. "We, the Nine-Snake pirates, have arrived. You should tremble in fear and relinquish any resistance." In an instant, Sonia unleashed her snake fruit powers, transforming her hair into 8 colossal serpents. Norse had mentioned that although it was a hair transformation, this technique bore resemblance to the power of life restoration, a formidable maneuver. With that, Sonia surged toward a group of divine soldiers. She now towered at over 10 meters, her feet morphing into serpentine forms. Unforgivable! How I detest the law. To think such a decayed system exists at such heights. You all deserve to perish. Golod, too. did not remain silent, quickly adopting the form of a king cobra, half human and half cobra. Her neck could expand like a cobra's, capable of withstanding attacks and releasing potent venom. She charged at another group, her form towering as flames of venomous yellow ignited her orange hair. My venom can corrode even steel. Do you dare to resist, you ants? Hancock faced another group, including a commander and 2 vice commanders, armed with formidable ability shells. Any one of them could inflict severe harm upon her, and she could not underestimate them. Yet, with her exquisite figure, her battle stance would undoubtedly be captivating, showcasing her long legs. It was a game of mutual heartbeats. P.S. Please support me with votes. Thank you for voting and supporting me in my endeavors. Chapter 49, Lord of the Skies. A splendid and enchanting pair of legs. Do not approach me. Is it merely a trickle of nosebleed? Such a trivial matter. Suddenly, the corpulent vice commander fixated his gaze upon Hancock's long, alluring legs. And in an instant, blood surged back through his nostrils, erupting from his mouth in a spray of crimson. Unbelievable, utterly inconceivable. Even the 2 vice commanders deemed their superior too vulnerable at this moment. The opponent had merely revealed a slender thigh, and yet it warranted such an extreme reaction? They intended to assist their commander but were met with disdain instead. However, they were not faring much better themselves, for blood flowed from their noses as well. A case of 50 paces laughing at 100 paces. Humph, to perish beneath my legs, you are fortunate indeed. Hancock mused coldly within. It appeared that these individuals could not resist any aspect of her beauty, not even her long legs, leaving her perplexed at the sheer vulgarity of their desires. Clad in a split chi-pao, her legs, when kicked, accentuated the elegant curves and inevitability. Little did she realize. These winged clerics were even more susceptible to temptation than the Navy. Unbeknownst to Hancock, the angelic beings of Sky Island reveled in the pleasures of life and pursued beauty with unabashed fervor. For instance, beauty pageants were frequently held on Angel Island, delighting the local populace. Although this Qinghai woman possessed the beauty of a celestial being, she had transgressed the laws of God Island. No mercy could be shown. Their desires must be suppressed to capture her. The vice commander declared with righteous indignation. Indeed, Sir Vice Commander, we can still hold our ground. It is merely that the opponent possesses a petrifying ability, and we now request the use of the rare ability shell. One of the vice commanders stated. Certainly. But be sure to seize the opportune moment to employ the rare ability shell. Each use diminishes our stock, and it is wise to reserve it for the Devil Inel of God Island. Hancock raised an eyebrow, noticing their sudden production of colorful shells, each exuding confidence. Those shells were truly exquisite, igniting within her a fierce desire for possession, and overwhelming assertiveness. With such celestial beauty, I know you shall forgive me for any harm I may cause. Hancock relaxed her body, tossing her dark locks, her proud and alluring gaze sweeping over them all. In an instant, she formed a pink heart with her hands, releasing a beam of pink light that swiftly petrified them all. They were so lustful, so unable to resist her allure. Why engage in close combat? By merely showcasing her long legs, she had already sealed their fate, had she not? Thus, the battle was straightforward. Hancock's powers were indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Sandersonia and Marigold swiftly concluded their own skirmish. However, they did not slay all their foes. Some fled severely wounded, while others succumbed to poison, but their lives were spared. Sister, the night has fallen. Perhaps we should take shelter nearby for the night. It's quite dark and unnerving, Sandersonia suggested. In truth, without Nors, they dared not be reckless. Their primary objective was to buy time, awaiting Nor's awakening. Why engage in relentless slaughter when 3 days remained? Very well, return to the ship and prepare. Hancock glanced at them, then at the airship overhead, which continued to monitor them. Boom. Suddenly, thunder roared, and blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking with precision those who had been turned to stone, as well as the critically injured soldiers. The petrified individuals, now shattered by NLS lightning strikes, were obliterated. Those wounded and unconscious from Sandersonia and Marigold's assault met the same fate, dispatched by NLS divine retribution. Observing from the airship, Enel smugly remarked, Indeed, using these targets to hone my mind's abilities is far more expedient. They are truly my long-standing adversaries. In truth, Enel's heart was twisted and grotesque. Only he understood the torment and anguish inflicted upon him by the inhabitants of God Island during his childhood. Nearly everyone despised him, looked down upon him, branding him as a sinful child and a mindless devil, even wishing for his demise. Yet now, having harnessed the power of thunder, his intentions were simple: annihilate all who displeased him, ensuring that all on God Island recognized him as the most significant figure. He aspired to ascend as the supreme deity of God Island, to dethrone Ganfuer, compelling all to acknowledge his existence, whether through fear or animosity, it mattered not. Suddenly, a fine drizzle began to fall, and a dark cloud formed above Enel, from which rain cascaded down. The rain bore a salty taste, reminiscent of tears, showering the deck, the golden pillars, and drenching Nors in the forests of God Island. How strange! I see a rainbow beyond the sea of clouds. Why does it rain here? Sandersonia gazed upward, bewildered, contemplating whether to spend the night in the forest. However, she had already set up the tent, hoping the rain would cease soon. As Sandersonia began assembling the tent, Marigold tended to the fire, while Hancock sat nearby, lost in thoughts of Norse. At that moment, a colossal serpent, stretching 1,000 meters, surged forth from the depths of the primordial forest with astounding speed. Its immense form blazed through the underbrush, obliterating anything in its path, be it boulders or towering trees. Did you hear that? The ground is trembling. After lighting the fire, Sandersonia noticed the vibrations emanating from the forest. Oh, I felt it too. It seems a tree has fallen. Marigold remarked nonchalantly, isn't it normal for such things to happen at night? Perhaps there are fierce beasts battling within. True. But the scent of blood here is rather potent. Could it attract them? I worry they might disturb our rest. Sandersonia nodded in agreement. Yet, she recalled the individual above who had ruthlessly eliminated the petrified soldiers, wondering if this would bring unforeseen consequences. Soon, the commotion intensified. Given that Marigold and Sandersonia possessed the snake fruit abilities, they were naturally sensitive to disturbances. Let us go, Sandersonia. We must investigate, Marigold declared. Indeed. Let us see what is causing the ruckus. If it proves troublesome, we shall capture it for a meal. Sonia immediately followed suit, but shortly thereafter, a horrifying scream erupted. Ah, my goodness. Both individuals turned pale with fright and fled in a frenzy. They thought to themselves, how terrifying. They had never encountered a serpent of such colossal size. It was as if it had transcended reality itself. Chapter 50. What are you gazing at? The ground trembled violently, as if the very world was collapsing. Towering trees were uprooted and tossed about like mere twigs. The destructive power unleashed by the gigantic serpent was nothing short of terrifying. It felt as though humanity had stumbled into a realm of giants. Sister, we are in trouble. A monstrous serpent is pursuing us. It was a dominating force. Undoubtedly a creature of supreme authority, rivaling the aquatic overlords of our windless sea. Galad and Sonia shouted in alarm, panting heavily. Feeling as though they had encountered a true nightmare, their fear of serpentine beings awakened for the first time. They poured every ounce of energy into their escape. Realizing that the massive serpent behind them was moving with astonishing speed and formidable strength, they watched in horror as a tree with a diameter of 1 meter was effortlessly crushed by the serpent's massive body, leaving them no option but to flee. Too terrified to confront it directly, hissing sounds filled the air as the enormous serpent closed in, flicking its several-meter-long tongue, producing a piercing, hissing noise. Simultaneously, the serpent's lengthy form was scraping against the ground at high speed. As night had fallen, Hancock and her companions could clearly see sparks flying, suggesting that the serpent's scales were as hard as iron, grinding against the solid rock beneath it, creating a fearsome spectacle. In the blink of an eye, it perceived Hancock and her companions as delectable prey. The creature was undeniably intelligent, encircling a 100-meter radius with its 1,000-meter-long body. Its massive head looming above Hancock and her friends. What on earth is happening? Hancock furrowed her brow. She had never encountered a serpent of such magnitude before. Even the two colossal serpents aboard the Kuja pirate ship were not a third the size of this one. Sister, we are just as bewildered. There were signs of movement earlier, and when we ventured deeper to investigate, we saw this creature charging toward us. Indeed, it is overwhelmingly powerful. Wherever it passes, trees fall. Earth is displaced, and deep grooves are left in its wake. Their descriptions were far from exaggerated. This was a truly formidable entity. Boom. Sister, be careful. Suddenly, the immense serpent lunged at Hancock, perhaps drawn by the allure of her flesh. In a reflexive act, Hancock and her companions leaped backward, narrowly evading the serpent's gaping maw. The serpent seemed enraged, taken aback that these tiny ants had managed to evade its attack. It let out a furious hiss, opening its blood-filled mouth to reveal razor-sharp fangs, glistening ominously. Yikes! That is absolutely vile. Hancock shrieked in horror. The serpent whipped its head, sending a spray of saliva from its fangs, some droplets landing on Hancock's dress. The sight made her recoil in disgust, for the saliva carried a putrid, decaying odor, marking this serpent as the most repulsive she had ever encountered. However, upon hearing Hancock scream, Galad and Sonia found their courage rekindled. They immediately transformed into their serpent forms, the Yamada no Orochi and the King Cobra, wielding steel forks as they charged at the colossal serpent. Clang! Incredible! It is as hard as iron. Sonia's fork collided with the serpent's scales, producing showers of sparks, yet failing to penetrate its thick hide. The super serpent's scales were impenetrably tough. Clang! Seizing an opportunity, Sonia thrust her fork again, channeling her haki. This time, sparks flew, and she managed to scrape off a portion of the serpent's thick scale, but the damage inflicted was negligible against such a behemoth. The super serpent appeared intolerant of any provocation, swinging its massive head towards Sonia, its cavernous mouth agape. Boom! The ground shattered beneath its bite. Sonia skillfully dodged, yet the debris from the explosion sent her flying. Damn it! I refuse to believe your skin is impervious. As she soared through the air, Sonia retaliated, unleashing a torrent of purple venom from her mouth. The venom entered the serpent's mouth, producing a corrosive sound and thick smoke, accompanied by hissing cries of pain. Finally, it seemed to have some effect, causing the colossal serpent to writhe in agony. However, this only incited its fury further. Its body twisted violently, and its tail lashed out towards Sonia, a force capable of splitting her in two or casting her into the depths of the ocean. Whoosh! Galad, reacting swiftly, darted to position himself before Sonia like a gust of wind. Yamada no Orochi, unleash your fury. Galad's green hair transformed into 8 serpentine heads, attacking the super serpent's massive tail, aiming to thwart its assault. The Yamada no Orochi displayed equal ferocity, legendary for its demonic strength, as its crimson mouths opened wide, unleashing torrents of bloodthirsty energy, effectively intercepting the serpent's tail swipe. However, Golod was forced back several meters, clearly unable to maintain his position against such overwhelming force. Fragrant foot. Hancock seized the moment, leaping gracefully into the air and delivering a powerful kick to the serpent's tail, instantly petrifying a portion of it. Her ability, akin to the slave arrow, proved effective against physical entities, regardless of their feelings toward her. Crack. Following Hancock's strike, the Yamada no Orochi applied its strength, shattering the petrified segment of the serpent's tail, resulting in a profuse spray of blood. Boom. Bang. Bang. At last, the colossal serpent writhed violently, causing the towering trees around it to sway and the soil beneath to tremble. Debris flew wildly, and the very ground quaked under the creature's thrashing. In that moment, Hancock and her companions found themselves unable to approach, forced instead to evade the serpent's frenzied movements. The vessel, hovering several hundred meters above, was nearly struck by the beast's massive form. It was unforeseen that this creature, originally intended to be struck down by lightning, encountered these three women, yet it mattered little, for death awaited them all. Enel stood majestically atop the ship's railing, gazing down with the disdainful eyes of a deity surveying mere insects. In truth, as twilight descended, he could scarcely discern the scene below, relying instead on the power of his mind to perceive it clearly. What do you see? At that moment, North had fully awakened. Rejuvenated by the gentle rain, he realized he was suspended from a golden pillar, and his gaze fell upon a bare-chested man standing on the railing, adorned with 4 small drums featuring hook-shaped ornaments on his back. In his heart, Norse couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It turned out to be the legendary Enel. However, this fellow seemed rather arrogant, daring to hang him upon a pillar. In a hushed manner, North partially elementalized his limbs, liberating himself from the constraints of the golden ring, and swiftly approached Enel's side. While I observed the foolishness below, Enel abruptly regained his senses, questioning who had addressed him. He turned sharply, only to find himself met with emptiness, for North had silently positioned himself on the opposite side, although Enel could not perceive him. His heightened awareness allowed him to sense North's presence nearby. A cold sweat broke out across Enel's body as instinct warned him of the imminent danger posed by this sudden apparition. Without hesitation, he executed a lightning flash, instantly appearing above the Arc Maxim. How did you escape my control? Enel exclaimed in astonishment, noting that the golden ring upon the golden pillar remained intact. Yet the individual tethered to it had managed to slip away unnoticed. Come down and play with me, North stated with utmost seriousness. Lightning crackled as Enel disregarded North, unleashing a thunderous strike towards him. North stood resolute, unabashed, as a radiant golden light enveloped him, fervently mending the injuries inflicted by the tumultuous lightning. The damage wrought by the tempestuous bolts was utterly outpaced by the regeneration of his cells. What? Enel exclaimed, nearly blinded by disbelief. It was his first encounter with someone so audacious, entirely disregarding his thunderous might. Are you unable to descend? Norse did not ascend to attack, as he lacked the inclination. Instead, he prepared to descend and assist Hancock and the others, sensing a troublesome entity below, likely the Lord of the Sky. Humph. If you possess the capability, then come up. This is still the vessel of the Thunder God. Enel scoffed, feeling that the opponent was excessively domineering, utterly disregarding him, much like the denizens of God's Island, who ignored his very existence. Fine. Norse transformed akin to a super scion, unleashing the power of the ghostly back, his fists imbued with bloodlust tightly clenched, enveloped in the armor of Haki. A lethal strike from the god of death. Norse's fist struck the golden deck with tremendous force. Boom. The resounding impact shattered the deck, causing the entire vessel, the proverbial, to plummet rapidly. Damn it, you have destroyed the proverbial of this thunder god, shattered my dream of reaching the moon. Damn it. Ah. Enel's expression twisted in rage, and thunder roared in fury. Thunderclouds gathered ominously overhead, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Chapter 51. At a loss for a title. In a frenzy of madness and fury, Enel directed his murderous intent towards Norse. The power of myriad thunderbolts rumbled ominously. Beneath the darkened skies, within the storm's domain, blue lightning began to surge and cascade, resembling a colossal waterfall cascading from the heavens, composed of thousands of bolts. Boom, crackle, and pop. The sky erupted with explosive sounds, as space and air were torn asunder by the thunder, producing a cacophony of thunderous sonic booms. Were an ordinary person to find themselves in such a tumultuous and thunderous environment, their legs would surely weaken, and their hearts would race with terror. Descend, O sun. Norse gazed up, one hand raised. A luminous and intensely heated sphere of the sun suddenly coalesced in the heavens, instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness as if it were daylight. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a colossal, terrifying orb, an awe-inspiring sight. It was blinding, scorching. Enel immediately felt an overwhelming pressure and was taken aback. It was difficult to fathom that his opponent could be so formidable. The terrifying fireball not only instantaneously evaporated his myriad thunderclouds but also dimmed his countless bolts of lightning. Was this being a demon or a monster? Enel's spirit sank. He dared not linger beneath the fireball any longer and swiftly retreated with a flash of lightning, fearing that it might crush him unexpectedly. Yet even in evasion, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His instincts screamed danger from that moment onward. recognizing that his adversary wielded a similarly terrifying power, making the situation even more perilous. A gravitational field. After North unleashed this colossal sun, the surrounding space became sweltering and distorted. The air within a certain radius ignited spontaneously, plunging into an absolute vacuum state, where all the oxygen was consumed in the flames. Norse immediately harnessed intense heat to forcibly compress the surrounding air, resulting in the sudden formation of a dense domain. The descending pithy vessel, under the influence of the gravitational field, appeared to be subjected to an immeasurably heavy force, causing its descent speed to more than double. Following this, a torrent of thunder surged forth. As the lightning approached the gravity field, it was forcibly distorted and redirected, causing the majority of the impending strikes to vanish into the void. Consequently, only a scant few bolts of lightning struck Norse and the forest below. Damn it. Remember this. You brat. This thunder god will eventually bring you to justice. Enel roared in fury, feeling an overwhelming sense of resentment. Yet, at that moment, his scalp tingled with fear and trepidation towards Norse, prompting him to consider a more prudent approach. Thus, he refrained from engaging further, resolved to abandon the vessel for the time being, and swiftly unleashed several lightning flashes in the void before disappearing from Norse's sight. Alas, you cannot escape my grasp now. Norse did not pursue. Instead, he merely chuckled coldly to himself, acknowledging that Enel truly exemplified the capabilities of the rumble fruit, possessing the ability to flee at the speed of light. Yet, what of it? The abilities he valued and the individuals he had chosen would undoubtedly be drawn aboard the Nine-Snake pirate ship. Boom. At that moment, Enel's flying arc plummeted into the forest below, its immense gravitational force and potential energy causing the very island of the gods to tremble as though it were experiencing an earthquake. This commotion intensified the anxiety and tension among the indigenous people of the Sacred Path and the angels ruling Angel Island. The initial sight of the myriad lightning bolts in the sky and the sudden appearance of the sun left them utterly astonished. They surmised that such a fierce battle could only be the result of divine beings clashing, a conflict far beyond their comprehension or ability to resist, leaving them with a foreboding sense of despair. Hiss. The colossal serpent, raging through the forest, was drawn to the disturbance caused by the descending vessel. Creatures of its kind were already capable of discerning the delectable aroma emanating from its prey. Clearly, its target was Norse in his demon-back form, perhaps attracted by the sin of his blood. Oh, is it you who dares to bully me? Barely moments after North landed, a colossal serpent emerged, lunging at him with its fangs bared. However, North stood undaunted, dismissing the need to wield the power of his fruits, engaging instead in battle in his ghostly form. Boom. At the critical moment, North seized the formidable serpent by its upper and lower jaws, propelled backward by the creature's immense strength for over 10 meters. In that moment, North was unequivocally certain that this colossal serpent, akin to the sovereigns of the sky and the Sky Islands and the great monarchs of the windless seas, was indeed a formidable rival. Nevertheless, even such a titan could not withstand the onslaught of North's lethal strike. He possessed an unwavering confidence in his demon-infused state. He was the most powerful being on the surface. Now, this great serpent sought to challenge him, only to meet its demise beneath the weight of his fist. Come forth. You too are deemed a ruler of the earth. Norse hurled the entire head of the colossal serpent into the air. The serpent's head swung momentarily before opening its gaping maw, preparing to launch another assault. A strike of divine retribution. North, undeterred, launched an assault, soaring into the air and delivering a powerful punch directly into the gaping maw of the colossal serpent, shattering several of its fangs in the process. This singular blow even fractured the creature's skull, leading to its immediate demise. Alas, it seems I am indeed too formidable in this moment. It appears that only those who have enveloped their bodies in the armor of Haki could possibly withstand the might of my lethal strike. North felt a tinge of disappointment. This encounter lacked the challenge he had anticipated. However, he had anticipated this outcome all along, considering that during their last encounter, he had single-handedly created a bloodied crater with a diameter of 100 meters by striking a tyrannical sea creature. Well, our esteemed Vice Captain North is truly remarkable, they exclaimed. It seems we shall feast on serpent meat later. At that moment, Hancock and her companions arrived just in time to witness North vanquishing the colossal serpent with a single blow, which relieved their hearts considerably. In the next moment, Hancock approached, resembling a child who had erred. With an air of remorse and indignation, she said, I apologize, Northcoin. I failed to protect your rest. But the one who took you away possessed the power of thunder, with speed rivaling that of light, and the ability to fly. Noah was taken aback. How is it that Hancock is so obedient and compliant today? It seems there are no issues at hand. North generously bestowed a comforting pat on Hancock's head, assuring her, this is not your fault. Indeed, the opponent's abilities are quite extraordinary. Subsequently, North prepared to deal with the colossal serpent, intending to replenish everyone's energy. However, if North's memory served him correctly, this serpent was none other than the Lord of the Skies, and it surely harbored a wealth of gold within its belly. How fortunate indeed. Chapter 52. Disrupting their date? Gold? What gold? Upon hearing North's assertion that the serpent's belly contained gold, Hancock and her companions were filled with confusion and astonishment, pondering. How could this be possible? Do not underestimate the power of that single blow I dealt, which merely shattered its crown. The force unleashed by the ghost spine ravaged its entire being in that fleeting moment. Hence, I detected the vibrational frequency of gold emanating from within, believe me. I am not mistaken, North chuckled softly. Oh, I see. I never realized you had mastered your powers to such an exquisite degree. Capable of discerning the vibrational frequencies of different metals under stress. Impressive indeed, Sonia and Galad feigned enlightenment, pretending to align with North. Though who would truly believe such an explanation? It seems you possess some understanding of the properties of things? To North's surprise, these two individuals grasped the situation almost instantaneously. He urged them, go ahead, retrieve the gold from within. I intend to use heat to prepare the entire snake meat. And present to you a grand feast of snake. What? Is it true? Are we really being sent? They shrugged off their astonishment, concluding that it was merely a suggestion for them to assist in extracting the contents from the serpent's belly. Although taken aback, the two did not dwell on their surprise. Recognizing that cleaning the serpent's belly was indeed essential for a delectable and savory meal, North stood by, speechless, as the truth of the golden treasure remained unacknowledged. I truly believe you, Hancock declared, positioning herself beside North with an expression of unwavering trust. Oh, but there is indeed gold within, North replied, momentarily taken aback. I genuinely believe in you. However, while gold is undeniably significant, just look at this splendid night. Might you accompany me in engaging in other pursuits? Suddenly, Hancock blushed, as if summoning all the courage she had ever possessed. Ah, I see now. You desire to partake in other endeavors with me? North simply contemplated. Enjoying the moonlight and stargazing seemed quite delightful, especially at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where the stars and the moon shone with extraordinary brilliance and beauty. Well then, once the two of them had dealt with the colossal serpent, it would likely take some time. North stroked his head, outwardly feigning nonchalance, yet inwardly feeling a twinge of anxiety. Was this a forceful demand for a date? Hancock suddenly let out an involuntary gasp, taken aback by North's boldness as he effortlessly lifted her into his embrace. What's the matter? If you mind, I can set you down. No. I was merely unprepared moments ago. Now I am fine. Hancock's face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet North's gaze. We shall go and return shortly. North soared through the skies above the forest with Hancock, leaving Sonia and Galad behind, shaking their heads in dismay. They felt that their elder sister was now preoccupied with North, who had seemingly stolen her affection away from them, inciting their frustration. Isn't this place remarkably beautiful? North showed Hancock the stars and the moon in the sky. It was beautiful and brought great joy. Hancock nestled in North's embrace, gazing at the stars and moon so close at hand, and asked, if I wished to travel to the moon, would you take me there? The moon? When did you develop a fondness for such a place? North suddenly recalled that fellow Enel, who had long harbored a dream of journeying to the moon. It had begun many moons ago, when the moon appeared so enchanting and tranquil. Hancock gazed at the moon, lost in thought, seemingly reminiscing about certain childhood memories. Stirred by the sight. Oh, the youth of today, how they revel. Suddenly, an elderly man emerged. Dressed in the garb of a sky knight, he rode a celestial steed, a creature born of the horse fruit, appearing not far from Norse. You must be the current deity of Skypea, Goffor, am I correct? North looked on, unable to fathom how, even at such a late hour, this old fellow appeared so buoyant and was out for a stroll. Could it be that, as a solitary soul, he was affected by the affectionate bond between him and Hancock? Indeed, I am Goffor, the deity of God's Island, and this is my old companion, Pierre. Goffor stroked his beard, seemingly unfazed by North, wearing a cheerful smile. TCH. What nonsense. Hancock glared at Goffor, wishing she could slay him with her gaze, and with evident displeasure remarked, you old folks, have you no shame? Are you akin to those meddlesome old hags? Must you intrude upon the intimate world of myself and North? Hey, my dear enchanting fairy, I truly apologize. The commotion you caused has kept this old man tossing and turning through the night. Goffor affectionately patted the head of the Pegasus bird. Isn't that right, Pierre? What commotion? Hancock felt a surge of embarrassment at the old man's words. Goffor, with a beaming smile, continued. I know it was you battling the wicked progeny of God's Island. Look, I have the shadow shell here. With great reverence, Goffor produced a large, white shell. Striking it a few times, a beam of light shot forth from the shell's opening, astonishingly refracting through the void, projecting the scene of North's previous battle with Enel. It is quite unexpected to have recorded your exploits with the shadow shell. Norse recalled that the only individuals present at that moment were Enel and himself. Could it have been a recording from an extraordinary distance? It seems that the shadow shell feature is far more powerful than one might have anticipated. How did you manage to capture it? Moreover, the footage is remarkably comprehensive. Just look at me beneath the sun, captured in such an imposing and invincible manner. Norse held a high regard for this recording capability and genuinely wished to commend their technology with accolades and praise. As it happened, we delved into the battle with the cloud shell and shadow shell, perhaps unnoticed by you, as we operated concealed within a mass of clouds. Ganfuer exclaimed with unbridled excitement. The visuals of this battle are an incredible surprise for the name of our Angel Island, even if it entails significant risk. We must preserve it through the cloud shell. Why? I struggled to comprehend your intentions. Are you attempting to discern the fighting patterns and vulnerabilities of both Enel and myself? Norse's brow furrowed, as if he sensed that Ganfuer had a compelling purpose for being here. Could it be that he sought to engage in a clandestine transaction involving shadow coins? No, this is certainly not the scenario you were envisioning. Ganfuer cleared his throat with a solemn air and, with an apologetic tone, said, "Might we descend to discuss this? You see, my old companion Pierre is becoming increasingly fatigued." Ganfuer envied the likes of Norse, a youth not only brimming with vigor but also cradling a fairy in his arms. He found himself increasingly bewildered by the wonders of this world, filled with marvels and even encountering an entity capable of flight. Very well. Naturally, Norse would not trouble such an elderly individual, especially considering that the celestial horsebird was indeed panting heavily. "Ah, have you truly slain the Lord of the Skies? How splendid! You have eradicated a significant menace for our divine island, truly a harbinger of fortune and blessings." Upon arriving at the land of Ganfuer, one beheld the surrounding inferno, where the Lord of the Skies was being eviscerated for cleansing. Wow, gold! There is indeed gold. Suddenly, a voice of delight emanated from Sonia, who was joyfully cradling handfuls of gold. "Oh, what type of metallic substance do you find most desirable?" Ganfuer inquired, somewhat taken aback. "But to be frank, such items are merely worthless stones on our divine island. No, my old companion consumes this very metal, producing excrement as rich as that of a thoroughbred. Who would have thought that the Lord of the Skies partook in such a feast as well?" Norse felt utterly speechless after hearing this. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. In the present day, on Sky Island Gaia, the most valuable and useful asset was indeed the ability shells. Let us set aside trivial matters and discuss the pertinent issues at hand. Yet, Norse had no desire to dwell on the matter of gold. Chapter 53, Not a Deity. Merely gold. Indeed, the pressing matters take precedence. The air was thick with the heavy scent of blood. Ganfuer pinched his nose, seemingly unaccustomed to such a potent aroma. With a smile, he remarked, "You embody the power that our angelic race holds in awe and reverence. It is the sun, is it not?" "Indeed. I am the sun user of the day fruit. What of it? Do you wish to revere and worship me?" Norse gazed intently at Ganfuer, pondering whether he was to be deified. It appeared increasingly grandiose. "Yes, I hope you will become the sun god of our island of deities, guiding us out of fear and chaos towards a new dawn of prosperity and peace." Ganfuer grasped Norse's hand firmly, trembling with emotion. His eyes seemingly clouded yet alight with a yearning glow. "Our angelic clan has long pursued the brilliance of the sun, journeying from the dark realm of the moon to this expansive sky, firmly believing that the sun could bestow upon us fortune and illumination." "The moon? I have heard of it, yet I must admit, I do not place much significance on your reverence for the sun and light." Nos appeared indifferent. The Sky Island was merely a waypoint in his journey. However, he did not mind offering his protection to the island in the future. "Speak, what are your fears? What does war signify to you?" Ganfuer felt a surge of joy in his heart, and suddenly the surrounding stench of blood seemed less unbearable. He replied, "We have always revered you as the sun god of the divine island. We implore you to rid us of the wicked offspring of the divine island and to mend the rift between the Sandian people and ourselves. Is it not somewhat absurd?" Upon hearing this, North mocked Ganfuer, stating, "As far as I am aware, the island of the gods has always belonged to the Sandian people. Yet you have grown fond of this land without engaging in cultural exchange with the natives, and have forcefully occupied it under the pretext of possessing some military might. Do you truly believe you can continue this way without facing consequences?" Ganfuer sighed, "I do not deny it. But those events transpired centuries ago and have nothing to do with me. I only lament being born a few hundred years too late, do I not? I have always yearned to mend the grievances between our peoples," Ganfuer continued, "but the remnants of history cling to us like inherited bloodlines, making reconciliation exceedingly difficult. I am weary, yet my dreams remain unfulfilled, until today when I encountered you. Finally, I have gained insight." North inquired, though there is some truth in your words. "What exactly have you come to understand?" He privately considered that Ganfuer genuinely desired peaceful coexistence. "It is only through absolute power that one can maintain order," Ganfuer replied earnestly. "Is it truly that simple?" "Indeed, it is that simple. However, reverence for me as the deity of the air island is merely an illusory title. I would prefer something tangible. Perhaps all the gold of the island of the gods should belong to me as a form of protection fee and a means to foster goodwill between our two races." North stated nonchalantly, while contemplating the considerable amount of gold that might exist, given the island's historical wealth. Certainly, North would not take advantage of them. His name would be etched into this place as its guardian. Should anyone dare to commit acts of violence or arson here, they would find themselves at odds with him. "Is it truly this straightforward?" Ganfuer expressed his astonishment, unable to fathom how the so-called deity appeared so indifferent in the eyes of this young man, while the seemingly worthless gold held such significant value. Truly, he was an extraordinary youth. "Yes, it is that simple." Norse nodded, realizing that gold, in this context, truly held no value whatsoever. How could he possibly extol their virtues? A group of individuals who regarded wealth as mere refuse? "Norse, are you ready? We have successfully vanquished the great serpent and extracted all the gold." Sonia approached, brimming with excitement. "I could assist at any moment, but the quantity of gold over there exceeds my expectations." Norse glanced towards the glimmering piles, resembling small hills, likely worth billions of berries. "Hee. Who would have thought this enormous serpent devoured so much gold?" It truly is a gluttonous beast, but it has ultimately benefited us. Sonia's eyes sparkled with gold. In truth be told, she had never encountered such wealth in her life. Young man, how long will it take you to handle our matter? Even the manure from the horses in my stable exceeds this amount. Gonfal chuckled, his tone laced with temptation. How about this? Stay for a meal. And perhaps you could share tales of the infamous son of Sin, Enel. Norse contemplated that employing a strategic approach would be the best way to subdue Enel. Very well. But my knowledge is limited compared to that of the Sandians regarding the son of Sin. Gonfal agreed to share a meal together. You old rascal are quite fortunate to savor our Norse cuisine. Your life has not been lived in vain. Sonia felt a twinge of discontent towards Gonfal, perceiving him as disdainful of their offerings. Young lady, that is not my intention. In my advancing years, I have adopted a vegetarian diet, but today shall be an exception. Gonfal replied with a smile. Just don't try to snatch my share. I can hardly believe your claims of vegetarianism. Meanwhile, Norse had commenced the preparation of the entire serpent. He infused the ground beneath his feet with elemental energy, instantly transforming the earth into molten lava. He laid the serpent atop it, roasting it thoroughly while frequently turning it. After approximately an hour, the entire serpent was cooked to perfection, emitting a rich aroma that made stomachs rumble in unison. Come, peel away the crisp outer skin, and you shall indulge in the exquisite serpent meat. If you cannot contain yourselves, feel free to strike me. Norse proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Will it shine? I recall your last golden broth having a shimmer, Golod remarked, salivating. Perhaps you should wear sunglasses. I fear this brilliance may blind you. Norse tossed his sunglasses to Golod. Knowing that the serpent meat would indeed glimmer with his sunlight, then I shall not hold back. Golod rushed forward, wielding a large knife to carve the roasted serpent. The moment he did, a radiant light burst forth. Had he not been wearing sunglasses, he might have been momentarily blinded, hindering his ability to continue slicing the meat. Eventually, everyone gathered around the fire, gnawing on the serpent meat, each savoring it with unrestrained delight. It melts in the mouth. My tongue is in ecstasy. Who would have thought serpent meat could be this delectable? It tastes like chicken. How delightful. In truth, age and vegetarianism were unrelated. Please bring me another piece, young man. The group feasted and chatted, feeling warm and invigorated, consuming until dawn. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Why not join us for the beauty pageant on Angel Island? There are abundant prizes. Gonfal's face glowed with satisfaction. After a night of feasting, he felt rejuvenated, almost as if he had regained years of youth. To express his gratitude to Norse and the others, he extended an invitation to Hancock and her companions. A beauty pageant? My beauty is unrivaled anywhere, Hancock mused. If the rewards include those ethereal gems, I shall undoubtedly participate. Not a problem. This will be a beauty pageant that will never be surpassed, Gonfal thought with joy, feeling that his feast had not been in vain. P.S. Apologies for my current state of mind. Once I am settled, I shall contribute more chapters, though I cannot guarantee their quality. As you can see, these recent chapters have been rather poor, as my mind is clouded with frustration. Chapter 54. The enchantment of the Rainbow Bridge and the pristine expanse of the White Sea. Angel Island lies not far from the Island of the Gods. It is a cloud island, composed of various hues of colorful clouds and other cloud structures. The clouds here possess a unique quality, originating from the special mist of the White Sea. However, once one departs from the coverage of the White Sea, these clouds lose their distinctiveness. Yet, due to their extraordinary nature, they can be utilized for various constructions, daily life, and some clouds are even edible, said to taste akin to cotton candy. Norse and others were invited by Ganfoer to Angel Island, where every inhabitant possessed delicate wings, symbolizing their identities. The children frolicked joyfully, while the men and women seemed carefree, evidently living with even greater happiness than the youngsters. Perhaps the children faced myriad choices, while the adults were liberated, capable of undertaking more endeavors. Norse, look over there. How beautiful. Hancock gazed at Norse with tender, glistening eyes, suddenly captivated by the moment. She felt a surge of pride as many around her were entranced by her beauty. Yet only Norse could truly claim her heart. North gazed in the direction pointed out by Hancock, where beauty indeed abounded. I believe that is the Rainbow Bridge, he remarked. Yes, the dashing young man and the lovely goddess, that is indeed the Rainbow Bridge. However, it is also known as the Lover's Bridge. Shall we give it a try? Gonfal stroked his beard, a broad smile adorning his face. What purpose does it serve? North inquired. Indeed, old man, what is its utility? Can it be consumed like candy? Sonia, equally curious, gazed at the Rainbow Bridge, which increasingly reminded her of the rainbow candies she had been fortunate enough to taste in her childhood. You see, all you think of is food. Are you quite foolish? The Lover's Bridge is likely a place designated for couples to engage in romance. Golod prodded Sonia's head with his finger, amused by her apparent naivety. What this young lady says holds some truth. It is indeed intended for couples. Yet, most importantly, it bears witness to the intensity and depth of love shared between them, Gonfal proclaimed cryptically. Is someone walking upon it? At that moment, a couple ascended the bridge. Who are they? What a coincidence. Sonia queried Gonfal. Oh, that is our Achong from Angel Island, who has fallen for Asian of the Shandia tribe. However, it seems that Asian, the young girl, does not reciprocate Achong's affections, Gonfal remarked, raising an eyebrow. Yet, what could he do? Although he was the highest ruler of Angel Island, He could not intrude upon the private lives of his citizens, even if tragedy were to ensue. Old man, how did you discern that? Sonia chuckled. Ha ha ha, Gonfal laughed deeply. The lover's bridge is a marvel, capable of witnessing the true affinity between couples. Observe how Chang's half of the heart shape is fully manifested, while Asian's remains only partially revealed. Oh, so it means that standing upon the lover's bridge. If their mutual affection can perfectly coalesce into a pink heart, only then can they be deemed a perfect match, truly in love? Sonia mused, finding it not overly complicated. Indeed, as long as there is no deceit or hesitation in the love between the couple. Even a mere whisper of affection in their hearts is sufficient to prove the authenticity of their love. Gonfal stroked his beard thoughtfully. Oh, I see. It seems this is the direct reason for your solitary existence. Sonia could not help but chuckle. Recalling the old man's lament the previous night about having no one to share his dreams with. Haha, by the way, isn't there a couple here? Shall we ascend and give it a try? Gonfal smiled, deftly shifting the topic away from himself, for even as the supreme deity of Angel Island, he had lived as a solitary figure, lacking any pride in this regard. Boring. Norse cast a glance at Gonfal, astonished that this old fellow dared to deceive him. Ah. Indeed, given the way our esteemed sister treats you, would you not muster the courage to express your true feelings for her? This would certainly put our minds at ease. Gal had suddenly realized that this was a splendid opportunity to gauge the depth of affection between our esteemed sister and Norse. What an excellent suggestion. I believe our esteemed sister would concur, would she not? Sonia beamed at Hancock, thinking that surely their esteemed sister was praising her in her heart for her growing cleverness. Well, I have no objections, but let us allow Norse to decide. Hancock blushed and replied, yet regardless of the outcome, I am willing to accept it. North shook his head in resignation, observing how deeply the others believed in this operation. Thus, it appeared to be a test of whether he truly harbored feelings for Hancock. As for this question, even North himself was not entirely certain about the nature of his emotions towards Hancock. Perhaps they were shrouded in mystery. Ah, the youth. Bold enough to act without regret. Gonfal mistakenly believed he was aiding North, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having secured yet another favor. Unbeknownst to him, North was internally frustrated, attributing his annoyance to this meddlesome old man. Very well. I shall see if the Rainbow Bridge here can indeed play the role of a romantic connection. North remained composed, thinking that if it came down to it, he could simply remain single. What was there to fear? Please. Gonfal was naturally quite confident in the wonders of the Rainbow Bridge. Come. Allow me to lend you a hand. North, rather impolitely, took Hancock's hand and exerted a gentle force, urging her, you go ahead. I shall follow shortly. Hancock, filled with admiration for North, nodded in agreement and gracefully leapt into the air, moving with the fluidity of a captivating serpent, effortlessly reaching the opposite end of the Rainbow Bridge. Her actions left the citizens of Angel Island below entranced, unable to quell the stirrings within their hearts. For she was simply too resplendent. In that moment, both men and women found themselves utterly powerless. North, it's your turn now, Sonia urged, teasingly inquiring if perhaps he felt a twinge of insecurity. I may be lacking in vitality, but I could never feel insecure, he replied with a chuckle. North gradually approached the Rainbow Bridge, yet within those fleeting moments, he contemplated countless outcomes. Alas, he wished to discover whether there resided within him a genuine love. He resolved to proceed. What is this? No reaction at all. Could it be that even my esteemed sister lacks true love? The two anxious individuals observed as Hancock and North stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge without any response. Was this a jest? Do not misunderstand, Gonfal explained promptly. The two of them must walk hand in hand for the bridge beneath their feet to evoke a wondrous reaction, connecting the depths of their emotions. I see, one replied. However, there has been a response from my sister, yet North hesitates to advance. How infuriating. Humph. He must be feeling guilty. Chapter 55. Are you threatening me? Norse indeed felt a twinge of unease. Walking upon this Rainbow Bridge was akin to an arrow drawn taut upon the bow, should it not be released. It would wound Hancock's heart, and if it were to be released without any response, it too would inflict harm upon her soul. Fear not, dear Norse. Regardless of the outcome, I can bear it. Besides, walking hand in hand with you along this path is truly romantic. Do you not agree? Hancock expressed, her heart brimming with joy. Confidently, she believed that Norse harbored affections for her, for she was undeniably exquisite. What man could dare claim that her beauty stirred not a single ripple within his heart? Furthermore, Norse had done so much for her. If such gestures did not signify affection and love, then what truly constituted genuine affection? How about this, cook? Could you utter a few sweet nothings to me? Norse inquired earnestly. He pondered, feeling a strange calmness within, realizing that he was utterly unfazed by Hancock's enchanting beauty. It seemed perilous to ignore such feelings, and perhaps he should seek some exhilarating sensations to ignite his heartbeat. Ah, sweet nothings? But I might blush, Hancock exclaimed. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. She had not anticipated such a request from Norse. Yet, perhaps it was a test to gauge the depth of her love for him? Indeed. He was unlike any other man she had encountered. Had it been another, they would surely shower her with declarations of affection. Yes. I suddenly find myself yearning to hear you speak such words to me. North nodded, pondering what sweet words Hancock might utter to him. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of anticipation began to blossom within. My heart is so deeply devoted to you. I wish to offer you everything that I am. Does that please you? Hancock approached North with unwavering determination, step by step. If you truly understand my feelings, please embrace me once more. Hold her, quickly embrace her. Damn it, if you won't. We will. Hey, you guys, don't act recklessly. The atmosphere was thick with tension, excitement, and eager anticipation. One must embrace such a beautiful goddess. Especially when she is so forward, to refrain would not be manly at all. The audience below, at this very moment, was even more exhilarated than North. Seemingly lost in the unfolding drama, unable to contain their enthusiasm, Norse touched his nose, seemingly feeling a sense of relief and pride. For he was indeed pleased in his heart. So it is, thus, I wish to convey my sentiments to you. Norse assented with a sense of liberation, realizing that he still harbored affection for Hancock. Though his sentiments were but mere grains of sand, insignificant alone, collectively they spoke volumes of his lingering fondness. It resonates with the adage that while men may find it difficult to admit their feelings, their bodies remain the truest testament, impervious to deception. At that moment, a sense of romanticism enveloped them. What an imposing embrace. A display of imperial grandeur. Their bond was undeniably strong, a genuine love. With audacity, Norse approached and enveloped Hancock in his arms. As they strolled across the rainbow bridge, two halves of a heart imprint appeared, merging flawlessly into a singular pink heart. This scene epitomized the essence of their love, eliciting envy from countless men and women, particularly those unaccompanied, leaving them emotionally struck and tearful. Suddenly, ominous thunderclouds gathered above, unleashing a cacophony of thunderbolts. The citizens of Angel Island were struck, some bewildered, lamenting their envy, unaware that this was no mere coincidence, but rather the manifestation of Enel's true nature, launching a devastating thunder attack. Panic ensued as cries of murder echoed through the air. Those fortunate enough to escape the lightning were horrified to witness others perish. Where are the divine weapons? Mobilize at once. Ganfuer commanded, declaring the nefarious Enel a target for capture. The four gods are summoned. Here I am, the thunder god. Do you think you stand a chance against me? Mere insects? Enel roared. Out of nowhere, a lightning bolt surged toward Ganfuer, intent on eliminating him first. I hadn't settled the score with you yet. And now you dare to confront me? Your end is nigh. In response, Galad and Sonya, standing beside Ganfuer, simultaneously launched an attack against Enel, donning black gloves. What? Enel gasped, taken aback as they disregarded the lightning swirling around him, seizing his arms without a hint of hesitation. What's this? Are you afraid? These are rubber gloves. Care to learn more? In that moment, both women admired Norse, realizing that during their time on Amazon Lily, he had been preparing gloves capable of withstanding lightning. Initially unaware, they now found it utterly astounding. Get lost. Enel bellowed, attempting to escape by elemental transformation, but was held fast by his captors, far beyond his comprehension. You think you can flee? It seems you know nothing. Indeed, you presumed yourself formidable, yet remain oblivious to the concept of hockey, as if unveiling a monumental secret. They grew audacious. Sonya smirked. How about we just beat him to a pulp? 100 million volts. Enel retorted, gritting his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat. Summoning his immense power. In an instant, violent lightning illuminated the surroundings, engulfing Sonya and Galad. It's scorching. Within the blinding brilliance, they released Enel's arms, feeling the rubber gloves melting from the heat. Lightning. Enel seized the opportunity to escape, launching two bolts towards Sonya and Galad. Just as calamity loomed, Norse unleashed golden beams of healing light upon them. Hey, we're fine, they exclaimed, noting only a slight tingling sensation. The majority of Enel's lightning was neutralized by Norse's healing powers. Subsequently, the two women cast grateful glances at Norse before disdainfully regarding Enel. Humph. Enel scoffed, turning his gaze toward Norse. Foolish being, do you fancy yourself a savior? If you dare oppose me, I shall slay 100 each day. And we shall see whom you can save. Norse clapped his hands and in an instant, as if by magic, appeared before Enel, coldly stating, So, are you certain you wish to threaten me? I acknowledge your formidable strength, yet I am not without my own power. If you wish for them to remain unharmed due to your actions, you have no other option. Enel regarded Norse with caution, feeling that should the other advance even a step further, he would instantly retreat. That will not do. The gap between us is one you are currently incapable of bridging. Therefore, you lack the capacity to pose a threat to me. Norse opened his arms wide, emanating a gentle golden light. Subsequently, countless orbs of light surged forth from his body, cascading upon the numerous thunder strikers, mending most of their injuries. Enel was rendered speechless upon witnessing this spectacle. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary maneuver that could miraculously save this swarm of insignificant beings. Yaha! It seems there is still hope. Those who have perished are not beyond salvation. Perhaps next time, I shall unleash 100 million volts. Next time? Do you truly believe there will be a next time? Norse suddenly stirred, resolving to defeat Enel today. Last night, he had listened to Ganfuer recount Enel's tragic past, which, while sorrowful, provided a remedy to the situation, revealing that success and failure were equally probable. Nevertheless, one must attempt it. How else could one ascertain the outcome? Meanwhile, Enel furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat apprehensive, especially in the vast expanse of the White Sea, where confidence waned even further. In an instant, he resolved to lure Norse to the island of the gods for battle. believing it would be to his advantage. Godfur, feel free to allow my men to participate in the activities. I alone can handle Enel. As Norse pursued Enel, he uttered a remark and vanished from Angel Island. Is that feasible? Godfur gasped, realizing that under such circumstances, there was little inclination to engage in any festivities. What is feasible? If Norse directs you to proceed, do so without affecting our mood, please. Indeed, the beauty pageant is far more significant, and with our allure, securing a spot in the top 10 should be a certainty, the two sisters confidently proclaimed. Chapter 56, Thunder meets Sunday arriving at the Island of the Gods. Norse and Enel unleashed their full might, engaging in a cataclysmic battle. It was a fusion of thunder and light, a frenzied release of electricity and heat. In a fleeting moment, the two transformed into entities of light and fire, relentlessly pursuing one another. The devastation wrought along their path was unimaginable. Towering green trees succumbed in rapid succession, shattering into fragments as smoke billowed and flames spread uncontrollably. The four divine officials, trembling as they clutched their shadow shells, watched in terror yet summoned the courage to document the spectacle of their duel. This was the divine decree of Ganfu Air, intended to preserve the memory of this confrontation for future generations, allowing them to share in and venerate the glory of the sun god. And witness how Enel subdued the son of sin. In the depths of the forest, chaos reigned supreme. Countless creatures of the air and land were gripped by unprecedented terror. They fled, shrieking and soaring through the skies. In no time, a significant wave of panic ensued, yet their escape was no match for the speed of thunder and light. The ensuing lightning and flames swiftly obliterated a great number of them. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? The wrath of lightning is the most devastating force. Your light and heat, no, it should be the sun, are utterly feeble. Enel stood atop a colossal tree, disdain etched upon his face as he gazed at his adversary, who was no more than a few dozen meters away. Norse stood atop the lofty pinnacle of a towering tree, exuding an air of effortless grace. Clad in vibrant red beach shorts and baring his upper body, he regarded Enel with a casual disdain, remarking, "Oh, really? I was merely jesting with you. Yet you took it so earnestly. How impressive." With a scoff, Enel's demeanor darkened, his heart brimming with murderous intent. The divine retribution he unleashed yesterday was merely a fraction of his true power. Now, he would wield his utmost strength, 100 million volts of lightning. He would see if his opponent dared to dismiss him so lightly. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Enel struck the Magatama drum resting on his right shoulder, summoning a bird-shaped bolt of lightning. 30 million volts, Thunderbird, go. With another decisive strike on the drum upon his left shoulder, he unleashed a beast-shaped lightning bolt. 50 million volts, Thunderbeast, go. Then, with simultaneous beats on both shoulders, he released a dragon-shaped lightning. 60 million volts, Thunderdragon, go. At that moment, the three beasts roared, shrieked, and thundered, charging towards Norse in a fierce assault. Light, infinite sword control. North remained undaunted in the face of danger, a swirling, searing sun materializing above his head. Even more terrifying was the instantaneous release of heat, which caused the surrounding void to warp, giving rise to dark fissures as if countless cracks had marred a mirror surface. Of course, this was merely a manifestation of North's restrained and controlled power. Otherwise, the void could have birthed a black hole, consuming everything in its vicinity. However, this was his trump card, one he would not readily unveil. Simultaneously, the heat and the sudden release of light transformed into myriad swords of light. In the blink of an eye, thousands multiplied into tens of thousands, each one slicing through the air like a dagger piercing the fabric of space, leaving the Thunderbird, Thunderbeast, and Thunderdragon riddled with wounds. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the forces wielded by the Thunderbird, Thunderbeast, and Thunderdragon seemed to reach their zenith. Midway, the thunder erupted, manifesting as thousands of serpentine lightning bolts, wreaking havoc upon the towering trees below. From trunk to treetop, not a single new leaf remained, revealing a stark, charred desolation. Even the once fertile soil at the base had cracked over a vast expanse. But do take heed. These are no mere physical assaults. Norse cast an intriguing glance at Enel across from him. The ensuing sword strikes were far from over, leaving one to ponder how Enel would respond. However, it would be folly to rely on ignorance and unleash a burst of electricity to counter physical attacks, attempting to nullify his luminous blade. Should he do so, Enel would find himself in a most embarrassing predicament, revealing a staggering lack of combat experience. Enel clenched his teeth, suddenly jolted from his thoughts by his opponent's reminder. He recognized, with dismay, the inadequacy of his own battle experience. What about this technique? Enel conjured a golden staff, 3 meters in length, which he raised high. A bolt of blue lightning surged upward along the staff. Boom. The sky above darkened ominously as thunderclouds gathered, casting a pall over the immediate area. Thunderstrike. Enel roared in fury, deftly dodging thousands of luminous sword attacks before launching his counteroffensive, even advancing boldly. The thunderclouds above transformed into a colossal black sphere, exceeding a kilometer in diameter, descending with great force towards Norse, intent on overwhelming him. Go. Within the depths of Nua's heart, there was no tremor. Yet he swiftly altered the trajectory of his assault, unleashing thousands of luminous blades upon the sphere of laying. However, much like a stone sinking into the ocean, his efforts bore no destructive fruit. Instead, they only served to amplify the sphere's power. If one wishes to avoid demise, they ought to retreat to the farthest reaches of the heavens. Noth suddenly furrowed his brow. In such dire circumstances, the four priests behind him had yet to retreat, as if they sought to be consumed by the flames of oblivion. The merciless sun. In the next moment, Noth ceased his assault with the sword of light. He raised his hand high, cradling the sun orb above him, channeling an immense surge of energy from within, causing the sun orb to expand infinitely in mere moments. It grew to a size comparable to Enel's colossal thunderball, both titanic in proportion. At that moment, the vegetation within a radius of several thousand meters was ruthlessly incinerated beneath the 1,000-meter diameter sun sphere, reduced to charred remnants in the blink of an eye. The four priests, far in the distance, felt a chill run down their spines as cold sweat poured from their brows. They silently thanked Lord Noth for his warning, realizing that without it, they would have met an untimely demise. Meanwhile, countless individuals on Angel Island were awestruck by the sight of two spheres, each exceeding a kilometer in diameter, as if a myth had descended upon this blue planet. Descending from the heavens was a massive black sphere, resembling a solid lead ball. Ascending skyward was a swirling, blazing fireball, akin to a sun within arm's reach, incinerating everything in its vicinity, including space and air, brimming with unfathomable destructive force. Naturally, the inhabitants of the mountainous region of Sandia, deep within the island of the gods, were gripped by fear. They sensed the arrival of the apocalypse, hastily seeking refuge in caves and dark passageways, trembling in the corners. For them, it was indeed terrifying. They had never witnessed such a horrifying spectacle in their lives. Soon, the two spheres collided. The black thundercloud orb erupted with a tremendous surge of lightning, flooding the upper heavens with blue bolts of electricity, its power unimaginable. Had Enel harnessed the thunder using the Saying's flying vessel, he would have been confident in annihilating the entirety of Angel Island. Noth's merciless sun was equally formidable. Unleashing an endless torrent of heat and generating solar storms that engulfed the lower heavens, its might equally unfathomable. As the two forces collided and erupted, the world was cast into a monochrome void, stripping away all vitality. One could see the terrifying aftermath of their intertwined powers as they swept outward, leaving behind a trail of shattered voids. In their wake, the vegetation within a 10-mile radius was obliterated, and the ground within several miles crumbled to depths of several feet. After a considerable time, the world gradually returned from its monochromatic state. A gentle breeze wafted through, failing to disperse the lingering smoke and embers. Suddenly, a torrid drizzle began to fall, yet it could not wash away the scars and devastation that marred the landscape. A luminous shield enveloped Norse's body, a divine protection that shielded him from the majority of the residual force. Suddenly, a crack echoed. The shield shattered, resembling fragile ordinary glass, transforming into myriad sparkling points of light that gradually faded into the void. How startling! It nearly disheveled my flowing hairstyle. As North witnessed the shattering of the sacred shield of light, he exhaled deeply. Indeed, this Inaru possesses a certain degree of capability, however. It is regrettable that he has yet to reach his full potential. It is likely that the 100 million volts of electrical pressure is the extent of his current prowess. Otherwise, should he unleash a barrage of 200 million volts, even the sacred shield would be insufficient to protect North, and injuries would be inevitable. By the way, where is that fellow Inaru? Norse gazed at the sky. Noticing the absence of Enel, perhaps he had plummeted into the ruins below. This time, the cataclysmic force unleashed by the collision of lightning and the sun obliterated an expanse of several dozen miles in an instant. Thus, no matter how swift Enel's lightning teleportation might be, he could not escape the aftermath of such devastation. It would indeed be remarkable if he emerged unscathed. It is worth noting that Norse had invoked the power of the holy light to withstand the residual force. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable impact damage. Indeed. He is on the ground. North unleashed the power of observation haki, instantly enveloping a radius of several miles. He sensed the fluctuations of the surrounding auras, detecting a distinctly different presence, one that could only belong to Enel. Whoosh! Norse transformed into a beam of light, striking forward with relentless force. With a thunderous crash, as it hit the ground, dust and debris erupted, creating a sensation of explosive power. In this moment, Norse remained supremely formidable. Oh, is that not their Enel? Is he preparing to escape in a desperate bid for self-preservation? North beheld Enel, on the verge of death, lying amidst the ruins of the earth. Summoning his power to create an electric pulse, he harnessed and controlled high-voltage electricity to stimulate his heart, thus striving for revival. In North's eyes, this technique of Enel's was indeed formidable, akin to an infinite rebirth. However, North pondered how he could facilitate Enel's revival without granting him an opportunity. At that moment, Enel, witnessing North's unscathed appearance, was overwhelmed by despair. Was it truly necessary to deal such a blow? As frustration welled within him, he expelled the stagnant blood that lingered in his chest. Surprisingly, this act brought him a sense of relief, and coupled with the moderate voltage he had utilized, his heart began to beat rhythmically, accelerating the recovery of his bodily cells. Humph! Do you see? The thunder god is enraged, even to the point of injuring himself. You would do well to leave, lest you force me to bring about our mutual destruction, Enel suddenly threatened North. Unbeknownst to him, as he bared his blood-stained teeth, he appeared less fearsome and more pitiable than North. It seems I have encountered a kindred spirit. To speak candidly, I too am one who, when driven to madness, can instill fear even within myself. Feign surprise and then delight, suggesting, shall we have another go? Given your physical condition, those minor injuries seem trivial. Especially for your formidable body, don't you think? Enel paused for a moment, unable to suppress an expletive in his mind. However, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Pretending to notice someone approaching from behind, he donned a victorious smile and remarked, "Aren't you going to act and eliminate him?" "Ah. It appears your spirits are quite high today. How could North possibly fall for Enel's devious schemes?" With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a sun towards Enel. Boom. It detonated upon impact. "Damn it, if you wish to kill this thunder god, you shall pay the price." Amidst the chaos of the explosion, Enel activated his lightning dash. Hastily retreating deeper into the island of gods. This fellow truly delights in playing chase games. Norse stood still, a smile gracing his lips. Yet he did not immediately pursue. Instead, he suddenly extended his hand, conjuring a sun the size of a basketball, which he sent soaring above the island of the gods, emanating boundless radiance that permeated the entire realm. Remarkably, even Enel, in later stages, could wield lightning to envelop the entirety of the island of the gods, extending even to Angel Island across the White Sea. Therefore, why could he not harness the rays of the sun to shroud every corner of the island of the gods with the power of observation? To his astonishment, it truly worked. As North unleashed his perception, augmented by the radiant sun above, he found himself enveloped in an extraordinary awareness of the entirety of Divine Island. Even the faintest breath of a crawling creature was magnified manifold, rendering it distinctly palpable, not to mention the fleeing Enel, who appeared as if laid bare under the broad daylight, entirely exposed to his gaze. Remarkably, such clarity allowed him to transform the surrounding light into swords of luminescence. Poised to strike at Enel, Norse recalled Enel, who later employed the power of the mind network to unleash lightning strikes within a designated range. In this moment, Norse was similarly inspired by the semblance of such abilities. Thus, he closed his eyes and stood still, quietly attuning himself to his surroundings. Suddenly, several rays of sunlight above transformed into luminous swords, shooting forth in a straight line towards Enel, who lingered deep within the forest. Their velocity akin to that of light itself. This technique could be described as a 1,000-mile strike, capable of taking lives unseen, rendering foes defenseless against its onslaught. This fellow possesses quite the remarkable means of escape. Norse furrowed his brow, sensing that Enel had narrowly evaded the direct assault of the light sword. It appeared that targeting a wielder of beam-based abilities from a distance proved exceedingly challenging, perhaps only in close quarters, by harnessing the power of Haki. Could one hope to subdue a natural-type thunder user? However, fear not, for I shall follow you relentlessly, like a parasite clinging to bone. There shall be no escape for you. Norse muttered to himself, unable to suppress a chuckle, for Enel could never escape from his grasp. Once Enel was utterly exhausted, Norse would be free to undertake other endeavors, such as attempting to eradicate the darkness that dwelled within Enel's heart. He mused. Was not Enel merely a product of the grievances of his childhood and the isolation and rejection he faced from others? Lord Norse, are you well? Suddenly, the four divine officials emerged at that moment. They beheld the desolation before them, everything reduced to mere rubble, and felt an overwhelming reverence for Norse's formidable power. Simultaneously, the thought of Enel sent a shiver of fear through their hearts. They had never anticipated that Enel had grown so powerful while concealing his strength from them. Could it be that he was biding his time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to ensnare them all? It appeared that this wicked progeny must not be allowed to remain. Lord Norse, do you think the malevolent child Enel has sustained grave injuries and fled? If he has escaped, the consequences could be dire, as he may descend into madness and commit even more heinous acts. Indeed, such a creature deserved only to be cast into oblivion, unworthy of anyone's sympathy. Enough. This is not your concern. Return to Angel Island and report back. Enel is my quarry to apprehend personally. Norse was impatient, questioning why he needed to instruct this incompetent group on how to handle matters. Coldly, he remarked, with your meager abilities, you dare to confront Enel, the Master of Thunder? Truly delusional. The four gods were taken aback, exchanging glances with flushed faces. They could hardly fathom that their revered Lord Norse could be so arrogant and harsh with his words. Had they perhaps spoken out of turn? Before they could voice their thoughts, Norse had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 58. Transformed into a bald head, the Shandians relied heavily on the numerous ruins scattered across God's Island. These remnants not only provided them with shelter, but also made it exceedingly difficult for enemies to breach their defenses. Thus, this marginalized group managed to survive amidst the threats posed by Enel and the inhabitants of Angel Island. Otherwise, they would have been obliterated long ago. At this moment, Enel audaciously ambushed the leader of the Shandians while he was occupied in the restroom, seizing him under his control. Enel, release our leader at once. How dare you betray your own kin with such madness? In the ruins, a group of Shandians surrounded Enel, weapons drawn. They noted that Enel was grievously injured, likely from a battle with a formidable opponent, which emboldened them to confront the wounded Enel. Seeking death, are we? I shall slay 100 today, starting with you. Enel's eyes glinted with malice, filled with murderous intent. The audacity of these fools to underestimate him simply because he was injured was infuriating. The Shandians, adorned with feathers and exposing their chests, began to waver, fully aware of Enel's capabilities. Yaha! Enel roared, observing the fear he instilled in the Shandians. Put down your weapons, or I shall eliminate this old fool first. With one hand, Enel gripped the throat of the Shandian leader, an elderly man with no capacity to resist. Particularly after Enel had incapacitated him with lightning. Do not concern yourself with me. His injuries present an ideal opportunity to strike. The leader, unafraid of death, believed that his demise could lead to Enel's downfall, and thus, it would be worth it. Leader, the Shandians cried out. Their hearts heavy, how could they bear to witness their leader's execution? Boom. Enel's expression twisted with fury as he pointed, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck a robust man, who fell unconscious before he could even scream. Dare to intervene? Today, I only intend to kill 100, but should anyone resist, I shall not hesitate to annihilate you all. Enel declared coldly, regarding them as mere ants who should comply and allow him to fulfill his grim quota. Enel, do not act recklessly. We have coexisted peacefully for a time. We never intended to harm you. A brave Shandian woman, of similar age to Enel, implored. Please release our leader, and we shall no longer oppose you. Harm? Humph. Some things are far worse than mere harm. Enel scoffed. The mention of childhood memories ignited his fury. Was it not just a fruit that granted him thunderous powers? Was it not an accident that led to the demise of hundreds? At merely 5 or 6 years of age, he had been oblivious to the consequences. Why had everyone labeled him a demon, ostracizing him and plunging his childhood into solitude and darkness? I remember the day I finally learned to control my lightning, joyfully assuring you all there was no need for fear. What did you do? You locked me in a dark room, nearly starving me to death. Enel seethed, glaring at the gathered crowd. You all deserve death, yet today, I shall only claim 100 lives. Boom. Enraged, Enel summoned dark clouds above him, crackling with lightning, ready to unleash a tempest at a mere thought. Today, among you, 100 must perish. No, it should be 99. Enel, are you threatening me by declaring you will kill 100? Just then, Norse's voice echoed. What? Arrived so swiftly? Enel was taken aback. This troublesome figure had reappeared. Humph. I stand by my word. What power do you possess to prevent their fates? Run. The Shandian leader urged, desperate to protect his kin as Enel prepared to strike. Boom. Before the Shandians could comprehend the situation or discern who had arrived, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking them with terrifying force. This onslaught, with a voltage of 50 million volts, resulted in the immediate death of dozens, while many more fell unconscious. Yet, Enel did not achieve the desired outcome. Frowning, he questioned, will you not save them? Your thoughts grow increasingly naive. Norse scoffed and remarked, what do their lives and deaths matter to me? They are merely pitiable. Besides, it is you who has slain them. Yet, these individuals perished because of you. Anira found it implausible. His adversary displayed not a shred of remorse. Absurd. It is merely your own delusion, and you dare to accuse me. Norse mocked, suddenly materializing within Anira's line of sight. You. Anira seethed, his teeth clenched. He had thought that the other would care for the lives of these insignificant beings, but it turned out they were of the same ilk. Even more ruthless and hypocritical than himself. It seemed a new strategy was in order. What do you mean by I? What do you mean by you? Come now. Let us settle this once and for all. As North liberated the compression of his muscles, he unleashed the power of the ghostly back. A surge of vitality coursing through his entire being, presenting an image of unparalleled ferocity. He proclaimed, I have faith in your abilities. Thus you are worthy of my utmost strength. The strongest power? Enel gazed at North in astonishment, overwhelmed by an intense sense of pressure and impending danger. As if a ferocious beast were fixated upon him. What is this? Are you not a man destined to become the god of thunder? Do you not possess the courage to engage in a life or death struggle with me? North sneered, indifferent to whether his opponent would accept the challenge. He was resolute in unleashing his wrath, for Enel had taken a life before him. Humph. You dare to defy me, the thunder god? Very well. I shall embrace madness even further. Enel, who held pride in high regard, recognized that the other was merely provoking him. Yet what of it? When it came to true power, he still possessed a strike of the thunder god yet to be unleashed. You may take your leave. In the next moment, Enel discarded the chieftain of the Sand tribe as if he were mere refuse, standing defiantly against Norse. Ha ha ha, splendid. Upon witnessing this, North let out a wild laugh. Did the opponent still have a chance to strike? Huh? Enel furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the intentions of this individual. What? Yet, in the next moment, Enel's eyes widened as he realized that North had vanished from his sight, leaving only a slight distortion in the space. So that Essid, he cloaked himself? Nevertheless, as Enel unleashed the power of his mind network, he still managed to detect North's subtle presence. Enel, I need only a single move to defeat you. Suddenly, North's voice reverberated throughout the sky. You think you can? Enel spat defiantly and began to summon his thunder god attack, a colossal figure of lightning gradually taking shape. God of Death Strike. However, at that moment, 5 apparitions of North emerged, completely blocking all of Enel's escape routes. How is this possible? Enel exclaimed in panic, shouting. Wrath of the Thunder God. Yet it was too late, although he destroyed 4 of the illusory forms conjured by light and shadow. The remaining true form struck directly against Enel's chest, causing his attack to dissipate before it could fully manifest. Enel stood frozen in place, unable to move an inch. As if time and space themselves had come to a standstill. Light versus darkness. At this juncture, North activated 2 angelic halos and extended his right hand, radiating with divine brilliance, to touch Enel's forehead. It was as though a celestial specter cradled a sphere of light, transferring it from north into Enel's very being. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Nos's golden hair dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a bald figure. This sudden metamorphosis seemed to suggest that Nos had harnessed some unfathomable power, incurring a significant price for such a feat. Chapter 59. Nos's wrath within the abyss of Ainalu's somber inner world. Shadows of his youthful past wandered aimlessly through the darkness, engulfed in solitude and despair. He appeared pitiful and cowardly, yet yearned for someone to comprehend and embrace him. At that moment, a radiant figure emerged, akin to a glimmer of dawn piercing through the night, capturing Ainalu's attention. In this inner realm, Ainalu began to pursue the light, allowing it to guide him. He felt warmth and joy enveloping him. However, the darkness, like a cage, unleashed numerous binding ropes that ensnared Ainalu's limbs, forcefully dragging him into the depths of despair. The child version of Ainalu struggled, resisting the chains of darkness, but the malevolent force held him tightly, akin to a demon's grasp. Yet, at that instant, the light blossomed like a radiant flower, engaging in a fierce battle with the darkness. It unleashed dozens of luminous swords, which swiftly severed the restraints binding Ainalu. Ainalu, do you wish to escape from here? A voice resonated within the light, echoing in Ainalu's heart. Yes, I wish to, no matter who you are. Please take me away from this place. The child Ainalu nodded vigorously, filled with an insatiable longing. Excellent. This is a sword of light. Grasp it with both hands and venture into the depths of darkness. If you succeed within 5 minutes, you shall be reborn. A sword of light materialized before Ainalu. I shall plunge into the depths of darkness. I do not wish to remain in this sunless void, nor endure those demonic voices. I can never find rest in this darkness. I am utterly exhausted. Ainalu's gaze hardened with determination as he reached out to seize the sacred sword before him. What are you doing? Have you forgotten how they treated you? They sought to burn you alive, confining you in a pitch-black room, leaving you to starve. At that moment, a voice emerged from the darkness, revealing a vengeful version of Ainalu. He gazed upon his younger self, saying, only by transforming into a demon of darkness can you trample upon this suffering, becoming the harbinger of their nightmares, instilling fear within them, preventing them from tormenting you. In that moment, the child Ainalu hesitated. Indeed, it was those wretches who had forced him into the shadows. What are you pondering? You wielded lightning to slay your companions. Naturally, their parents despise you and keep their distance. Do not forget, it was you who failed to control the power of thunder, resulting in the slaughter of hundreds in a frenzied state, inciting caution among the Sandia clan and the Angel clan. Even when you were 8, the Sandia clan kindly sheltered you, yet you destroyed the sacred idols in the temple with your lightning, even killing dozens of elder authorities. Thus, it was not they who sought to harm you, it was your own misdeeds. Now, you have a chance to begin anew, wielding the sword of light to vanquish the malevolent shadows lurking in the darkness. From the light emerged the figure of Nos, gazing at the child Ainalu with benevolence. Go forth. You shall receive the protection of the light, and I shall grant you strength. Nos pointed out, as a beam of light entered the young Inalu's body. It instantly radiated a brilliance. The young Inalu, gazing upon himself, felt an immense warmth enveloping his being, as if he were being caressed. What of the darkness? Had it not always been frigid? Thus, Inalu turned his gaze towards the malevolent shadows lurking within the darkness, and with a sense of regret declared, in this abyss, my body has long known the chill. Now I resolve to vanquish you and venture into the realm of light to bask in enduring warmth. In that moment, the young Inalu wielded his sword with determination, cleaving the malevolent shadow in twain. The sinister figure offered no resistance, its form beginning to dissipate, merging with the darkness itself. Suddenly, light flooded the entirety of the space. Congratulations, Inalu, your rebirth has commenced. The radiant Norse began to fade. Wait, who are you? Can you tell me your name? The young Inalu, watching the dissipating luminous figure, felt a surge of affection in his eyes. I am Norse. Remember my name. At that instant, Norse's form vanished completely. Look, our savior has awakened, exclaimed the surrounding Sandians. They witnessed the bald figure, now embodying the essence of the deity of light, suddenly open his eyes, retracting the large hand that had rested upon Inalu's head. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the deity of light. Has he subdued the offspring of evil? Should we bind Inalu? He harbors a deep-seated loathing for wickedness. That is a valid point. Thus, a few valiant warriors stepped forward. Esteemed deity of light, we are profoundly grateful for your salvation and for subduing the most vile of sons. Wait, what do you intend to do? Norse showed little regard for the gratitude of the crowd. Instead, he furrowed his brow and declared, Inal will be taken by me. Would this not instantly bring about his demise? Some of the Shandians fell silent, struggling to comprehend his words. His hands are stained with blood. He has just slaughtered over 40 individuals. Why should we allow him to live? No, the merciless Inal has already been vanquished by me. The Inal that exists now is the one we are most inclined to accept. Noth gazed at the group of Sandians and remarked casually, oh? However, at that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Noth to feel a sudden coolness on his head. He instinctively reached up to touch it, only to discover, to his astonishment, that he had become bald. Where has my hair gone? Norse suddenly erupted in fury, his hair vanished, and he cast a fierce gaze upon the surrounding Sandians, demanding, speak. Where has my hair gone? The Sandians, taken aback by Norse's sudden wrath, instinctively recoiled a few steps. However, the chief of the Sandians, stooping slightly, stood his ground and replied, "O Divine One, your hair disappeared entirely when you touched Ainalu. We witnessed it most clearly." Upon hearing this, North took a deep breath. He had not anticipated that resorting to such power would cost him his hair. Had he known this would be the consequence, he would have refrained from using this tactic to grant Enel a new lease on life. Humph. If Enel had not boarded my ship, I would have crushed him on the spot. Norse coldly gazed at the still unconscious Enel. If this fellow was unwilling to join the Snake Princess pirates, he would have to bear the consequences of his baldness. Death awaited him. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a handsome bald head before? Norse discovered that the entire band of Sandia people was staring at his bald head as if they had never seen anything like it before. Great deity. We harbor no intention of offense, the chieftain of the Sandia tribe proclaimed, bowing in reverence on behalf of his people. We merely wish to immortalize your likeness and erect a statue of you on the Isle of the Gods. Enough of this deity nonsense, Norse interrupted. I am merely a pirate here to liberate your Isle of the Gods. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply hand over all the gold that you possess. Norse withdrew a cigarette and continued, listen well, from this moment forth, I, Norse, shall safeguard the Island of the Gods. The people of the Sandia clan and the Angel Island clan shall coexist in peace, sharing the resources of the island. Furthermore, we shall abolish the divine system, and you, as the elder chieftain, along with Ganfoer, will jointly manage the Island of the Gods. Indeed, Master Norse. The chieftain of the Sandia clan harbored no doubts regarding Norse's capabilities and expressed his trust in him. We shall offer all our gold. Please continue to protect us. That is easily arranged. I shall provide you with a flag of the Nine Serpent pirate crew to hoist upon the island. Should you find that insufficient to instill fear and protection, you may use gold to carve my effigy instead. Norse replied nonchalantly. At that very moment, Enel opened his eyes. Who are you? His gaze appeared unfocused, as if struggling to adjust. I am Norse. Awaken swiftly. Norse scoffed, his heart aflame with anger at the sacrifices made for Enel. P.S. Updates will resume tomorrow, and the day after, I shall be officially released. As for daily updates of 10,000 words, provided there are at least 200, that shall depend on the genuine support from all of you. Should you prevail, I shall be fully committed. Chapter 60. From this day forth, I, Enel, am yours. Is it truly you, Norse? Enel, upon recognizing the figure before him, felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How have you come to be bald? Is it not because of you? Norse cast a cold glance at Enel, sensing that the fellow had not undergone any significant transformation. Was it possible that he had not experienced a rebirth? Was it because of me? Suddenly, Enel's face flushed crimson. He stepped forward, clasping Norse's hands earnestly, and declared, in such circumstances, I, Enel, shall take responsibility for you. I now realize that you hold great importance in my heart. What? A crowd of Sandia people stood around, utterly astonished by Enel's demeanor. They were taken aback, unable to fathom that Enel could possess such qualities. Why had they not perceived this before? Could this truly be what Lord Norse referred to as rebirth? Yet, was it not too astonishing? Was he embracing homosexuality? Ahem. Norse felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering whether he had perhaps misstepped in his approach. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, vigorously shaking off Enel's rough grasp and earnestly proclaiming, there is no need for you to take responsibility, but would you care to join the Kuja Pirates? Could it be that by joining the Kuja Pirates, I would have the privilege of seeing you every day? Enel gazed at Norse with a flirtatious glint in his eyes, his voice notably soft and delicate, reminiscent of a genteel maiden's. In the next moment, Enel pirouetted gracefully to Norse's side, his movements imbued with a playful allure, akin to the enticing gestures of courtesans beckoning patrons, and said, Norse, why is it that your presence radiates such warmth? My heart races at the thought of you. Ah, here it comes again. The surrounding Sandians were utterly astonished, for this was no ordinary newcomer. It was an eccentricity of the highest order. Norse found it difficult to accept the sudden outburst of Enel, swiftly retaliating and sending him flying. I shall return, Enel declared, surprisingly elated. Lord Norse, do you think you may have been too harsh? Inquired the chieftain of the Sandia tribe, expressing concern. In truth, this boy Enel is not malicious. He possesses a certain goodness. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, North shot a sideways glance, questioning whether one had a preference for such a flavor, suggesting it might be overly intense. Ah, my Lord North, I did not mean it in that way. The chieftain of the Sandia tribe felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, who truly relished the affairs between men. He believed that since Lord North had spared Enelu, there must be a significant reason behind it. If he were to perish so easily, it would be a waste of the sacrifices made. Rest assured, that fellow is tough and resilient. Besides, I have only exerted 45% of my strength. Norse let out a disdainful snort. You may commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Ensure that all the gold is prepared, and summon all the clansmen, along with the people of Angel Island, for an evening of, yes, my Lord Norse. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. As the dust settled, Enel materialized before Norse. I promise to board your ship, and I am willing to comply with your every command. Enel grovelled shamelessly on the ground, his hands clasped around Norse's thigh. Anything you desire? Norse, in a state of resignation, pondered the underlying issues plaguing this individual. It could either be a remnant of their formative years or a distortion of their sexual orientation. Naturally, I, Inilu, have been reborn because of you. Let us dispense with veiled statements. All that I possess now belongs to you. Inilu declared with utmost sincerity. Very well. Then vanished from my sight. Norse covered his face with his hand, realizing that Inilu indeed had significant issues. It seemed that he could not easily resort to this tactic in the future. Of course, if the target were a woman of exquisite beauty, it could be considered with caution. Very well, Inilu instinctively remarked, transforming into a bolt of lightning that soared into the sky. Boom. However, in the next moment, Inilu returned, descending from the heavens, and lamented, if I vanish, I would no longer be able to see you. Therefore, that is something I cannot comply with. Perhaps you should propose a different request. Then please manage your body and refrain from lingering on me. To be frank, I have someone I hold dear. So I kindly ask you to maintain your dignity and respect others. Norse recalled that, deep within his heart, he truly harbored feelings for Hancock. There had been no missteps upon the Rainbow Bridge. Thus, should Hancock become aware of Inilu's peculiar inclinations, it would likely be difficult for him to accept Inilu aboard his ship. It seemed prudent to establish a few ground rules for Inilu. Yes, precisely. That is my intention. Maintain a distance of 3 meters from me, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Very well. 3 meters is certainly preferable to vanishing before your eyes. Inilu, surprisingly obedient, promptly positioned himself 3 meters away from Norse. This is more like it. Now, follow me. Norse departed from God's Island with Inilu, heading towards Angel Island. By the time they arrived, the beauty pageant on Angel Island had already concluded. Naturally, Hancock claimed the top spot. Sonia and Galad, however, found themselves outside the top 10, their pride severely wounded. Alas, little did we anticipate such fierce competition with our beauty. We failed to secure even a place in the top 10. Indeed, who could have imagined the presence of so many hidden talents here? Nevertheless, there is no need for disheartenment. Goffer mentioned it occurs once every 4 years, and we shall strive again next time. What are you two whispering about? Suddenly, North appeared beside Sonia and inquired, is it over? Where's Hancock? Ah, it has just concluded. My esteemed sister has gone to collect the prize. Wait, something seems off. Who is this bald young man? Is it natural? Yet upon closer inspection, you bear a slight resemblance to our North. Could it be? In a moment, Galad and the others realized that a son of sin stood 3 meters away, while conversing with them was a bald individual. Although this bald figure seemed somewhat familiar, North possessed striking golden locks. Are you perhaps a twin? North suddenly suggested. Yes, I was just pondering that term. Sonia cautiously regarded North and Inilu. You big-headed fool, I am North. North exclaimed in disbelief, unable to refrain from tapping Galad's head lightly. Oh? The sensation and force of that touch, along with the manner of the strike, feel so profound and familiar. Could you truly be North? Galad's realization dawned upon him. Albeit with incredulity, for hadn't it only been a day? How could North have lost all her hair so completely? Would you care to experience my explosive son? Norse felt increasingly despondent, pondering that perhaps he should don a hat. Norse, we were mistaken, but what exactly is going on with you? Indeed. There was also the sinister offspring behind you, casting a gaze that seemed laden with meaning. Galad and Sonia, observing the small sun coalescing in Norse's hand, were finally convinced that this bald figure before them was indeed Norse. Alas, it is a lengthy tale. But this Inilu has already become a member of our 9-snake pirate crew. If you fancy him, feel free to engage with him and utilize his abilities. Norse wishes to refrain from discussing the matter of his baldness, for despite having employed his healing powers, he remains unable to restore his hair. It seems he must resign himself to the whims of fate regarding its regrowth, uncertain of when he might regain it. Are you certain? Yet, did the elder sister acquiesce? You may not be aware, but 2 days ago, she declared that Inilu must be slain, and she would not entertain any appeals for mercy. Thus, I am seeking her out to address this issue. Norse gently caressed his smooth scalp, experiencing an inexplicable sensation of delight. Gradually, he realized that it was the esteemed Hancock who had graciously accorded him this honor, which filled his heart with joy. Allow me to escort you to my esteemed sister, he exclaimed. She should be in the aerial garden of Godfrey. Chapter 61. Lord Norse, a plea for salvation in the aerial garden of Godfrey, perched atop Angel Island. A paradise of blossoms flourished amidst the clouds, where myriad flowers vied for attention, their fragrances intoxicating the air. Dear sister, what marvels have you been up to? A group of individuals, led by Norse, arrived in the ethereal garden of Camphor, only to discover dozens of stone statues standing resolutely around Hancock, without a moment's hesitation. It was clear that Hancock had petrified them. Norse, it is not my fault, she lamented. They were staring at me unabashedly. Upon noticing Norse's presence, Hancock immediately felt a sense of grievance, approaching him with a cloud flower in hand to express her woes. It's all right, as long as you are happy, but now, please reverse their petrification. Norse spoke softly, expressing his intent to give orders to Godfrey. Hancock obediently nodded and then lifted the petrification from Godfrey and the other 10 maidens. However, at that moment, she noticed Inilu behind her. Raising her delicate brows, she inquired, Norse, what is the matter with him? Inilu is someone I brought to meet you. It is said that regardless of who intercedes, you intend to execute him. Norse chuckled and said, would you do me the honor of allowing him to board our ship? What? You propose that he join the 9-snake pirates? Is that truly wise? Hancock was taken aback. After all, he had previously attacked us. However, if you do not mind, I am entirely at your service. Indeed. Let him join the Nine Snake Pirates, but rest assured, under my watch, he will be quite obedient. Norse nodded in agreement. Very well. But I wish to petrify him for a few days. Although Hancock consented, there remained a simmering anger towards Enel within her. That is acceptable. You are the captain. And he must face the consequences of his prior transgressions. North smiled and turned to Enel, saying, come here and accept petrification. No resistance is permitted. Understood. Enel nodded. Then looked at the beautiful Captain Hancock before declaring, I apologize for my previous offenses. Please petrify me. Hancock raised an eyebrow, noticing that Enel seemed somewhat different than before. Moreover, there was a hint of depth in his gaze when he looked at North, reminiscent of how she gazed at him, an insatiable longing in his eyes. Humph. But as long as you understand, prepare to face my wrath. Hancock resolved to petrify Enel first. Just then, the group of Gopher awoke, only to witness Enel being turned to stone by Hancock. They all shivered, thinking to themselves that while this woman is indeed beautiful, she is also terrifying. Ah, it seems you have all regained consciousness? Norse approached Ganfuer and said, while the day is still young, please inform everyone to prepare at once for a gathering on the island of the gods to engage in an exchange with the Shandians. Additionally, do remember to bring an ample supply of food. Yes, Lord Norse, I shall attend to it immediately. However, first, I require my reward. Hancock interjected suddenly. Oh, certainly. Ganfuer winced at the thought. Although her demands were quite excessive, he had little choice in the matter. He then retreated into his abode and emerged with a plethora of colorful shells, including musical shells, shadow shells, and wind shells. These are being granted to you at triple the usual reward, Ganfuer declared. Now that is more like it. It seems one must threaten to petrify you before you are willing to comply. Truly, you are quite insufferable, Hancock remarked with a sidelong glance at Ganfuer. Upon hearing Hancock's words, Norse and the others cast curious glances at her, realizing the dynamics at play. So that is how it stands? They mused. After all, given Ganfuer's advanced age, it was improbable that he could gaze unabashedly at Hancock. Suddenly, a resounding bell echoed from the direction of the ruins on the island of the gods. What is happening? Why is there such a loud bell tolling in this sky island? Hancock seized the opportunity to shift the conversation, inquiring of Ganfuer. My lady goddess. That is the golden bell of the island of the gods, situated deep within the ruins, a place we are forbidden to enter, Ganfuer responded, his expression contemplative. However, it is possible that something has transpired among the Shandians, prompting someone to sound the golden bell. Let us proceed to investigate. You may continue your preparations, Norse suggested, pondering that it was likely not a grave matter, having just returned from the ruins. Yes, Lord Norse. Thus, Norse and his companions returned to the Nine-Snake ship in the White Sea, and within a short span of minutes, they arrived at the island of the gods. Norse then led Hancock and the others toward the domain of the Shandians. North and his companions beheld a familiar pirate ship descending upon the ruins of the ancient relics, accompanied by a throng of pirates. Goodness! Is that not the flying pirate vessel? They were taken aback, astonished that the Golden Lion had returned. This time, he shall embark on a journey from which there is no return. Norse gazed at the airborne pirate ship that loomed before him, uncertain of the intentions harbored by the infamous Golden Lion Shiki. However, upon witnessing the pirates tormenting the people of Sandia, a surge of indignation welled up within him. From a distance, he bellowed, scoundrels! Do you not even spare the children? Could it be that you are the esteemed Lord Norse? Came the response from Indigo, the ship's doctor of the flying pirate crew. For 2 decades, he had collaborated with Golden Lion in the pursuit of IQ research and the development of various pharmaceuticals that had significantly enhanced the combat strength of the island's rare beasts. Though he appeared comical in demeanor, he possessed a ruthlessly cold side. Indeed, what are you doing? This place, along with its people and everything within it, falls under my protection. Norse approached, displaying a blatant disregard for the minor characters, ready to unleash a punch if displeased. Thank heavens, we have finally found you, my lord, they proclaimed. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Indigo, along with his companion, the Lion Ghost, and dozens of pirates present, collectively knelt before Norse, exuding an air of desperate supplication. What are you doing? Don't think that kneeling in surrender will absolve you of the transgressions committed here, Norse exclaimed, bewildered by their intentions. My lord Norse, we meant no harm to the people here. We were merely engaging in dialogue with them, Indigo quickly clarified. In the next moment, Norse turned to a small girl standing nearby. Although she was frightened by the group, she truthfully conveyed that they had not harmed her, but had instead requested her assistance in locating someone, prompting her to ring the golden bell. So, you have not harmed my people, then why this act of kneeling? Am I truly so fearsome? Norse gazed down at Indigo, who was kneeling on the ground. As a physician, how can you so readily prostrate yourself? My lord Norse, we are left with no other recourse. Only you possess the ability to assist us, Indigo pleaded, inching closer while clasping Norse's thigh with both hands. Speak, then. What is the matter that weighs so heavily upon you? North inquired, by the way. Isn't your Captain Shiki coming to plead with me in person? My lord North, Indigo implored, it is our captain who is in dire need of your assistance. He is on the brink of death, and only you possess the means to save him. His plea was accompanied by tears and a sorrowful demeanor, rendering him a pitiable sight. Where is he now? North could hardly fathom what had befallen the Golden Lion Shiki. Surely, by the time he departed, his wounds must have healed. Was he not in vibrant health? I implore you, Lord North, to accompany us. The captain lies bedridden, unable to walk, and could pass away at any moment. Indigo spoke with great concern. I am uncertain of the illness afflicting the captain, but he insists that only you possess the means to save him. Well then, I am quite curious to discover what this fellow is up to. North followed them aboard the island ship, heading towards the chamber of the Golden Lion Shiki. The remarks upon the establishment are currently being processed. We kindly ask for your patience. Chapter 62, A Skilled Hand Revives. At the very moment of entry, Norse pondered whether this might indeed be the devious scheme of Golden Lion Shiki. Yet, upon further reflection, he concluded that in the face of absolute power, such conspiracies are utterly insignificant. My Lord Norse, our captain lies within, Indigo said respectfully. Very well, I shall examine him in my capacity as a healer. If I can save him, I shall. If not, you must prepare for his final rites. As North uttered these words, a thought crossed his mind. If the formidable Gold Lion Shiki were to perish, where might the elusive float fruit reappear? Yet, upon further reflection, he felt a pang of regret. How could one so easily forsake a powerful crew member? Ah, Master North, please do not frighten us. The members of the Flying Sky pirate crew behind him were instantly taken aback, engulfed in fear, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows, as if a nightmare were about to unfold. Indigo, the comical man, with tears streaming down his face, lamented with a heart-wrenching cry. No, please, our captain cannot die. His dreams and ambitions remain unfulfilled. If he perishes, all hope would be lost. Oh, how terrifying it is. Should our captain meet his end, we would all follow him to the grave, plummeting from 10,000 meters above into the depths of the ocean. Upon hearing this, North seemed to sense that the pirates were more concerned about being buried alongside the deceased. However, given that these individuals were currently on Skypiea, even with the demise of the Golden Lion, there was little to fear from falling into the abyss. Cough, cough, everyone remain calm. This is Skypiea, my domain. Beyond the influence of the Golden Lion's powers, as long as you can provide me with satisfactory remuneration, I would be more than willing to consider allowing you to reside here. You need not fear death, North said with a smile. Lord North, it appears you may have misunderstood our intentions. Whether we live or die is of little consequence to us. It is merely that our entire family, young and old, resides above in Vermeer, a tearful pirate lamented. Ah, filial piety? Upon hearing this, Norse gazed at them with profound astonishment. It is often said that being a pirate is a disgraceful profession. However, one cannot deny that a segment of pirates possess flesh, blood, and a soul. Take, for instance, the aerial pirates before him. Though their reputation is undeniably notorious, most of these individuals have not forgotten their roots or their original intentions, and they remain concerned for the safety of their families and loved ones. Nonetheless, the actions of the Golden Lion Shiki are indeed excessive. To leverage the families of his subordinates as a means to ensure their unwavering loyalty is a troubling display. It seems that alongside his ambition, Shiki's insecurities have intensified, perhaps stemming from a fear of failure. Yet, one cannot help but label such tactics as both cowardly and despicable. North shook his head and stepped through the door. There, he beheld Golden Lion Shiki, reclining upon a bed, with an intravenous drip administering fluids. North suddenly felt a sense of disillusionment. How could Shiki have transformed into this ghastly state? Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Shiki's entire body, save for his bones, was reduced to a visage of withered and desiccated flesh. Yet, his eyes remained wide open, and he still breathed, retaining a semblance of consciousness. Upon seeing Nos enter, he even shed tears of sorrow. How unexpected it is that you, the illustrious Golden Lion, should find yourself in such a lamentable condition truly. It is a fate even more tragic than that of Whitebeard. Norse approached the bedside, scrutinizing the condition of the Golden Lion, which appeared as though it had been drained of its vitality by a succubus. Clearly, the life force within the Golden Lion was nearly extinguished. My Lord Norse, our captain can no longer speak. I wonder if there is any hope for his salvation? Indigo stepped forward, apprehensive that Norse might take action against their captain, having heard of prior tensions between them. It is difficult to ascertain at this moment, but I will first allow him to speak, then inquire about the specifics. Norse replied coolly. Judging by the state of Captain Shiki, it was evident that this was a classic case of vitality depletion, akin to suffering from malnutrition, gradually starved over time. Indeed, my Lord Norse, if you can save our captain, we shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely, Indigo expressed with profound gratitude. North merely smiled at this. What he truly desired was the Golden Lion Shiki, for money was of little consequence. The attempt to bind him with wealth was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Subsequently, North released several small orbs of restorative sunlight, which enveloped Shiki's body. The surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment, perceiving North's actions as nothing short of miraculous. They observed Shiki's physique becoming more robust, and the pallor of his face began to regain a healthier hue. A remarkable revival indeed. Indigo, standing nearby, was filled with excitement, thinking that the captain was truly saved this time. Shiki, what on earth is going on? North inquired directly, disregarding those around him. Indigo, noticing that Shiki attempted to rise. Promptly assisted him, saying, "Captain, this is Lord North. You must express any concerns or ailments you have so that he can treat your affliction." The Golden Lion Shiki, appearing feeble and exhausted, weakly responded, "North, I have finally met you. Quickly, tell me, what have you done to me?" "Oh, Shiki, what do you mean by that? What could I possibly have done to you?" Norse let out a cold laugh, utterly astonished that this fellow believed he was the one orchestrating the schemes. "In truth, it was you who acted treacherously. When I spared your life, you repaid my mercy by launching a midnight assault on our Nine Snakes pirate ship, did you not?" "Impossible. You are merely attempting to wriggle out of the situation." Shiki, infuriated, nearly spat blood. Cradling his small chest with both hands, he lamented, "Ever since our separation, I have been consumed by a profound sense of longing. I have lost all appetite. Nothing I eat brings me any satisfaction. I have even been reduced to vomiting everything I consume, nearly expelling my very intestines and stomach. And yet, you dare to claim you have not tampered with my health? Humph. With your own ailments, do you truly have the audacity to place the blame upon me?" Norse would never stoop to the level of a petty villain, manipulating the likes of the Golden Lion Shurji. "Initially, we shared the life-giving essence bestowed upon us by the sun, the earth, and the air, which invigorated the very cells within our bodies. This also alleviated your injuries. We feasted together for several days. Surely, you recall this? As for your subsequent ailments upon returning, your discerning palate seems to have led to some digestive troubles. What concern is that of mine? Bah, clearly, the food you provided was flawed. Naturally, the Golden Lion Shurji harbors doubts regarding Norse. Conserve your energy, I could eliminate you at any moment, and you are well aware of that." Norse cast a faint glance at the Golden Lion, and with a hint of gravity, remarked, "Based on your current condition, I can preliminarily conclude that you are afflicted with the fabled affliction of anorexia. As long as the food does not possess a certain flavor, whatever you consume will be regurgitated until you are utterly depleted." In response, the Golden Lion, Shurji, remained silent for a considerable time, ultimately nodding in resignation, signifying his acquiescence. "I am quite famished at the moment. If it is at all possible, I would appreciate it if you could prepare a meal for me. One that you have personally crafted. While I am inclined to comply, you must understand that I, Norse, am not anyone's personal chef, however. I shall make an exception this time." Norse smiled as he gazed at the Golden Lion, saying, "Hee hee, but if you are able to consume my culinary creations, then your sole path to survival may be limited." "What path?" "Well, consider the prospect of joining the Kuja pirate crew." "Ah. And there is one crucial matter to address. Your admission to the Kuja pirate crew ultimately hinges on the agreement between myself and the captain." The Golden Lion Shiki raised an eyebrow in response. Chapter 63, The Entire Fortune of Vermal. Subsequently, Indigo bowed respectfully, leading Norse into his kitchen. North inquired of Indigo, "What fine ingredients do you possess aboard your vessel? It appears your captain hasn't dined in over a week, has he?" "Indeed, my Lord North. Our captain has not only gone a week without sustenance but also suffered severe vomiting a few days ago, leaving him quite dehydrated." Indigo affirmed with a nod, taken aback by North's unexpected culinary prowess. "What role does he play aboard the Nine Serpent pirate ship? Enough of this idle chatter. Do not delay any longer. There are others awaiting my presence for the evening's gathering." North urged with impatience. "Oh, I shall arrange for the provisions to be delivered at once," Indigo replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, fearing he had displeased North. Shortly thereafter, Indigo indeed summoned several subordinates, who entered the kitchen bearing a large iron cage. "My Lord North, these are the finest ingredients we have on board," Indigo stated with utmost reverence. "Ah, splendid. A magnificent bear." As North glanced over, it became evident that this aerial pirate crew was indeed affluent, a testament to their audacity in claiming dozens of islands as their own. "Hee. I've only brought a modest supply of provisions. I wonder if that meets your approval?" Indigo replied humbly. "The braised bear paws will suffice." "Simply procure 4 of them for me," North commanded. "Very well." Indigo responded eagerly, taking it upon himself to handle the ingredients. From the kitchen, the agonizing cries of the bear echoed, suggesting that the great beast was not swiftly dispatched but rather subjected to a prolonged torment. Nonetheless, as long as the bear paws were intact, the quality of the meat would remain unaffected. "My Lord North, here you go. Do you find this satisfactory? The flesh on these paws is quite substantial," Indigo exclaimed, his face smeared with bear blood, exuding a pungent odor. "Indeed, this is a fine catch. Place them on the table over there, and in 3 short moments, remember to bring them to your captain for a delightful feast." North chuckled and said, "Of course. If your captain still cannot eat and ends up vomiting, then you should prepare for his final arrangements." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Indigo was momentarily taken aback, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. If the captain could not eat, it signified that his days were numbered. Thus, the so-called Sky Pirate crew would forever be deprived of the day they could set sail once more. Norse, indifferent to everything else, focused solely on preparing the bear paw. In his recollection, the bear paw was one of the 8 delicacies of antiquity, a rare culinary treasure. However, it is a dish that most chefs find exceedingly challenging to master. The art of preparing this dish demands exceptional culinary skills, particularly in the processing and handling of the bear paw. Naturally, Norse possessed the prowess to create a delectable bear paw dish. The foremost step involved immersing the 4 large bear paws in boiling water, a process that had to be repeated 3 times to eliminate any peculiar odors. Following this, he proceeded with 3 rounds of blanching and stewing, ultimately discarding the dross and retaining the essence of the bear paw. Given the bear paw's extraordinarily thick skin and robust flesh, this stage was crucial. Finally, he could prepare the bear paw in various exquisite forms, such as braised bear paw, a treasure bear paw, orchid bear paw, and pearl bear paw. These dishes were guaranteed to be exquisitely tender, aromatic, and utterly delicious. Nearly 3 hours passed. Norse has meticulously prepared 2 exquisite dishes featuring bear paws, the braised bear paw and the jewel of the paw. The braised bear paw boasts a rich infusion of flavors, offering a delightful texture that is both tender and resilient, a rare culinary masterpiece. As for the jewel of the paw, it preserves the original essence of the paw's succulent gelatinous richness. When bitten into, it releases a luscious broth, rendering the entire paw exquisitely tender. Akin to a delicate soup, and refreshingly light, a premier delicacy in the realm of health-conscious cuisine. 3 hours later, Indigo arrives punctually to collect the culinary creations crafted by Norse. After completing his task, North departed from the ship of the Golden Lion's pirate crew. By the way, is it possible for the Golden Lion Shiki to still be alive? I certainly hope not. You wouldn't actually consider rescuing that old scoundrel, would you? He is nothing more than an ingrate and a treacherous individual. Sander Sonia and the others also left the Golden Lion ship, but they do not wish for Shiki to survive. It is uncertain. If he lives, that would be well, but his demise would equally benefit us. Norse pondered for a moment, then let out a chuckle. For us, the former option is indeed the most favorable, as it may allow us to recruit a formidable ally. However, upon reflection, it does sound rather appealing. The 2 of them instantly recalled Norse's declaration that after this expedition, he intended to assert dominance over the rulers, indicating that preparations were indeed underway. Well, I shall dutifully follow Lord Norse's arrangements. Hancock also grasped the underlying intention, feeling a swell of emotion within her heart. It dawned on her that Norse had been tirelessly aiding them in realizing this dream, for to challenge the celestial dragons and overthrow the world government. Immense power is undeniably essential. Well, let us prepare for the bonfire gathering then. Norse smiled. Just then, the elderly chief of Sandia approached. Lord Norse, might you also extend your aid to my people? The Sandia chief, having heard of Norse's healing abilities, was filled with hope. As he spoke, he gestured to a group of warriors behind him, who began to bring forth dozens of chests filled with treasures for Lord Norse's consideration. Norse and his companions were momentarily taken aback, for within nearly 50 chests lay an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels. Ahem. North cleared his throat and, striving to maintain composure, inquired, is this all the gold and jewels you possess? The elder of the Sandia tribe promptly responded. Some of our clan members have additional treasures at home. However, they are gravely ill and contagious, rendering it impossible to retrieve their hoarded gold. Upon hearing this, Norse realized that the chieftain of the Sandia tribe wished for him to rescue the gravely ill members of the community. If you henceforth seek my protection and have contributed a portion of the protection fee, I shall, of course, exert my utmost efforts to assist you. With a smile, North remarked, if kindness is to be found, then let us embrace it. Come, allow me to accompany you to observe those afflicted. Thank you, Lord North. The elder of the Sandia tribe, along with a multitude of Sandia people, expressed their profound gratitude. They had nearly abandoned hope for the treatment of their gravely ill kin. Yet today, they were met with a glimmer of hope. Indeed, by placing their faith in Lord North, their lives had begun to improve. Meanwhile, North instructed Hancock and the others to remain behind. He would follow along to assess the situation, ensuring precautionary measures were in place. For if this contagion proved to be as severe as rumored, the consequences would be dire. As they journeyed, North inquired about the symptoms exhibited by the ailing individuals. It was reported that they suffered from fever, extreme weakness, and severe thirst. Those in critical condition had reached a state of foaming at the mouth and hallucinations. Haha. Upon hearing this, North suddenly burst into laughter. My Lord North, what is this? A group of people stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why Lord North appeared so delightfully amused. Could it be that he already knew what ailment had befallen their kin? Although I, North, am not an expert in medicine, I possess some knowledge of various ailments. From the symptoms you have described, it seems they are afflicted with a condition known as tree fever. How could I be unaware of such a malady? While not particularly grave, if left untreated for an extended period, it could indeed prove fatal. Is there hope for them? We have already given up on their treatment. The chieftain of the Sandia tribe and the accompanying Sandia people immediately knelt before North, having surmised that their kin might indeed be salvageable. Rise, he commanded. In my eyes, all souls on Sky Island are equal. Everyone possesses the right to life, whether you hail from your tribe or the Angel Island clan. North assisted the old chieftain to his feet and remarked, your kin shall certainly receive treatment, but it will take a fortnight to completely eradicate this affliction. The chieftain expressed his profound gratitude, stating, we of the Sandia tribe will forever remember your immense kindness. After expressing his thanks, the chieftain continued, I shall immediately dispatch individuals to gather gold from other locations. It seems there may still be remnants hidden in some ruins, though I have seldom paid them heed. Ah. In truth, my assistance is not motivated by a desire for more gold. You are now all my protected people, North replied. Norse chuckled softly, still feeling a bit awkward as he remarked, however, since the esteemed elder has extended such generous hospitality, I shall accept as much as you offer. After all, this gold holds no value here. It is worth far less than the shells scattered across the ocean. Subsequently, Norse swiftly prescribed a concoction of herbs for the patients of the Sandia tribe, complementing it with his solar restorative powers to invigorate their cells. After a mere half-month of treatment, the affliction known as tree heat could be entirely cured. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion Shiki, after partaking in Norse's culinary creations, experienced a remarkable recovery. However, he found himself at a crossroads, faced with two divergent paths. One option was to coerce Norse into becoming his personal chef, thereby alleviating his anorexia. The alternative was to shamelessly abandon the Flying Sky Pirates and join the Nine-Snake crew, which would also remedy his condition. A heavy sigh escaped him as he pondered the dilemma aboard his island ship. Indigo, observing his captain's turmoil, inquired, "What are your thoughts on Norse? How formidable is he? And how trustworthy?" Shiki reflected, "His strength surpasses mine. We battled for 5 days and nights, and I nearly met my demise. Had he been on the ground at that time, I likely would have been vanquished within a single day." The memory of their last encounter lingered in Shiki's mind like a haunting shadow, the terror of Norse's formidable prowess etched in his consciousness. "Perhaps you should consider joining his crew, Captain. You are no slouch yourself. Perhaps you could negotiate some terms?" Indigo suggested, strategizing alongside him. Additionally, contemplating the captain's potential allegiance to the Nine-Snake crew raised concerns about their plans to devastate the East Sea and bring calamity to the world. Yet, if they could persuade Norse to join their cause, might their ambitions not progress more smoothly? Of course, such an arrangement would come at a steep price, the dissolution of the Flying Sky Pirates, and possibly much more. But what leverage do we possess to negotiate? Shiki lamented. Did you not hear his final words? To join, it hinges on whether they grant us permission. He felt ensnared in a passive position, questioning his ability to bargain. Oh. If all else fails, we could offer the entirety of the wealth from Vamiel. They seem quite fond of riches. Indigo declared, having summoned great resolve to voice his suggestion. Chapter 64. Negotiating terms that evening. The North organized an exchange soiree between the Sandia clan and the Angel Island tribe. During the soiree, Norse proposed to abolish the so-called laws of the gods. He suggested that Ganfuer and the chieftain of the Sandia tribe jointly govern the island of the gods, with the aim of fostering cultural exchange. The most direct and effective proposal was for the two tribes to adopt a system of intermarriage. Following the presentation of these suggestions, they received preliminary acceptance from the people of both tribes, who decided to embark on a journey of cultural exchange and harmonious coexistence based on the principle of equality for all. Naturally, all of this was underpinned by Norse strength, which provided such cohesion. The Angel Island tribe regarded Norse as their sun god, venerating and admiring him. Similarly, the Sandia tribe viewed Norse as an immensely powerful savior, equally revering him. In light of this, Norse prepared to remain on the island of the gods for half a month, to guide the cultural exchange between the two tribes and, additionally, to collect gold. It was understood that there was indeed gold present on the island of Gaia, though it was buried underground and would require time to locate and excavate. The next morning, as North prepared to delineate the territories of the Divine Island for the two clans, the Golden Lion Shiki approached him. "North, come here for a moment." With an imposing demeanor, Shiki descended from the island vessel, treading upon two renowned swords. It appeared that he had nearly fully recovered, a remarkable feat indeed. "If you have something to say, just speak plainly. I am currently occupied." Norse remained unconvinced, perceiving that the other party was merely too prideful to lower themselves, especially with so many witnesses present, making certain words difficult to articulate. "You, young man, truly seem to be losing your respect for your elders." The Golden Lion Shiki, feeling slighted by Norse's disregard, was quite displeased. After all, he was the illustrious Golden Lion Shiki, a legendary figure within the pirate realm. "Indigo, go and invite him over. Simply state that I have significant matters to discuss with him." The Golden Lion Shiki, for the sake of his own dignity and standing, was resolute in not yielding, thinking to himself that if he were to approach, it would undeniably be a blow to his pride. "Very well." Indigo reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. He then approached Norse with a friendly demeanor, extolling, "Master Norse, your medical skills are truly extraordinary. Our captain has recovered remarkably after consuming your 2 bear paw dishes and is now as lively as ever. Moreover, our leader wishes to express his gratitude. But with so many people present, certain matters are somewhat inconvenient to discuss. Might you be amenable?" "Indigo, the ailment afflicting your captain is one that, in this world, only I, Norse, can cure." North chuckled softly and continued, "However, I am truly quite occupied at the moment. If there is something you wish to discuss, please have your captain come and speak with me, if you would be so kind." But he added, "The matter our captain wishes to convey is of utmost secrecy. He prefers that it remains known only to us." Indigo said with an air of mystery, his performance particularly theatrical. "Utmost secrecy? Could it possibly involve the annihilation of the world?" North turned to gaze at Golden Lion Shiki, beckoning him to approach, and addressed Indigo, "Nevertheless, your captain must come and speak with me. I am not one to yield or adopt a passive stance. Moreover, there are no strangers here, save for you." Everyone else adheres to my command. In response, Indigo found himself at a loss against North's assertion. Furthermore, given that North held sway over the future of their captain, he could only shake his head and return to Golden Lion Shiki's side. Captain, you should go over, he advised. In truth, Lord North harbors no ill intentions. He is unlikely to take this opportunity to insult you. Humph. I sense your eloquence is waning. Golden Lion Shiki retorted with a scoff. Pondering what constituted an insult, was it merely a negotiation? Irritated, he proceeded to approach North. Ah, Shiki, it appears your complexion has improved remarkably today. With a beaming smile. North gazed at the furious Shiki as he approached, remarking, it seems I have indeed saved you. Young man, could you grant me a single condition? The formidable Golden Lion Shiki confronted North directly, omitting any superfluous words. I shall exchange all the assets of Vermal for my admission into your 9 serpent pirates. However, I wish for your assistance in obliterating the East Sea. What say you? Shiki, such jest is unbecoming. Gwen feigned astonishment. But what grievance do you hold against the East Sea? Why would you not spare even the weakest of the 4 seas? Ah. It pertains to the grudges of the previous generation, specifically with Roger. I implore you to ponder this earnestly. Blast it. I, the Golden Lion Shiki, am undeniably a legendary pirate. Am I not worthy to join your ranks? Moreover, I arrive with a fortune. Surely, I deserve some additional privileges? Or have you no intention of treating me as a brother? As a comrade? Shiki yearned to discern the sincerity of the 9 serpent pirates. I must say, Shiki, your aspirations and ambitions seem to have diminished considerably. The East Sea is but a trifling matter. Do you truly believe the 9 serpent pirates would deign to regard it? North regarded the matter with disdain, remarking, if you truly wish to invest your entire fortune in our 9 serpent pirate crew, then from this moment forth, we shall be comrades. Thus, you may first join us in a grand endeavor to dismantle the world government. That would not pose an issue, would it? What? Shiki was momentarily taken aback, and then responded, well, I merely aim to obliterate the East Blue. Annihilating the world government is far too perilous. Sighing, North continued. It appears you lack the qualifications to be a member of our 9 serpent pirate crew. You suggest that I, the Golden Lion Shiki, lack the audacity? How could that be? If you dare accompany me in annihilating the East Blue, I would then muster the courage to join you in your quest against the world government. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Your selfishness is evident. Would you truly choose self-destruction rather than assist in the obliteration of the East Blue? Humph. After all this talk, it is not that I lack the qualification to join, but rather that you do not trust me, the Golden Lion Shiki, at all. Shiki felt immense frustration at this, stating, you seek to eradicate the world government itself. What significance does a mere East Blue hold? Wouldn't it simply be a collateral outcome? Haha. Since you have put it that way, I shall speak candidly. The East Blue indeed pales in comparison. However, our 9 serpent pirate crew has always refrained from harming the innocent. If there are those in the East Blue whom you wish to confront, we would gladly assist you in dealing with them. How could North possibly assist Shiki in such heinous acts? Initially, I believed that the accumulation of hatred within the Golden Lion Shiki stemmed from the deep-seated corruption of the world government, which had led to his unquenchable thirst for vengeance. To my surprise, this individual is impervious to such reasoning, insisting on inflicting harm upon the innocent. Ah, what a noble stance against the suffering of the innocent. Allow me to retreat and ponder this for a few days. Do as you wish. But I must remind you that our 9 snake pirates will depart from this place in half a month, North cautioned, contemplating the necessity of instilling a sense of urgency in his counterpart. Subsequently, Shiki returned to his island ship. However, for days later, Shiki found himself in dire straits. His stomach growling incessantly. His body was visibly withering away, prompting Shiki to urgently request Indigo to ask North to prepare some sustenance for him. Norris did not refuse. Instead, he prepared a feast of delectable delicacies for him. After indulging in the sumptuous meal, the Golden Lion Shiki experienced a revival, as if he had momentarily traversed the gates of the underworld and promptly sought out Norris. However, this encounter took place aboard Norris's ship, the 9 snake pirate vessel. Norris, Shiki declared, I shall dispense with pleasantries. You are aware of my aversion to food, and it is only your culinary creations that offer me a chance at survival. Thus, I assure you, I will never betray any member of the 9 snake pirates. However, I must reiterate my stance. I am investing my entire fortune into joining your crew. And if you regard me as a comrade, then you ought to assist me. Moreover, I comprehend the moral code that resides within you. Hence I have resolved not to annihilate the entirety of the East Sea. Nevertheless, I shall harbor no forgiveness for any pirate birthed from its waters, and thus, I must go to the East Sea to confront them. Additionally, I have a score to settle with those 2 old-timers, Carp and Sengoku. I need to teach them a harsh lesson. Yet, I am acutely aware that one man is no match for the 2 of them. Would it be too much to ask for your assistance? Haha, how amusing. If it merely involves bullying the youngsters of the East Sea. The 9 snake pirates welcome you to join us with your entire fortune, including Carp and Sengoku. As for our expedition to the East Sea, well, we can embark on that journey once we have properly attended to the matters concerning Sky Island. Norris extended his hand, wishing to shake hands with the Golden Lion and reach an agreement. No worries, what I seek is your attitude towards me. However, you must deliberate carefully. I, The Golden Lion Shiki have resurfaced upon the seas, and those navies will undoubtedly come rushing forth. I wonder if your 9 Serpents pirate crew possesses the capability to shelter me? The Golden Lion Shiki grasped Norse's hand and chuckled softly, rest assured. Since I have consented to your joining, what do we have to fear from those navies? Norse chuckled softly, have you noticed the statue beside you? Within it resides a formidable individual that no sailor would dare confront lightly. Shiki glanced over, raising an eyebrow. A statue? Is this yet another of Boa Hancock's tricks? Who has been petrified inside? Shiki, Norse continued, on this vessel, we refer to Boa Hancock as Captain Hancock. Do pay closer attention next time. Norse spoke with great seriousness, declaring that within our 9-snake pirate crew, as gentlemen, we must extend our utmost respect to every female companion aboard the ship. Very well. I shall refer to her as Captain Hancock. However, it feels rather awkward. Ha ha ha. Perhaps it is simply because I am accustomed to being the captain. Shiki erupted into a hearty laugh. Regardless, you must grant me a period of adjustment, would you not? No problem, came the reply. As long as you are not afraid of being petrified like him. Norse approached the petrified Inalu, glancing back at the Golden Lion, and remarked, from now on, I shall refer to you as Old Jean. Without further ado, he urged, do hasten and reveal to me the identity of this petrified individual. The Golden Lion, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed for the answer. I was initially unable to reverse his petrification, as the captain had not given her consent. However, given that the captain and her crew are currently enjoying a leisurely excursion on the White Sea, I surmise her spirits are quite high. Therefore, I have taken the perilous step of restoring this individual from his stony state, allowing you the opportunity to become acquainted with him. Norse, with his benevolent power, liberated Enel from his petrified state. Bare-chested and amidst a tempest of thunder, Enel's eyes opened, gazing affectionately at Norse. The Golden Lion, observing from the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what is this fellow's gaze directed at you? Could it be that he harbors romantic feelings for you, or is he perhaps a cross-dresser? The old man retorted, who are you to question whom the god of thunder favors? Watch your step, lest I unleash my wrath upon you. Enel's previously jovial countenance turned cold at the Golden Lion's remarks, leaving him momentarily stunned. What audacity these younger generations possess. I am a legendary pirate. Could I not be afforded a modicum of respect? Is it too much to ask for a dignified retreat? After all, I am of an elder age. Ignoring his counterpart, Shiki turned his attention to Norse, declaring, it seems this young man is unaware of my identity. Allow me to introduce myself. Listen well. I am the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, a man who once stood toe-to-toe with Roger. However, Enel, as the god of thunder, had no need to know who Shiki was. After speaking, he smiled at Norse, expressing a desire to learn more about someone as formidable and exceptional as him. Well, since you all seem to be idling, why not engage in battle on the island? Let us see if you can claim your position within the Kuja pirates. Just remember not to harm the innocent people here. That is precisely my intention. Shiki was eager to teach the arrogant Enel a lesson. Let us head to the island, old man, where I, the god of thunder, will show you the way. Enel regarded Shiki with disdain. Chapter 65, The Tragedy of Common Sense upon arriving at God Island. The pinnacle clash between the Golden Lion Shiki and the god of thunder Enel commenced. The battleground, where Norse and Enel had previously fought, lay in ruins for miles around. With a thunderous roar, Enel, bare-chested and crackling with lightning, wasted no time. He summoned bolts of thunder from the sky, aiming to strike first, unleashing energies ranging from 30 million to 70 million volts. Lightning power? That only serves to intensify my fury and strength. Shiki erupted, particularly sensitive to the thunder. His animosity toward it palpable. He would never forget the time he battled Roger at sea when a tempest struck, sending a bolt of lightning crashing onto his ship, plunging both him and his vessel into the depths. Miraculously, he survived, though the ship's will became embedded in his skull, leaving him balding and unable to remove it without risking his life. At that moment, Shiki floated freely, his conqueror's haki surging forth like a tidal wave towards Enel. His speed was such that not even the falling lightning could catch him, deftly evading Enel's electric onslaught. Child, it is not that I, the Golden Lion Shiki, look down upon you. If you think you can strike me with your lightning, you are merely chasing phantoms. Shiki coldly regarded Enel, asserting, such an opportunity shall not present itself again on my head. Haha. Enel suddenly mocked, had you not mentioned your head, I might have forgotten to say something. Frankly, you appear like an old rooster, and I shall use my lightning to turn you into a drenched fowl. Shiki scoffed, you reek of desperation. Perhaps you should consider a transformation into a crossdresser. If you kneel and plead, I might take you to see the king of crossdressers for a proper reconstruction. I, the god of thunder Enel, revel in my flamboyance. It is merely a normal expression, and you cannot fathom that Norse is the light that let me from darkness. What do you, old man, truly understand? Thus ensued a disgraceful exchange of words, each party trading barbs until the tension escalated to an uncontainable degree. You seek death, daring to insult me, the Golden Lion Shiki. Today, I shall sever one of your arms. Shiki's fury clouded his judgment, propelling him to act. He suddenly appeared behind Enel, unleashing a swift strike with his left foot, a terrifying sword-like energy slicing through the air, mere inches from Enel's left arm. Enel, sensing the imminent danger, furrowed his brow. But in the blink of an eye, he utilized his lightning flash and vanished, reappearing at a distance. Old man, your attack is far too sluggish. Have you not eaten enough? To surpass the speed of lightning, you must muster every ounce of strength you possess. Indeed, your agility is quite unique, Shiki conceded. However, your weaknesses are glaringly apparent. It is merely a matter of time before I subdue you. Why the panic? Shiki acknowledged Enel's speed. A fitting ability for one wielding the lightning fruit, yet he believed Enel's shortcomings were too evident. Anyone not deaf could easily discern the thunderous sound accompanying Enel's abilities, thereby pinpointing his location. Moreover, Shiki possessed the power of observation haki, which made it all the easier. Wave slash. Following the sound of thunder, Shiki deftly slashed in Enel's direction, a beam of light stretching hundreds of meters, accurately materializing before Enel. Enel gasped, surprised by Shiki's mastery of a similar sensing ability. However, he remained unperturbed, promptly channeling the 3 golden orbs at his side into a golden staff, approximately 3 meters in length. With a mighty clash, Enel wielded the golden staff to counter Shiki's formidable wave slash, but was sent sprawling 1,000 meters back, his arms trembling from the impact, blood seeping from his palms. This is merely an annoyance. Enel spat, the blood mingling with his saliva, indicating he had sustained internal injuries. Yet, it was evident that facing the golden lion Shiki was a formidable challenge for Enel. Without Norse's immense physical prowess, withstanding Shiki's sword techniques and scathe would be exceedingly difficult. Thunder Dragon. Despite his injuries, Enel raised his hand towards the heavens. A dark cloud began to coalesce, within which thunder raged fiercely. A tempestuous lightning dragon surged forth from the cloud, hurtling towards the golden lion, Shiki, below. The power it wielded was undeniably formidable. The blue lightning dragon, several hundred zhang in length, appeared ferocious and imposing. Old Baldy, come and taste the might of my 60 million volts. Enel roared with unrestrained fervor. He thrived in battle, embodying the resilience of an indomitable cockroach, completely disregarding the injuries he had sustained moments before. You are as feeble as a duck. The golden lion, Shiki, hovered in the air, merging the withered wood and Sakura 10 into one. In that instant, the world lost its color. A chilling sword aura materialized into tangible blades, incessantly slicing through the surrounding space. Although the lightning dragon, brimming with thunder and electricity, was subjected to the chaotic onslaught of Shiki's sword aura, it did not falter. It merely faced a slight hindrance. Moreover, as the embodiment of thunder, the dragon's speed remained unimpeded, carving a path through the sword energy. Essence, Blade of Rupture. Shiki raised an eyebrow, uniting his dual swords to unleash a sweeping wave of sword energy, akin to a startled swan. At that moment, both space and time seemed to come to a standstill beneath the weight of this immense power. Norse observed from a distance, astonished by the terrifying power of the technique. It seemed as though the gravitational pull on all objects within the realm enveloped by the sword's aura had vanished. It appeared certain that a dragon would indeed be slain. And Enel's ascension to servitude was all but assured. Nostradamus, in his heart, had rendered a verdict on Enel's position aboard the Nine-Snake pirate ship. In the blink of an eye, as anticipated, Enel's lightning dragon was effortlessly cleaved apart by Shiki's razor blade. Instantly, the thunderstorm transformed into countless specks of light, akin to fireflies, expending their final flickers as energy waned. You old fox, you truly possess formidable skills. Enel was compelled to acknowledge Shiki as a formidable adversary, fearing that only by invoking the power of the thunder god could he contend with him. The best is yet to come. Shiki performed several acrobatic flips mid-air, resembling a comical rooster. However, when his dual swords struck the ground, it became evident that he was no ordinary fowl, but rather an extraordinarily powerful combat machine. Harnessing the abilities of the float fruit, an invisible force radiated outward in waves, under Shiki's command. The earth within a 1,000-meter radius was upheaved, along with towering trees that had previously toppled, all rendered weightless. This phenomenon defied Newtonian mechanics, as the very ground seemed to float in mid-air. Furthermore, within the vortex of Shiki's unseen aura, all levitating objects began to spin at an alarming speed. Consequently, a tempest of wood and soil coalesced, surging toward Enel with a ferocious intent to obliterate. Gulping audibly, Enel felt as though his opponent had morphed into a devil, when had the earth beneath him been upheaved. Unbeknownst to him, he remained ignorant of Shiki's precise capabilities. Nevertheless, Enel refused to concede easily. He spread his feet apart, clasped his hands together, and unleashed a torrent of domineering energy. Thunder raged from his being, rising skyward as he activated the domain of the thunder god, embodying the essence of divine lightning. Damn it, this posture is utterly revolting. Is he constipated? Shiki couldn't help but scoff and mock him. Yet, determined to teach Enel a lesson, Shiki narrowed his eyes, manipulating countless wooden fragments and layers of earth to relentlessly bear down upon Enel. The moisture-laden wood crackled and ignited upon contact with the lightning. But as it encountered layer after layer of soil, the flames were forcibly extinguished. Even Enel's divine form was subsequently submerged, forming a treacherous peak that effectively buried him alive. Ha ha ha. Shiki laughed heartily, declaring, easily dispatched. What power does your thunder possess? Burning a few pieces of wood and boasting about it? Why not try igniting some clay? Shiki, intoxicated with triumph, released the fusion of his swords. However, as his left foot landed on a patch of earth, a sudden, blood-curdling scream erupted from him. His entire being crackled with ferocious electric currents, and the overwhelming power of lightning ravaged him, revealing a complete platinum skeletal structure beneath. Ultimately, Shiki collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony, exhaling the acrid scent of charred flesh, while his legs convulsed uncontrollably. This is a mutual destruction? Truly, ignorance of common sense is a terrifying thing. Norse stood at a distance, utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle. He even began to question whether Shiki had intentionally allowed this to happen. It was evident that Enel had activated the Thunder God domain, with currents crackling all around. Although the dual swords, when united, should have remained grounded and impervious to conduction, he insisted on flaunting his prowess by grounding both feet firmly. Nevertheless, the outcome for Shiki was indeed tragic. What a pity. Chapter 66, a consideration of the human-demon dichotomy? With a deafening roar, the mountain of soil, stones, and splintered wood erupted violently amidst the ferocious thunder. In that moment, Enel emerged from the debris, his appearance disheveled, even his lantern-shaped shorts reduced to tatters. Swaying upon his hairy legs, confronted with the injuries inflicted by the golden lion Shiki, he defiantly roared, "Ah, old man, come on. Let us continue this battle and inflict further harm upon one another." Yet, where was the golden lion Shiki? He lay incapacitated on the debris-strewn ground, his body paralyzed by the formidable electric current coursing through the earth, twitching incessantly like a pitiful beggar on the verge of freezing to death. The wind howled mournfully, a lament for the desolation that surrounded them. "Alas, your battle has come to an end." At this moment, North stepped forward. He gazed at the two battered individuals and declared, "Enel, you rose to your feet before him, thus I declare you the victor of this battle. Henceforth, aboard the Snake 9 pirates, you shall assume the role of the first captain, while Shiki the Golden Lion will serve as the second captain. Shiki, your prowess surpasses that of Enel, yet you have faltered due to a lapse in judgment. Do you have anything to say regarding this outcome?" Norse gazed at the Golden Lion Shiki and scoffed. "Tell him not to be so arrogant. My intentions towards him this time are well-meaning, but should he provoke me again, I shall not hesitate to strike him down." The Golden Lion struggled to rise from the ground, feeling despondent and at a loss for words. Indeed, the might of thunder was formidable. One misstep, and he found himself inexplicably paralyzed. Alas, he would have no further opportunities. Next time, I shall unleash an even more powerful storm. Enel clenched his fists, resolved to truly conquer his adversary next time, refusing to repeat the absurdity of this encounter. Lying there without understanding the farce that had unfolded. With that, I shall now impart upon you the requirements for joining the Kuja pirates. Only by meeting these criteria will you be recognized as comrades of the Kuja crew. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure you are cast off the ship. Norse injected several restorative solar orbs into the bodies of the two individuals, alleviating their injuries to a certain extent. "Norse, my dear Enelu, you need not worry. I shall never defy your will. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Just do not let me leave your side, for that would render my heart heavy." As if I were missing something of great significance, Enel gazed affectionately at Norse, indeed displaying quite an unsettling and audacious demeanor. Alas, this scene is truly a strain on my eyes. Shiki stood nearby, covered in goosebumps, pondering how, at his age, he was forced to witness two grown men engaging in such intimacy, leading him to question the trajectory of his future. If I were in your position, Norse, I would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap to teach him a lesson. Shiki could hardly bear it. Enel was nothing short of a super eccentric, shamelessly displaying a blushing visage before Norse, which was utterly revolting. Indeed, a mere slap would be too lenient for such a fellow. Moreover, one of the stipulations aboard the Nine Serpents pirate ship is that comrades may not strike one another. However, they may engage in friendly sparring, during which one could certainly unleash their selfishness and deliver a thorough beating. North managed a feeble smile before turning away and retching violently. "I can't take it any longer. Enel, you are utterly repulsive. You are not inherently androgynous. So could you please refrain from gazing at me with such a demeaning expression? Ha ha ha. I truly believed you were captivated by a charade. Yet it turns out to be nothing more than this." Skeet, unable to contain himself, doubled over in laughter. However, upon contemplating the term androgynous, he was struck by a rather ingenious idea. To be candid, considering this individual possesses such peculiar attributes, I believe he has the potential to embody androgyny. In fact, the potential is quite significant. Therefore, should we not contemplate this possibility? After all, we are all in the same boat, and the days of cohabitation ahead are lengthy. Aren't they? Skeet, your suggestion is rather cruel. Yet, your taste is undeniably intense. North gave Shiki a thumbs up. However, upon contemplating Enel's current condition, it seemed likely that he was experiencing after effects from the powers of the sun fruit. Thus, there was a considerable chance that he would return to normal within a few months. What does your thumbs up gesture signify? Just tell me, does my suggestion hold merit? The Golden Lion inquired once more. Very well then. Norse nodded. Enel, if you continue to behave this way, we may consider transforming you into a woman. What are your thoughts on that? Norse abruptly turned around to face Enel. Upon hearing this, Enel became increasingly exhilarated and curious. Though I am unfamiliar with the term human anomaly, it appears that you all seem rather fond of it, rather than appreciating my current form. Thus, let it be human anomaly. I truly have no objection and, in fact, find myself even more eager. He declared, behold, such is the essence of being invincible in one's humble state. The thickness of my skin is beyond human comprehension. On the sidelines, Shiki observed Enel's exuberance, and to his astonishment, he found himself anticipating the prospect of becoming a human anomaly, even feeling a sense of superiority. It was indeed regrettable that the rumble fruit resided within such an eccentric being. Shiki shook his head. I am an eccentric, and so is your entire family. Enel suddenly retorted, aggrieved by Shiki's comments. What have I done wrong? Am I not endearing? He continued, but I suppose an old fellow like you wouldn't comprehend. Ha ha ha. Shiki laughed. Indeed, I do not understand. Nor do I wish to reminisce about my past exploits with you. Let us cease this discourse. North's intervention was rather vexing. It was evident that reconciliation between these two individuals was an arduous task. He declared, the next requirement is that all members aboard the ship must coexist harmoniously. Only those who fully integrate into the Nine-Snake pirate crew shall be deemed true companions. Otherwise, I will personally see to their expulsion from the vessel. Furthermore, given our fundamental identity as pirates, the act of plunder must take precedence. However, when it concerns innocent lives, we must remain vigilant and refrain from causing them harm. While brute force may conquer many obstacles, it cannot conquer all. Only by winning the hearts of the people can we attain greater victories. Enel and Shiki nodded in agreement upon hearing these words. Admittedly, these stipulations might somewhat constrain Shiki's perception of his role as a pirate. After all, Shiki's past actions were characterized by rampant destruction and cruelty, with little regard for the innocent. Yet, now that he found himself aboard the Nine-Snake pirate ship, he must endeavor to adhere to these principles. By the way, Shiki, if you can fulfill these requirements, I shall remove the helm from your head. Even if it means diminishing my own strength, allowing your bodily functions to revive as they once were, and restoring you to the vigor of a decade past. In order to enhance Shiki's cohesion and motivation as a member of the Nine-Snake's crew, and to facilitate his swift integration into the pirate band, North resorted to this enticing proposition. Upon hearing this, Shiki was instantly exhilarated. Is it true? If I could remove the helm from my head, my combat would become utterly frenzied, devoid of any concerns for consequences. I would feel invincible. North's words have always held weight. Remember, these are the stipulations. North smiled, suggesting that one must also maintain a good relationship with Enel. Could it be that we must befriend this eccentric? The Golden Lion confirmed. Of course. Enel is also a member of our crew. As long as you two get along splendidly, who in this vast ocean would dare to underestimate the three of us? Very well, for the sake of my own safety, I shall make an effort to coexist harmoniously with this eccentric, even if it means compromising myself. The Golden Lion Shiki remarked with a hint of sorrow. You should understand my feelings, right? Indeed. Norse nodded, and thus proceeded to assign you a collaborative task. What task? Shiki, eager to restore his faculties, inquired with anticipation. You shall construct a vessel capable of traversing both the seas and the skies. With your combined efforts, we shall not only dominate the oceans but also conquer the heavens. Indeed, your island ship can float gracefully in the lofty heights. Yet it struggles to navigate in the absence of wind. However, if your capabilities are merged into a single vessel, I believe the creation will be quite fascinating. What is his ability? Enel asked, seeking clarification, though he held little opposition to Norse's arrangements. Shiki's power allows him to nullify the gravity of inanimate objects, enabling them to drift with the breeze. Upon hearing this, Enel experienced a moment of clarity, understanding why the soil and wood had been so effortlessly upheaved under Shiki's control, as if gravity held no sway over them. I see. In fact, I have been secretly constructing new ships in recent years and have developed a concrete core mechanism. Should this old fellow wish to incorporate any new ideas, I would not mind enhancing the ship's design, Enel assured Norse. Additionally, I recall there should be a so-called divine tree on this Sky Island, correct? Norse inquired of Enel. In his recollection, Sky Island was home to a divine tree, renowned for its exceptional timber, ideal for shipbuilding. Indeed, at the very heart of the island stood a colossal tree, casting its shadow over a significant portion of the sacred land. Both my former kin and the present-day Andeans have long revered and worshipped this magnificent tree. It must be the fabled divine tree. Enel pondered for a moment and then replied, perhaps I should chop it down now and procure some fine timber. Very well. Let us sever the crown of the divine tree. Norse nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the moment when he would harness the sun's power to nurture the great tree, believing it would not perish as a result. Chapter 67. The New Ship, crafted from gold. A month later, under the guidance of Gold Lion Shiki and Enel, a golden airship was finally completed, constructed with a staggering investment of 2 billion berries worth of gold. Captain, come and experience this gilded vessel. Only someone of your stature could truly embody the magnificence of this golden ship, Enel said, exhibiting an unusually cheerful demeanor as he lavished compliments upon Hancock, proclaiming, it is destined to captivate the seas, unparalleled in beauty. Hancock regarded Enel with surprise but dismissed it, her focus primarily on the extravagance of the golden airship. How much gold was used? She inquired, striving to maintain her composure. Not much, just 2 billion, replied Gold Lion Shiki with a grin. Indeed, precisely 2 billion in gold. All of which is part of my personal collection, Enel affirmed, having skillfully utilized his mastery over lightning to consume 2 billion berries worth of gold in the creation of the new Thunder airship, a veritable spectacle of opulence. Shiki approached, puzzled by Enel's behavior. What has gotten into you today? Why are you flattering Hancock? Shouldn't you regard her as a rival? Norse discreetly pulled Golden Lion closer and whispered. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shurji chuckled softly at Norse. This must surely be my doing. Did you not ask us to coexist harmoniously? I simply devised a strategy for him. To bring you joy, one must first placate the captain to gain your attention. Old Jean, are you truly trying to deceive me? Upon hearing this, North was instantly enveloped in profound frustration, realizing that Shiki had deceived him. Not at all, he thought. I resorted to such a desperate measure merely to foster a better relationship with him. Moreover, even if it comes to this, you won't suffer any loss. Just look at how pleased our captain is. Perhaps this could even resolve the conflict between the captain and Inel. The Golden Lion was unconvinced, feeling that he had done nothing wrong. Yet, he recognized that continuing down this path of conversation might lead North to contemplate how to ensnare him in his own trap. So he deftly shifted the subject. North, this magnificent golden thunderboat is a collaborative creation between myself and that peculiar Inel. Most of the materials comprising the vessel have been subjected to my levitation powers, thus rendering them devoid of gravitational potential. It can now be said that propelled by the power of thunder, its speed is exceedingly swift. Just how swift, you may wonder. Norse was rather looking forward to it, hoping it would not merely be a beautiful yet impractical existence. A gust of wind? No, perhaps as swift as lightning. In truth, Shiki was uncertain. But after a moment of serious contemplation, he remarked, the core driving force has been meticulously designed by Inel. It all hinges on his capabilities and endurance before a final assessment can be made. Norse, do you not think that as I sit here, I resemble an affluent sovereign more and more? Suddenly, Hancock joyfully inquired of Norse while seated upon a golden throne adorned with an array of colorful shells from the pristine sea, also asking if she was becoming increasingly beautiful, and whether this left him breathless. Captain, this throne is fashioned from gold worth 2 billion berries, all invested in this flying vessel. The golden seat upon which you currently rest is valued at no less than 100 million berries. Norse remarked. Even an ugly creature sitting atop would appear sacred and beautiful, wouldn't it? Let alone a peerless beauty like Hancock. Furthermore, the interior of the flying vessel shimmered with gold, adorned with precious shells from the azure sea, their vibrant hues reminiscent of coral and agate. This feels rather strange. Is it possible that outside of this golden grandeur, I am not exquisite in my own right? Hancock pouted. It was evident that Norse had not responded as she had anticipated. His immediate focus was not on her beauty, but rather on the dazzling gold. What a jest. Without your stunning presence, these golden treasures would hold no worth in my eyes. It is solely because of your unparalleled beauty that these riches acquire significance. Ultimately, what I wish to convey is that, dear Hancock, you possess a beauty that is simply regal, truly the pinnacle among sovereigns. Norse shamelessly flattered Hancock, leaving the nearby Shiki in utter admiration. Meanwhile, Inel, observing Norse's words, bowed his head silently, as if struck by 1,000 blows. Clenching his fist and muttering to himself, I must strive, I must learn, I need to master the art of persuasion as Norse does, to express my genuine feelings for him. Giggling, Hancock sat upon the captain's throne, her delicate fingers covering her mouth in mirth. You are truly insufferable. There are still many people around. Fear not, dear sister. Your enchanting smile just now caused the Sandians and the angelic folk who came to bid farewell to faint with bliss, and they are now lost in sweet dreams. Sonia whispered conspiratorially in Hancock's ear. Is that so? But I assure you, it was not my intention. My fruit's power did not even manifest. Hancock replied innocently. Dear sister, that merely indicates that you are exceptionally beautiful and commanding today, rendering ordinary mortals incapable of withstanding the surge of emotions. Gold chimed in with a grin. Indeed. If that is the case, I can rest easy. Hancock flicked her hair nonchalantly. Her eyes sparkled as she regarded Norse and the others. For as the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, she understood the necessity of issuing commands at crucial moments. Now, we shall officially depart from Sky Island, Hancock declared. Turning to Shiki. Shiki, I've heard you harbor a grudge against those from the East Blue, longing for revenge? Indeed, Captain. You look stunning today. Even this old frame feels a surge of warmth. Shiki replied, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of their next destination being the East Blue. However, I wish to propose that we first visit your Vermal Isle, then proceed to the East Blue, Hancock suggested, recalling her private discussions with Norse regarding the IQ gene serum, which seemed to enhance animal genetics and growth. She was curious about what transformations it might bring to Salome and the 2 enormous venomous pythons. Moreover, Shiki had invested his entire fortune into the 9 Snake Pirates, thus he too was eager to assess Vermal Isle's worth. Shiki hesitated. For the island held significant experiments tied to him, a veritable treasure trove. Despite having dedicated his entire fortune to the 9 Snake Pirates, it pained him to part with it. What troubles you? Is it because you possess a vast array of IQ plants? Norse suddenly gazed at Shiki with a gleeful expression, reminding him that they were now companions. And there was no need to conceal anything. Moreover, that had become their shared treasure, hadn't it? Upon hearing this, Jean Sheetsy was taken aback. He pondered how Norse knew about the abundant IQ plants on Vailmayu. It seemed that Norse harbored many secrets, buried deep within. Realizing that further concealment was futile, he remarked. It appears you are quite well informed. What more can I say? He chuckled, adding, to be honest, if Veilmayu proves to be as promising as it seems, it will become one of our bases for the Nine Serpents pirate crew. Additionally, our primary aim for visiting Veilmayu is to facilitate the evolution of our ship's pets, ensuring their combat capabilities meet our standards. All right. Shiki nodded, acknowledging that refusal was not an option. After all, wherever Norse went, he would follow. For it was essential to savor Norse's culinary creations to survive. Cook, let us commence our departure from Sky Island. Norse contemplated the nearly month-long sojourn on the floating island, where they had left their mark. The Sandians and the denizens of Angel Island coexisted harmoniously, and the progress in cultural exchange was commendable. It was time for them to depart. However, they still had a cache of gold yet to be fully retrieved. Norse had concealed it, intending to collect more when necessary in the future. Chapter 68. Arrival at Vermilion. The Thunder Skiff and the Nine Serpents pirate ship were both anchored upon the vessel of Sky, which was spacious enough to resemble a private isle. Indeed, Captain Sky, the Golden Lion, insisted on lowering the island ship to a certain altitude, ideally where the coastal city of Gaia Island could be discerned, serving as a reference point for recalibrating their direction. Without this, he would be unable to locate Vermilion. In plain terms, Captain Sky was somewhat of a navigational simpleton. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, lacking precise coordinates would lead to disorientation, necessitating periodic descents to re-establish their bearings. Fortunately, I was present. Otherwise, the complications would have been manifold. Norse gazed at Skiddo and remarked, however, let us proceed with your method this time. I can take this opportunity to chart the routes across land, sea, and air. The Golden Lion, Skiddo, chuckled beside him, somewhat skeptical of Norse's assertion. You must be jesting. How can a mariner like you also serve as an aviator? With the vast expanse of white at 10,000 meters above, how could you possibly delineate a flight path? Who are you trying to deceive? During the day, use the sun as a point of reference and remember the cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north. That should be manageable, wouldn't you agree? Nost quietly remarked that once a route has been traversed, the general path in the sky can easily be remembered. Moreover, by night, one can observe the stars and moon as points of reference. How could one possibly get lost? No stars? Are you jesting? The stars appear even more brilliant from 10,000 meters above, do they not? Indeed, yet this is not navigation. Rather, it pertains to the astronomers of the New World. Golden Lion Shurji reminisced, however, if we are to speak of the most remarkable astronomers I know, it would undoubtedly be those from the Sky Island of Vashalia. Alas, that group consists solely of elderly gentlemen. Otherwise, I would insist on bringing a few aboard. Haha, you are aware of astronomers. It seems you are not entirely ignorant of the subject. Norse chuckled, surprised that you had ventured to Visalia and sought out that group of meteorological astronomers. I wonder if they would be utterly bewildered by the mere exhibition of the powers that Enel and I possess, which can influence the very weather itself. Norse, are you discussing me? Suddenly, Enel emerged, bare-chested, holding a glass of red wine, and offered it to Norse, saying, are you thirsty? I brought you a glass of red wine. I've heard it's quite romantic. Oh. Norse awkwardly accepted and said, I can drink. But could you please refrain from looking at me with such longing eyes? I shall be frank with you. Men can only be brothers. To surpass that bond is a disgrace. I know I only wish to follow you. Inira gazed at Norse earnestly, feeling no shame whatsoever. This is a sickness. Come. Let me treat you once more. Norse, feeling helpless yet hopeful for Inira's swift return to normalcy, gently placed a hand on Inira's head, channeling his affectionate energy. Inira felt an overwhelming sense of delight, as if Norse were endlessly caressing him. He couldn't help but shed a few tears of joy, exclaiming, Norse, you are truly too good to me. Being by your side brings me such happiness. I cannot fathom how I survived in darkness before your presence. Gulyalu. The Golden Lion Shiki, observing from the side, swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this pathetic man can only be Inira. How could such a person exist in this world? And right before my eyes, no less, as my companion? Heaven help me, Shiki thought he must be mad to be on the same ship. Inira. If you continue this way, you might end up as a ladyboy. I'm not joking. I know the king of the ladyboys. And he might actually be able to help you. Shiki said with a malicious glee. Is that what you claim? I have spent all my time in the skies, completely oblivious to your underground affairs. If I end up becoming the lightning god of the ladyboys, and you discuss me further, I shall retaliate. Inira, intrigued by the notion of ladyboys, had heard they could remedy his status as a man, thus making others regard him more favorably. A chuckle escaped him as he contemplated this. Days later, Norse and his companions finally arrived at the islands of Vermilion. One could not deny that the aerial route was far more navigable than the maritime one. Of course, their swift pace was largely due to the wind pearls collected in the White Sea, which served as propulsion. Shiki, is this your former hideout? Hancock, spotting it from a distance, was taken aback, exclaiming, no wonder he is a great pirate. These dozens of islands are simply breathtaking. Reds, yellows, greens, are there even rainbows hanging in the sky? Moreover, I see 2 lines of egrets flying into the clouds. It truly is a paradise. Indeed, Captain, this is Vermilion, my sanctuary for many years. It harbors a wealth of animal genes, and even the so-called IQ plants I previously mentioned. This was an unexpected discovery, Shiki said, his enthusiasm bordering on madness. If we can harness the IQ plants here, we could pose a formidable threat to the world, even if we were to oppose it. That won't do. Though I may be the captain, the plans are to be devised under Norse, the first mate. Thus, your wild notions can only remain as musings for now. We must proceed step by step. Hancock replied, turning to Norse and inquiring, Norse, do you truly believe this place can serve as our stronghold in the skies? Shiki shook his head in response, realizing he would have to obediently follow along. As the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, Hancock appeared not to share much interest in IQ plants, leaving them at an impasse. If Shiki does indeed become our companion, this place will naturally belong to us. Of course, should he not join us, it will eventually be a land without a master, with an Iris thunderous airship. It will still become our stronghold, so as long as you desire it, anything is possible. Norse smiled, showcasing his charming way with words and his confidence in his own abilities. Am I not correct, Shiki? Norse asked with a grin. Shiki, devoid of irritation, felt his resolve waning. The more you say this, the more I must live splendidly. Such a miser. Sandra Sonia pouted, but then recalled the rich biodiversity of Vermiu, wondering if she might discover a splendid pet on this island. But I don't care. I want a magnificent, imposing pet, and you must present me with all the options. I want one too. Gala chimed in, recalling how Norse had acquired the Pegasus from Ganfuer before leaving Sky Island. All right. Shiki burst into laughter. You wish for an impressive pet? You have come to the right person and the right place. Come, let me guide you. There are creatures that soar through the skies, swim in the waters, and run upon the land. Moreover, if you possess enough charisma, you might just manage to tame a remarkable pet. On this island, 80% of the animals had undergone mutation through IQ gene injections, their majestic forms beyond question, leaving only the acceptance of the companions to be determined. Chapter 69, The Quest for Pets. Upon the arrival of North and his companions on the island of Vailmayu, they hastened towards the beastly forest. The Golden Lion, Shurji, remarked that the forest was inhabited by ferocious creatures enhanced by IQ gene serum. These beasts exhibited unparalleled ferocity, immense strength, and significantly fortified defenses. For some among North's party, this place indeed presented an excellent opportunity for honing their skills. This floating isle was the very beastly forest, teeming with tens of thousands of fierce birds and beasts, all subjected to the IQ gene injections. Originally, I intended to unleash them upon the East Sea to devastate countless cities. However, the circumstances here were no longer at my discretion. The Golden Lion, Shurji, glanced at North and the others with utmost seriousness, hoping to convince them of his allegiance to the 9 Serpent Pirates. Your ambitions are quite grand, he conceded. But what are mere ferocious birds and beasts to fear? Can they truly annihilate the cities of the East Sea? Sonia and Galad could not help but mock Shurji, dismissing the notion that the creatures here were terrifying compared to the fearsome beasts of the Windless Sea's Lily region. How do they compare to the Lord of the Skies? Inilu inquired, skeptical of Shurji's claims. The Golden Lion was perplexed, unaware that the Lord of the Skies was a mythical serpent stretching over 1,000 meters. In terms of size, the Lord of the Skies certainly surpassed any other creature, yet in terms of combat prowess, I believe the mutated beasts of Vailmayu hold greater strength. North interjected. Indeed, there exists a discerning mind, Shurji nodded, albeit surprised at North's profound understanding. He sensed that North had emerged from the realm of Vailmayu. Ah, do not be astonished. To one who can soar, what secrets remain hidden? North chuckled, alleviating Shurji's confusion. Just then, the ground trembled. Here they come. A beast approaches. If you too desire a pet, now is your chance. Shurji urged Sonia and Galad. The sisters swallowed hard, sensing something amiss as the vibrations surpassed their comprehension of ferocity. What could possibly be so immense? With a sudden upheaval, a colossal bear burst forth, letting out a thunderous roar. Wow, it's enormous. Is that really a bear? It dwarfs even the largest bears on our 9 Serpent Island. Indeed, these are rare beasts from Vailmayu, and due to the influence of the IQ gene substance, most creatures on the island have undergone mutations, Shurji explained with a smile. Some beasts evolve further by consuming others, for instance. Certain tigers that devour birds may develop wings under the IQ gene's influence. However, this massive bear has evidently mutated in size. How about it? Are you interested in capturing it as a pet? Shurji suddenly inquired. What? Who would want such a monstrous creature as a pet? It seems utterly wild and devoid of its primal instincts. They shook their heads in refusal. Very well, if not this one, let us find another. Shurji exchanged glances with Inilu, saying, Captain, I leave this to you. Inilu clapped his chest, declaring, a trivial matter, a single bolt of lightning will suffice. Boom. In an instant, Inilu unleashed 30 million volts of electricity, striking the bear that was furiously pounding its chest. The towering bear, akin to a small mountain, was instantly electrified and emitted a pitiful cry. Yet, as a mutated species, it did not perish. Instead, it retaliated with a powerful paw strike aimed at Inilu. Foolish creature. Inilu scoffed, unleashing his wrath as he summoned a deluge of lightning that filled the air with crackling energy, causing his companions to instinctively retreat, fearing the surging currents. However, these were Inilu's own bolts, entirely under his control, rendering their fears unnecessary. 50 million volts. Inilu extended his hand, releasing another bolt that struck the bear. The bear let out a cry once more, but instead of succumbing to death, it transformed from a frenzied state into one of submission, emitting a pitiful mewl. tears glistening in its eyes. Haha. Shurji erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Remarkable. Inola has tamed this bear." Silence. Tamed? Who would wish to tame it? Inola retorted, feeling insulted. "It's disgraceful that I failed to kill this creature twice. 100 million volts." Inola approached the bear, enveloping it in a surge of lightning, his power now formidable. Within a radius of 100 meters, everything was obliterated by the electrical force. The once docile bear was reduced to a skeleton, devoid of flesh. Problem solved. Inola emerged from the debris, cautioning, "However, you should remain vigilant. These beasts are indeed resistant to attacks, as evidenced by my initial 30 million volts failing to slay them. Honestly, perhaps you should refrain from intervening next time. Allow North to handle it instead," one suggested. "Why?" Inola scratched his head, glancing at Shurji. Perplexed by the discrepancy between expectations and reality. "Isn't your prowess sufficient? Yet what of our bear? Did you not find it too large to be a pet?" Inola replied innocently. "That is not the point. If North were to strike, the bear would not be left as mere bones. Its flesh would be delectable and enter our bellies." "Precisely. And you? Such wastefulness, annihilating our food supply." "Oh, so you wish to consume it? Had you mentioned this earlier? I could have prepared it for you. Ever heard of lightning cuisine?" Inola offered enthusiastically. "Rest assured, the next beast will be preserved for a culinary delight." The others looked surprised. "What? You can cook?" "Of course. My lightning cuisine is extraordinary. Once you taste it, you will find it exhilarating and unforgettable." Inola nodded, playfully manipulating a surge of lightning, reveling in his triumph. "Shall we trust you once more?" Sonia and Galad, the quintessential gourmets, were instantly intrigued at the mention of lightning cuisine, their imaginations igniting with anticipation. Chapter 70. The side madness. As they ventured deeper, the cacophony of ferocious beasts grew louder, their agitated roars echoing through the woods. The recent clash between the great bear and Enel had thoroughly disturbed the wildlife within the forest. However, North and his companions remained unfazed, treating the surroundings as if they were a mere amusement park. These mutated creatures were trivial. As long as North and his group were in the right mood, the so-called ferocious beast would merely become sustenance for them. Suddenly, a swift beast dashed through the nearby woods, slicing through the air with its speed. "Here it comes again!" Gold Lion Shiki alerted the group, urging them to be on guard. "Why complicate things? I can use my mind net to pinpoint every beast in this forest," Enel suggested. "How about zapping them?" "Zapping? What a foolish notion. Are you intending to tame them with your lightning? To extinguish their savage nature? What value would they hold then?" Gold Lion Shiki frowned, recalling how Enel had subdued the ferocious bear with a voltage of 50 million volts. It seemed likely that other beasts could be similarly tamed. "We should eliminate the weaklings." "Isn't that preferable?" "No, they are merely beasts. If they could serve as combatants, they would sow chaos in the city and undoubtedly prove useful," Gold Lion explained, pondering that even if they were of no use in the East Sea, surely they would be invaluable when claiming dominion in the New World. Shiki was right, moreover. This territory now belonged to our 9-snake pirate crew. It was our own garden, and there was no need for widespread extermination. Just a few meals would suffice. Suddenly, Norse interjected with a remark, expressing his disapproval of Enel's intention to unleash the power of the Mind Network to launch a widespread assault on the ferocious beasts. "Indeed, Enel, you remain unrepentant in your cruelty," he exclaimed. "Nevertheless, when the time comes for you to assist me in taming a pet of my choosing, I shall remember your skills favorably." "Ah, yes," Enel mused, scratching his head in confusion, pondering the apparent disparity between celestial beings and their earthly counterparts. There certainly seemed to be significant differences in thought and opinion. Boom. At that moment, within mere seconds, the towering trees surrounding them appeared to be dismantled as if by an unseen force, with remarkably clean cuts. "Be cautious. It seems we have encountered the scythe madness of this forest," Shiki cautioned. "This beast is capable of flight and leaps, having undergone mutations due to the influence of IQ gene serums. It stands 5 meters tall and stretches 10 meters in length, its limbs armed with razor-sharp claws, while its legs bear formidable spikes akin to daggers. Should one be struck, losing limbs is a distinct possibility. A scythe mantis? Such a creature would be unsuitable as a pet. We must seek alternatives." They agreed. "Indeed, it is far too large, and its grotesque form is disconcerting. Is there truly no more desirable creature within this forest? I simply wish to ascertain whether this beast is edible," Enel remarked, his thoughts drifting toward culinary matters. Should it prove consumable, he would prepare to capture it and engage in lightning-infused cooking, carefully controlling the electrical output. "The Golden Lion," Shiki chuckled heartily. "There are certainly pets of your liking within. Sky leopards, tri-faced tigers, golden lions, and 3-legged birds abound in this forest. However, while the scythe mantis may not be ideal as a companion, its severed legs, once detached from its head and body, offer a delicacy that is hard to resist." "What does it taste like? Have you ever tried it?" Enel inquired. "Muscle flavor, rich in essence," Shiki replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, North chuckled lightly. "Essence? It must be akin to indulging in sea crabs, I suppose?" However, Jean Shitsi Shurji's mention of the mantis legs sparked an idea within North. Indeed, with such a colossal mantis, there must be a considerable amount of meat within those legs, and roasting them would surely release an enticing aroma. "Enel, it is your turn to continue the performance." Furthermore, we shall only partake of the mantis legs. You may handle the other parts as you see fit. North remarked, gazing at Enel. No problem. Prepare yourselves to savor my thunderous cuisine. Enel replied with pride, closing his eyes to harness the power of his mind network. Sensing the hidden mantises nearby, boom. In mere moments, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking somewhere in the vicinity. Let us go and take a look. A group led by Norse ascended, soon discovering a large mantis, incapacitated by a lightning strike, its legs twitching erratically. Are we certain we want to forego the head and abdomen? At that moment, Enel approached and declared, otherwise, I shall commence the preparation. No. We are quite discerning and particular about our food. Very well, I shall begin. Enel advanced towards the mantis, a blade of lightning manifesting in his hand. Thunder slash. In an instant, the lightning blade shot forth, slicing through the mantis with the swiftness of a bolt, dismembering it as if in the blink of an eye. How convenient. Indeed, observed Shiki, astonished by Enel's ability to transform lightning into a blade, a remarkable feat he had not witnessed in their previous battles. What Shiki failed to realize was that this inspiration had recently struck Enel after witnessing his own techniques with the withered wood and the light blade produced by Sakura. Old fellow, why do you gaze at me so? Have you perhaps developed an affection for me? How revolting. Enel, intending to enlist Shiki's assistance in removing several mantis legs, noticed the peculiarity in Shiki's gaze and felt a surge of discomfort. What are you saying? I merely think your lightning blade is impressive. Spare me your repugnance. Enel nearly lost his temper, unable to suppress his emotions. It was indeed challenging to maintain a good rapport with Enel. Oh, I see. However, it would be best to refrain from such looks in the future. Enel coldly remarked, this lightning blade was inspired by our battles. Upon hearing this, Norse and the others exchanged glances, surprised by the extent of Enel's innate talent. No, it must be his extraordinary application and mastery of the thunder fruit. Aha, Enel. You have done splendidly. We are confident in your abilities. Norse smiled. The greater the strength of Enel, the more significantly the overall combat capability of the 9 snake pirates would be enhanced, especially since Enel served as the captain of the 1st Division. The subordinates of the 4 emperors are replete with formidable warriors. However, the 9 snake pirates are not inferior to any of the emperors, particularly with the presence of 2 exceptionally powerful figures, Golden Lion Shiki and Enel. Even if 3 or 4 equally matched warriors were to confront them simultaneously, they would possess adequate means to face the challenge. With such a formidable lineup, who would dare to offend them? Who would be so bold as to show them disrespect? Thank you. I will steadfastly follow in your footsteps. Enel felt a surge of joy upon hearing Norse, realizing that this was indeed the effective way to capture Norse's attention. Prepare your dish. Hancock arched her beautiful brows, positioning herself in front of Norse, feeling an unsettling sensation within. She could hardly believe that there existed a man who so admired Norse, rendering her speechless. Chapter 71. Feast on meat had Norse not mentioned it. Enel would have remained oblivious to the fact that his current symptoms were merely remnants of the sun's power reacting within him. A condition that might normalize in a few months. Otherwise, he would have been petrified on the spot. Yes, Captain. Enel reminded himself not to offend the captain, for he was the leader of the 9 snake pirates, and even Norse would protect him. Subsequently, the group moved the mantis legs to a clear area, and Enel commenced his culinary endeavor. The so-called thunder cuisine involved Enel harnessing the power of lightning to generate heat in the form of electricity to prepare the mantis legs. With thunder crackling in his hands, upon contact with the several meter-long mantis leg, the energy began to travel to the end. The essence of cooking lies in controlling the appropriate current, akin to regulating suitable temperatures. At this moment, Enel was indeed performing admirably. At the very least, he had not scorched the ingredients. Instead, within a controllable range, the mantis legs began to change color from a bluish-green to a golden hue. It's starting to smell delectable. Indeed, I am quite excited to taste thunder cuisine for the first time. As for me, I couldn't care less. I certainly cannot consume Enel's cuisine. Only Norse's cooking is my utmost favorite. Golden Lion Shiki casually picked up a mantis leg, grinning at Norse. You see. Soon they will indulge heartily, while I will feel rather uncomfortable in my heart and stomach. Moreover, this mantis leg looks quite appealing. Why not prepare one for me? We could enjoy meat and wine together. Wouldn't that be delightful? Gurgle as he spoke. Golden Lion Shiki's stomach indeed let out a growl. North shook his head, feeling utterly helpless. Indeed, those who choose the life of a pirate possess insatiable appetites. I recall just a few hours ago aboard the ship, you devoured an entire sheep. Did you not? Is it so difficult to rein in your cravings? If I were to engage in a fierce battle for 10 consecutive days and nights, would you truly be unable to endure a mere few hours without sustenance? Unlikely. Besides, who would dare to trouble you? I would be the first to venture out and eliminate them. The Golden Lion Shiki declared with utmost seriousness, contemplating that anyone foolish enough to provoke North was essentially threatening his own livelihood. It was a fool's errand. Well then, bring it forth. North reached out to accept the mantis leg offered by Golden Lion Shiki, grasping the sharp, knife-like appendage firmly. In an instant, a searing warmth coursed through it. And mere seconds later, it glowed a vibrant red without exhibiting any signs of charring. Meanwhile, Enel's lightning-infused dishes exuded an increasingly enticing aroma of meat. Suddenly, North declared that he had completed his culinary creation in less than 2 minutes. This revelation astonished the onlookers, who marveled at the rapidity and the absence of any aromatic wafts. Is it truly finished? Golden Lion Shiki chuckled mischievously, pondering the potential mischief that might ensue. Does such a dish require an extensive preparation time? North retorted. With a decisive clap, Golden Lion Shiki, eager to ascertain the dish's quality, cast aside the still-warm mantis leg. Delightful. The crowd was instantly enveloped by a rich, meaty fragrance, revealing that North had cleverly contained the aroma. His culinary prowess was indeed exceptional. A skill seldom replicated by the average person. Ah, so that's how it is. Golden Lion Shiki grinned foolishly, affirming his belief that North could never be one to deceive him so casually. I'm so eager to taste this. Sonia and the others swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the mantis leg in Shiki's hand, its flesh glistening like yellow jade, promising exquisite flavor. Alas, I only possess 1 leg, while Enel has prepared 7 for you all. ISNT that rather stingy? However, just then, Enel announced the completion of his own dish. I'm done. Come and savor it. It will surely delight. He distributed 1 leg to each of North's companions while keeping 1 for himself. But what of the electricity? How do we eat this? They expressed concern about the potential electric shock from the dish. Rest assured, my control over lightning is impeccable. This faint charge poses no threat. Rather, it will heighten your taste buds, ensuring each bite retains its initial flavor. Enel explained, which made a degree of sense. I shall be the first to sample it. As a culinary enthusiast, North is profoundly intrigued by Anairu's lightning-style cooking techniques, and he cannot resist the temptation to sample it first. Blue meat? Upon peeling away the outer layer, he discovers that the texture of the meat differs from the sun-roasted variety he is accustomed to, evidently. The disparate cooking methods have resulted in a distinct flavor profile. The hue is quite appealing, yet I shall first ascertain the taste. Nuasi held a strip of blue meat in his hand, placing it delicately into his mouth as he slowly closed his eyes. What sensations did he experience? The meat melted instantly upon contact, while a subtle current coursed through his mouth, continuously stimulating the taste buds on his tongue and ensuring a thorough appreciation of the dish's exquisite flavor. Indeed, it was remarkable, the unique essence of Liege cuisine, with its perfectly balanced electric infusion, could be considered a culinary masterpiece. North smiled appreciatively and remarked, Enel, I must say, your culinary skills are quite impressive. Particularly the way you infuse electricity into your dishes, I cannot compare. Enel, delighted by Norse's acknowledgement, happily scratched his head and replied, from now on, I shall prepare Thunder-style cuisine for you every day. Upon hearing Norse commend the food, Sonia and the others eagerly indulged in their meal without hesitation. Hancock, unable to resist her curiosity and the others' appetites, began to eat delicately as well, quickly losing track of time and unable to stop. Indeed, the large mantis offered an abundance of meat, providing great satisfaction to all. After their meal, they ventured further inside to seek suitable pets. Eventually, Sonia discovered a 3-headed black panther, while Galad found a flying tiger with wings and a commendable physique. Though both creatures were rather fierce, they eventually became docile under Enel's repeated thunderous assaults. Enel assured them, do not worry, leave them to me for a few days, and I will ensure they are thoroughly trained. Very well, came the response, but be gentle with it. It was not easy to find a pet I adore. Shall we proceed? I will guide you to the upper floating island, where you will find the palace, swimming pool, gardens, and our laboratory, said Gold Lion Shiki, indicating it was time to return to the base. Chapter 72. Injection of IQ Gene Serum upon reaching the highest floating island of Vermio. They arrived at Gold Lion Shiki's base, which housed a laboratory dedicated to the extraction of IQ plant genes. Surrounding them were numerous mutated species in motion. However, despite their formidable nature, these creatures were fearful of the scent of a certain drug, thus kept within a controlled area. Shiki, please arrange accommodations for them so they can rest well, and then take me to your laboratory for a tour, he instructed. Norse gazed upon the Golden Lion Shiki and remarked that there was no need for pleasantries, as this place was a shared possession of the 9 Serpents pirate crew. Rest assured, I shall arrange the most luxurious suite for the esteemed captain. Shiki smiled and gestured for one of his subordinates to approach, delegating the task at hand. After Hancock and the others departed, Norse, accompanied by his 2 pets, proceeded with Shiki towards the laboratory. Upon reaching the laboratory, they found Indigo engrossed in his research. In a nearby cage, several ferocious beasts were undergoing experimentation. One avian creature lay lifeless, while the others writhed in a state of frenzy. Lord Norse, what brings you here? Indigo exclaimed upon noticing Norse's presence, promptly halting his work and standing respectfully before him. I came to have a look. By the way, to what stage has the IQ gene research progressed? We are currently at the 3rd stage. Attempting to increase the dosage of the IQ gene and administer it to these savage beasts, though the failure rate is quite high, Indigo replied, glancing at Shiki for confirmation before answering truthfully. Nos smiled reassuringly, expressing his genuine interest in the research findings. Rest assured, you may continue your studies. Feel free to request any resources you require. Indeed, Lord Nos, Indigo replied, somewhat surprised, as he had anticipated that this significant research might be halted. It appeared that Lord Nos harbored considerable ambition, aiming to accumulate formidable power. Additionally, I have come to enhance the combat capabilities of the Crimson Python. Surely, you possess the finest IQ gene serum here? Nos stated directly. The serpent? Indigo realized that Nos referred to the large Crimson Python accompanying him. Though it may seem like an ordinary python, it has been by my side for 3 years, harboring a substantial amount of solar energy within. After receiving the IQ gene injection, it will undoubtedly surpass the esteemed beast of Wiremayu. Oh, I see. I shall prepare it at once. Please wait a moment, Lord Nos. Indigo then proceeded to the laboratory. At that moment, the golden lion, Shurji, interjected, Nos, what about the Pegasus? Did it not consume the mermere fruit? Should we not consider grafting it? What do you mean? Nos was initially perplexed by Shurji's insinuation. Did I not mention earlier? Animals that have undergone the IQ gene injection can acquire extraordinary powers by consuming the flesh and blood of other creatures. Are you suggesting that we have the Crimson Python devour that Pegasus? Nos was taken aback, though this course of action did seem plausible. Precisely. Given the abilities of such a bird, do you not think the mermere fruit would be squandered? Shurji nodded in agreement and continued. Why not give it a try? After all, you obtained it from Ganfuer for a reason, did you not? That may be so, but how confident are you in this endeavor? North inquired. Pondering the mere loss of an animal-type maimed fruit, and it seemed that the Pegasus had aged, appearing rather dull-witted. Indeed, it was somewhat wasteful to occupy such a fruit. He decided to consult his old comrade, Indigo. Even the formidable golden lion Shiki refrained from making any guarantees. Yet it was Indigo who possessed the most profound understanding of the IQ serum. What is it? Indigo emerged from the laboratory, cradling a box, likely containing the IQ serum and its related injections. Well, North wishes to know the probability of mutation leading to the acquisition of new abilities if a serpent were to devour an animal possessing devil fruit powers, Shiki articulated. Approximately 30%, though I cannot assure you of the exact figure, considering the target wields the power of a devil fruit. Indigo scratched his head, having undoubtedly contemplated the outcome numerous times within his mind. Shall we give it a try? The golden lion gazed at North. I believe a 30% chance is quite substantial, and once a mutation occurs, the combat prowess of your pet could be unimaginable. Let us first administer the IQ serum to Red Pippi and see what unfolds. Norse resolved to first observe the reactions of Red Pippi after the injection of the IQ serum. If no perilous effects were evident, he would permit Red Pippi to devour the Pegasus bird. No problem, Indigo declared as he retrieved 3 vials from the box in his hand. A total of 3 injections will be administered, 1 each week. Only after 3 weeks can we ascertain its significant effects. Norse nodded. There was indeed some time to spare, and it would be quite beneficial to cultivate his skills during this interval. Consequently, after administering the first IQ serum to Pippi Hong, Norse and the others departed from the experiment. Throughout the ensuing 3 weeks, Norse and others are diligently honing their skills, particularly focusing on imparting the knowledge and application of Haki, including Kinbunchaku and Busashoku, to Enel. Meanwhile, Sonia and Galad are accompanied by Enel as they tame their once unruly pets, engaging in fierce battles against the mutated beasts within the savage beast forest, thereby significantly enhancing their own combat prowess. Hancock, on the other hand, has devoted 2 months to her daily beautification, claiming that such endeavors are indeed her form of training. 3 weeks later, Nuasi is honing his ability to perceive the colors of observation and has successfully sensed certain meteors within the cosmos. He has even harnessed the gravitational pull of the sun to draw these meteors closer, though his utmost capability allows him to retrieve only those with a diameter of approximately 10 meters. Suddenly, a meteor ablaze with flames descends from the heavens, plummeting towards the ocean, which lies 10,000 meters below. At last, he has succeeded. Norse sat up, for the heavens do not forsake those with determination. After 99 attempts, he finally elevated his mastery of observation Haki to a new pinnacle, sensing the universe around him. Impressive, Norse. Your strength has once again ascended. You are truly a marvel. The golden lion Shiki watched from the side, initially scoffing at Norse's dreams over the past 100 days. After all, how formidable must one be to perceive the universe with such power? Yet, who would have anticipated that after 3 weeks, Norse indeed accomplished this feat? Otherwise, how could one explain the meteors that fell from the sky? It was merely expected, though the swiftness of it took me by surprise. Norse smiled slightly, though there was little true joy in his expression. He inquired, has the task in Indigo been completed? Yes. I am here merely to remind you that 3 weeks after the IQ injection is the optimal moment. The decision rests with you. I have long since made my decision. Let the crimson creature devour the Pegasus. Norse took flight, heading towards the laboratory, closely pursued by the golden lion. Upon reaching the laboratory, within the immense iron cage, the crimson-skinned creature's eyes glowed a fierce scarlet, thrashing violently in a state of frenzy. What had transpired? Norse inquired of the nearby Indigo, my lord Norse. I have made a significant discovery. Your pet serpent has indeed undergone an astonishing transformation after being administered the IQ serum. It can now breathe fire and has doubled in size, currently measuring over 10 meters in length. Quite remarkable, came the reply. Norse pondered for a moment. The fire-breathing ability was influenced by his solar power, while the increase in size was likely a result of the IQ potion. Could he allow it to feast now? Indeed. Master Norse, Indigo replied confidently. It has been starved for over 20 days. Letting it feed now will unleash its maximum potential for mutation. Excellent. Have someone bring in the Pegasus bird. Norse nodded. Shortly thereafter, 4 or 5 pirates carried the unconscious Pegasus bird into the cage where the crimson creature was confined. Feast. And do not disappoint me, otherwise I shall abandon you. Thus unfolded a scene where a colossal red serpent devoured the Pegasus bird, a creature that had consumed the horse fruit. Following this, a week was allotted for the crimson creature to digest the Pegasus bird, after which they would witness the form it would ultimately evolve into. Chapter 73. The Power of the Demon. A week later, Gold Lion Shiki accompanied Norse to the laboratory. Standing outside a cage, the cage was electrified, designed to prevent the injected crimson creature from losing its sanity. It was crucial to understand that during the consumption of the Pegasus bird, it might have undergone extraordinary mutations, rendering it immensely powerful enough to break free from the cage and devastate the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, several pirate minions stood guard. At the first sign of trouble, they would immediately report to Norse and the others. Throughout that week, however, no incidents occurred, suggesting that the crimson creature, having consumed the Pegasus bird, did not achieve a significant evolution. Alas, it seemed that expectations had ultimately been too lofty. North sighed, lamenting the squandered opportunity with the mamabo fruit. Regretfully, he remarked, I should have injected the Pegasus bird with the IQ serum back then. That creature was excessively docile, hardly deserving of attention. It truly is a pity. Similarly, the Golden Lion Shiki expressed his disappointment. He had been eager to witness the spectacle of the red Pippi devouring a devil fruit, hoping it would offer him a moment of revelation. If it proved to be enlightening, he envisioned a future of hunting creatures endowed with demonic powers, creating a pivotal sequence involving IQ serum injections and the consumption of demonic energy, thereby facilitating a remarkable evolution in the chosen beasts. By the way, it is said that among the forces of one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, there exists a plethora of animals infused with artificial devil fruits. Never mind. Let us draw back the dark curtain above. Norse swiftly emerged from his dismal mood. After all, the probability of evolution through the consumption of other beings was a mere 30%, and this was his first attempt at devouring a creature imbued with demonic power, making failure a common occurrence. Consequently, several subordinate pirates promptly unlatched the cage atop the iron enclosure. However, the crowd was taken aback when a potent aura emanated from the cage as the dark cloth was drawn aside. A dragon? Within the confines of the cage lay a slumbering dragon, evidently still in the midst of its evolution. Its serpent-like head was adorned with crimson scales, exuding a rather fearsome appearance. Its expansive red wings enveloped its body, while its serpentine form, originally spanning over 10 meters, had contracted yet broadened considerably. Its tail resembled that of a horse, accompanied by 4 scaled legs protruding from its abdomen. Success. This is indeed success. Indigo was the first to exclaim, hastily seizing a notebook and fervently scribbling down this remarkable feat. Instances such as this occurring under his experimentation felt akin to unlocking a gateway to a new world. Be it power or wealth, it seemed tantalizingly close, beckoning to them. Ha ha ha. Although the dragon possessed an undeniable grotesqueness, I could sense its formidable strength, capable of traversing heaven and earth. It was omnipotent. Yet Norse furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly. He employed his observation ability to earnestly assess the mutated creature within the cage. It was no longer merely a red-skinned entity. It had transformed into a fusion of 3 beings: snake, bird, and horse. Its life force was waning. It appears the demonic power is wreaking havoc within it, Norse remarked. Or perhaps its current corporeal form cannot accommodate such power. Could it be true? The notion that a devil fruit could not sustain 2 life forces within a single entity seemed plausible. Shiki, the Golden Lion, suddenly enlightened, realizing such a concept existed. It might indeed be the case. After all, the horse fruit had already been consumed by a bird, resulting in the emergence of the Pegasus bird, and now, allowing a snake to devour the Pegasus bird was akin to having the devil fruit consumed by 2 distinct consciousnesses simultaneously. Norse speculated this could very well be the underlying issue. What shall we do? Shiki pondered deeply. My lord Norse, I believe this aligns with the first possibility. We forcibly orchestrated its evolution, yet its physical form cannot bear the burden of this power. This very force, the unleashed demonic power, is draining its life. If there were a means to suitably seal this power, it could undoubtedly be salvaged. Indigo articulated his unique insight. I share the sentiment. It appears we have no other course of action. Norse held great expectations for Indigo, feeling that many matters could soon be entrusted to him. He remarked, in due course, I shall permit you to pursue a doctorate and return. Lord Norse, however, that would necessitate a journey to the New World. And I would need to establish connections with the government, wouldn't I? Indigo felt a flicker of anticipation within. Rest assured, I shall make the necessary arrangements. The New World indeed possesses several talented individuals, and when the time comes, you shall have the opportunity to learn and exchange ideas with them. As he spoke, Norse approached the iron cage, where the dragon within struggled to open its eyes. Upon recognizing Norse, a single tear escaped its eye. Norse smiled faintly, acknowledging that you have not disappointed him too much. Thus, he shall spare your life. Snap! Norse casually tore away the iron pillars that formed the iron cage before him, releasing a terrifying heat that melted the entire cage into molten iron within his controlled range. with a single hand. He effortlessly lifted the several hundred pounds heavy flying dragon and strode toward the exit of the laboratory. The Golden Lion, Shurji, along with Indigo and others, immediately followed. Eager to witness how Norse would proceed, North made his way into the beast forest, gently placing the dragon he had been holding onto the ground. He then bestowed upon it a copious amount of healing light, rejuvenating its cells and restoring its vitality. Of course, such a measure was merely a temporary fix. North knew that it could only preserve the dragon's life for the moment. The crux of the matter lay in the dragon's own physical strength. Go forth. Consume more ferocious beasts to grow stronger, and suppress the demonic power within you. Only then will you truly be reborn, North declared as he withdrew his hands. The Crimson Dragon, invigorated by its master's assistance, was filled with power, albeit temporarily. Should it fail to devour more flesh and blood, it would inevitably succumb to the relentless torment of the demonic force within. The red dragon let out a resonant roar, then unfurled its magnificent crimson wings, casting a shadow over the land as it soared skyward, plunging deeper into the heart of the beast forest. Be cautious. The beasts within are formidable. You might be ambushed, cautioned the Golden Lion, Shiki. If it falls to an ambush, it simply does not deserve to be my pet and mount, does it? North replied. A hint of confidence in his tone, North spoke with a hint of nonchalance, yet soon added, Do you doubt my abilities? Hiki. The benevolent Sun Lord's restorative powers can invigorate its cells, enabling them to function for at least half a day. If we maintain this momentum, I am confident that within 10 days to half a month, it will become sufficiently formidable. By that time, the demonic energy within can be entirely subdued, for after all, the demonic force initially harnessed by the Pegasus bird was rather feeble, wasn't it? Hee, indeed. Who could deny that you are an extraordinary prodigy? In a tone of feigned admiration, the Golden Lion Shurji then inquired, Norse, considering we have spent several months together, might you extract the helm from atop my head? Certainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Norse accepted the proposition. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion Shurji burst into laughter, feeling as though he were in a dream. Is it truly that simple? He inquired. How should I prepare? Shall we commence right here? Is there any formality involved? Surely, you must be dreaming. North said, however. It is possible. I believe we must contribute to the 9 snake pirates. I will remember all your merits in the future. If you accumulate enough merits, I will reward you accordingly, which will surely invigorate you. Oh, I thought you were genuinely kind. Turns out it's just a ploy. Golden Lion Shiki expressed his disinterest, realizing he would have to wait once more. What is it? You seem increasingly lethargic. As the vice captain of the 9 snake pirates, I must ensure the crew remains spirited. Besides, you are the captain of the second team. Do you not have any solid plans or arrangements? Isn't there anything to be done here? If we reach the new world, just give me a target, and I, Golden Lion Shiki, will be the first to charge forth, even if it means slapping one of the 4 emperors. Shiki argued passionately. Chapter 74, Logetown in the East Sea, the evolution of the Red Pippi into a flying dragon. With North's assistance, the Red Pippi temporarily possessed boundless vitality, soaring into the beast forest, engaging in fierce battles, and devouring countless ferocious beasts. This method strengthened its physique, suppressing the power within. North continued to provide the Red Pippi with the sun's energy daily, revitalizing its cellular activity. Thus, the Red Pippi consistently grew stronger until, after half a month, it no longer required North's power. The demonic energy within it ceased to pose a threat. Its body could now withstand the rampant demonic power, even harnessing it. In the beast forest, the Red Pippi transformed into a flying dragon, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout, intimidating the myriad beasts within. Even Sonia and Galit, who were honing their combat skills, felt a surge of anger at the disruption. How irritating. What is North's pet up to? It seems it seeks its demise, oblivious to the fate of becoming roasted insects. The sisters, engaged in battle with their own pets, felt their creatures tremble and cower in response to the Red Pippi's formidable roar, leaving them feeling quite vexed. Let us leave. Today's efforts have been for naught. Thus, the sisters, accompanied by their respective pets, a 3-headed tiger and a flying black panther, sought out North to voice their grievances. Dear sister, you must take charge on our behalf. Upon returning to their base, the sisters found not North but Hancock, who was enjoying tea, appearing in high spirits. They relayed their concerns to her. Hancock chuckled softly, her charm undeniable. What is there to be upset about? North is immensely powerful. Should not his pet also be formidable? But this past half-month has been a disruption to our training. He pays no heed to that flying dragon. Indeed, it continues to rampage within the beast forest, leaving us unable to train. Training? Today marks the last day. Wash up and retire early. We set sail for the East Sea tomorrow, Hancock replied nonchalantly, unwilling to take sides in the sisters' quarrel, for it was unlikely that she would blame someone she cherished. So soon? Is it too hasty? While I wish to linger here longer, North's journey will not halt. Once begun, it shall not cease. Hancock gazed deeply at the 2 sisters, stating, There is much yet to be accomplished, and this is precisely what I am eager to witness. Indeed, Sonia and Galit nodded in agreement. They understood their objectives and dreams, to eradicate the roots of evil that distort this world, which was of utmost importance. The following day, preparations commenced for their journey to the East Sea. Are you familiar with Logetown, Shiki? North inquired aboard the ship. The vessel remained the massive island ship of Golden Lion Shiki, carrying the Nine Snake pirate ship and Inel's Thunder flying boat. However, the flag now bore the emblem of the Nine Snake Pirates, a blazing sun entwined with 9 great serpents. How could I not know Logtown? It is the birthplace of Roger and a crucial passage from the East Sea into the Grand Line, Shiki replied, fully aware. Are we going to drop directly into Logtown? Indeed. I have a splendid idea. I wish to seek a companion in Logtown and see if I can find a capable ally by chance. North spoke with great anticipation. In truth, thoughts had long been brewing in his mind. I wonder if there are any users of the barrier fruit that have emerged? Allies? Capable individuals? As far as I know, there is only one renowned user in Logtown, a naval captain known as the White Hunter. Although his strength may not be formidable enough to instill fear, the idea of aligning with the Navy is something I find exceedingly difficult to accept. The Golden Lion Shiki stated with utmost seriousness. Aha, the smoke fruit? I cannot say that such an ability piques my interest. Norse scoffed disdainfully. How could he possibly require such a partner devoid of any potential? A decade later, Smoker would merely attain the rank of Rear Admiral, his capabilities mediocre at best. Utterly lacking in promise, what purpose would he serve? Let us proceed. Once we arrive, we shall ascertain the situation, perhaps uncovering even more formidable individuals waiting to be discovered. Thus, the island vessel soared through the skies for a full hour, finally arriving at the vast expanse of the East Sea, hovering a kilometer above Logtown. Norse. Down below lies Logtown. Shall we maintain a low profile, or create a stir? Inquired the Golden Lion Shiki, only to continue, in truth. I harbor no objections to ruthlessly subduing the East Sea. However, I am constrained by the principle of not harming the innocent. Do not presume my words lack weight. Here is the deal. I grant you permission to obliterate the naval base in Logtown, sending a clear message to the Navy that the Golden Lion Shiki has returned to the seas. Norse offered a bitter smile, realizing that this was the only course of action. After all, he had promised the Golden Lion Shiki to come here to suppress the East Sea. Starting with the naval base seemed quite fitting. Will I receive credit for this? Shiki pondered cunningly. It appeared that every move he made would only serve to elevate the name of the Nine Snake Pirates. Thus, anything beneficial to the Nine Snake Pirates should be recorded as merit. He hoped to soon seize the helm from atop his head. It shall certainly be noted. But I do not wish for you to slaughter vast numbers of Navy personnel and innocent civilians. Exercise discretion, Norse replied calmly. As the island ship descended to a height of 200 or 300 meters above the sea, the Golden Lion Shiki took the initiative, soaring from the vessel directly towards the naval base in Logtown. Naturally, the sight of a pirate ship in the sky attracted immediate attention from both the townspeople and the Navy. The second captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki, has come to obliterate the naval base. Those who stand in my way shall perish, Shiki announced as he flew towards the naval base. His declaration filled with audacity and defiance. His voice, laced with an overwhelming presence, resonated far and wide, reaching the streets and alleys of the city. What? The Golden Lion Shiki? The Nine Snake Pirate ship? Is he the legendary pirate? It is said that he came here over a decade ago to rescue Roger, but was captured and subsequently vanished, presumed dead. Who would have thought he would re-emerge after so many years? Is it truly him? Or could it be someone using his name for notoriety? Speculation ran wild among the people. Indeed, in this age, some pirates are driven by fame and fortune, willing to resort to any means. However, our naval officer in Logtown is a formidable power user. Who would dare challenge him? Hey, let us not forget the Nine Snake Pirate ship. There was news about it recently. The captain is an extraordinary beauty and has become one of the warlords of the sea. Such arrogance. Even if she is recognized as one of the warlords, what does it mean to come to our Logtown to destroy a naval base? Are they rebelling? Do they not fear the world government revoking their warlord status and unleashing a manhunt? Manhunt? Who could possibly achieve that? Many in the crowd gasped, suddenly realizing the potential threat of the notorious bounty of 12 billion berries on the head of Norse. No, it must be the demon-backed Norse, known as the most powerful creature on land. Indeed, recent news reports, while shrouded in mystery, hinted at some untold secrets. It was likely that the Navy had suffered a loss, erasing certain battles from history. Otherwise, how could their value have skyrocketed without reason? Boom. Suddenly, as the townsfolk anxiously debated, the naval base in Logtown unleashed a barrage of cannon fire at the airborne Golden Lion Shiki. An array of sea stone nets was deployed. If ensnared, even Shiki's formidable powers would be of no use. However, being in the air placed Shiki in an advantageous position, allowing him to effortlessly evade the incoming cannonballs with his abilities. Furthermore, as a powerful man, he never glanced back at the explosions. Instead, when descending to within dozens of meters of the naval base, he relied solely on his keen observation powers to disregard the hail of bullets. Then, wielding 2 renowned swords, he unleashed slashing waves capable of obliterating the naval base. How could the naval forces of Logtown contend with such a notorious pirate? In a mere exchange, the naval base was reduced to ruins. Do not resist. Today, I simply find your naval building displeasing, Shiki proclaimed from the sky with unrestrained arrogance. Let it not be forgotten that I nearly destroyed the naval headquarters. What is this insignificant Logtown to me? Amidst the chaos below, A panicked old man with white hair emerged, 2 cigars in his mouth, bellowing, "Golden Lion Shiki, I have long heard of your return to the seas. Do you dare openly defy the Navy's authority? Are you not afraid of imprisonment once more?" "Oh, Colonel Smoker?" "Mirance." Shiki scoffed at the smoke-wielding man who soared amidst the turmoil. "TCH, our first mate does not think highly of you. Thus, should I feel displeased, you may find yourself dead at any moment." This was no mere threat. It was a blatant display of power, revealing how the strong could act with impunity before the weak. At this moment, Smoker's veins throbbed with fury, and he recognized Shiki's arrogance as legendary. "Just wait and see. Vice Admiral Garp has returned to the East Sea and will soon arrive. You will be hunted once more." Smoker warned Shiki, hoping to instill some fear of Garp in him, urging him to cease the destruction in Logtown. Haha, what exhilarating news. I thought I would have to venture into the New World to encounter him, yet here he is back in the East Sea. Shiki laughed heartily, relishing the prospect of confronting Garp. This visit to the East Sea was proving to be quite entertaining. Smoker furrowed his brow, unaware of Shiki's true intentions. For now, he dared not act recklessly. After all, he was merely a colonel facing an immensely powerful pirate. Chapter 75, The Arrival of Minnie the Golden Lion Shiki. Following the 9 snake pirates to Logtown in the East Sea, wasted no time in flaunting his audacity and power, causing his reputation to spread rapidly throughout the East Sea. In this era of advanced communication via transponder snails, gossip flourished. In just an afternoon, countless towns and cities across the East Sea, along with numerous bounty hunters, had heard of his exploits. Even influential figures in the East Sea, such as the hidden dragons and tigers, could not help but whisper to themselves, "After more than a decade, this fellow dares to stir trouble once more? Does he truly possess an incredible backing? Interesting, the demon back Norse. I eagerly anticipate your character." Some concealed experts might ponder, well, fate has brought us together. Perhaps I should pay a visit. Of course, pirates and Navy forces from the New World, having caught wind of the 9 snake pirates' target, rushed from distant seas, hoping to intercept them and witness the unfolding of extraordinary events. All manner of pirates are, in essence, subordinates of the 4 emperors, led by captains or certain warlords of the sea. Only they possess the requisite status and strength to traverse the Grand Line, sailing freely upon the vast oceans. Other pirates are relegated to the entrance of the New World, eagerly anticipating an encounter with the 9 snake pirates. They might gather in ambush at Sabaody Archipelago, hoping to capture a bounty of gold, women, and fame, all of which seem far more attainable than years of perilous adventures at sea. This audacious mindset among some overconfident pirates can be attributed to the Navy and the government's influence. Each time they erase the records of the North's naval defeats, only sensational bounties emerge, devoid of concrete cases, thus misleading many pirates and the reckless. The notorious Captain Shiki the Golden Lion entered Logtown, flanked by a visibly anxious group of Navy personnel. Despite wielding swords and rifles, they dared not make a move against him. However, they breathed a sigh of relief as Shiki did not unleash violence upon the surrounding populace. Instead, he casually strolled through the streets, cigar in mouth, seemingly lost in nostalgic contemplation, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Was he here to reminisce about Roger? It was plausible. Perhaps he had some clandestine dealings with Roger in the past. Unfortunately, Shiki never set foot in Logtown, being thwarted by the Navy's formidable powers and ultimately captured in Impel Down's deepest levels. Thus, at the moment of Roger's demise, Shiki had never laid eyes upon him, let alone attempt to rescue. Now, he likely returned to reflect on the past. Indeed, as anticipated, Shiki came to witness the sight of Roger's execution, a poignant reminder of the passage of time and the fleeting nature of power. Among the vast sea of onlookers, a young boy, around 8 or 9, unabashedly pointed out the elderly pirate, who, despite lacking legs, wielded 2 swords, evoking both fear and curiosity in those around him. A young woman, hearing her child's innocent words, turned pale, her complexion drained of color, as if struck by an unseen force. She swiftly pulled her daughter into her embrace, covering the girl's mouth in a panic, fearing Shiki's wrath. In her anxiety, she overlooked her daughter's reddening face and labored breath. "Madam, your child is quite adorable. However, your actions seem rather excessive," Shiki remarked, removing the cigar from his lips with an air of gentility. "If you have any troubles, feel free to confide in me. I am willing to assist, but please refrain from mistreating such a lovely little girl." The fearful woman was momentarily taken aback, her worldview shattered. Was this truly the infamous pirate known for his ruthless deeds? After regaining her composure, she realized her approach had nearly endangered her daughter's life. Upon closer inspection, Shiki did not appear to be the malevolent figure she had envisioned. Though his appearance was indeed fearsome, his legs were placed by swords and his shipswheel embedded in his head, he did not exude the aura of a merciless killer. Otherwise, he would not be so courteous. "Isn't he the one who obliterated our Navy base in Logtown?" Someone inquired curiously. "Is that not terrifying? It might be mere showmanship. After all, with so many witnesses, one must maintain an image," another speculated. "Or perhaps he isn't as vile as we think. He did not harm us directly, only targeting the Navy's stronghold. Perhaps it's rooted in his grudge against being imprisoned and impelled down. Such is the nature of the populace. In the presence of the powerful, they often lose their ability to discern good from evil. A mere hint of feigned benevolence from the strong can sway them to speak in favor of the pirates, even if that results in the destruction of the Navy's base, which they rationalize as justified. The surrounding Navy personnel, filled with frustration, understood the deeper truths better than the common folk. Shiki the Golden Lion was undeniably a fearsome pirate, notorious for his violent past. Yet, the current scene seemed to twist perceptions, perhaps influenced by the Nine Snake Pirates. As Shiki approached Roger's execution platform, Norse, accompanied by Hancock and Enel, stealthily entered Logue Town, having evaded the Navy's watchful eyes. Meanwhile, 3 ships hovered in the air, manned by Sonia, Gaulet, and other pirates, confident that they could thwart any artillery fire that might come their way. Norse, how did you know this place would be our next target? Hancock inquired, walking beside him. North smiled and said, I have heard that, apart from Colonel Smoker, there is another promising individual here. He should be quite young, perhaps around 15 or 16 years of age, although his abilities may not be remarkable and his path somewhat convoluted. I have heard of such fruit powers and find them intriguing. Do you know his name? I do not, but I am aware that he is involved in Rogue Town. It is said that his adoptive father is the gang leader there, overseeing several streets. His son is the one we are seeking. The gang leader? I am familiar with that. Golden Lion has enlightened me about such matters. Anara suddenly interjected, isn't he just a wannabe thug? The type who roams the streets flaunting bizarre hairstyles or tattoos. He must be one of them. I remarked, could you please put on a shirt? Why are you baring your chest? Are you trying to frighten the children nearby? North listened with a sense of helplessness, pondering the utility of the nonsensical tales spun by Golden Lion Shiki. They would hardly be frightened. The people around are captivated by the captain's stunning figure. Anara dismissively replied, as for my bare chest, it is indeed a habitual practice of mine. Even after my transformation, this trait remains unchanged. The captain's beauty can attract countless admirers and provide a sense of spiritual solace, while your bare torso merely comes across as lewd, tarnishing our image. Please don some clothing. It is your first time on land, yet you behave so recklessly and without decorum. Norse educated Enel. If one day he truly became a hermaphrodite, his bare-chested image would make it awkward for him, as the vice-captain of the Nine Snake Pirates, to acknowledge Enel as their captain. Must we go? Indeed, we must. But all my clothes are on the ship. What shall I do? Did you not mention that we should maintain a low profile? Would my departure from here be considered ostentatious? Enel pondered for a moment and then spoke. Come here. North gazed at Enel, who joyfully leaned forward and inquired. Could you grant me a moment to prepare? What are you thinking? Nostrand raised his brow and remarked, there is a clothing store over there. Go and procure a suitable outfit. Simply place the money inside. ISNT this theft? The Golden Lion Shiki informed me that pirates require nothing but their needs. Offering money is far too courteous. Wouldn't you agree? Heed my words, for if you do not, you shall find yourself equally notorious, and he now finds it too late to amend his ways. Norse, despite being a pirate, must adhere to principles imparted by the new educator, Anira. It is imperative that he does not tarnish his image further in the eyes of the populace, but instead strives for eternal renown, avoiding infamy that would linger through the ages. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Anira responded with a nod. Subsequently, he took the money given by Norse and entered a nearby clothing store. Casually tossing the money before a vendor, he began to select garments within the establishment. Norse glanced at Hancock and said, there are a few small ruffians over there. Let us take action against them. Do you have any clever ideas? That is quite easy to address. It merely requires a glance from me. Hancock then beckoned to 2 small ruffians lurking in a corner, gesturing for them to approach. The ruffians, utterly lacking in self-control, were entirely captivated by Hancock's enchanting beauty, offering no resistance whatsoever. They hurried over, their demeanor submissive and sycophantic, exuding an insipid eagerness. Hancock regarded them with disdain, thinking to herself that apart from Norse, men were ultimately of the same ilk, devoid of integrity and overwhelmed by lust. Are you the street thugs? Hancock inquired coolly. Yes, yes. The 2 young ruffians fervently nodded in agreement. Very well, take me to meet your gang leader. Hancock commanded. Certainly. With no resistance and a complete lack of wariness, the 2 young ruffians led Norse and Hancock to an underground casino, a haven of entertainment. In this establishment, the patrons were either the intellectually impaired or those lost in a haze of intoxication, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside, where the Golden Lion had obliterated a naval base. They were preoccupied with their gambling, dreaming of riches. However, upon the entrance of Norse and Hancock, an eerie silence fell over the entire basement, with countless eyes turning towards them. Moments later, the throng of gamblers and ruffians found themselves entranced by the elegance of Hancock. These minor characters were utterly incapable of withstanding the allure of Hancock's voluptuous figure and long legs. The aura of invincibility she exuded was impossible to feign. They drooled in admiration, and some audacious individuals even dared to encircle Hancock, seemingly unable to resist their desire to revel in her presence. Disgusting. Hancock frowned. The appearance of these individuals was grotesque, and their pitiable antics only heightened her intolerance, akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan. Thus, Hancock unleashed her conqueror's haki with overwhelming force, causing 90% of the crowd to faint on the spot. Who dares to disrupt my domain? At that moment, a snot-nosed boy of around 15 or 16, resembling a clown, emerged, flanked by a group of lackeys. Ah, I've confirmed it with a glance. It is indeed him. Nos's eyes lit up. Was this not the very embodiment of the devil fruit's paramecia type, with the consumer being none other than the protagonist, Bartolomeo? Yet this lad appeared even younger than anticipated, likely not yet 15. However, his attire was quite fashionable, with green hair and a nose ring, indicating he was faring well. Is he truly the one? He seemed merely a naive child. Can he truly be deemed fit for our vessel? Hancock remarked coolly. The potential is immense, with proper guidance. He shall swiftly evolve into a supernova. Damn, I am inquiring about you. Who are you to dare wreak havoc in our basement, seeking your own demise? At this juncture, Bartolomeo exhibited a boldness that was surprising, daring to shout at both Nos and Hancock, seemingly oblivious to the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the basement floor. We have come to meet you. Join us at sea. Nos extended a direct invitation, unlike that shameless Whitebeard who, upon spotting an individual of interest, would merely say, "Come. Be my son." What? Have you lost your mind? Bartolomeo sniffled, wiping away a foot-long stream of mucus, and said, "You are pirates? You hardly look the part. Do not attempt to deceive me. It seems you are not the least bit afraid of us." Nos replied nonchalantly. "Humph. Fear you? This is my father's territory, and thus it is mine as well. With a single command, you would find yourselves surrounded. Just because I may appear young, do not underestimate me. When I unleash my fury, even I fear myself. Is that so?" North exerted a powerful pulling force, effortlessly drawing Bartolomeo towards him. What have you done to me?" Bartolomeo exclaimed in terror, astonished by the other's ability to grasp him from a distance. "I am serious. Do you wish to become stronger? If you desire strength, come aboard my ship, and one day, you will take pride in it." Norse lowered Bartolomeo down and spoke to him closely, urging him to ponder the futility of merely existing without harboring grand dreams of the sea. "What purpose does it serve?" he questioned. Bartolomeo, seemingly unperturbed, immediately activated his powers, conjuring an invisible glass barrier that separated Norse and Hancock from him. He sensed a palpable terror emanating from the two, wondering if they were indeed pirates. "Futile. Your abilities are as trivial to us as a jester's antics. Would you care to test your powers and see how much confidence they truly afford you?" Norse jested, bemused by the youthful Bartol's unruly demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the timid man he would become over a decade hence, utterly unable to control his emotions. "Someone, capture them," Bartol shouted to his henchmen, who were accustomed to the underworld and armed with weapons ranging from machetes to handguns. Within moments, a cadre of 20 to 30 thugs encircled Norse and Hancock, launching an assault. "Get lost." Norse planted his foot firmly on the ground, unleashing a powerful force that sent the dozens charging at him sprawling to the ground. "Bartol," he declared, "it seems you remain utterly ignorant of strength. Should you squander the formidable power of the barrier fruit, I might contemplate ending your life. Allowing the devil fruit within you to be reborn, only to seek out another to consume it and recruit them as part of my crew. Are you attempting to force someone's hand? Is it your intention to seize others?" Bartol felt a twinge of panic, yet he retorted, "What manner of pirates are you? Do you possess a name?" He mused internally that he would never align himself with such inconsequential pirates. He would rather establish his own crew and live a more comfortable life. "You may interpret it as you will, for we are indeed pirates. If we wish to discuss reason, we shall. If not, we needn't bother. Besides, you are destined to become a pirate in due time. Should we treat you as an ordinary citizen?" Norse asserted with undeniable strength and logic. "How do you know I will inevitably become a pirate?" Bartol wondered, perplexed at how the other could be so certain of his ambitions, rather than assuming he was merely a street thug in this town. What man does not yearn to be a pirate? "When I was your age, my dreams extended far beyond mere piracy. I aspired to reign supreme upon the seas." Norse chuckled. Naturally, he would not divulge the fact that he possessed knowledge of events spanning over a decade. "What? Such arrogance? Who exactly are you?" Bartol exclaimed, taken aback by the impressive bravado. "Have you heard of the Nine Snake Pirates?" "What? The Nine Snake Pirates?" Bartol suddenly recalled the recent commotion surrounding a certain Norse aboard their ship, whose bounty had skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. Who among the populace was unaware? "Indeed. It appears you are well informed. So, what say you? Will you join us? Is it truly possible that you are so young?" Bartol questioned, having heard of them but never seen their likenesses, leaving him unable to ascertain their authenticity. "You, young man, very well. I shall send someone to the Navy to fetch your bounty poster, and then you can make your choice. I am extending an invitation to you. Do not blame me if I resort to force. I almost forgot to mention, the Golden Lion Shiki has become the second captain. If you join us soon, the third captain, the corpulent Mafe, is also among our ranks. Opportunities like this will be scarce after today." Thus, Norse sought out Enel and instructed him to retrieve the bounty poster from the Navy, but given his unique status, he simply asked him to relay the message to Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 77. Carp arrives at the scene. "Are you truly pirates of the Nine Snake crew? Is your name Norse, known as the Demonback Norse, reputed to be the strongest creature on the surface?" Bartol blurted out, his heart racing with awe at the stature of the pirate before him. "Indeed, I am Norse. I claim the title of the strongest creature. For I may say I am second, yet none would dare assert they are first, not even the beast Kaido." Not spoke with unwavering confidence and pride. "If you can board our Snake Princess pirate ship, young man, your future is undoubtedly limitless. Moreover, it is primarily due to the bond we share. Bartle took a deep breath, his nervousness palpable as he stammered. So, this esteemed lady is the renowned Boa Hancock, said to possess the Conqueror's haki, correct? I have heard she has ascended to the position of a warlord of the sea. Is that true? Indeed, as long as you join our crew. You will have ample time to admire her, Noth replied with a smile, feeling as though he were teasing a child. I have made my decision. I will immerse myself in your world. I know every word you speak is true, as I hold you in the highest regard. To become a pirate like you fills me with excitement, and my tears of joy are on the verge of spilling forth. Please forgive my overwhelming emotion, Bartle exclaimed. His eyes brimming with tears, profoundly moved to witness the pirate he idolized in person. Oh, is that so? Norse was unexpectedly amused, realizing that this young man possessed quite an intriguing character. Very well, given your capabilities. I shall reserve a position for you as the third captain of the 9 Snake Pirates. However, you must commence from the lowest tier. For you are currently far too weak. Do you comprehend? No problem. I will strive to improve, Bartle exclaimed with immense excitement, apologizing for any previous offense. Haha. We shall see how you perform in the future. It would be prudent for you to learn swiftly from us and seamlessly integrate into our family. Allow me to remain by your side from this moment forth. Bartle expressed his contentment at the prospect of observing Norse and Hancock's figures, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Especially as Kobe had become even more formidable in Great Town. Very well, but before that, make sure to bring some money aboard, for we are pirates. Norse surveyed the casino, noting that the funds displayed on the tables amounted to several million belly, an opportunity too good to pass up. Moreover, the entire fortune of the Golden Lion Shiki had been invested here, leading Norse to feel that this method of fundraising was remarkably swift. Ah, splendid. I possess assets worth 300 million. Bartle recognized that pirates were driven by the pursuit of wealth, as their expenditures were considerable. He had also prepared 300 million in assets, ready for the day he would build a ship and set sail. Very well, you may proceed, and then follow us. Thus, after half an hour, several treasure chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels were brought forth from the basement. Meanwhile, the user of the barrier fruit followed closely behind Norse and Hancock, becoming an apprentice aboard the Snake Princess Pirates. Though his position as a captain of the Snake Princess Pirates was preserved for him, as North emerged from the basement, the formidable Captain Shiki and Enel stepped onto the street, flanked closely by the Navy officers behind them, while the onlookers remained glued to the scene. Ha ha ha, North. Have you found someone? Enel inquired, spotting an extraordinary jester trailing behind North, suspecting he was the companion North had mentioned, and perhaps even a capable one. Indeed. That is him. North replied nonchalantly, disregarding the Navy officers following Shiki. Hey, boy, come here and let me see what you're made of. That has allowed our esteemed vice-captain to invite you aboard, Shiki exclaimed, his eyes wide with intrigue as he beckoned Bartle, who was now visibly anxious. This was the legendary pirate who had vanished over a decade ago, the same Shiki from the era of the Pirate King, Roger, standing before him and calling him over. Greetings, Captain Shiki. I am Bartle Romeo, a recent addition to the Kuja Pirates. I hope to earn your guidance. Bartle stammered, starstruck as he approached Shiki, who chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, look at you, so timid. No worries, just stick close to me, and I'll take good care of you. Shiki clapped Bartle on the shoulder and asked, What is your ability? Sir, I possess the barrier fruit, a paramecia-type ability that allows me to create simple barriers. Bartle responded, Barriers? I'm not particularly fond of such abilities, but since North values you, don't be shy. Just call me Captain Shiki. Spare me the formalities, this senpai nonsense feels distant. Shiki encouraged. Oh, certainly. Bartle was taken aback by Shiki's acceptance, realizing that the Kuja Pirates might herald a new dawn for him. From now on, address me as Thunder God, and show me more respect than you would him, understand? Enel chimed in, eager to bask in the attention as North's chosen one. Thunder God? Can you summon lightning? Bartle asked in awe. Indeed, I descend from the heavens. Mere mortals like you cannot comprehend my powers. Stick by my side and learn well. Enel declared with a hint of arrogance. This old fool is no match for me. You should know your place. You monstrous aberration. I won't let your arrogance cloud your ambitions. I wouldn't want you to lose sight of your dreams at such a young age, understand? Shiki snapped, annoyed by Enel's demeanor. Shall I unleash my thunderous wrath upon you? This time, I shall show no mercy. Enel warned, crackling with electricity as he prepared to strike, prompting Shiki to distance himself. Enough of this banter. Return these 2 chests of treasure to the ship, then head into town to procure your daily necessities. On our Kuja vessel, personal hygiene is paramount, neglect it, and you'll be thrown overboard. So heed my words. North interjected. The others nodded in agreement. And soon Shiki stepped forward, utilizing his float ability to negate the weight of the treasure chests, effortlessly ascending into the sky towards the ship, as several individuals, led by Bartle, made their way to the town to procure daily necessities. A pressing situation unfolded. Vice Admiral Karp, stationed in the East Sea, had received word that the Kuja pirates had arrived at Great Town. Urgently, he commanded his warship to hasten to the scene, especially since the naval base had been utterly destroyed, leaving no semblance of law and order. Chapter 78. A clash awaits after completing their shopping. Buoyed by the abilities of the Golden Lion Shiki, their items floated effortlessly in midair, alleviating any concerns about carrying them. Norse, I've heard Carp is here, exclaimed Shiki. His excitement palpable as the flames of anticipation ignited in his eyes. Iron Fist Carp? Are you eager to confront him? Norse observed Shiki, whose insatiable desire for the challenge against Carp was unmistakable. Indeed, it has been over a decade. I yearn for battle once more. Shiki nodded earnestly. You will grant me this wish, won't you? Very well, but remember, do not harm the innocent. Our Kuja pirates adhere to our own beliefs and principles. Understood. I shall take my leave. With that, Shiki soared into the air, soon spotting 3 naval warships anchored along the coast, led by none other than Iron Fist Carp. However, his keen eyes soon caught sight of a smaller vessel bearing the Jolly Roger of Dracul Mihawk, the infamous warlord of the sea. Ah, I did not expect him to be here as well. Shiki mused as he scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting Mihawk among the throngs of people. Mihawk, with his sharp black hair and piercing yellow eyes, exuded an air of calm confidence. Clad in a wine-red patterned shirt, a black coat adorned with white fur, and carrying the world's strongest black sword, he navigated the streets with poise. Upon sensing Shiki's presence, he abruptly lifted his gaze, emanating an aura of formidable prowess. Pfft. The so-called strongest swordsman? Shiki scoffed, dismissing Mihawk's reputation. After years away from the sea, he found it audacious for anyone to claim such a title, let alone Mihawk. Thus, Shiki set aside his pursuit of Carp, redirecting his focus toward the new target, Mihawk. Wave Cutter. Shiki unleashed a devastating wave of energy from his feet, aiming to obliterate the street and strike down Mihawk. Mihawk, known for his composure and individualistic nature, had anticipated this act of aggression. Having exchanged knowing glances moments prior, he was ready for the impending duel. With unflappable grace, he pivoted, drawing his black blade with precision to meet Shiki's attack. Boom. The clash of their powers reverberated through the air, generating a shockwave that razed the nearby structures. The commotion inevitably drew the attention of the townsfolk. Damn. Is that Mihawk's sword aura? Carp, momentarily pausing while enjoying his snack, sensed the formidable energy in the distance. Ah, and that must be the wave of Shiki's sword. If I'm not mistaken, it could only originate from the famed sword, Sakura 10. Carp muttered, recalling his numerous battles with Shiki over the years. A force he could never forget. It seems he has become uncontrollably excited once again. Norse shook his head. In truth, there was no need to create such a commotion. To ravage such a beautiful town was unwarranted, was it not? This amounted to an indirect harm to the populace, instilling fear within them. While the notoriety gained by the Nine-Snake pirate crew might come swiftly, it would ultimately be of a disreputable nature. North did not wish to bear a notorious reputation wherever he went in the future. Come, let us go and take a look, North commanded. With the purchased goods in hand, they swiftly arrived at the battlefield where the earlier conflict had transpired. To their astonishment, they found Mihawk and the Golden Lion Shiki locked in a tense standoff, their gazes firmly locked in a silent contest of wills. Meanwhile, on the other side, another contingent of the Navy, led by Carp, coincidentally met North's gaze. North smiled, symbolically greeting those around him. He did not believe that Carp would engage the entire Nine-Snake pirates. At most, it would be a 50-50 confrontation, and he had numerous comrades at his side. In a situation where Carp was utterly powerless against him, it was unlikely that he would risk confronting such formidable adversaries. Of course, the clash between Shiki the Golden Lion and Mihawk would inevitably be curtailed. They could not act with impunity in front of the Navy. Especially when the formidable Vice Admiral Carp was present, his prowess rivaled that of an admiral. While Shiki might dare to disregard Carp's presence, Mihawk would not. He represented the interests of the 7 warlords of the sea and, on occasion, even collaborated with the Navy, such as in joint efforts against the Nine-Snake pirates. However, Norse seemed to underestimate Carp. As Norse smiled at him, Carp commanded his subordinates to swiftly encircle Norse and his companions. In Carp's eyes, Norse was an exceedingly dangerous pirate, having ventured into the East Sea and allied with Shiki, thus tainting himself with the same nefarious brush. It was imperative to contain him. Who could tell what the Nine-Snake pirates might plot in the East Sea? As the encirclement took shape, some naval officers began dispersing the surrounding crowd, urging them to vacate the area. They warned that those being surrounded were perilous pirates and should not be observed, for the sake of public safety. Upon hearing these words, Norse could not help but chuckle. He gazed at Carp and remarked, "What are you up to, old man? Is it not possible for a pirate to enjoy some freedom on land?" "Enjoy?" Carp squinted. "The naval branch building here has been utterly destroyed. Is that not perilous?" Smoker, in hushed tone, interjected, "Sir, it was the notorious Shiki the Golden Lion who laid waste to this base." "Ah, Shiki the Golden Lion, that old rogue. He is indeed audacious, yet he has already tasted defeat at my hands. How dare he resurface? It seems he must return to impel down," Carp concluded as he finished the rice cracker in his hand. "Shiki is now affiliated with the Kuja pirates. As for the destruction of this naval building, one might say it is merely a symptom of his profession, is it not? Just as you Navy men immediately enter a frenzy upon encountering us pirates." "Youngster, that analogy truly irks me." Carp suddenly turned his gaze towards Norse. At such a tender age, you have chosen the path of piracy, showing such disrespect to your elders. Is your pride really so fragile? Norse responded dismissively. Is it not natural for the elderly to become increasingly petty? Today, you have crossed paths with me, and your only option is to engage in combat. Otherwise, we shall escort you to Impel Down, where I assure you, you will be well attended to for your meals and rest. Upon hearing Karp's words, Norse found them quite amusing and replied, Are you not afraid that I might utterly destroy the advancing city? Humph, young man, you are utterly ignorant of true power. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are formidable. Opposing the world government leads to a grim fate. It would be wise for you to tread carefully if you wish to prolong your existence. Karp, raising an eyebrow, retorted, Which of your eyes has seen me opposing the world government? I merely came here to purchase some daily necessities. As for the destruction of the Navy headquarters, you should take that up with the Golden Lion Shiki. He is already a defeated foe of mine, and with the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, present, I have no need to pursue him further. However, I am particularly intrigued by you, Norse. I have heard that upon unlocking the power of the demon back, you have become the strongest being on this planet. I wonder if I, the Iron Fist Karp, am worthy to witness and experience your might? Karp was eager for a confrontation with Norse. It is worth noting that Zephyr had failed, Red-Haired had faltered, and Akiji had also been defeated. As an aging officer of the Navy, he took pride in defending its honor, and he must vanquish Norse to restore the Navy headquarters' reputation. Finally, he had the opportunity to confront him. Regardless of the outcome, Karp intended to engage personally and ascertain whether his opponent truly possessed great strength. Should Norse prove formidable, he would consider expelling him back to the sea in a few hours. It seemed that Vice Admiral Karp was indeed keen on battling me. That is well, for I am preparing to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. My previous encounters lacked witnesses, but now there is a crowd all around, making any attempt at concealment impossible. Norse clenched his fist and limbered up, feeling that a battle with Karp here would allow more obstinate individuals to witness his true strength. Thus, aspiring for the position of the 5th Emperor would be entirely justified. Who in the 4 seas would dare to deny him? Could the Navy and the world government obscure the brilliance that he rightfully possesses? Subsequently, Norse faced Karp. It was evident that destruction was imminent. However, the Navy had ample resources at their disposal, for they were backed by the Celestial Dragons, a truly affluent group. Even if Grey Town were utterly obliterated, the financial repercussions for the world government would be but a trifling concern, a mere drop in the ocean. As North confronted Karp, he had no intention of employing the power of his fruit. Instead, he simply removed his shirt. The surrounding crowd, consisting of men, women, and children, initially perceived North as rather lewd, yet their astonishment quickly escalated. Someone shouted, Look, something extraordinary has appeared on his back. What could this be? Is this the infamous ghost back? What exactly is the ghost back? Others were equally astonished, exclaiming, Quickly, his body is expanding. Those well-defined muscles bear no resemblance to the youthful figure he possessed moments ago. This transformation was due to North liberating his cellular structure. Typically, he compressed his cells to regulate the amount of solar power within them. Now, upon liberation, he resembled a super scion in transformation. Chapter 79. A severed arm in the realm of true men. Battles are best resolved through the language of fists. After all, once North unleashed the power of his ghost back, he was imbued with an unwavering confidence that rendered him invincible across the seas, even against the likes of Kaido the Beast. Although North has yet to encounter that individual, his prowess undoubtedly rivals that of Kaido. Before him stands the formidable Iron Fist Garp, a hero of the Navy, whose strength is both immense and terrifying. Not even Whitebeard, nor any of the other emperors, could intimidate this old man. Moreover, Garp, in his middle-aged prime, possesses far greater combat capabilities than he will in over a decade. Ha ha ha. Once you taste my Iron Fist, you'll truly understand pain. Upon witnessing North's body swell severfold, revealing a robust and impressive physique, Garp regarded him with disdain. His fists are exceptionally hard, and he has faced countless opponents throughout his illustrious career. Therefore, how could he be intimidated by North's mere display? Furthermore, Garp does not fall short of the Navy's Zephyr. As for the likes of Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, he could easily defeat them without a second thought. This is no jest. Pain? That will undoubtedly be your experience. For I am confident in the hardness of my fists. After North liberated his muscle cells, his entire being was infused with explosive power, seemingly capable of demolishing a building, a warship, or even the head of Karp with a single punch. Subsequently, a crimson aura erupted around him, rendering North exceedingly ferocious. Even Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, was astonished by this formidable force, which was undeniably of an exalted nature. Could it truly be, as Zephyr had revealed, a form of human awakening beyond the limits of physical capabilities? If that were indeed the case, it seems the power of the devil fruit is not the ultimate pursuit for humanity. Rather, the relentless transcendence of one's limits is the true aspiration of mankind. Hey, you still have the leisure to observe my vice captain? Your combat experience is woefully inadequate. Seizing this opportunity, Shiki the Golden Lion immediately launched a slashing attack. It is worth noting that Shiki, once a master swordsman, wielded his 2 swords with the dexterity of a dual-wielding expert. Now, with 2 renowned swords replacing his severed legs, He still possessed terrifying swordsmanship, justifying his refusal to yield to Mihawk, who was hailed as the strongest swordsman this year. You are formidable. I, Mihawk, genuinely accept your challenge. Let me make it clear. I am the strongest swordsman. Anyone who dares to surpass my swordsmanship shall be met with the overwhelming might of my black blade. As I firmly establish my supremacy as the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, radiated an unparalleled sharpness as he unleashed his powerful observation haki. As though the very realm itself was under his dominion, he could obliterate the street with a single stroke, even cleaving the space before him. Haha, Shiki mocked, pondering whether the offspring of this pirate age are all so arrogant. Do they possess the absolute confidence and strength akin to North? Otherwise, everything is but mere water, insipid and bland. Let me witness your utmost power. I, Shiki the Golden Lion, was once a master swordsman. Yet I never believed I could become the strongest swordsman. As Shiki spoke, he unleashed the might of his conqueror's haki, an invisible force manifesting as a tangible presence. A powerful lion materialized behind him, exuding an aura that seemed to consume the mountains and rivers, intimidating all beneath its gaze, including the seemingly powerless Mihawk, the swordsman. In truth, Mihawk held disdain for battling those who were physically impaired, feeling it would tarnish the sanctity of the swordsmanship. However, Shiki was undeniably powerful, and even fighting with his legs replaced did not diminish the potency of his swordplay. After all, Shiki was a pirate of the Roger era. When they were still mere boys, he was already a notorious pirate stirring unrest across the seas. Therefore, the glory of the Golden Lion warranted respect, compelling Mihawk to engage with his full strength against this incomplete warrior. Thus, the clash ensued, Lion's Thousand Cuts versus Eagle Eye's blade. 6 beams of light surged forth to collide with the massive blade of the Black Sword. The explosion illuminated the heavens, shaking the entire town, obliterating surrounding structures and causing nearby civilians to spew blood from the sword's energy, sending countless individuals fleeing in terror, no longer daring to spectate from close quarters. The residual force of this unprecedented conflict resulted in the deaths of numerous Marines. Even Carp and North, who were still locked in their standoff, were compelled to retreat at the first sign of this overwhelming power. Good grief, Mihawk is here wielding such immense force. Does he intend to ruin my hard-earned reputation? Carp roared, his frustration boiling over as he witnessed the destruction of the street and countless buildings, not to mention the loss of dozens of Marines. If word of this spread, would it not imply that Carp had erred, neglecting the innocent townsfolk while allowing the warlord Mihawk to battle Shiki without intervening? Furthermore, the gossip would abound across various channels, painting Carp as a reckless figure, devoid of consideration for the innocents, unworthy of the title of Marine hero. As if he were no longer the Carp of yesteryear, muddled in his judgment. Thus, this could not continue. North, I shall spare you today. As long as you refrain from misdeeds, you may frolic in the East Blue. Haha, Carp, our Snake Princess pirates truly have no desire for conflict with the Marines. We have come to the East Blue primarily for leisure. Additionally, we seek to engage with some pirates for sport, especially since I have recently welcomed several new crewmates, all of whom possess great potential. Norse chuckled and continued, I hear you have a grandson named Luffy. I would like to meet him, after all. He is the descendant of a hero, dragon, Garp. Wouldn't you agree? Well, kid, you seem to know quite a bit. However, if you remain a compliant pirate, our Navy will certainly not seek to destroy you. But should you act recklessly and disregard the rules, you will live to regret it. At this juncture, Garp suddenly grew serious, stating, even the 4 emperors must tread carefully in the New World, and your 9 snake pirates are based in the Hatchin Sea. If you aspire to become the sovereign of the seas, I have no objection to your skirmishes. Our Navy will certainly not impede your ambitions. Haha. I understand that becoming the ruler of the seas inevitably entangles one with the interests of the 4 emperors, leading to unavoidable disputes. Yet, I also grasp your ulterior motives. Let me make it clear, do not presume to play the cunning bird, or you will find yourself regretting it. Without further ado, Garp declared. If you dare lay a hand on my grandson, I, Iron Fist Garp, will pursue you relentlessly. After uttering these words, Garp plunged into the fray between the Golden Lion Shiki and Mihawk, forcibly separating the two. It was evident that both had sustained injuries. But the most grievous was that of the Golden Lion Shiki, who had lost an arm, a sight utterly unbelievable. Mihawk bore a significant wound across his chest, indicating he too was far from unscathed. In battles of such equal footing, one cannot escape the grim reality that survival often comes at a great cost. Naturally, Garp's timely intervention averted further conflict, as both combatants were injured. Mihawk remarked, you are indeed formidable, but we have not yet determined an absolute victor. Next time, I shall sever your other arm. Chapter 8. The Rebirth of the Severed Limb Note. This is a casual piece I penned, intended for those who enjoy light reading. Any typos will be corrected by tomorrow. Bah. The Golden Lion scoffed, picking up his severed arm from the ground. Don't be foolish. Next time I shall exert more force and cleave you in two. Just wait and see. Ha ha ha. Are you both enjoying yourselves so thoroughly? Suddenly, Norse appeared, glancing at the Golden Lion Shiki and Mihawk. You both seem quite injured. If Garp were to ambush you, wouldn't you end up imprisoned and impelled down? While speaking, Norse unleashed the healing energy of the sun, enveloping the bodies of Shiki and Mihawk. Instantly, they felt their vitality being restored at an astonishing rate. Remarkably, The cells at their injury sites began to grow and heal rapidly, as if they might soon be completely restored. Norse, what are you doing? The Golden Lion exclaimed, agitated. Are you feigning ignorance? Or do you genuinely wish for me to lose an arm? Can't you see I am holding my severed limb? Indeed. If you were to lose another arm, it would be quite cruel. Norse chuckled softly and declared, Here it comes, let me showcase my prowess. With a swift motion, he appeared before the formidable Shiki, assessing the injury on his arm. The wound was a clean cut, perfectly severed. For Norse, harnessing the benevolent power of the sun would effortlessly facilitate the regeneration of the Golden Lion's severed limb. What? The surrounding navy, including Karp, were astonished. The prospect of mending Shiki's dismembered arm seemed almost surreal, as if he were wielding extraordinary abilities. Norse, the benevolent angel, unveiled two magnificent halos above his head. Yet this form exacted a considerable toll on him. At times, he found it necessary to consume an extravagant feast of seafood to replenish his strength. Streams of golden light continuously flowed to his wound. Such specific effects were known only to the Golden Lion, Shurji. He could distinctly sense the rapid repair of the cells at his injury site, so much so that the pain was swiftly dissipating, replaced by a gentle itching sensation that felt warm and entirely devoid of perilous side effects. Just then, a gust of sea breeze swept through, dislodging Norse's hat and revealing his gleaming bald head. Alas, he realized that he had been seen. As North ceased his healing of Shiki, it was evident that the process had nearly reached its conclusion. With just a few days of careful maintenance, Shiki's reborn arm would be indistinguishable from its former self, existing in a state of pristine integrity. Upon halting the healing, North utilized his telekinetic abilities to retrieve the hat that had flown off, placing it back upon his head. He ascended into the sky, radiating a golden glow that rendered the onlookers momentarily unable to open their eyes. Certainly, North's intention was to spare the crowd from the sight of his bald head, as it could tarnish his image. Mihawk, he declared. Let today's battle with Shiki come to a close. From this point onward, we shall be friends. Otherwise, you would be disregarding my esteem. As he soared upward, North addressed the formidable Mihawk. I trust you wouldn't mind having an additional friend, would you? After all, you don't seem to have any qualms about befriending Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Furthermore, out of goodwill, I just healed your injuries. Otherwise, it would have taken you months to recuperate. Should word spread of your condition, you might find yourself targeted by ill-intentioned individuals, possibly even becoming the next captain of the Sun Pirates. His words prompted deep reflection, particularly in Mihawk, who instinctively glanced at Garp. Garp chuckled. What are you looking at me for? Rest assured, I am quite impartial and would never lay a hand on a pirate who maintains order. However, North seemed to have overheard Garp's remark and retorted. While that may be true, I have recently come to know that numerous pirates and navy forces are making their way towards the East Blue, so the situation remains uncertain. Indeed, North had received this information from several navy personnel, revealing that 2 admirals and other powers of the 4 emperors were also heading towards the East Blue, evidently drawn there by the presence of the Kuja pirates. North, Garp warned, it would be prudent for you and your crew to depart while you still can. I do not wish for your arrival to bring calamity upon the East Blue. The Kuja pirates possess an immensely fearsome strength. Once conflict erupts, many regions will inevitably be affected. Vice Admiral Garp, North replied, the Kuja pirates harbor no intent to harm the innocent. Though we have chosen the path of piracy in pursuit of freedom, we adhere to our principles. Otherwise, do you think I would allow Zephyr, Akainu, Kizaru, or red-haired Shanks to return unscathed should they seek trouble with me? This declaration sent a ripple of astonishment through the minds of many unaware individuals. Was this the true narrative? Garp coughed awkwardly, caught off guard by North's revelation of the facts that the higher-ups had strived to conceal. Although some may remain skeptical, it was likely that others would believe a pirate of considerable strength rather than the navy. Such is the nature of reality, excessive truth often breeds discomfort, does it not? Meanwhile, Mihawk, well aware of the underlying circumstances, chose not to provoke the volatile North and thus extended him a measure of respect. Very well, he acquiesced. But should Shiki desire to fight, I shall be ready at any moment. Laughing, he added, what can he possibly do with his swordplay now that he has lost his legs? Norse jested momentarily, then pondered for a moment before saying, I have heard that you share a good rapport with the crimson-haired Shanks. Now that you have arrived in the East, could it be that he has also made his way to the East Sea? The North's conjecture holds a certain weight. It appears that the time is indeed stable, and it is during this period that the red-haired Shanks will be present. Consequently, it is also the moment when Luffy is about to consume the gum-gum fruit. In contemplating this, North mused that if he could seize the gum-gum fruit from the hands of red-haired Shanks, or perhaps persuade him to part with it, wouldn't that render Luffy's fate inconsequential? Yet, upon further reflection, why covet the gum-gum fruit? North could instead become Luffy's mentor, imparting the most formidable martial arts techniques to him, awakening the power of the demon back, and guiding him to become a powerful man, much like himself. Indeed, red-haired Shanks has arrived in the East Blue. However, he is not particularly renowned in this region. At least, he is not well known personally. The red-haired pirates have garnered significant fame in the New World, achieving such notoriety within a mere decade to establish themselves as one of the sea's sovereigns. How fortuitous it would be to meet him, North remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Karp feigned ignorance as Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, and North above began issuing commands to the Navy, initiating a cleanup of the battlefield and attending to the wounded. This was the only course of action available, for no orders had been issued from above. Carp understood that the best way to deal with North was to intervene at critical moments to prevent him from causing any mischief. Regarding the destruction of the pirate building, that could be solely attributed to the Golden Lion, a figure replete with transgressions. They could tally his sins on another day. Nevertheless, Carp cautioned, "Do not cause any further disturbances in the East Blue, lest you provoke my ire. You would come to regret it." Carp possessed unwavering confidence. His authority within the Navy was formidable. A single word from him could mobilize a fleet of warships and advanced technology to the East Blue, and perhaps even summon Sengoku and the Air Force. "Fear not. We shall tread our path to paradise without committing any crimes." As he spoke, North whistled, and a crimson dragon swiftly descended from the sky, landing amidst the ruins, where Hancock and Bartholomew were situated, rising to approach North as they prepared to return to their aerial island ship. Meanwhile, Inara transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight, overcome with joy. And with North radiating a brilliance that dazzled many, it was difficult for anyone to discern the specifics of his actions. Only absolute powerhouses like Mihawk and Carp could fully grasp Inaru's maneuvers. Upon realization, they were both taken aback. Indeed, the Kuja pirates were a hidden treasure trove of talent. If they were not mistaken, this was undoubtedly the power of lightning, likely indicating that the individual was a devil fruit user, and perhaps even one possessing an unprecedented divine fruit. Subsequently, North led everyone back to the island ship, while Mihawk signaled his departure, stating he would leave the East Blue. Carp did not object. He had complete control over their movements. He was acutely aware of Shank's whereabouts, and, as long as there were no provocations, he would refrain from instigating trouble. Today, Carp had indeed witnessed North's unfathomable abilities and principles. He was not the epitome of a villainous pirate. Yet he had ultimately chosen the path of piracy, influencing the world government's decrees in the existing world order. Carp pondered what the higher echelons were truly contemplating and whether their plans would come to fruition. As he observed the island ship receding into the sky, he fell into deep contemplation, but soon, a realization took shape within him. Could it be the power of the demon back? It seemed that Zephyr had not lied. Beyond the limits of human physicality lay extraordinary power, the essence of a man who fights barehanded in pursuit of strength. Flames ignited in Carp's eyes, for he still possessed enough vigor to attempt awakening the power of the demon back. Yet, his knowledge was limited. Only Zephyr had a deeper understanding of it. It was said that North had explicitly stated that one could only awaken the power of flesh and blood by transcending human limits, through relentless physical training. One could unlock the potential within, and the demon back was merely one manifestation of this power. Unbeknownst to North, his very presence, accompanied by the power of the demon back, sparked a fervent wave throughout the world of pirates. Many martial artists, relying solely on their fists, increasingly scorned those who wielded devil fruits, believing that physical training could also awaken formidable powers. Anyone who harnessed the strength of their bodies could ascend to become the second strongest being on land, and then the third, fourth, and so forth. This was an indomitable tide. As long as North remained on the stage of this pirate world, the curtain would never fall. Whether one could awaken such powers would remain a matter for years to come. Chapter 81. Young Luffy, Shanks, and North in the East Blue, within the Goa Kingdom, lies Windmill Village. The village bears an air of simplicity, basking in the warmth of happiness, for the security here is commendable. With the East Blue having reverted to its former state, one devoid of prospects, pirates seldom venture into this region, making it even less likely for impoverished places like Windmill Village to attract their attention. "Luffy, wait for me. Why did you steal my candy again?" Ace exclaimed. "Are you being so stingy, Ace? I promised to bring you fish later as compensation." "Look, Sabo, this is all your fault for letting him bully us." The three boys chased each other into the forest on the mountainside, facing the sea, and collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily. They were all still children, with Ace being the eldest at approximately 12 years old, while Luffy appeared to be only 7. "When I grow up, I want to become a pirate," Ace suddenly declared. "You two will be my crew, and I will treat you well. If it's Ace's ship, I'll be the captain." Luffy chimed in, ever the clever one. "No way. I'll be the pirate. With you around, no one would dare to bully us." Ace stood up abruptly. "Yeah, I'll set sail on my own when I turn 18, Luffy declared, gazing longingly at the vast ocean before him. Sabo playfully slapped Luffy's head. "Your grandfather will never agree. You're just dreaming." At this, Luffy's spirits waned. "Indeed, Grandpa wants me to join the Navy to catch pirates. But I think being a pirate is much more fun. Let us head back. I remember Grandpa saying he would return soon, if we're not home. He'll surely get mad and lock us in the small room. Yeah, let us go back and discuss it tomorrow." After playing for a short while, they hurried home, fearing Carp's return to scold them. However, as Luffy was his beloved grandson, he was less concerned about Carp's anger. Halfway, he feigned a stomachache and ran off to play in the streets. "You guys go ahead. I'll catch up." In the streets, a band of pirates had just arrived in a quaint village, seeking to procure some daily necessities and indulge in a few drinks while they settled in for a couple of days. Amongst this motley crew, One figure stood out with striking red hair, none other than Shanks, adorned with his signature straw hat. The group behaved quite decorously, causing no disturbances as they discreetly entered a tavern, producing a pouch of gold coins. To their surprise, the tavern's proprietress was a childhood sweetheart of one of Shanks' crew members, leading to an atmosphere of joviality. Thanks to the proprietress's warm hospitality, Shanks and his companions felt at ease, treating the tavern as a temporary home, drinking and reveling with abandon. Meanwhile, the mischievous young Luffy wandered the streets, and upon passing the tavern, he sensed an unusual vibrancy within, unlike any he had previously encountered. Curiosity piqued. He peeked inside, spotting a group of around 17 or 18 individuals heartily consuming food and drink, while the proprietress appeared more cheerful than ever. Who are these people? Luffy wondered. He, known as the notorious king of the pirates in this very street, had never laid eyes on such a gathering before. His voice, though soft, caught the attention of Shanks, who, upon noticing the small child, recognized the innocence in his expression despite his age of merely 7 or 8. Shanks, unfazed, adjusted his straw hat, a memento from Roger, who had long since departed. This hat was a symbol of his legacy, a reminder of what had transpired. Now, as one of the 4 emperors, he had returned to the East Blue to let Roger's spirit know he had come back, not as the mischievous boy of yore, but as a formidable pirate, instilling fear in the hearts of the Marines. Though he had returned to the East Blue, Shanks refrained from visiting Regtown, as the memories there were tinged with sadness and solitude. Instead, he planned to meander through the East Blue before heading back to the New World. Hey, Luffy, what are you looking at? The tavern proprietress, polishing glasses, noticed the boy's curious gaze as he tilted his head at the door, his expression endearing. Aren't you supposed to be at home? If your aunt finds out you snuck out again, you might be in for some trouble. I'm grown up now. I'm not scared, Luffy boldly declared, stepping into the tavern, his curiosity unabated. Wow, that uncle has such a long nose. What is that about? Hey, is that a gun? It's so long, is it for shooting birds? He exclaimed, observing the pirate's merriment. The crew, including the astute first mate Beckman, noted the child's innocence. Beckman, dressed in a silver long coat, black shirt, and purple cape, maintained a stoic demeanor as he questioned, Aren't you afraid of us? Do you even know we are pirates? I do. And when I grow up, I want to be a pirate too. I want to be the pirate king, Luffy declared, his earnestness causing the tavern to erupt in laughter. Huh, this little lad is adorable. Come here, let me show you how to drink. One of the crew jested, while another, Jesus Burgess, presented a mug of beer to Luffy. When I was your age, I was already drinking. It's quite delightful. Beckman interjected, Jesus, you can't teach a child to drink. Be responsible. Come on, I'm not serious. Just seeing how brave he is. If he wants to drink, why wouldn't he stop him? As the evening wore on, Luffy's charming naivety brought joy to the red-haired pirates, making their revelry even more delightful. He quickly formed a bond with Shanks and the crew. I have to go now. See you tomorrow, everyone, Luffy chirped, bidding farewell to Shanks and his companions with a hint of reluctance. Be off with you, little rascal. Don't worry your family. Jesus called after him. Okay, I'll be back to play. Luffy ran out, glancing back with anticipation. By the way, who does that child belong to? He seems like a promising pirate, Jesus inquired, looking towards the proprietress. Don't get any ideas about that child, she replied with a smile. Just out of curiosity. Who would think of him as a pirate at such a young age? He is blissfully unaware of what the future holds, dreaming of being the pirate king. Huh, that is quite an ambition for one so young. Shanks chimed in, having remained silent until now. He reminds me of myself at that age, though he seems far happier. It would be interesting to see if our paths cross in the New World. Indeed, we don't know how long we'll be in the East Blue, and it's quite challenging for pirates from the 4 seas to reach the New World, another crew member remarked. You talk of things I know little about. I merely sell drinks to get by in Windmill Village, the proprietress interjected, wishing to keep the presence of pirates in her tavern discreet to avoid alarming passers-by. As the night progressed, the red-haired pirates prepared to find lodging or return to their ship for rest, intending to return for more merriment the following day. I have rooms available here, should you wish to stay, the proprietress offered, her concern for their well-being evident. That would be splendid. We may be short on funds, but we'll settle up tomorrow, if that's all right, Shanks replied with a grin. The red-haired individual chuckled lightly and remarked with nonchalance. However, at that moment, North and his companions arrived outside the tavern. It was indeed a challenge to locate. This should be the right place. I hope Shanks is inside, otherwise I might have arrived too early or too late. Norse murmured to himself, recalling memories that led him to this place. Behind him followed Hancock, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Inaru, while Bartolomeo remained aboard the ship, undergoing training under Sonia and Gullet. After all, joining the Kuja pirates necessitated enduring devilish training. What else could be expected of someone who was only adept at creating barriers, wholly lacking in other skills? Norse and his companions entered the bar. Upon seeing them, particularly Hancock, the proprietress was struck by her beauty, momentarily captivated. However, her composure faltered upon encountering the imposing figure of the Golden Lion Shiki. She trembled at the sight of such an extraordinary appearance, questioning how one could possibly survive in such a state. If she was not mistaken, A ship's helm was grotesquely embedded in his head, and he stood upon two sharp swords, having lost his feet. This fearsome visage sent shivers down her spine. He could either be a villain or a notorious rogue. What perplexed her most was the stark contrast among this group. How did such disparate individuals converge? Were they, perhaps, the legendary pirates? What was the cause of the recent surge of pirates in the East Sea? Despite her apprehensions, she summoned her courage and, with a professional smile, said, "I apologize, but we are closing for the night. Please return tomorrow." Norse raised his gaze, smiling at the proprietress. "It's all right. I just spotted my friend inside. We are only 4 in total. Could you make arrangements for us?" The proprietress, taken aback by the comforting gaze, began to reconsider. Perhaps he was not the villain she had imagined, but rather a good man. "Dear proprietress, as women, can you truly leave us out here as night falls? And given my beauty, do you not worry that I might be taken advantage of?" Hancock's enchanting words ensnared the proprietress, softening her resolve. "Very well," she relented. "Please come in. I will tidy up a room upstairs for you. It may take a little while, as I need to clean." "Thank you." Hancock gently traced her slender finger across the proprietress's cheek, causing her to blush deeply, overwhelmed by a mix of nervousness and excitement. With that, Norse and his companions stepped into the bar, where Shanks and his crew were still drinking, albeit with cautious attention towards Norse's group. North, being quite familiar, approached Shanks directly and said, "It brings me great joy to see you here. How about we become friends?" The words of Norse elicited laughter among the red-haired crew, prompting one to remark, "You seem quite arrogant. Let it be known that we are not well acquainted, nor have we ever crossed paths before today. What makes you think you can aspire to be our friend? Humph, just a bunch of insignificant little rascals. Who are you to look down upon us?" At that moment, the formidable Captain Shiki emerged, surveying the group before fixing his gaze upon Shanks. It was astonishing to witness the rookie from Roger's ship, who had blossomed over a decade into such a remarkable figure. The crew of the red-haired pirates understood precisely to whom Shiki was referring, after all. Everyone knew that Shanks served as a crew member on Roger's ship at the tender age of 15. And it was well known that the straw hat he wore was a gift from Roger himself. Chapter 82, The Invitation to the Island Ship. "Shiki, please. Let us not speak in such a manner. We are all friends here. You can join Enel and the others over there. I can manage just fine on my own." Norse urged Shiki to refrain from further comments. "Oh." Shiki sighed, feeling powerless to protest against Norse. He found an empty spot and began to drink. Though he could not bring himself to eat, for the mere thought of consuming Norse's cooking felt akin to ingesting dirt, utterly devoid of flavor. Meanwhile, Norse perched atop the bar, casually resting his arm around Shanks' shoulder. "I truly admire you," he declared. "I raise a toast to you. If you refuse, it would be a slight against my hospitality." Norse chuckled. "You wouldn't dare turn me down, would you?" Clink. Shanks clinked his glass with Norse's and drank heartily. "Norse the demon? I've heard of you. Though you've managed to remain quite elusive. I've never come across tales of your exploits before. Could it be due to the allure of the gentle life?" Shanks was well aware of Norse's residence in the Land of Women, a realm said to be inhabited solely by females. Yet, remarkably, Norse had lived there for at least 3 years. If one counted this year, it amounted to 4. Well, some circumstances are unavoidable. And sometimes one simply seeks a change of pace. After all, I am still young. And it's a splendid time to forge friendships and engage in the grand pursuits befitting a pirate. Norse raised another glass. Shanks, with his generous and carefree nature, displayed an air of nonchalance in both attire and demeanor. His temperament was exceptionally amiable. He always wore a smile, treating Norse as a friend rather than sensing any discord. Instead, he found Norse to be an intriguing character. "Are you certain you wish to consider me a friend?" he inquired. "Absolutely. In the New World. I shall owe you a favor," Norse replied. In his pursuit of sovereignty in the New World, North aimed to leave no room for error. Should the 4 emperors unite against him, coupled with opposition from the Navy headquarters and the world government, his ambitions could face grave peril. After all, his ascension and the power he wielded appeared exceedingly perilous and terrifying to certain individuals. "What do you imply?" Shanks felt a jolt of realization, as if he instantly grasped North's intentions. Previously, while unaware of certain matters in the New World, rumors had circulated upon his arrival from the East Sea, suggesting that North aspired to become the 5th emperor of the sea. Was he truly serious about this ambition? "Huh. I have heard you are the sovereign of the New World. As my 9 snake pirates venture into this realm, what territories do you believe would be most advantageous?" North inquired. Upon hearing this, Shanks confirmed his suspicions. North was indeed preparing to claim his reign in the New World. He was astonished by North's formidable strength and unwavering confidence. "I am not yet certain, but when we enter the New World, I shall assist you in discerning the best course of action," Shanks responded. He perceived that if North regarded him as a friend, sharing a common goal, it would be reasonable to extend assistance within his capacity. After all, it could be advantageous for a powerful individual to owe him a favor. Such an exchange seemed quite appealing. Here, Shanks placed great importance on friendship, never allowing harm to befall those dear to him. These traits appeared to be inherited from Gold, Roger, and he was resolute in fulfilling his promises. "Then, I am most grateful." Norse felt a surge of joy within. Pleasantly surprised by Shanks' amiable and approachable demeanor, he had anticipated a confrontation. As the saying goes, one often forges friendships through conflict. Pray tell, what are the origins of those 3 scars before me? Norse suddenly inquired of Shanks, though he was aware that the marks were remnants left by Blackbeard upon Shanks' visage. When questioned about the 3 scars adorning his face, Shanks appeared reluctant to delve into the past, merely responding with a terse remark, a souvenir from a former companion. So, are you still accustomed to it? Norse inquired. If Shanks expressed discomfort, he could assist him in regaining his composure instantaneously, for he possessed that capability. After all, he had erased the slave marks from Hancock and her companions, leaving no trace of scars. This experience has been integral to my growth, serving as a constant reminder, Shanks declared earnestly, implying that while he may not be accustomed to it, he wished to retain that mark on his face as a testament to his development. Subsequently, Norse and Shanks shared a hearty drink, both sensing the potential for a genuine friendship, as their personalities aligned remarkably well. What brings you to the East Blue? Shanks suddenly queried. Although he hailed from the West Blue, the East Blue was replete with his cherished memories. He sensed that Norse's presence in the East Blue would inevitably stir up considerable trouble. Do you realize that you have become quite renowned among the pirates in the New World? They are eager to find you and teach you a lesson. Haha, that is their concern, but should they seek to trouble me, I wouldn't hesitate to defeat them all. Norse replied with unwavering confidence. Deep down, I harbor no desire to oppose this world, yet the pervasive darkness has soured reality. Thus, I shall act as needed. Compassion is no longer an option. This underscored Norse's resolve. He wished for camaraderie, yet was prepared for conflict if friendship were unattainable. I believe it would be prudent for you to depart the East Blue soon. You currently have only 5 or 6 people aboard, correct? Approximately. But do not let the small crew fool you. The formidable Captain Shiki is merely one of our 3 commanders. Upon hearing this, Shanks regarded Norse with keen interest, realizing he was indeed preparing to claim sovereignty. So, the captains have already been appointed? Enough of that. Let us drink. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a meal for you all. How does that sound? Norse proposed earnestly. Ah, you can cook? Shanks asked, astonished. Do not underestimate me. I am the ship's doctor, chef, navigator, and vice captain all rolled into one. Norse smiled modestly and said, You must come tomorrow. My culinary skills are truly renowned across the seas. Where? Shanks inquired, pondering that refusing might seem ungracious. On my ship. And where is your ship? In the sky. Considering that Shanks might be apprehensive about his prowess, North remarked. If you believe I harbor ulterior motives, we can certainly discuss this at sea. After all, your absence would signal a lack of respect and trust, which would undoubtedly wound me. The heavens? Ah, splendid. It would be my first opportunity to dine among the clouds, a feeling of elevated grandeur. Shanks, oblivious to any malicious intent, continued, A promise is a promise. I would not decline a meal in the skies. After several discussions, the group decided to spend the night at a modest inn. When dawn broke, they gathered outside the tavern, where North instructed Inalu to bring the golden flying ship. Brother Shanks, I fear you may have to wait a while. I just dispatched my crew to retrieve the vessel for your boarding. North addressed Shanks. Captain, is this truly advisable? Beckman pondered, appearing rather apprehensive about dining aboard North's ship, particularly given the aerial setting rather than the safety of the sea. Beckman, I understand you serve as the first mate, but rest assured, I, North, genuinely wish to forge a friendship and would never resort to any base or underhanded tactics. North reassured. Indeed, Beckman, I find North to be quite amiable. We might even cultivate a fruitful partnership in the New World, Shanks added, prompting Beckman to contemplate before nodding in agreement. The captain's reasoning was sound, especially considering the current alliances among the 4 emperors, particularly the collaboration between Big Mom and Kaido, which was not adversarial. With the red-haired pirates and Whitebeard constantly on guard, this could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity to align with the Snake Pirates. However, at that moment, a small figure emerged. Luffy. Uncle Shanks, are you leaving our windmill village? Ah, is that not our little Luffy? North interjected unexpectedly. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Who are you? How do you know my name? You seem to know me, but I do not recognize you. His bewilderment was palpable. Following Luffy was Ace and Sabo, both sharp-minded and well-versed in the world of pirates. They stepped protectively in front of Luffy, confronting Shanks and North. You are both pirates, and formidable ones at that. What brings you to East Blue's windmill village? What intentions do you harbor towards Luffy? These 2 young men were perhaps overestimating the situation. Considering Luffy's grandfather was a hero of the Navy, having suppressed countless pirates in the past, the presence of these pirates in Windmill Village, especially after their recent interaction with Luffy, raised their suspicions regarding Luffy's safety. Ace? Sabo? Norse gazed at the 2 and remarked, Indeed, we are the sea. Yet we are noble pirates. However, Ace and Sabo were not convinced. What? The infamous Captain Shiki? A pirate known for his bloody deeds? Just as Ace and Sabo were at a loss for words, they caught sight of the imposing figure of Captain Shiki, and their anxiety surged. They thought to themselves that they need not ponder further. Their opponent was undoubtedly a villain, a wicked pirate. A murderer? That was the former Captain Shiki. He has since reformed, embarking on a journey to the East Blue to resolve his inner turmoil. Norse spoke with a nonchalant tone, essentially granting Captain Shiki a semblance of respect. Now, Ace and Sabo, I firmly believe they are noble pirates, and I too aspire to be a pirate, certainly, a good one. Thus, we cannot hastily conclude that all pirates are malevolent. At that moment, Luffy's mind was remarkably clear. His simplicity led him to reason that if they were indeed villains, the village would have been ravaged, yet it remained intact. Well, Luffy is quite perceptive, he thought. Excuse me, sir. But you have yet to inform me how you know our names? Luffy inquired once more of Norse. Of course, I know, prior to my arrival. I received information from your grandfather, Garp. What do you think? Ah, you've met my grandfather? Indeed, he came to apprehend me. But he mentioned that if I refrained from crime, he would not pursue me, and thus, he did not. I see. So your encounter with him confirms that you are not a villain. Luffy understood that his grandfather was a formidable figure capable of subduing any pirate. Yet this pirate stood right before him without causing trouble, indicating their good nature. Surely, this was why his grandfather allowed them to remain in Windmill Village. Meanwhile, Shanks was astonished, realizing that this fellow was Garp's grandson. However, Shanks soon broke into a smile. Amused that the grandson of a naval hero chose the path of a pirate, the Monkey D family was indeed remarkable. For he knew that Dragon was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the greatest adversary of the world government. At that moment, Enel arrived aboard his golden flying ship, instantly captivating Shanks, Luffy, and the others. Aha, this is the golden flying ship, crafted at a cost of over 2 billion berries, Norse chuckled. This is not an exhibition of wealth, but rather my utmost sincerity. Please. Norse and Shanks boarded the ship, with Norse announcing that the ingredients were ready and he could start cooking as soon as they returned, promising a delightful experience. You won't believe it. The wine is sourced from Skypiea, something you've never tasted before. Young Luffy, intrigued and enticed by the mention of delicious food, eagerly asked, can you take us along? Ah. You want to join? But Ace and Sabo will surely disagree. Perhaps when you were older, Norse gently declined. Truth be told, bringing Luffy to the skies would raise concerns if Garp found out, suspecting he was after Luffy. But Ace and Sabo will be with me, so please take us along. Luffy pleaded, his eyes wide with hope as he glanced at his brothers, wishing for their approval. In reality, Ace had no objections, as he was quite intrigued by these notorious pirates. His initial hesitance stemmed from concern for their safety, fearing unprovoked harm. All right, Ace finally acquiesced, with Ace's approval. Sabo remarked cleverly, however, I must inform the barmaid that we are accompanying Norse and Shanks, so you must return us before dusk, though it posed a slight inconvenience. I agreed, knowing that Shanks would ensure our return. Thus, the group ascended aboard the golden flyboat, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Upon entering, Luffy and the others marveled at the opulence, astounded by the golden embellishments. Chapter 83, Consuming the gum-gum fruit. Upon reaching the lofty height, the island ship anchored above. As the golden flyboat landed on the island ship, the group disembarked. Wow, how beautiful and exhilarating. Is this truly above the clouds? Luffy, Ace, and Sabo expressed their astonishment and delight, reveling in the breathtaking view of endless, magnificent clouds. Shanks, you must keep a close watch on little Luffy. I've heard he can be quite audacious, aspiring to be the pirate king. If he were to fall from here, it would be disastrous. Norse cautioned Shanks, recognizing that only he possessed the capability to safeguard Luffy in this precarious setting. Shanks nodded, affirming their understanding. Norse then suggested they wait and enjoy some fruit, inviting anyone interested to let Enel pilot the golden flyboat for some fun. After issuing his instructions and arrangements, Norse set to work on the culinary creations. The primary ingredients included exquisite delicacies from both land and sea, and the dishes he prepared were sure to be exceptional. For he was a remarkable chef capable of infusing his creations with the essence of the sun, benefiting anyone who partook and warding off the effects of aging on their cells. As Norse prepared the meal, Hancock was on the ship welcoming them, for she was the captain of the Kuja pirates. Luffy exclaimed, Sister, you are so beautiful, to which Hancock playfully responded, Do you wish to be turned to stone by me? Luffy, intrigued, asked, Why? Hancock replied, If you have impure thoughts at such a young age, you may find yourself petrified by my powers. Upon hearing this, half of the red-haired pirate's crew broke into a cold sweat. For such a terrifying ability was utterly irresistible due to her charm. Impure thoughts? I have none. I only wish to be a pirate and become the Pirate King, Luffy cheerfully declared. Hancock felt an urge to smile but refrained, considering how young he was. 2 hours later, the culinary offerings of Norse have emerged, presenting an array of dishes featuring marine delicacies from the depths of the ocean, alongside bear meat, exquisite cuisine from Long Ring Island, and seafood sourced from the pristine shores of Gaia Island, including succulent shellfish from the pure waters of the White Sea. Additionally, there are ingredients derived from the formidable beasts of the Vermiu region. The beverage accompanying this feast is the cherished Jiaoyang, preserved by the Sandy Eyes and Angel Island tribes for 5 centuries, a sacred elixir passed down through generations, said to be fit only for the gods to partake. Norse inquired, How do you find it? Are your appetites thoroughly whetted? Indeed, my gratitude goes out to you, First Mate Norse, came the reply. The table was laden with an exquisite array of dishes, each more sumptuous than the last, a true feast for the senses. Additionally, There was the wine, an elixir that had been meticulously aged for 5 centuries, revered on Gaia Island as the food of the gods. Its potency was remarkable, and its strength formidable. Shanks raised his thumb in approval before expressing his genuine delight, clearly appreciating Norse's sincerity. However, he continued, "So you have ventured to the skies of Gaia Island? Surely, you must have caught a glimpse of Roger's presence there? To be honest, I once had the privilege of tasting that divine nectar, and the flavor still lingers in my memory, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia." Norse chuckled and turned around. "Shall I gift you a bottle? Currently, the sky island of Gaia is under my protection. They worship me as the sun god. Their enthusiasm is overwhelming, preparing all manner of fine offerings for me. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, the two began to toast exuberantly, nearly toasting with cups interlocked. Since Norse had personally cooked and provided exquisite wine, his character was beyond reproach. "Brother Shanks, what do you think of the strength of my 9-snake pirates?" Norse suddenly inquired. Shanks pondered for a moment and responded, "Based on the power displayed thus far, you are indeed formidable and will certainly carve out a place for yourself in the New World." In Shanks' view, with both the Golden Lion Shiki and Norse commanding the 9-snake pirates, they could confidently navigate the New World. Particularly, with Norse having never been defeated by the two admirals, one could only imagine his prowess. "Inel, how much do you think your bounty should be?" "Me? I am unfamiliar with the bounties in your pirate world, but since Shiki has a bounty of 15 billion, I should at least exceed that, right? After all, I am stronger than him, am I not?" Inel stated nonchalantly, clearly not intending to undermine his companions, for they were all friends, after all. "Little brother, are you not inebriated? You truly believe you surpassed the Golden Lion Shiki?" Among Shanks' crew, Jesus had seemingly grown familiar with Inel, speaking quite candidly. "Of course. Shiki cannot defeat me. I am the captain of the 9-snake pirates and the embodiment of the thunder god." As he spoke, lightning crackled in Inel's hands. "I've discovered that at sea, my lightning is even more devastating, and I can command the waters with it." The members of the red-haired pirates were initially unaware of Inel's formidable lightning abilities within the 9-snake pirates. He could easily become a superpower at sea, and it was evident that the ambitions of the 9-snake pirates were considerable. However, certain thoughts remained unspoken, lingering only in their minds. "Feast upon this. My dishes are infused with the power of the sun. After consuming them, your strength will surge like a spring, and they also possess rejuvenating properties," Norse proclaimed. Thus, the meal extended over a lengthy duration, with everyone indulging heartily. After an afternoon had passed, Norse instructed Inel to pilot the golden flying ship, transporting Shanks and the others back to the surface. "Goodbye, brother Norse." Little Luffy waved, feeling that this was the most unforgettable day of his life. Having encountered so many great pirates, which only heightened his desire to become a pirate himself, Shanks exchanged a knowing glance with Norse and chose not to say much more, as he would remain in the East Blue for a while longer to gather supplies. Ultimately, Shanks and his crew returned to the tavern, enjoying a bit more drink while discussing the 9-snake pirates. However, little did they know that Luffy, in an intoxicated stupor, had stolen and consumed a devil fruit, mistaking it for a mere fruit, entirely oblivious to its true nature. "Ah, Shanks, help." After consuming the fruit, Luffy felt his body weaken and collapsed to the ground. Crying for help, Shanks immediately realized the gravity of the situation. In their revelry, they had overlooked Luffy's insatiable appetite, having already consumed an exorbitant amount of food aboard the ship, and now he had ingested their precious devil fruit. "Spit it out, quickly." Shanks rushed to Luffy's side, attempting to invert him, but Luffy's legs stretched like rubber, complicating matters. Their visit to the East Blue had 2 objectives, one of which was to collect this devil fruit, intended for a crew member or to sell, with a value of at least 500 million berry. Who would have thought a mere child would devour it? "My body feels so weak," Luffy lamented, unaccustomed to this newfound power. Shanks shook his head, recognizing this as a twist of fate. "Luffy, by consuming this, you will gain unimaginable strength, but you will be unable to swim for life." In Shanks' eyes, choosing to become a pirate without the ability to swim was truly a pity. Just then, Ace and Sabo entered, announcing their intention to take Luffy out to play the next day. "All right, keep a close watch on him. He stole my devil fruit and is now unable to swim," Shanks said seriously. Ace and Sabo were taken aback, as they were aware of the existence of devil fruits. "Really?" Ace exclaimed, feeling a mix of joy and surprise at Shanks' nonchalance regarding the loss of such a valuable item. Chapter 84. Teaching you a thing or two. Little Luffy, blissfully unaware of Ace and Sabo's excitement, was being warned repeatedly. "Luffy, you are now a devil fruit user, do you understand? It is said that a significant portion of pirates possess the powers of devil fruits. Indeed, Luffy, you are now among them. It's said that once you fall into the sea, you cannot save yourself. Remember this," Sabo cautioned. "Oh, what does it mean to be a devil fruit user? Is it powerful?" Luffy asked as Ace and Sabo dragged him towards their secret hideout, a small house nestled within the forest where they often went to eat, sleep, and play during their free time. "Of course it's powerful. It's said that devil fruits grant abilities beyond human comprehension. There are 3 types, Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Currently, Logia fruits are the strongest. For example, Admiral Kizaru's light fruit is Logia, while Admiral Sengoku's Buddha fruit is Zoan. And now you have the rubber fruit, which is Paramecia," See? Your body can stretch without issue. Listening to Ace and Sabo's explanations left Luffy bewildered. Ah, my head hurts. This is also complicated and hard to understand. Ace slapped Luffy on the back, his tone serious. You need to take this seriously. It concerns your safety. Having the powers of a devil fruit means you must be cautious not to fall into the sea, and you cannot waste this power. You have consumed a devil fruit belonging to the red-haired pirates. Consider yourself fortunate they haven't sought retribution yet. By the way, don't seek them out tomorrow. They might take you away, and Grandpa will surely be furious, Sabo warned. Besides, if they regret their decision, it could spell trouble. Given that a devil fruit is worth a fortune, at least 500 million berry, Sabo, being a descendant of the celestial dragons, was naturally more knowledgeable about such matters than Ace and Luffy. Ace and Luffy were immediately astonished. We could have sold it for so much? What a loss. I didn't realize I had eaten it. If I had known, we could have bought so many delicious things. Luffy gently patted his stomach, genuinely regretting his indulgence. What a pity. You've struck gold. From now on, you must learn to harness this power. Once we set sail, we shall meet upon the seas, Ace remarked earnestly. Yes, I will heed your advice and master the abilities of the devil fruit. However, having consumed such a significant fruit, I must apologize to Shanks tomorrow. Luffy stated with determination. Don't go. It might lead to unforeseen consequences, Ace cautioned. Do not worry. Shanks and his crew are not like that. Besides, they're Brother North. You all witnessed how he dined at a height of 10,000 meters and safely brought us back. There was absolutely nothing to fear. Do as you wish, but know that tomorrow, Sab and I will protect you, Ace asserted. Yes, with Ace and Sab protecting me, no one would dare to bully Luffy. Luffy exclaimed, embracing his good friends as they headed toward the wooden cabin. The next day, the crew of the red-haired pirates continued to revel in the tavern, indulging in food and drink, while some ventured out to gather supplies. Today, North brought Enel into town, opting not to include Hancock and Shiki, deeming them too conspicuous. Discretion was the better part of valor. North, which tavern shall we visit today? Enel inquired, relishing the time spent with North in their intimate world. Feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Of course we shall go. I have many arrangements yet to make. Nos chuckled, realizing that Shanks' arm was still intact, which meant he could still prevent Luffy from consuming the banana fruit. Consequently, he decided to step forward and take Luffy as his disciple. For Luffy was ultimately the protagonist of this world, blessed with the aura of a hero and a remarkable background. How dare such insignificant beings obstruct his path? At that moment, from within the crowd ahead, he heard voices tinged with disdain, and Nos felt a strange familiarity wash over him. Could it be? North pondered. Could it be that the plot had taken an unexpected turn, leading Luffy to encounter a group of pirates destined to incite bloodshed? How intriguing. Come, Enel. Let us venture closer. Thus, North, accompanied by Enel, approached the throng ahead, and indeed, they beheld a band of pirates who had seized Luffy. This little fellow is a wielder of abilities. Very well, if you accompany us willingly, we shall not trouble you. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy and end your life. The pirate captain, clad in green attire and flicking his long tongue, was clearly the leader of a nefarious crew, a band of vermin that magnified the misdeeds of pirates. Release him. North suddenly shouted, let me take him away. North's voice captured the attention of the band of pirates. Damn it, you wish to be a good person? Who do you think you are? Sneered a grotesque man with a scarred face and missing teeth. However, if you wish to take him away, you must prepare a sum of 100 million berries. Brother, isn't that a bit excessive? Mumbled a stout companion nearby. This windmill village in the East Blue is said to be filled with impoverished souls. What if they cannot muster the amount, or, worse yet, become frightened? Frightened? Whether they comply or not, we can resort to burning and plundering until we acquire the wealth we desire. He chuckled. Do you really think you can extort money from me? You are truly courting death. North smirked, realizing that his adversaries were indeed a mere swarm of ants, utterly unaware of his true capabilities. If they had any inkling of who he was, they would have been paralyzed with fear, begging for mercy at the very sight of him. Brother Norse. Upon seeing his elder brother, Luffy's spirits soared instantly. Despite his battered appearance, he momentarily dismissed his injuries. What? Norse? Is it really that Norse? Among the pirates, astonishment rippled through the crowd as one exclaimed, Are you the infamous Norse of the Ghostback? Humph. Do you truly believe you are worthy of knowing my name? Norse let out a cold snort, yet refrained from immediate action. Instead, he addressed Enel, suggesting, It is time for you to make a name for yourself. Go forth and fight. No, you should announce your name and then swiftly eliminate your foes. Indeed, Norse. I shall consolidate my intent. They show you great disrespect, disregarding my presence as well. Enel turned his gaze towards the group of pirates, electricity crackling around him. A staggering 30 million volts. With a mighty swing directed skyward, dozens of blue lightning bolts descended from above, striking the band of pirates with ferocious intensity. I am Enel, the god of thunder. Remember my name. Under ordinary circumstances, Enel would have undoubtedly annihilated them, but he chose restraint to maintain a low profile. Alas, in their bewilderment, the pirates were utterly oblivious to what had transpired. All they knew was that suddenly, dozens of thunderbolts rained down upon them, leaving their minds blank and their bodies paralyzed as they collapsed to the ground. It was in this moment that Enel realized something significant. He had failed to consider the feelings of the young monkey D. Luffy, having inadvertently unleashed his fury upon the pirates as well. Cautiously glancing at Norse, he said, Norse, I did not intend for this. Is Luffy going to be all right? He feared that the child, struck by 30 million volts of electricity, would not withstand such overwhelming force and might have perished. However, Norse merely smiled, reassuring him, do not worry. I once stated that you were destined to be defeated by two individuals. One is me, and the other, naturally, is this little fellow. How could North be unaware that this fellow Luffy had consumed the gum-gum fruit? It appears this incident transpired yesterday. Alas, I have arrived a step too late. How could I possibly be defeated by such a mere child? Enel, in disbelief, pondered how someone so young, a mere 7 or 8 years old, could be his adversary. Especially one destined for defeat. There is nothing to be astonished about. If you doubt it, simply inquire with him, North remarked. Enel then glanced at Luffy, who lay on the ground but had already risen, alive and well. Little Luffy, do you feel anything? Enel approached and inquired. Upon seeing Enel, Luffy expressed immense gratitude. Thank you, brother Enel, for coming to my rescue. That is of little importance. I wish to know if you were struck by lightning. Enel pressed. Not at all. I only feel a slight warmth in my body, but within a tolerable range. However, what happened to those ruffians? Why did they all collapse at once? You are truly remarkable. Luffy gazed at Enel with admiration, almost wishing to take him as a mentor. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Enel was utterly flabbergasted. Could it truly be as North suggested? How could he be destined to lose to Luffy? Was it due to an overwhelming clash of abilities? Indeed. It is the overwhelming disparity of our powers that renders your lightning incapable of harming him. North patted Enel's shoulder. But do not dwell on this now. We can discuss it in a decade or so. For now, he is someone you can safely disregard. Take him along. North instructed Enel, who then guided Luffy to follow him. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a bar. Inside, the red-haired Shanks and others, upon seeing Luffy covered in injuries, were bewildered. What on earth happened, little Luffy? Have you been fighting again? Did you not proclaim yourself the ruler of the street? Jesus Burgess jested alongside his companions. Luffy wriggled free from Enel's grasp, retorting, not at all. I encountered a band of nefarious pirates on the street, but then Brother North arrived. Brother Enel did not intervene. He merely shouted, the Thunder God is here, and suddenly, dozens of blue lightning bolts rained down from the sky. Yet, astonishingly, I emerged unscathed. The onlookers exchanged glances at Enel, realizing the extent of his formidable power. You consumed the gum-gum fruit, so naturally you wouldn't be affected. Jesus Burgess commented. Meanwhile, North approached Shanks and said, you are on the verge of great calamity. You must not remain with Luffy. What do you mean? Shanks chuckled. Are you suggesting you possess the gift of foresight? I speak the truth. Should you disregard my warning, you will undoubtedly regret it. North refrained from explicitly stating, if you continue to associate with Luffy, you may lose an arm. Haha. Shanks, do not subscribe to such superstitions. Shanks dismissed North's warning, believing it to be a jest and thus not worthy of serious consideration. Upon witnessing Shanks' skepticism, North felt no obligation to defy fate on Shanks' behalf. He merely remarked, did Luffy consume the rubber fruit? Indeed, he pilfered it last night. Ha ha ha. From henceforth, he shall be a landlubber. Shanks exhibited no sorrow for the loss of a devil fruit. Rather, he appeared nonchalant, expressing regret instead for Luffy's impending clumsiness. North clinked glasses with Shanks and took a hearty gulp of wine, remarking, I had intended to procure this devil fruit from you, yet I never anticipated such developments. Nevertheless, it is what it is. Surely, your ship possesses sufficient abilities? Shanks replied, indeed, it is ample. However, one cannot help but yearn for potent abilities when they present themselves. Shanks then pondered, could it be that you believe rubber and lightning to be adversaries, hence your desire to maintain control over them? Norse pondered for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed with delight, I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it. How about this? I shall teach Luffy the art of physical combat. Is it the power of the demon back? Shanks inquired. No, I merely intend to guide him. Beyond the limits of human physicality lies a path. What say you, Shanks? Are you also connected to this? Would you be interested? I could share a route with you, Norse proposed. Do tell. As far as I know, after you sent the Red Fist to the world government, he revived a week later and began to pursue the path beyond human limits. Moreover, there is Foz, who seems eager to break through and awaken the power of flesh and blood. Shanks conveyed to Norse the information he had acquired. Indeed, the current notion of human physical limits is not an endpoint. It merely opens a door to the awakening of the human form. Once that door is ajar, one may awaken a power akin to the demon back. My success has illuminated a hopeful path for you. You might well succeed in your endeavors. Of course, awakening the power of flesh and blood does not merely require unwavering effort. It also demands a certain fortuity. Some may take less time, while others may require more. I must emphasize, the awakening of the demon back represents the pinnacle of human strength, a force that is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Only I, endowed with the power of the sun, can wield the demon back's strength ceaselessly. It certainly sounds enticing. Since you, Norse, are willing to share your expertise, I, Shanks, shall not hesitate. Shanks accepted Norse's offer to embark on the path of awakening the flesh and blood. Are you certain you wish to try? Absolutely. Very well then. Norse nodded, thereby binding Shanks to himself completely. for Shanks was a person of profound emotions and deep attachments. Subsequently, Norse inquired of Luffy, Luffy, would you be inclined to learn some life-preserving skills from me? And what of Shanks? Should he not be included as well? Luffy, however, grew somewhat greedy, wishing for both to be his instructors. Yet, shortly thereafter, young Luffy reconsidered and said, no, I would like you to teach my two brothers, Ace and Sabo, as well. Would that be acceptable? Chapter 85. When Luffy's mentor emerged, typographical errors? Non-existent. One merely alters the text with a tranquil spirit. Ace and Sabo? Are you certain, young lad? Jesus Burgess jestingly inquired of Luffy, contemplating that having Norse teach Luffy martial arts would undoubtedly be a splendid opportunity. Yet he pondered whether such a greedy request might jeopardize this chance. Thus, for a moment, all eyes turned to Norse, awaiting his decision on this matter. Norse felt a surge of joy, believing that both Ace and Sabo possessed immense potential. He confidently predicted that within the next decade, they would undoubtedly emerge as supernovas among pirates, embarking on the path of piracy. Brother Norse, does this mean you agree to mentor the three of us? Luffy asked with enthusiasm. Indeed, I can guide you in martial arts, Norse replied. But Shanks will instruct you on how to properly unlock and harness the powers of the devil fruit you have consumed, which grants you the ability of rubber. Norse glanced at Shanks before turning back to Luffy. Luffy, go fetch Ace and Sabo. I know they are outside. Shanks had no objections. He had previously decided to teach young Luffy how to master the powers of the devil fruit before departing. After all, this fruit had originally come from him. And he felt a sense of responsibility, especially since Luffy's childhood dreams mirrored his own. All right. Luffy beamed with joy, momentarily forgetting that Ace and Sabo were still outside. In truth, he had sneaked out, leaving them behind. However, they had now found themselves at the entrance of a nearby bar, feeling quite awkward about not entering. Ace, Sabo, come here. I have wonderful news. I found you a mentor. Luffy called out, scanning the surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted Ace and Sabo sharing a plate of fried rice at a breakfast shop, occasionally glancing toward the bar's entrance. At that moment, they saw Luffy emerge from the bar, waving excitedly, which left them perplexed. They quickly settled their bill with the woman at the shop and approached Luffy. Ace asked, Luffy, why are you so happy? Did they not give you a hard time? Not at all. I told you Shanks wouldn't be angry. It was just a rather unappetizing fruit I consumed. Who would be petty over that? Sabo and Ace exchanged glances, amused by Luffy's adorably Navi demeanor. Sabo then inquired, did you just say you found us a mentor? What does that mean? Yes. Brother Norse has decided to teach us martial arts. He mentioned that when one reaches the pinnacle of their abilities, they can awaken the power of their flesh and blood. I also heard Shanks say that once Brother Norse unlocks his demon back power, he becomes the strongest creature on land. The legend of Norse, the demon back, indeed existed. And a bounty was recently issued by the Navy this month. Even your grandfather's household received a copy of the newspaper, detailing Norse's title as the demon back. Yes, that's right. Norse has embarked on the path of the devil with a bounty of 12 billion, which is simply astounding. Ace exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of becoming Norse's disciple. Hey, Luffy, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Ace asked. Would I lie to you? That would make me a puppy. Luffy chuckled, patting his chest. Now come on, let's go inside. Thus, Luffy led both of them into the bar. Inside, Shanks and Norse were enjoying drinks, and as they spotted the trio entering, they exchanged smiles. Shanks, Brother Norse, I brought them in, Luffy announced. Very well. Let me inquire about their opinions. Norse replied. North gazed at Ace and Sabo and said, would you both be willing to learn the art of fusion under my tutelage? Perhaps in a few years, you may awaken your physical potential. Even without the powers of a devil fruit, you would possess extraordinary strength, akin to my own existence. As North spoke, he demonstrated the existence of his ghastly form. With a thunderous explosion, his white garment was instantly torn asunder, fluttering in the air like cherry blossom petals. Accompanying this spectacle was the unmistakable aura of crimson vitality radiating from his being. North then showcased to Ace and Sabo the terrifying transformation of his back muscles. An unimaginable feat, how fearsome is this ghastly form, they exclaimed in astonishment. Master North, could this be a power acquired after the awakening of flesh and blood? Indeed. One must reach the pinnacle of physical capability before such a transformation can occur. Each individual's awakening of this power is unique. Stemming from their own latent potential rather than any external force, North replied with a smile, retracting his ghastly strength and exposing his bare chest to Ace and Sabo. The two nodded eagerly, their hearts filled with a desire for guidance. We are willing, Master North, please teach us. Very well. Tomorrow, let us meet in the small grove. Just behind the village, he instructed. Understood, Master North. Do not call me Master, simply refer to me as North, he declared with pride. Pleased that these promising disciples chose him as their mentor. This could potentially elevate his own renown. And perhaps one day he might even establish a martial arts academy in the New World, charging a hefty tuition. Yes, Master North, they echoed, exchanging glances. The surreal nature of their situation was overwhelming. Had they truly found a mentor? Was this a stroke of fortune, or a blessing from Luffy? Little did they know that Luffy was the protagonist of this world, and being alongside him promised an extraordinary life. Brother North, tomorrow is a duel day. You shall instruct Luffy, and I will teach him on the single day. Shanks interjected. That sounds fine, haha. Norse smiled, recognizing that the narrative indeed required further development. Ultimately, it was inescapable that a connection existed between Shanks and Luffy. It seemed the loss of a hand was inevitable. One could only wonder on which day that fateful event would transpire. After reaching an agreement, Norse returned to his island ship, preparing to impart physical training to Luffy and his companions the following day. His method involved extreme training, utilizing the power of the sun to restore their vitality, thereby unlocking their true potential. The next morning arrived. North arrived at the back of Windmill Village accompanied by Sonia, Golod, and Bartholomew, emerging from the forest. When Nami arrived, Luffy and the others had already come. Oh, you all are indeed early. North smiled and remarked, by the way, during this period, the three of them will be training alongside you, so I hope you all can get along well. What on earth? Aren't they just children? Sonia pouted, feeling quite embarrassed at the thought of training with youngsters. Be a little more humble, why don't you? Though they may be young, their aptitude for training is remarkable. Who knows, after a period of practice, they might surpass you. North spoke softly, expressing that he did not mind thoroughly defeating them, for they were remarkable pirates of the coming decades. Now, I command you to perform push-ups incessantly, without pause, without respite. Furthermore, you must increase your pace to at least 3 per second. Begin. Ace and Sabo exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the absurdity of such a task. Humph. What do you mean? Ace and Sabo? Do you find this to be trivial? Norse chuckled softly, assuring them that performing push-ups would become an unforgettable nightmare for them. Indeed. He was prepared to employ this rigorous exercise as a means of extreme training, while others might struggle to use such a method as their teaching tool. Norse possessed the power of the sun, a restorative force capable of continuously unearthing their latent potential. Let us begin with 1,000, shall we? What? 1,000? How could that possibly be achieved? Upon hearing this, Sabo and Ace were instantly filled with trepidation. Truly, it was a nightmare. Meanwhile, Luffy had already commenced the task, and Bartolomeo joined in as well. Norse reminded him not to overly rely on the powers of the devil fruit, although the current development of those powers was in disarray. Norse had previously informed him that with accomplishments in physical training, the subsequent path of the devil fruit would unfold with even greater perfection. Thus, he resolutely believed in his diligent efforts to complete the push-ups. However, upon reaching 100, Bartolomeo could no longer endure, succumbing to the ground with tears streaming down his face. Persevere. Rise up and continue. This is not merely about potential 200. Nas suddenly approached Bartholomew, sternly admonishing him. Bartholomew held immense respect for someone as powerful as Nas, who, at merely 18 years of age, just 4 years his senior, possessed such formidable strength. What reason did he have to console himself or entertain thoughts of inadequacy? Driven by sheer determination, Bartholomew managed to complete 200 push-ups, however. His limbs and body became utterly unresponsive, leaving him in excruciating pain and questioning the very essence of life itself. If anyone else subjected him to such training, he would undoubtedly deem it a form of child abuse or even intentional harm. Indeed, this was merely the beginning. The exhortation to persist rang clear. As he spoke, Nas provided Bartholomew with 10 restorative solar orbs. To Bartholomew's astonishment, the ache, fatigue, and weakness that had enveloped him vanished entirely. What a marvel. Renewed, he commenced his push-ups once more. 300. I refuse to relent. I must reach 300. Nas urged. Meanwhile, on another front, Luffy truly faltered, managing no more than 50 push-ups before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise, lamenting his hunger. Get up, continue. There are still 50 more. You cannot give in. North taunted, if you can't even complete 100 push-ups, you have no business becoming a pirate, for you are utterly unworthy. Moreover, with me as your instructor, your chances of setting sail are even more diminished. I could easily ensure you remain in the East Blue. Upon hearing the words about not being able to set sail, Luffy gritted his teeth and resolutely continued with his push-ups, ultimately achieving 100 repetitions. Meanwhile, Sabo and Ace were determined to cultivate both perseverance and muscle, as they aimed to push Luffy further. Now, the goal is 200 push-ups, North proclaimed, injecting them with 10 solar orbs to replenish their strength. Let us get to work. Ace and Sabo seemed to grasp something profound. They were astonished by Master North's remarkable method of recovery, which was almost unbelievable considering they had just completed 100 push-ups. Thus, North would restore their energy each time, but with every recovery, the number of push-ups would increase, and the solar orbs would diminish. After 5 recoveries, Luffy found his limit at 500 push-ups, unable to continue despite North's efforts to rejuvenate him. Ace's potential peaked at 700 push-ups, Bartolomeo at 600, and Sabo at 650. As for Sanda, Sonia, and Golod, their focus was solely on enhancing their endurance. Approximately 2 hours later, North and Yunshiwen allowed them a half-hour break before resuming their relentless push-up regimen. North remarked, if you can manage 10,000 push-ups in a day, I believe you will reach the limits of human physical endurance within a few years. Perhaps one day, you will awaken the power of flesh and blood, becoming formidable warriors capable of exchanging blows with even the iron-fisted carp. Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others were filled with motivation and soon began boasting. Today, I've decided to challenge myself to the limit of 1,000. Don't hold me back. Luffy declared first. Ace responded, if you have the courage to challenge the past, then as the older brother, I must aim for 1,200. If Ace is going for 1,002, then I shall aim for 1,100. Sabo added, setting ambitious goals is commendable. But surpassing limits is no simple feat from here on. Each of you should add 50 more to your existing count, even if you transcend your limits. It will be remarkable. Norse remarked lightly, offering no mockery. This was a quintessential example of being overly optimistic and unrealistic. Thus, they resumed their training with push-ups. Yet this time, even maintaining their original record proved to be a formidable challenge, making it evident that this limit was difficult to surpass. As dusk descended, Norse once again infused them with the power of the sun, stating, that will be all for today. Tomorrow, I expect to witness the potential you have unearthed. Master Norse. I plan to visit Shanks tomorrow, Luffy responded. Very well, Ace and Sabo will remain here, Norse smiled knowingly. Aware that the following day would be devoted to Shanks teaching Luffy the proper utilization of his devil fruit powers. It could be said that Norse's involvement had significantly altered the trajectory of Luffy and his companions' destinies. They might have already become formidable pirates by the age of 18. Oh. Before I depart, Norse reminded, make sure to soak in the hot springs tonight. It may benefit your training and cultivation tomorrow. Ace and Sabo nodded vigorously, filled with determination. Subsequently, Norse took Bartolomeo back to the ship, indulging in a hearty feast. Despite the multiple instances of power restoration throughout the day, which consumed considerable stamina for Norse, this too was a form of training and operation that served dual purposes. Chapter 86, forcing me to stand against the world after a week of training. The muscles of Luffy and his companions had noticeably increased in size, and their endurance, along with the latent potential hidden within their bodies, had been gradually excavated. Master, are we doing high push-ups again today? Can we switch it up a bit? Luffy expressed his weariness. He had developed new techniques for push-ups that posed no challenge to him, and he had emerged as the dark horse among the participants. Oh, have you become somewhat arrogant? Young man? Norse was taken aback. Today, Luffy seemed to exude an unusual confidence. Could it be that Shanks had imparted some genuine skills to him over the past few days? Master, do not concern yourself with Luffy. He is simply mischievous. Which is rather exasperating, Ace politely remarked to Norse. Presently, Norse had developed defined abdominal muscles. He understood Norse's true intentions, and in his view, only someone with Norse's capabilities could effectively unlock their potential. It would likely take others 6 months to achieve the same results that Norse had in merely a week. Indeed, Luffy's mind appears somewhat unhinged. He is too naive. He has struggled to exceed 2,000 push-ups. Is he perhaps simply fickle? Sabo added. Fickle? Norse repeated a phrase, inquiring. What does that mean? It seemed evident that he had indeed acquired some genuine skills from Shanks, perhaps involving diagrams and the precise techniques for mastering the devil fruit's capabilities. Master, that's not what they meant. Luffy interjected earnestly. I truly find push-ups far too easy for me, he asserted, devoid of pretense. How remarkably confident you are. Norse chuckled. Why not try swimming in the sea? But I am a devil fruit user. I cannot swim. Luffy exclaimed, a hint of fear in his voice. Fear not. Norse reassured him. I will have you challenge your limits underwater. If you can hold your breath for a few minutes, it will undoubtedly enhance your chances of survival. Should your future companions be unable to rescue you from the sea in time, the breath-holding skills you acquire will prove invaluable. Norse spoke with a faint tone. Of course, jesting in all seriousness. How could a wielder of the devil fruit possess the strength to hold their breath? The sea's power to counteract the abilities of the devil fruit is truly terrifying. Once a user of such powers enters the ocean, no matter how great their abilities, they cannot survive alone, destined to sink into the abyss, awaiting death. Master, please, stop joking, Luffy said, attempting to please. Look, I can really do over 2,000 push-ups now, and perhaps even more. Then show us your prowess for this week, Norse replied. All right. Luffy nodded, his strength remarkable. He began a flamboyant transformation, utilizing the powers of the gum-gum fruit, his body becoming incredibly elastic. While performing push-ups, he could spring up and down like a coil. I see, Norse realized he should have anticipated this. Luffy had indeed mastered the power of rubber. Master, what do you think? I am a perpetual motion machine, Luffy exclaimed as he fervently continued his push-ups, his body rhythmically thumping against the ground, creating a resounding clap. Oh, Norse paused for a moment, astonished by the remarkably authentic sound of the rubber. It is acceptable, yet I wonder, what is your limit? Currently, you can perform 5 push-ups per second, Norse observed. Well, I could probably maintain this for around 5 minutes, though I cannot precisely calculate how many I could achieve. Isn't that around 1,500 push-ups? Or perhaps 2,000? How many minutes would it take to reach 2,000? Luffy inquired. Ace interjected, saying, did your grandfather not encourage you to study more? You are currently capable of executing 300 push-ups in a minute. To reach 2,000, you must sustain that pace for nearly 7 minutes. Ah, 7 minutes? Shanks remarked. If I exceed 5 minutes, my body will be utterly drained, leaving me vulnerable to my adversaries. Luffy ceased his push-ups, stood up, and asked Norse, Master, what do you suggest I do to enhance my endurance? Perhaps a 6-flavor Remania pill? Nost, caught off guard, felt a pang of embarrassment. A testament to how habits can become second nature. He quickly amended his words, stating, it's quite simple. Perform push-ups. You can do them in unison. As long as your body has reached its physical limits. Should you not exceed a 5-minute endurance threshold, your master will cover the costs. Ah. So we must still do push-ups? Certainly. Do you not realize that this would be akin to cheating? Look at Ace, Sabo, and Bartolomeo. None of them resorted to such tactics, especially Bartolomeo, a fellow devil fruit user, who still adhered to the rules. If one day you manage to complete 2,000 push-ups in one go, the time will undoubtedly extend when employing this technique. To put it plainly, the abilities that Luffy currently displays are merely a simplified version of the manual transmission he shall develop in the future, merely accelerating the high-speed circulation of blood within his body. Let us commence. Today, we shall continue with push-ups. I may not be long for the East Blue. And from now on, your path to physical refinement will rest solely upon your own efforts. North said earnestly that he could no longer remain in the East China Sea. As an increasing number of pirates and various factions had arrived in the region over the past week, clearly seeking to create trouble for him, leading to numerous schemes aimed at undermining him. Upon hearing this, Ace and the others fell into a profound silence. North smiled and said, "Haha. I hope that one day I can encounter you all at sea. No, it should be while waiting for you at the final journey of the New World. I will keep a close watch on your progress." Norse provided them with motivation and encouragement. "Yes, master, we shall certainly train our bodies every day." "Well, that's good to hear. The cultivation of the body is not something that can be achieved in a day or two, nor even in a month or two. It requires persistent effort and the continual surpassing of one's limits to awaken the power within our flesh and blood." Before long, Shanks made his appearance. "Norse, come here for a moment." Shanks waved from a distance. Recently, the bond between Shanks and Norse had grown stronger, as Norse shared valuable insights regarding the awakening of one's physical prowess. If Shanks were to earnestly explore this path and persevere, he might awaken some form of physical strength within a year or two. After all, Shanks was an exceptional man, wielding the formidable 3 types of haki, and his strength was already impressive. He did not possess the powers of a devil fruit. His ascent to becoming one of the 4 emperors was solely due to his formidable martial skills, which, when combined with his mastery of haki, made him a terrifying force. "What's the matter, Brother Shanks?" Norse greeted warmly, eager to solidify their relationship. As Norse aspired to become the 5th emperor of the sea, he knew he needed Shanks as an ally to ensure his endeavors would proceed smoothly. "Are you not aware? 100 warships are approaching, and it's quite troublesome. I plan to leave for the east," Shanks replied earnestly. "So soon? So many?" Norse was taken aback by the might of the Navy, astonished that they had dispatched 100 warships. What were their intentions? "Indeed, the Navy headquarters may be coming to capture you. If you leave with me now, the threat would certainly diminish. I can soar through the skies. Who can challenge me?" Norse scoffed at the Navy's power. "No, something has happened. Hancock has been captured," Shanks revealed. Initially reluctant to let Norse take risks, but concealing the truth was futile. Norse, like him, was deeply sentimental. How was that possible? Norse was still somewhat incredulous at Shanks's words. "Don't jest. Hancock is on the Sky Island ship. Who could possibly seize her?" "Admiral Kizaru." Even the great Shiki the Golden Lion could not impede him, for they had brought a vast array of war weaponry and sea stone weapons. Additionally, other royal factions were merely observing. If things went awry, they might even join forces with the Navy against him. In that moment, Norse could no longer doubt the gravity of the situation. Just then, Shiki the Golden Lion suddenly appeared above them, landing near Norse. "Norse, this is dire. The Navy is truly serious." Shiki bore traces of blood, the result of sea stone bullets fired at him, rendering him unable to approach the 100 warships. "What of Hancock?" "Captain, she was ambushed by Kizaru and is shackled with sea stone, unable to resist. We must go." Norse rose and soared towards the sea, declaring, "Shanks, I shall take my leave first." Soon, he arrived at the ocean. Indeed, the surface of the sea was adorned with hundreds of warships belonging to the Navy headquarters, alongside formidable weaponry. Kuma unleashed the light-speed attacks of Kizaru. Leading the charge was the formidable red-haired Shanks, accompanied by Kizaru and 6 of the 7 warlords of the sea, who stood resolutely alongside the Navy. Meanwhile, the forces of the Sea Kings remained on the opposite side, seemingly in a state of watchful anticipation. "Norse, surrender your resistance," bellowed red-haired Shanks. "You are merely a defeated foe." North's fury was palpable as he commanded, "Release Hancock. Everything can be discussed. However, should I become enraged, all of you shall face dire consequences." "Consequences? If you accompany us back to the advancing city, Hancock will be freed, and he shall retain his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Otherwise, she shall take your place, embodying your arrogance and ignorance, daring to challenge the authority of the Navy headquarters. Very well, it appears your life is indeed resilient. The last time I stopped your heart, I never anticipated you would survive." North gazed downwards and remarked, "Did the higher echelons of the world government aid you in your brush with death? I surmise that your attempt to capture me is also at the behest of the world government. Let me guess, is it the celestial dragons? Or perhaps the directives from an even higher authority?" These words sent shockwaves through the ranks of pirates, leaving them in bewilderment. What could this possibly mean? In contrast, Red Fist and several other officers maintained their composure. After all, individuals of North's formidable stature naturally have access to realms that most can only dream of. Thus it was not surprising that he was aware of certain powers wielded by the world government. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Simply understand that should you defy us, you will lose this woman. The choice is yours. Red Fist pressed north. While Hancock was ensnared and under the vigilant watch of Kizaru, at the slightest gesture from Red Fist, Kizaru might well strike Hancock down. Hancock remained silent, recognizing that any utterance on her part would only hinder North's capacity to make a judicious decision. She understood that regardless of North's ultimate choice, she harbored no resentment. After all, this was the peril inherent in the life of a pirate. A choice? Allow me to clarify. No one compels me to make any decision. However, should you lay a hand on Hancock, I assure you, you shall all owe her an apology by day's end. Do not force me to become an adversary to this world, for I would gladly forsake it. Nos is exceedingly arrogant, immensely powerful, and rather juvenile in demeanor. Undoubtedly. He has not attained his stature through fear, so do not compel him to bring about the world's destruction. Enel, approach and unleash your mightiest technique to intimidate them. In a hushed tone, Nos whispered to Enel beside him. Enel nodded, realizing that anyone daring to threaten his captain was courting death. The despicable navy below. Heed this warning. Enel, the thunder god, demands that you release my captain at once. What is this pitiful threat? If you possess the courage, face me one-on-one. As he spoke, a malevolent roar escaped him. Ha ha ha. I, the thunder god, am now enraged and will not forgive you. If you continue to provoke Nos, you shall perish. Thunderstorm. In an instant, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky and vanishing. At that moment, the heavens stirred ominously, with dark clouds rapidly gathering over a vast expanse. Within those clouds, thunder raged and howled. A stifling aura enveloped the sky, instilling fear among the countless forces and navy below, who sensed an impending threat. Whispers filled the air. What sorcery is this? It appears the navy is in dire straits. The enemy seems unfazed by our tactics. The 9 snake pirates, how did they acquire such terrifying power? This is the might of thunder and lightning. How astonishing. A single sun is already blinding, and now another force of lightning appears. Is this some form of cheating? At that moment, the gathering clouds coalesced into a colossal black sphere, spanning kilometers. You pitiful insects, should you dare obstruct our freedom again, I will unleash an explosion that will engulf the sea with lightning for miles around, and you shall all meet your demise. Enel suddenly manifested, his upper body bare, exuding a divine aura as he wielded a golden rod crackling with electric currents, 3 ominous drums strapped to his back. Enel's display of power left the navy astonished, as if all their plans had been shattered in an instant. It seems this woman is not of great importance to you, as you choose to pay such a price. Very well, you may try, but before that, I will assuredly end your life. Red Fist did not believe that Nos cared for Hancock. He was already aware that Hancock was a savior. How could Nos bear to witness the death of his benefactor? Moreover, if he simply complied and followed them in to impel down, wouldn't everything be resolved soon? Seeking death, Norse, for reasons unknown, was consumed by an overwhelming desire to unleash destruction. He summoned the power of observation haki, reaching out into the cosmos and drawing down 10 meteors, each with a diameter of 10 meters. Initially, there was little consequence. However, after a minute had passed, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of an asteroid's descent through the atmosphere, producing a thunderous roar. Look, what is that? At last, the naval officers caught sight of the spectacle above. Above the colossal thunderous sphere, 10 fiery meteors plummeted from the heavens. North remarked, "This is merely a token of our meeting. Do not presume that I lack the resolve to eliminate you all. North is unthreatened. He can soar through the skies. And how many in this world can contend with him? Unless it be the 5 elders, or the enigmatic him who appears to intervene." Chapter 87. I am emotionless. Faced with the 10 meteorites descending from the heavens, the grand naval fleet below could not claim to be unperturbed. One need only to experience it to understand the tension. It was a feeling of genuine intent yet helplessness. Could one not see the very air igniting? The sheer power of it could easily render their resistance futile. What to do? What to do? The urgency was palpable. Would they simply resign themselves to fate? Allow this moment of cataclysmic force to obliterate their fleet and extinguish the lives of the timid Navy sailors? At this moment, the Sea Kings felt fear, their hearts collectively gasping. Some murmured, "This individual cannot be allowed to persist. He must not enter the New World. Otherwise, our interests there will face a dire threat." Yet, others harbored differing thoughts. Alas, this person has indeed acquired the strength of a Sea King. It would be unwise to provoke him lightly. A discussion with the captain is necessary. Others still, with a sense of amusement, awaited the spectacle. It would be intriguing to observe how the Navy would handle such a brazen provocation, a pirate of considerable might, one worthy of being a Sea King. Now in their sights? Indeed, modern pirates have grown increasingly foolish, especially with the likes of the Golden Lion Shiki and the bare-chested Thunderman. The more daunting prospect was that these 3 aerial figures had congregated, drawing the ire of the Navy simultaneously. Amidst the onlookers from the distant Sea Kings, the seasoned officers, with keen ears, absorbed every word, committing them to memory for future reckoning. Admiral Redfist, what shall we do? Vice Admiral Garp? If we do not retaliate, we are surely doomed. Please, I wish to return home. This place is far too terrifying. Some Navy personnel, gripped by fear, noted the upper echelons in action, their anxiety mounting. Yet, Admiral Red Fist cast a glance at one such officer, remarking, "What a disgraceful display. Do you truly believe that mere falling meteorites can annihilate us?" Red Fist awaited his moment, intent on delivering a splendid counterattack, embodying the demeanor of an admiral. Why be afraid? Why panic? Even if the heavens were to fall, there are those who would bear the brunt. They would naturally thwart the meteorites descending from above. In that instant, Admiral Red Fist commanded certain naval personnel to deploy the war weapon, Bear, unleashing its laser power to obliterate the incoming meteorites. Given their size, the threat was indeed formidable. Thus, over 20 modified bears unleashed a devastating beam of energy towards the descending meteorites. Boom. The brilliance dazzled as dozens of meteorites exploded. However, countless fragments still fell. Ignited and threatening the Navy, should these debris strike a vessel, it would surely set the ship ablaze. Vice Admiral Akiji made his move. At that moment, all eyes turned to him as he unleashed his power. In an instant, 1,000 miles of ocean was encased in ice, as if half the world had been transported into a realm of frost and snow. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 3 great icebergs materialized in Akiji's hands, soaring into the air, freezing the void and the meteorite fragments in their path. These extinguished fragments, as they descended, were encased in ice, causing no harm to the Navy or their vessels below. Upon witnessing this scene, countless Navy personnel aboard the ship breathed a sigh of relief, even wishing to express their embarrassment, realizing they should have had faith in their officers' prowess. Such insignificant meteorites were truly inconsequential. Yet, this was not the end. In the next moment, Admiral Red Fist, from the icy waters, unleashed scalding magma, skillfully controlling it to melt the surrounding ice across 100 miles of sea, allowing the vessels to navigate freely amidst the water. North, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate with us. Very well, come to her rescue. Red Fist received an urgent message from the naval headquarters. If the pirate North would not yield, they would devise a way to bring Boa Hancock back to the Navy headquarters, knowing full well that the pirate North would come to her aid, thus enabling them to capture all the terrorists of the Nine Snake pirate crew in one fell swoop. Humph, do you think you can escape? North let out a cold snort, finding it hardly surprising that they could effortlessly obliterate the meteorite that had descended from the heavens. He understood that his current abilities allowed him to summon meteorites with a diameter of merely 10 meters from the cosmos, and even then, he could not do so on a grand scale. While such meteorites might pose a challenge to some naval minions, they were utterly insignificant against the likes of a vice admiral or admiral, unless they were considerably larger celestial bodies. Fire. The impetuous Red Fist wasted no words. Currently, only Kazara had the means to ascend to the skies. However, Kazara stood no chance against North. Not to mention the formidable Shiki and the man who claimed to be the god of thunder. In a frenzy, Red Fist commanded, and the cannons aboard hundreds of warships, prepared and poised, unleashed a relentless barrage towards North and his companions. In an instant, Na struck with ferocity, annihilating everything in his path. Madness! I shall have your blood spill into the ocean. With that, Nos was consumed by rage, his fist seemingly resolute, as if he would not hold back. After all, Hancock was in their grasp, which made him wary of unleashing his full power. Yet, how utterly absurd. Aboard the ship of the Nine Serpents, there existed 2 capable of resurrecting the fallen. Did Nos truly lack the audacity to gamble on such a chance? However, such actions would undoubtedly endanger Hancock. Yet, in the name of saving her and releasing this pent-up fury, he was left with no choice but to put her in jeopardy. Inel, unleash your thunder. Let them once more experience the terror of annihilation. Norse spoke earnestly. Norse, are you certain? I fear I may lose control, and our esteemed captain could perish beneath 1,000,000 volts. Moreover, the ocean lies below. The power of lightning within its depths is indomitable, endlessly cycling, manifesting an eternal force that takes considerable time to dissipate. Enel expressed his concerns. This is truly different from the lightning we faced on Sky Island. Norse, you must make a prudent decision. Our dear sister is still below. Sonia and Galat aboard the island ship cried out, deeply worried that Norse might abandon their sister. Do not worry. Trust me. I, Norse, will stand against this world and will not allow anyone to harm you. As long as I am here, you shall forever be free. North smiled at them, instantly alleviating their anxieties. Inalu, commence your splendid performance. I intend to instill terror within them. As he spoke, North had already prepared his onslaught, with countless suns rising into the sky, their fiery brilliance coalescing, swirling, igniting, and unleashing a power so formidable that even the gods would tremble in fear. Norse proclaimed, you fools. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle with a being of my strength will result in consequences you cannot bear. At present, Norse's sunfruit had yet to awaken. But once it did, it would herald the world's annihilation. One must comprehend the true power of the sun. Its arrival in this realm would lead to death amidst unbearable heat. Below, the Navy personnel were once again engulfed in terror, as the ominous black thunder sphere overhead ruptured, unleashing a torrent of lightning that seemed poised to descend upon them. The sheer horror of such an assault left them trembling, for without their utmost efforts, a fierce battle awaited them. Moreover, the Norse pirates were already gathering their celestial assault, seemingly on the verge of descending. Eagle Eye, you must cleave the thunder sphere overhead. At that moment, Red Fist directed this command towards the other warlord, Mihawk. Initially, Mihawk had intended to return to his post. But upon receiving a summons from the Navy headquarters to assist against the Snake Princess pirates, he found himself compelled to act. Very well, however, I, Eagle Eye Mihawk, shall not strike twice. After one slash, I will depart. Mihawk did not refuse the challenge to slice through the massive thunder sphere above. Rather, it piqued his interest. For the prowess of swordsmanship was immense, and at times, the absence of worthy opponents induced a profound solitude. Thus, this moment presented a rare opportunity for challenge, a delightful diversion indeed. Please act swiftly. Red Fist felt a twinge of urgency. The impending lightning held considerable menace. While they, the powerful, could withstand it, thousands of Navy soldiers would surely be rendered powerless, leaving their ships unable to return. Mihawk remained silent, poised on his small vessel. His gaze keen and unwavering as he drew his black blade from his back, beginning to gather his momentum. A swordsman must harness sufficient aura to unleash a strike capable of severing all, even dispersing clouds. Thus, he was confident that he could split the gathered thunder sphere above. In the next instant, amidst rapt attention, Eagle Eye Mihawk executed his draw and slash. The simplicity of the move belied its gravity, for it was not to be underestimated. Eagle Eye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, had traversed this path by pursuing techniques that, while seemingly ordinary, were executed to perfection, an endeavor unattainable by the average individual. Only a true master of the sword comprehends that with an unwavering sword in one's heart, even a blade of grass could cleave the ocean. The radiant blade emitted from his strike arced like a rainbow piercing the sky, capable of slicing through even the tallest of mountains, thus rendering Enel's thunderous sphere perilous. This young fool truly courts danger, observed Shiki the Golden Lion, who attempted to unleash a strike powerful enough to part the sea but was halted by Norse. No need. This battle belongs to Enel. I am well aware of his capabilities. Thus, the sword aura emitted from the black blade cleaved through Enel's colossal thunder sphere, unleashing a tempest of lightning that raged through the air. At that moment, Norse and his companions had already retreated to avoid the onslaught, leading to the thunder's explosion creating fissures in the void, akin to the tremors of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Boom. Minutes later, the echoes of the thunder in the void finally subsided. Those who had covered their ears felt as though they were deafened by the cacophony. A chilling reminder of the near catastrophe, thankful that the thunder sphere did not rain down upon them. Otherwise, the devastation would have been unimaginable. Hence, the forces of the Sea Emperors, merely spectators, prepared to distance themselves further, equipped with telescopes to observe the unfolding events. Unwilling to be ensnared in such widespread destruction without cause, all units, heed my command, disperse into a single-line formation and retreat swiftly. Red Fist suddenly issued the order. The priority was now to return to the New World, to Navy headquarters, and such a formation would mitigate the impact of the enemy's area attacks, preventing instantaneous catastrophic losses. Attempting to flee? I, the Thunder God, command the very lightning. Enel, witnessing this, was far from resigned. His assault had yet to commence. Though he had been thwarted by Mihawk, he could not help but admire the formidable presence below. Yet, this did not signify the end of his offensive. Norse, wait for me. I shall summon the Golden Ark to show them what true despair feels like. Enel declared frantically, completely oblivious to Hancock's precarious situation below. Very well. Go forth. Norse nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Hawkeye Mihawk had vanished, having evidently fulfilled his commitment as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After a single strike, he departed from the battle, honoring his promise and refraining from establishing a deadly enmity with the Boa Hancock pirate crew. This was commendable in Norse's eyes. Thus, he did not pursue or trouble Mihawk. However, should their paths cross again, he would ensure that Mihawk encountered some difficulties. After all, if every warlord sought to provoke him, it would become intolerable. Soon, Enel maneuvered his golden flying ship into position. With it, he conjured forth a new thunderstorm. This time not the usual ominous black, but a striking red and blue, entirely composed of condensed lightning, devoid of any dark clouds. Insects. Today this thunder god shall bury you deep beneath the ocean's depths. Tremble in fear, you wretches. This technique was no longer merely a thunderstorm, it was a thunderous burial. It descended upon the navy below with terrifying ferocity, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. At this critical juncture, Norse observed the movements of Kazara. In a moment of peril, Kazara would undoubtedly whisk Hancock away from danger, as she was their sole bargaining chip against him. Thus, Norse resolved to follow Kazara's actions, intending to rescue Hancock from his grasp. Naturally, he would not abandon his offensive before doing so. Star explosion. As the thunderous burial struck, hundreds of suns unleashed by Norse descended from the heavens, preparing to explode upon contact with the sea, obliterating warships and dismembering Navy personnel without a second thought. Norse was indeed that ruthless. He would not take lives unless provoked, but once his ire was ignited, he would show no mercy. After all, he was not of this world. There were no sentiments involved. This was no jest. Chapter 88. Shanks intervenes. Grant me a favor. The Navy's ships fled the East Blue in a frenzy, akin to a race. However, Enel's thunderous burial and Norse's solar explosions were no trifles. Such explosions were large-scale destructive attacks, capable of annihilating dozens of fast-moving naval vessels in an instant. Thus, what did speed matter in the face of such devastation? At that moment, the formidable Vice Admiral, Akiji, showcased his abilities, astonishing countless onlookers. 3,000 layers of waves. What was this maneuver? Unheard of? This was a new technique developed after his recent battle with Norse. At this instant, the seawater lost its inertia, rising like cascading waves and instantaneously solidifying into a robust ice sculpture, aiming to thwart the dual onslaught of Enel and Norse. How foolish. Yet, at that moment, someone intervened. It was Don Quixote Doflamingo from the Seven Warlords, who commanded his subordinate, Law, to act. Law, a youth possessing the power of the Opok no Mi, chose to oppose Norse under Doflamingo's orders. With a swift motion, the young Law wielded a surgical blade, employing his room ability to redirect a portion of Norse's and Enel's attacks to the nearby sea. The resulting explosion was unfathomable. Lightning and fire erupted, instantly evaporating a vast expanse of ocean, reducing the water level by several dozen meters within a radius of thousands of meters. The attacks that were not completely redirected by Law's ability detonated beneath the Navy's vessels. However, due to Akiji's ice cover, much of the force was mitigated. Only a small fraction of the Navy suffered burns and paralysis from the heat and electricity, with some even rendered unconscious. Full speed ahead. Akina continued to command the Navy vessels to advance at full throttle, while the warlords collectively decided to provide the Navy a favor by standing their ground against Norse's relentless pursuit and attacks. Humph. Doflamingo? North gazed downwards, observing Doflamingo, who stood confidently upon the surface of the sea, exuding an air of arrogance as he brazenly stared back at North. Beside him stood Law, who, despite his position on the ship, appeared to be utterly drained. The recent use of his abilities had exhausted nearly all of his strength. His body drenched in sweat and his complexion pale, rendering him incapable of executing a second transfer. "You are courting death," Enel declared, unleashing his lightning powers directed at Law. Unaccustomed to such a ferocious assault, Law was caught off guard by a bolt of azure lightning, which incapacitated him in an instant. Unable to withstand the onslaught of electricity, he collapsed onto the deck, supported by Baby 5, who began to strategize evasion from the impending lightning strikes. "Enough, Enel. You and Shiki the Golden Lion continue your assault on the Navy warships. I shall deal with Doflamingo," North proclaimed with unwavering seriousness. "Understood, North," Enel replied, departing to join forces with Shiki. The Golden Lion, grasping the intent, immediately commenced their offensive against the Navy vessels. Techniques such as Thunder God Strike, 5 thunderclaps, Lion Sea Swirl, and Lion's Thousand Cuts rained down upon the swiftly navigating naval fleet. In a short span, several warships were obliterated, sinking into the depths of the sea. Nonetheless, the Navy was retaliating, bolstered by several warlords, including the diligent efforts of Moonlight Moria and Crocodile. For a moment, even Shiki and Enel found themselves overwhelmed by the multitude of adversaries, primarily due to the protective cover provided by dozens of Navy ships. A moment's lapse in attention could result in being ensnared by the barrage of sea boulders. Meanwhile, North relentlessly advanced towards Doflamingo. "You dare command Law to obstruct my endeavors? Do you truly wish for your demise?" North scolded him with a dispassionate tone, clearly expressing his disdain as if to deliver a resounding slap. "Hey, facing death. Do you truly believe in your own prowess? Do you think the seas bow to your will? It is the 4 emperors and the world government that hold the reins." Doflamingo, with a sinister smile, appeared to regard Norse with indifference, suggesting he possessed a certain audacity. Perhaps there was someone lending him support. If my instincts are correct, it could very well be Kaido of the Beasts. A mere warlord dares to stand before me without trembling? Norse extended his hand, gripping Doflamingo's neck from a distance. The sudden attack caught Doflamingo completely off guard. Only after Norse's swift action did he begin to feel the grip of fear and dread. Yet, before that moment, he feigned composure, declaring, "Do you know who stands behind me? I'll tell you, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, is a force that even Whitebeard would hesitate to confront. Who do you think you are? Do not presume that soaring in the skies makes you invincible, that no one can touch you." Bah. Boom. In a fit of rage, North's power surged, and he cast Don Quixote Doflamingo into the sea, resulting in an explosion. Alas! Doflamingo shrieked as the ocean surged upward, engulfing him in its depths. "Captain! Captain!" cried the crew aboard Doflamingo's ship, as several of them leapt into the tumultuous waters, unperturbed by the sea since they lacked the powers of a devil fruit. Doflamingo, however, was a user of the string fruit, despite wielding the formidable conqueror's haki. He could not survive in the water without external aid. Soon, 2 of his subordinates retrieved him from the depths, and he regarded North with profound caution. His heart filled with trepidation, for he found it impossible to fathom or predict someone like North. Thoughts raced through his mind. How could this be? After all, he had the beast Kaido behind him. Was North truly willing to oppose Kaido? It was known that the Navy had difficulty in this regard. Shouldn't they be avoiding confrontation? How could they so boldly defy the expected course? Are you surprised? Are you afraid? North swiftly ascended the pirate ship of Doflamingo, positioning himself atop the sails, casting a lofty gaze over the crew below. "You truly overestimate yourself. With a mere bounty of over 100 million for your line fruit. How dare you challenge me, a pirate with a bounty of 1,200 million? Where do you find such audacity? Have I not made it clear? The first half of the New World is my dominion. If you scoundrels wish to navigate freely upon these waters, you must pay the toll for my protection upon encountering me. With that, Norse forcefully summoned Baby 5 to his side, inquiring, "Did you not convey my message? Allowing you to depart that day was with the expectation that you would deliver my words. Do you seek your own demise?" North exuded an overwhelming presence, to the extent of disregarding anyone in his vicinity. The countless pirates aboard Doflamingo's ship, armed with their mechanized green guns, were of no consequence to him. They lacked the audacity to confront North. No, it was not a matter of choice. I conveyed the message. Baby 5 was clearly terrified, sensing the imminent threat of her own demise reflected in North's demeanor and gaze. Thus, she dared not act recklessly or whimsically. Humph. Do not presume that a young girl is innocent. North cast Baby 5 aside. He then addressed Doflamingo, stating, "Tell me, how do you wish to resolve this? Will you engage me in battle, or will you kneel and bow your head? Do not think that just because Kaido of the Beast stands behind you, I, North, will show him any respect. Even in his presence, I would not hesitate to slap him twice, ensuring he keeps his underlings in check." Norse coldly proclaimed, "I possess no emotions, yet I am invincible. So what? I choose to fight." Doflamingo, equally proud and bearing the identity of a celestial dragon, would never kneel before Norse. Such an act would be an affront to his very essence, a manifestation of deep-seated arrogance. Excellent. Nost immediately grew cold. He was determined to crush Doflamingo completely. He declared, "A mere warlord of the sea, I shall make you understand the true meaning of power. Although North has not awakened the Conqueror's Haki, he has harnessed the power of the demon back. When infused with armament Haki, that power can be amplified, and with unwavering confidence. He believes he could render Don Quixote Doflamingo half-dead with a single punch." He proclaimed, "Upon facing my deathly strike, your heart shall cease to beat. Had it not been for the intervention of the world government, you would have long since perished. I wonder, as you endure my onslaught, how much aid your abilities can truly provide you." With a chilling smile, North's bloodlust surged, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of a blood-soaked abyss, radiating an aura of menace and lethality. Doflamingo, visibly unsettled, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from North, even with his own Conqueror's Haki activated. He could not suppress the latter's brilliance and indomitable spirit, though Doflamingo possessed the power of the string fruit, enabling him to manipulate strings and soar through the air. He could not match North's velocity. In a reckless decision, Doflamingo chose to distance himself from his pirate ship, preparing to engage in aerial combat. A fool's errand. Norse transformed into a blazing sun, soaring into the sky, and struck Don Quixote Doflamingo with tremendous force, unleashing a devastating series of 108 strikes known as the Dogbeat Fist. Doflamingo screamed in agony, attempting to evade the onslaught, yet evasion proved futile. He endured excruciating pain with each blow. Even when he seized an opportunity to counter with his own fists, his bones shattered inch by inch, rendering him utterly incapable of retaliating. This was a being of the same caliber as the fearsome Kaido of the Beasts. North said, "You are audacious enough to disregard even the likes of Red Fist and Yellow Ape in my presence, and yet you dare to strike. Now, I shall make you experience the impending arrival of death." As North ascended towards the heavens, a fist descended from above, embodying the wrath of a deity of death. Boom. In midair, Doflamingo did not merely fall. Rather, he was struck by an ethereal punch that rendered him devoid of any vitality. In his eyes, only boundless terror and a struggle for survival remained, but gradually, as life ebbed away, they transformed into a lifeless gray. Below, the pirates aboard Doflamingo's ship could scarcely comprehend the true might of a great pirate. Had their captain been utterly vanquished, reduced to a mere dog? They were leagues apart in strength and stature. What now? Is our captain dead? This is it. What shall we do? Will North eliminate us as well? By God. Having slain our captain, I shall take vengeance upon him. Among them, a few officers suddenly had their eyes blaze crimson, launching a barrage of gunpowder attacks toward the formidable North above. Norse merely cast a glance, unleashing two beams of light that pierced the bodies of several dissenters aboard the vessel below, rendering them unconscious instantly. Why the panic? Your leader is unworthy of dying at my hands. He shall be vanquished by my disciple and sent to the prison of the advancing city. North granted this opportunity to the young Luffy, thereby reviving Don Quixote Doflamingo, a maneuver akin to that of two small suns. As Doflamingo gradually returned to consciousness, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped the grasp of death, a chilling sweat trickling down his brow as he regarded North. Furthermore, a gaping wound, the size of a fist, marred his chest, a brutal testament to North's power, which had shattered his hardened defenses. In an urgent response, Doflamingo swiftly employed the abilities of his string fruit to stitch his injured body back together, acutely aware that he might soon have to confront North again, leaving him without the chance or means to flee. Ha ha ha. North gazed at Doflamingo and chuckled softly. You truly live a wretched existence. You have already perished once, and it was I who breathed life back into you. My intention is to instill in you an everlasting fear and dread of my presence. To put it differently, you currently lack the right to meet your end at my hands. However, should you wish to depart, I present to you a choice anew. Surrender law to me, or remain here. North asserted unequivocally, exhibiting an undeniable strength, for his adversary possessed no alternatives in his presence. Indeed, Doflamingo, in a desperate bid for survival, chose to betray law, despite their rather tenuous relationship. Simultaneously, he surmised that law, under North's control, would likely endure a fate worse than death, yet he found himself with no other recourse. The singular regret lay in the fact that Law harbored within him a devil fruit. However, should Law meet his demise at the hands of his captor, Doflamingo was confident he could still locate the fabled sea where the surgical fruit was said to originate. Thus, North departed with Law in tow, while Doflamingo retreated, unwilling to linger in the East Blue, and promptly set sail aboard his pirate ship. Norse delivered Luo to the island ship before joining the battle against the Navy alongside the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion and Inel. However, it was not long before the renowned Yonko, Shanks, intervened. He appeared aboard the Red Fist warship, calmly stating, "Grant me this favor and allow Boa Hancock to remain unharmed. I assure you, my friend Norse will not unwarrantedly threaten the order of your navy, as he aspires to become the sovereign of the seas." Shanks is well known for his formidable reputation. Perhaps it is due to his illustrious fame within the New World, or perhaps he possesses an abundance of secrets regarding this world, compelling even the world government to heed his words, let alone the Navy. Red Fist hesitated momentarily before discreetly notifying the higher-ups, namely the 5 elders. Their response was surprising. Given Shanks' involvement and his assurances, they agreed to grant him this favor. Norse, overhearing the exchange between Shanks and Red Fist, was astonished to realize the extent of Shanks' influence. What secrets does Shanks hold over the world government that earn him such deference, while Norse remains overlooked? It appears this is a matter Norse must contemplate further. Perhaps he could uncover some secrets of his own and wield them as leverage against the world government to garner similar respect. Chapter 89. Shanks' severed arm. Shanks' appearance significantly alleviated the tensions between the Navy and Norse. Had this conflict continued unabated, it could have escalated to a fatal confrontation. It is more likely that the Navy would have issued a decree against Norse in a desperate bid for survival. With Shanks' intervention, Red Fist ultimately released Boa Hancock. At that moment, Norse disregarded the Navy and descended directly onto their warship, standing alongside Shanks. "Thank you, my dear brother Shanks," Norse politely remarked, leaving both Red Fist and Kizaru in a state of astonishment. They pondered the gravity of the situation. These two formidable figures of the sea had formed an alliance, and their rapport appeared to be exceptionally amicable. Henceforth, one could only wonder who would dare to challenge them upon the vast ocean. "Norse, my dear brother, do not say such things. I have yet to repay my debt of gratitude to you. This small gesture is merely expected." Shanks chuckled, adding, "Red Fist, Kizaru. Norse is my friend, and I trust you will look after him in the future." Red Fist furrowed his brow. Fully grasping Shanks' unspoken implication, Norse held a favorable position with him, and thus, any future dealings with Norse would necessitate consideration of Shanks' presence. "Humph," Red Fist scoffed, declaring, "You would do well to tread carefully. This is merely the beginning. Death may strike you at any moment." "Red Fist," he continued, "what do you deem justice to be? Are you willing to condemn every Marine today to death simply to pursue me?" Norse arrogantly declared, "The last time I spared you from death, it was solely because I deemed you unworthy of my efforts. Your current capabilities are laughably insufficient to overcome me, Norse. I dare say you will need many more years of relentless striving to even approach my level. And as for you, you insolent monkey, do not present yourself with such laziness and arrogance. In my presence, you are merely a fool, brother, do you comprehend? Furthermore, let me add this. It is only due to Shanks' intervention today that you are fortunate enough to be alive, which is why I shall refrain from further assaulting you. However, I must convey this. Norse shall dictate the new world, preparing to ascend as the 5th Emperor. Should you wish for this world to descend into chaos, do not hesitate to confront me." Norse's arrogance and bombast incited an overwhelming fury among countless naval officers, epitomized by the fierce Red Fist. They thought to themselves that they had never encountered such unrestrained shamelessness and audacity in a pirate. It seemed that his unblemished record had only emboldened him further. "Norse, dare to challenge the might of our navy and the world government, and you shall come to regret it." Red Fist coldly declared, "We await you in the new world. Rest assured, I shall personally take your life then." Norse replied nonchalantly, utterly dismissing Red Fist's threat. North has come to a clear understanding of his own strength. How many formidable individuals within the Navy headquarters could pose a lethal threat to him? Perhaps only the enigmatic figures such as the 5 elders and M. Or perhaps Sara and Karp. However, North remains unperturbed, for he possesses ample time and potential. He has yet to awaken the Conqueror's haki or fully harness the true power of the Devil Fruit. Thus, he maintains a formidable aura of invincibility. Meanwhile, Shanks gazes helplessly at Red Fist and Kizaru, seemingly conveying that he is at a loss. His new companion is undeniably arrogant and self-assured. Had he not intervened earlier, they might have met a dire fate. Subsequently, North departed from the Navy warship with Hancock, while Shanks returned to his own vessel. The Navy ship then set sail from the East Sea, as the powerful factions fled in a frenzy, fearful of encountering the Navy's Red Fist and his allies. After all, the ability to soar above the sea renders one invincible and unrestrained, while these factions, reliant solely on the ocean, stand no chance against the formidable Navy fleet. Upon returning to the East Sea, North inquired of Hancock, "Are you unscathed?" Hancock tightly embraced North, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I know you would never abandon me." North reassured her, "Of course, you are my woman, a part of me. Master, you are truly imposing and remarkable." At that moment, Ace, Sabo, and little Luffy appeared before North, gazing at him with awe. Indeed, my strength is sufficient. If you desire absolute freedom, you must relentlessly strive to cultivate your power. I believe that one day, you too will stand tall against all adversaries that obstruct you. Yes, master, rest assured, we will diligently train. Luffy, come here. At that moment, the red-haired Shanks called Luffy over, saying, Come, I will teach you for one last day. Tomorrow, I shall depart from the East Sea. And I will await you in the New World. Haha, and I will be there too. North smiled as he gazed at Luffy and his companions, contemplating that it was essential to provide this group with a motivating goal to pursue. The others nodded somberly. After all, they had spent over a week together, and bonds had indeed formed. Subsequently, Shanks led Luffy to a small grove behind the town, where they faced the ocean to engage in training. Norse, accompanied by Ace and Sabo, engaged in his final training, for he would not linger in this place much longer. However, this time, he included Law in their midst. Law, now a mere 10-year-old boy, found himself teetering on the precipice of innocence and rebellion, yet he possessed a keen understanding of right and wrong. Norse, do you know why I chose to spare you rather than end your life? Norse inquired of Law. Law remained silent, contemplating escape. Yet the formidable strength of the Kuja pirates was beyond his capacity to resist. Ace interjected from the sidelines, Newcomer, what is your full name? Are you aware that our teacher is a fortune teller? If you choose to remain mute, you surely won't see the dawn of tomorrow. Honestly, what does that even mean? My name is Law, and I cannot fathom why I am still alive, Law replied with a nonchalant tone, as though he had cast aside the weight of life and death, indifferent to the whims of those before him. Haha. North chuckled and said, Ace, from now on, Luo shall remain aboard my ship. Master, may I truly join your vessel? North pondered for a moment and concluded, it is unlikely. I have foreseen your future, radiant and ablaze with promise. However, you lack the fortune to embark on this journey with me, so it would be best for you to venture forth on your own. Perhaps we shall reunite in a new world someday. Nevertheless, be mindful of the fatal thread intertwined with your destiny, yet rest assured, I shall assist you. What I wish to convey is this. Be bold in your explorations, and you will discover your own remarkable potential. As for you, Law, from this moment onward, you shall serve as an apprentice aboard my ship, the Nine Snake Pirates. When you have acquired the necessary skills, a captaincy shall be yours. At this juncture, North calmly remarked, I have heard whispers of Doflamingo-esque treatment towards you. Surely, being taken under my wing presents you with an extraordinary opportunity. However, Law abruptly interjected. But I wish to form my own pirate crew. Desiring to establish your own crew? Let me disabuse you of that notion. It is an impossibility. Doflamingo will not permit you such liberties. Should you depart from my protection, he will reclaim you to his family. Upon hearing North's words, Law hesitated. Indeed, Doflamingo was truly malevolent, having even slain his own brother. His animosity towards Doflamingo was profound, and if he were to extricate himself from the Nine Snake Pirates, the consequences could be dire. Have you thought it over? North inquired. No need for contemplation. I shall remain aboard the Nine Snake Pirates as an apprentice. After all, Law was merely a 10-year-old child. What schemes and wariness could he possess? It was all too easy for North to ensnare him. Very well, North replied. North gently patted Law's shoulder and remarked, if you apply yourself diligently, you shall become as remarkable as I am. Today, you will meet Luffy and his crew. Given your comparable ages, who knows, perhaps the forthcoming era of pirates will serve as your stage. Law nodded in acknowledgement, pleasantly surprised that the enigmatic Norse held him in such high regard and trusted him, proving to be far more approachable than Don Quixote Doflamingo. Thus, the group commenced their final day of training, as Norse prepared to depart from the East Blue the following day. During his time in the East Blue, Norse had made significant gains, forging a friendship with the legendary Shanks and recruiting 2 crew members, Bartholomew, the wielder of the barrier fruit, and Law, who possessed the powers of the surgery fruit. Among them, particularly noteworthy was Law, whose fruit granted him formidable medical abilities, coupled with Norse's solar power and Enel's lightning prowess. The members of the Nine Snake Pirates were indeed a force to be reckoned with, nearly invincible. The next day, the 3 ships of the North hover above the Windmill Village, while below, the sea is graced by the presence of Shanks. Brother Shanks, the new world awaits. North clasped his fists in farewell, embodying the camaraderie of the martial arts world, unlike a mere whimsical pirate. Until we meet again in the new world. Shanks, mirroring North's gesture, also embraced him with a fist. Luffy, I'll be waiting for you in the new world. Give it your all. North then turned to Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. Indeed, master. We shall become masters of martial arts. Shanks began addressing young Luffy. This hat is temporarily entrusted to you. I hope you will wear it proudly when you reach the new world. You aspire to be the Pirate King, so strive to make that dream a reality. Conquer these tumultuous seas and leave your mark. With that, Shanks tossed the hat into the air. Luffy took a few steps forward, eager to catch the flying hat. However, a sudden gust of swirling wind altered its trajectory. Luffy rushed forward, but, in his excitement, he neglected to gauge his steps and found himself perilously close to the edge of the abandoned dock. At that moment, Ace and Sabo grew anxious, realizing Luffy's folly. Luffy! They cried, but it was too late. Shanks, aboard the ship, grimaced, acknowledging Luffy's recklessness. Despite knowing the perils of the sea, Luffy had heedlessly leaped toward the water, Above. North watched with an unsettling sense of familiarity, sensing that a similar scene was about to unfold. After all, Shanks' arm had not yet been severed, and the lurking sea creature was likely to make its appearance. Luffy had now plunged into the depths, struggling for survival. As anticipated, a colossal sea monster, measuring 500 meters, emerged, opening its cavernous maw to devour Luffy. The crew aboard the ship and those on shore initially felt little concern, believing they could rescue him at a moment's notice. Yet, the sudden turn of events left Ace and Sabo at a loss, shouting, "Luffy, run! A Sea King is coming!" But Luffy was already too exhausted to respond. In a flash, Shanks leapt from his ship into the sea, racing towards Luffy to shield him from the impending attack of the Sea King. The crew gasped as they witnessed Shanks being bitten, losing an arm in the process, an agonizing sight that sent shockwaves through them. North shook his head, realizing that fate is an inexorable force, difficult to alter. Although one might change the timing of events, the trajectory and outcomes, especially those involving the pivotal figure of Luffy, remained steadfast. Yet, North found himself increasingly intrigued by this world. His involvement might lead to unforeseen developments in the future. Meanwhile, Shanks unleashed a powerful haki, which momentarily intimidated the Sea King, causing it to retreat into the depths. "Thank you for saving me, Shanks," young Luffy exclaimed, filled with joy. He reflected on how close he had come to being devoured, though he felt unworthy of such a fate. However, Luffy soon noticed the crimson hue spreading across the water, blood. He looked up to see Shanks' left arm severed. Overwhelmed with emotion, Luffy wept, realizing the sacrifice Shanks had made for him. Shanks, gently patting Luffy's head, smiled reassuringly. "You're quite fortunate, my boy. If I hadn't acted swiftly, you might have perished. Be more cautious in the future. Do not fall into the sea again." Shanks' smile radiated warmth, enveloping Luffy in a sense of comfort and happiness. "Shanks, does it hurt?" "Your left hand." Luffy hesitated, wanting to touch the injury, but fearing it would cause Shanks pain. "Not really," Shanks replied, suppressing his agony to spare Luffy from guilt. Fortunately, at that moment, North descended from the sky, bringing both of them to shore. He employed his healing techniques, swiftly closing the wound and staunching the bleeding from Shanks' severed arm. North remarked, "What a pity. If your severed arm were still intact, I could have fashioned it for you immediately. However," he continued, "give me a few years, and should you desire an arm by then, I shall procure a formidable one for you." Laughter erupted from Shanks, who admired Norse's confidence, responding, "Indeed. I hope that day arrives when I find use for this lost limb." Chapter 90. Subduing the Arlong pirates. Thus, Shanks' arm remained severed, an unexpected misfortune indeed. Norse had presumed it would remain unscathed, yet fate proved immutable, merely delayed. Perhaps, in this manner, the destinies of the young Monkey D. Luffy and the red-haired Shanks were inextricably intertwined. After all, to save Luffy, Shanks, a powerful figure of considerable renown, sacrificed an arm. Should this news reach the New World, it would surely cause a tumult. To this end, Shanks wished to conceal this event, needing a plausible explanation, for he was a formidable individual who had already claimed sovereignty in the New World. Nevertheless, even so, Shanks departed the East Blue that very day, with Norse presenting him a jar of divine liquor. This exquisite drink originated from the sky island of Gaia, cherished by its indigenous people for over 5 centuries. Norse had infused it with the power of the sun, endowing the liquor with immense energy, potent enough to heal Shanks' wounds. By the time he reached the New World, his injuries would likely be entirely mended. "Remember to drink it, Shanks," Norse reminded him. "Thank you, my dear brother Norse," Shanks replied, accepting the gift without hesitation, for he was indeed a connoisseur of fine spirits. Thus, the red-haired pirates vanished from the surface of the East Blue, embarking toward broader horizons. The Straw Hat Pirates leisurely drifted above Windmill Village, unhurried by any pressing matters, content to admire the picturesque scenery along their journey. Before long, North gazed down at the vast ocean and spotted a pirate ship emblazoned with the emblem of the Dragon Pirates. "Oh, is it them?" Sonia and Galit, who were on the island ship, also recognized the ship. Years ago, when the captain of the Sun Pirates, Tiger, rescued them from the dungeons of St. De Maria. These very individuals had come to their aid, and some had even shared their fate as slaves. "Lady sister, look, it's them," Galit exclaimed joyfully, overwhelmed with emotion as if encountering a fellow countryman after a long separation. This sentiment was undoubtedly rooted in the memory of their deceased captain of the Sun Pirates. "North, I wish to go down and see." Hancock felt a pang in her heart, for their savior was no longer alive, and those pirates below were the very ones who had once fought alongside them. "All right, I understand your feelings. I've heard that they are members of the Sun Pirates who managed to escape the grasp of the Navy. That is indeed fortunate." As she spoke, North commanded Golden Lion Shiki to lower the island ship, steering it directly towards the Dragon Pirates. Meanwhile, the Dragon Pirates sailing the seas soon noticed the grand ship soaring through the sky. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the pirate insignia of the Nine Snake Pirates, which sent a wave of fear through them. They thought to themselves, "This is truly alarming." After narrowly evading the pursuit of the Navy's formidable fleet and the predatory gaze of the sea pirates, we finally thought we could catch our breath in the East Blue, the weakest of the 4 seas. Yet, upon our arrival, we find ourselves confronted by the recently infamous Nine Snake Pirates. "What should we do, Captain?" "They are the Nine Snake Pirates, a force we cannot provoke. A merman named Shaba exclaimed, a sun emblem on his forehead concealing his slave mark. What can we do? Judging by the situation, fleeing is not an option, Along replied calmly. He understood that even at full speed, they could not outpace the island ship unless they abandoned their vessel and plunged into the water. But as pirates, how could they forsake their ship? To abandon their crew for the sake of survival would render them unworthy of being called pirates, especially for Along, a captain of their ranks. Before long, the island ship descended powerfully upon the ocean, casting a commanding gaze over the dragon pirates. North, do you require my lightning to eliminate them? Enel's words struck terror into the hearts of the many merman pirates. There's no need for your lightning. A single lion sea vortex could devour them along with their pirate crew. However, they are mermen. And I recall hearing about a group called the Sun Pirates not long ago. They were said to be quite formidable, Golden Lion Shiki remarked thoughtfully. North smiled at this and remarked, you ought to be more cautious in your words. Have you not observed the atmosphere surrounding you? At that moment, Gold Lion Shiki and Enel noticed that Sonia, Groud, and the captain were all casting cold glances in their direction. Gold Lion Shiki and Enel appeared quite innocent, utterly unaware of where they had erred. Naturally, they remained oblivious to the connections between the Fishman pirates and Hancock. Such secrets would forever remain concealed. Hancock, with her immense pride, would certainly not wish for more people to be privy to them. Moreover, the Fishmen, who had once been enslaved, would never acknowledge their past humiliations, as they were originally high-ranking members of the Sun Pirates. My goodness! Upon the silence that ensued after Gold Lion Shiki and Enel ceased their chatter, North, privy to the underlying truths, spoke up. I shall handle them. Thank you, North, Hancock replied with a smile, touched and elated to have someone who understood her. Thus, North stepped into the void, gradually descending onto the ship of the dragon pirates, which was entirely crewed by fishmen, with not a single human aboard. The captain, Arlong, had utterly lost all trust in humanity. This was primarily due to his inherent disdain for humans, compounded by the death of Fisher Tiger, the former captain of their pirate crew and a hero of Fishman Island. For half a year, he had relentlessly advocated for the complete annihilation of humans. Previously, he had been chastised by Captain Fisher Tiger for his merciless stance against humanity. However, a few months ago, Tiger had perished after being severely injured while escorting a human girl, who had once been enslaved, back to her homeland. Unbeknownst to him, the inhabitants of her hometown had alerted the Navy. It was a tragic twist of fate that their Sun Pirates fell victim to an ambush by Rear Admiral Storoberry, resulting in Tiger sustaining grave injuries and ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. As a high-ranking officer aboard the ship, Arlong had held immense admiration for Captain Tiger. Yet he bore witness to his demise, all because of his refusal to accept human blood. From that moment on, Arlong became burdened by the darker side of Tiger's spirit. If his prior feelings towards humanity had been merely malicious, they had now transformed into an irreconcilable, deep-seated hatred. Thus, when North stepped onto their ship, Arlong was consumed with rage, and had he possessed even a modicum of strength to resist, he would have surely raised his great saw blade and attack against North. Arlong, harbor no ill will towards me. Only by following me can you truly hate those who deserve your hatred. Come, join our Nine-Snake Pirates. North did not directly address the matter of slavery, for once this topic was broached, it would inevitably inflict emotional distress upon them. Ha ha ha, is another man in here? Aaron burst into laughter, as if he had heard a particularly amusing joke, pondering what right the other party had to entice them aboard. Indeed, I am a remorseless lunatic. Do you wish to confront me? Noth was prepared to showcase his formidable power to Arlong, fully aware that his time in the world of piracy had been brief. Many pirates across the seas regarded him merely as the infamous pirate Noth. Captain, no, this is the legendary Noth, the Demon Hand. It cannot be mistaken, observed Octopus Brother Shaba, having scrutinized Noth for some time, and confirming that the adversary before them was indeed the notorious pirate Noth, whose bounty had surged to a staggering 12 billion in just a few months. This individual wielded 6 weapons and was a proficient swordsman among the octopus fishmen. It was said that he mastered the 6-sword style, and now served as one of the 3 commanders of the evil dragon pirate crew. Having once been a member of the Sun pirate crew, much like Arlong, his personality was rather simple, somewhat foolish and slow-witted, yet at this moment, he exhibited remarkable courage. Should Noth make a move, Xiaoba would recklessly engage in combat with him, undeterred even by the prospect of becoming mere barbecued calamari. Xiaoba, do you think we have a way out? Or will he permit our departure? If I am not mistaken, there appears to be a legendary pirate from Roger's era aboard the ship above, the Golden Lion Shiki. The speaker was a soft-bodied fishman named Kruby, possessing the prowess of a 40-level karate master. His ultimate technique, the 1,000-tile punch, could shatter 1,000 tiles in water, rendering any ordinary opponent in a water battle doomed. Kruby spoke with grave seriousness, as one of the officers on Arlong's pirate ship. He certainly had the authority to voice his concerns. Indeed, that is the Golden Lion Shiki. But fear not, he is entirely under my command, so there is no need to worry about imposing any threat to you. North smiled, seemingly dismissive of them, yet his words carried a profound significance. They sensed that perhaps he genuinely did not intend to annihilate them, but rather wished to recruit them as crew members. However, their trust in humanity had long since eroded. leaving only a deep-seated hatred for all humankind. As he spoke, Norse conjured a radiant sun in his hand and declared, I am aware of your past under Tiger's command, a man I hold in high regard. Yet from this moment forth, the Sun Pirates shall be inherited by me. For I embody the very essence of freedom. Once you board my vessel, you shall discover that the dreams that dwell within your hearts can indeed be realized. Dreams? A long-haired man named Alron scoffed, convinced that Norse was merely attempting to ensnare them with his words. He bellowed, No, we shall never again place our faith in humanity. Norse, with unwavering confidence, retorted, What if I were to propose that you accompany me to witness the downfall of the celestial dragons? What say you? What? Exclaimed a fisherman with lips resembling those of a triggerfish, capable of expelling vast amounts of water to vanquish foes, his speech laced with a slurring undertone. Behind him, a menacing manatee from the Grand Line echoed his astonishment. You heard me correctly. There is no need for surprise. The existence of the Nine-Snake Pirates is akin to the sun, relentlessly pursuing absolute freedom. Oh dear, Norse, you are indeed troublesome. At that moment, Sonia was unexpectedly brought down by Enel. With an innocent expression, Enel looked at Norse and said, You cannot blame me. She insisted on joining us to meddle in your affairs. What brings you down here? Norse inquired of Sonia. I have come to offer my assistance. I believe they will soon agree. Sonia replied. Very well, give it a try. Norse encouraged. Norse nodded, contemplating that since they had all once been slaves, discussing this matter among themselves should not evoke too much shame. Thus, I suggest you speak to this octopus instead. For it seems that Aaron is incapable of absorbing any words. What a foolish creature. Norse glanced at Aaron, encountering such an obstinate and powerless merman for the first time. It was truly a remarkable display of foolishness. Meanwhile, Sonia called over the octopus, Xiaba, to the side. Upon seeing Sonia, Xiaba felt a vague sense of familiarity. Yet he could not recall where he had met her. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to share a few words with you. Perhaps after hearing them, you will know how to proceed. Oh, do hurry then. Xiaba was genuinely a bit dim-witted in his endeavors. Thus, Sonia subtly conveyed to Xiaba the significance of the time when Tiger had once rescued them. Suddenly enlightened, Xiaba exclaimed, So it is you. How did it come to be you? Meanwhile, Aaron and the other pirate crew members remained perplexed, casting glances at Xiaba, wondering when he had ever had a secret rendezvous with a human woman. Naturally, Xiaba would not disclose this matter in front of everyone. Instead, he discreetly pulled Aaron aside and whispered a remark about an incident from 3 years prior, leaving Aaron utterly astonished upon hearing it. North remarked, Since you are aware, it is imperative to ponder your future. I can appoint you as the captain of the 4th Division of the Kuja Pirates, and together we shall ascend to become sovereigns in the New World. Ultimately, Arlong acquiesced. Very well, I consent to join your ranks. Arlong nodded, contemplating the prospect of becoming a member of the Kuja Pirates, thus securing protection. Furthermore, he was astounded by the notion that the Kuja Pirates aimed to establish their dominion in the New World, a feat far surpassing that of the 7 warlords of the sea. Excellent, let us board our island vessel. From this moment forth, you shall heed my instructions, and through this, you will achieve your aspirations. Norse felt that he was not acting out of a desire to assist Aaron, but rather in gratitude towards Hancock for their past contributions alongside Tiger. Aaron remained silent, standing to the side, as he was still somewhat unaccustomed to swiftly integrating into the human pirate crew. At that moment, the Golden Lion Shiki descended, chuckling. I cannot believe Norse has taken an interest in you youngsters. Do you have any idea how much I am worth in bounties after my maritime exploits? 15 billion. And yet you are merely the 2nd captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates. You need do nothing, and yet you have ascended to the rank of 4th captain. As Shiki spoke, he manipulated the gravity surrounding Aaron's pirate ship, causing it to levitate, and with one hand, he lifted the vessel towards the island for placement. Chapter 91. Does Colonel Monka need some money to spend? Cocoa Village. North and his companions sailed to the village of Kokasia, the hometown of Nami, renowned for its exquisite oranges. However, North harbored no interest in visiting the youthful Nami. Thus, he entrusted the course of fate to Luffy to fulfill. Norse and his companions were merely soaring above the village of Kokasia, though they had ventured to the sea to capture a majestic sea king. With the increasing number of members in the Nine Snake Pirates, including over 50 under the command of the Golden Lion Shiki, and with Arlong now joining their ranks, bringing along a contingent of over 20 fishmen, the demand for sustenance had become quite substantial. Who wishes to descend and explore? Norse, feeling rather unoccupied, observed a vibrant orange grove below, filled with ripe, crimson fruit, a sight of such beauty during the harvest season. Why not descend and pluck a few oranges to enjoy? What purpose would that serve? Sonia inquired. Do not ask. Simply remain aboard with Grud and train Luffy and Bartolomeo, Norse replied nonchalantly. I already knew. Which is why I inquired. Sonia retorted with a playful tongue-out gesture. Norse observed with a shiver that Sonia seemed to have gained weight recently. No longer the petite figure she once was. Indeed, matters of fate are often difficult to alter. They may arrive late, but never too late. May I accompany you? Hancock blushed and smiled, seemingly eager to experience the legendary notion of a date. Of course, you were simply stunning. Today, Hancock donned a pink dress, and the crew aboard the ship had long admired her beauty, feeling fortunate to be on the same vessel, even if they were to be dismissed. None would wish to leave. They would gladly dedicate their lives to the Kuja pirates. I want to go too. Enel stepped forward, always eager to follow Norse wherever he went. What do you intend to do? Have you completed your tasks aboard the ship? Hancock frowned, irritated at the thought of needing a third wheel for their rendezvous. Captain, Norse is not solely yours. He is also mine. While I often turn a blind eye. In moments like this, you cannot selfishly claim him, understand? My heart for Norse is unwavering. In an instant, Enel was on the verge of tears, lamenting. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. Can you comprehend my feelings? Upon hearing this, the crew exchanged glances filled with disbelief. Realizing that Enel's old habits had resurfaced once more, his peculiar orientation was unmistakable. Norse, you must help him find a new direction. It's truly unsettling for me. Hancock impulsively expressed her frustration before recognizing that it was time to address Enel's situation, for even a normal person would find it intolerable in the long run. Indeed, this was a pressing concern. After pondering for a moment, North inquired of the Golden Lion Shiki, "Did you not mention that you have a connection with the Ladyboy King?" Upon hearing this, Shiki's expression darkened, and he replied, "What do you mean by a connection? Our relationship is one of pure friendship, and besides, I have no interest in ladyboys." North chuckled, realizing Shiki's intent, and suggested, "Shall we visit your friend next?" "Certainly, I am familiar with the Ladyboy Kingdom," Shiki affirmed. "Moreover, we shall take to the skies instead of the sea, which will prove far more convenient. Once we arrive, I can ask the Ladyboy King to enhance Analu's appearance, so that it becomes more palatable for us all." "Oh, such a magical transformation exists?" North mused. In his recollection, the women of the Ladyboy Kingdom were indeed grotesque. Yet hearing from Shiki that they could be made beautiful sparked his curiosity. Could there be other avenues to explore? Why then, were the so-called ladyboys universally unappealing? Of course, only those with strong ties could receive the Ladyboy King's personal attention. Otherwise, one could easily be deceived, and upon transformation, one might emerge no more appealing than a ladyboy. Shiki continued to elaborate, seemingly drawing from personal experience. However, it must be noted that during Shiki's fierce battle with Roger at sea, he had been struck by lightning, leaving a ship's helm lodged in his head. He had sought out the Ladyboy King, requesting a makeover. The Ladyboy King responded, "This is quite challenging. How about we try a cross-dressing approach, and I shall transform the helm into hair." At that time, Shiki did indeed embrace the cross-dressing. But he found it unbearable to face others, as he had become too attractive, even captivating the crew, which made him feel quite repulsed. He thought to himself, "This simply won't do. I must abandon the cross-dressing, or who knows what crimes the crew might commit against me." Thus, a few days later, Shiki revisited the Ladyboy Kingdom, pleading with the Ladyboy Queen to revert him to his current appearance. This was a tale he would never share in front of North and the others, lest he be ridiculed mercilessly. "Very well, let us proceed. I shall take Hancock for a stroll below, while you may remain here. If you find it dull, feel free to wander into town, but do refrain from causing any disturbance. As far as I know, the people in this town lead their lives in a blissful and ordinary manner." North spoke softly, and the people aboard the ship nodded in agreement. He then summoned his pet dragon, and together with Hancock, they gracefully descended onto the orange grove below. In the grove, a group of children and a middle-aged woman were busy picking oranges. Upon witnessing the dragon descend from the sky, they were utterly astonished, with the children instinctively hiding behind the woman. However, when they spotted 2 figures emerging from the dragon's back, it was none other than Norse and Hancock. As a man, Norse was of little concern. It was primarily Hancock's beauty, imbued with an infinite allure, that left the children and middle-aged women in the orange grove utterly astonished. They had never encountered such exquisite beauty, and within their hearts, no trace of envy towards Hancock could arise. Norse and Hancock also spotted them, instructing the dragon to feast upon the fallen oranges in the grove rather than cause a ruckus. With that, Norse and Hancock approached the group of children and a middle-aged woman. "Greetings, may we pluck some oranges from your orchard?" Norse inquired with a warm smile, striving not to instill fear, for the hearts of children are tender. As he spoke, Norse produced 10,000 berries, asking, "Would you accept this? I have a fondness for oranges, as they evoke a sense of home." The middle-aged woman nodded but declined the money, instead handing the currency to a braver little girl, who, upon closer inspection, bore a striking resemblance to Nami. In no time, Norse became well acquainted with the inhabitants of the orange grove, engaging in lively conversation with both adults and children alike. Norse enthusiastically devoured an orange and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Nami. Are you Norse? I have seen you in the newspaper and heard that you are a pirate," Nami boldly replied. Upon hearing this, Norse was somewhat taken aback. It appeared he had gained quite a reputation. Even children were familiar with his legend. However, he felt a surge of gratitude, as they seemed unperturbed by his piratical background. They appeared amiable and hospitable, willing to engage sincerely as long as he posed no threat to them. "Indeed, I am Norse. Do you wish to venture out to sea?" he inquired. "Not at all. I find immense joy and contentment in guarding the orange grove here with my aunt," Nami replied. "Ah, but should you ever wish to set sail, seek out Luffy in Windmill Village. He can fulfill your desires." Nost was perplexed as to why such words were uttered. Perhaps it was due to his acceptance of Eren into his fold, thus altering the course of future events. Dreams? When the subject of dreams arose, Nami's eyes sparkled with the gleam of gold, and she exclaimed joyfully, that definitely means an abundance of wealth. However, who was Luffy? Could he truly fulfill my aspirations? Indeed. 10 years hence, you may seek him out, and you shall realize any dream you hold dear. Trust me, it will not lead you astray. Nas chuckled softly. 10 years from now? Nami took note. Her curiosity piqued at the prospect that someone could bring her monetary dreams to fruition. After a while, Nas departed from the orange grove with a bag of freshly picked oranges, having also purchased an orange tree from a middle-aged woman, intending to bring it back to the ship for planting. Farewell. In a blink, the dragon soared away from the orange grove in Kakochia village, carrying Nost and Hancock back to the ship above. The crew aboard was diligently engaged in their tasks, maintaining a harmonious order as they practiced various forms of training, primarily focusing on enhancing their physique, strength, and muscle. Naturally, they felt honored to be part of the Snake Pirates, while others roamed the seas. They soared majestically through the skies. Upon North's return, he commenced a culinary endeavor, resolved to gather everyone for a joyous celebration. Henceforth, they would be united as one. For claiming the title of emperor in the New World was no trivial feat, it necessitated a substantial collective. Beyond the central power, it was imperative to have some lesser individuals to attend to various tasks. The provisions were ample, as the island ship was sufficiently spacious. A single sea king could satiate the appetites of their 100 or so members. During the meal, North suddenly recalled something, if memory serves him right. There seemed to be a maritime restaurant in the East Sea. 3 years ago, North contemplated a life of quietude in this world, envisioning the establishment of a magnificent seaside restaurant in a certain maritime region. However, his aspirations of reigning as the sovereign of the seas led him to a fall into the depths, causing all his dreams to dissolve into thin air. Now, as the memory of this venture resurfaces, he resolves to visit a renowned maritime eatery in the East China Sea. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to a splendid meal. I have heard that there is an impressive maritime restaurant in the East China Sea. North proclaimed. Indeed, my Lord North, I am aware that such a restaurant exists. But your culinary creations remain unparalleled. Someone hastily offered flattery as soon as North spoke. Clear's throat. Nos cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. When we go, please refrain from causing any disturbances. After the meal, payment is required, though I shall be the one to handle the expenses. You need only to enjoy your food and drink, and avoid waste. Thank you, Lord Nos. We understand. Upon hearing the prospect of a complimentary meal, the pirates aboard the ship naturally grew animated, their anticipation and camaraderie towards the 9-snake pirate crew intensifying. Several hours later, they finally spotted a maritime restaurant in the East Sea, named the Buladi Grand Hotel. It appeared to be bustling with business, as not far away lay a thriving little town along the coast, alive with activity. Moreover, during this time, the East Sea had seen fewer pirates, leading to a peaceful populace that could indulge in a leisurely lifestyle, frequently sailing in small boats to dine at the Buladi restaurant. As Nos and his companions arrived, they noticed a naval vessel stationed nearby, with hundreds of sailors armed with firearms, apparently engaged in the pursuit of the Buladi restaurant. Oh, that seems to be a lieutenant commander, one observed. Upon glancing, North was taken aback to find it was Colonel Monka. Yet, what could possibly bring this individual to such a place? Was it the sight of this seaside restaurant profiting handsomely on a daily basis that stirred his envy? Did he intend to seize the establishment's wealth under some unfounded accusation? Indeed, my Lord North, that is the infamous axeman Monka, a covetous officer who, despite ruling over the town of Shears, resorts to plundering the riches of this quaint village. An intriguing notion. As North spoke, he commanded the Golden Lion Shiki to lower the island ship. Below, the sea surface revealed descending pirates. The naval warships, accompanied by the 9-snake pirates, urgently declared a retreat, warning of dire consequences should they remain. Countless pirates aboard the island ship began shouting through their megaphones. Report to the Lieutenant Colonel. Pirates are approaching. Should we retaliate? An inexperienced soldier urgently sought orders. What the hell? Do you not know who the 9-snake pirates are? They are the fearless pirates led by Norse. Hurry, turn around and flee. Monka discarded his cigar, realizing that seizing the funds from this maritime restaurant was no longer an option. Norse observed as the naval vessels began their retreat. How could they escape without even a token gesture of confrontation? And to claim they are the Navy, what does that imply? Do they not regard the 9-snake pirates as a legitimate pirate crew? Shouldn't they at least fire a few warning shots? Confounded, Norse leaped from the island ship, targeting the naval vessels. Bang! Unexpectedly, a foolish naval soldier, perhaps acting on instinct, fired a shot at Norse. Madness! Seeking death. Before the bullet could reach him, a bolt of azure lightning descended from the heavens, the initial strike of NL's formidable attack. 30 million volts surged forth, stunning the soldier, who emitted a savory aroma of cooked flesh, indicating he was gravely injured. Norse effortlessly evaded the bullets, unleashing the flames of the sun from his hands, instilling fear in all the Navy personnel aboard the ship. Summon Colonel Monka, or prepare to meet your demise in the depths of the sea. Norse gradually broke into a chilling smile. Do not be so foolish as to think your strength grants you the liberty to act with impunity. Soon, Colonel Monka appeared, visibly anxious and terrified, for the man before him was one who even the highest-ranking admirals of the Navy could not subdue. What was he, a mere colonel, in comparison? Heh, you shall find out soon enough. be wise and produce some monetary offerings. Chapter 92, The Maritime Restaurant. Upon hearing Norse's words, Colonel Monka was momentarily speechless, as were the trembling Navy personnel surrounding him. What? It was the first time they encountered a pirate audaciously demanding money from the Navy, and so brazenly at that. Some Navy officers could hardly contain their outrage, ready to burst forth with shouts of, "How dare you, scoundrel, demand money from the Navy? Do you seek to forfeit your existence?" Yet, they dared not act. It was evident that even the colonel was too enraged to utter a single word of defiance. "Are you serious?" Monka finally managed to stammer, his teeth clenched, fearing he might shatter them from the strain. "Of course. Do you truly believe that I, Pirate Norse, would just with a mere officer such as yourself?" Norse narrowed his brows, contemplating the intensity of his opponent's demeanor. Did he perhaps wish to resist? With a sigh of relief, Monka thought to himself how fortunate it was that a matter could be resolved with money. Otherwise, he might have perished from fright today, facing such a formidable pirate. "Bring forth 10 million berries," Monka bellowed, seemingly unperturbed by the financial burden. "Oh, wait." North gradually cooled down. 10 million? Is your life truly worth nearly 10 million? It exuded a menacing aura, suggesting that disobedience would lead to a prolonged demise. Upon hearing this, Colonel Monka was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Was the other party's appetite insatiable? 10 million berries was hardly insignificant. It seemed he was indeed a formidable figure in this new world. If 10 million berries were insufficient, perhaps an additional 10 million would pique his interest. How about adding another 10 million berries? Monka wiped his cold sweat and inquired, "How dare you?" North hurled a blazing sun towards Monka, declaring, "I shall vanquish you with a single strike." Monka had no time to react before being engulfed in flames, enduring a fiery torment lasting several seconds. His garments were consumed by the inferno, leaving him utterly stripped, his hair and beard reduced to ashes, standing stark naked upon the vessel, much to the astonishment of the bewildered new Navy recruits. Good heavens! Colonel Monka is indeed formidable. Is that truly a pair of coconuts? Monka trembled, his hand shielding his exposed form, acutely aware of the searing pain inflicted by North's sun. It was evident that North was deliberately tormenting and humiliating him. "What more do you desire?" 20 million is an immense sum for me, requiring considerable time to amass. Pausing momentarily, Monka quickly corrected himself, asserting, "I meant to say it would take a considerable duration to confiscate such wealth from those miscreants. Spare me your pretense, if you are so affluent. Why do you only part with 20 million? Once more, Norse spun a sun in his hand and declared, "I require 100 million berries." Who is unaware that over the years, in this distant realm far from the Emperor, you have undoubtedly amassed a considerable fortune? Upon arriving at the seaside restaurant, was it not his intent to extort its wealth through some form of coercion? Monka's gaze began to falter. How sharp were Norse's eyes? Capable of discerning his misdeeds with a mere glance, had Norse been secretly investigating him all along? Yet, how could that be? It was said that this man had only recently arrived in the East Sea. 100 million is exorbitant, truth be told. I have never encountered such a sum in my entire life. Monka lamented pitifully, attempting to evoke sympathy. "Humph, never seen such wealth? Then I shall have to eliminate you and offer you a glimpse of greater riches in the afterlife," Norse retorted. He surveyed the naval officers aboard the ship, declaring, "If your leader lacks 100 million berries, then your lives shall cease here," accompanying Monka to the depths of hell. "Please, no. Mighty pirate, our esteemed officer possesses wealth. I implore you for another chance." In that moment, perhaps spurred by the threat of death, several inexperienced soldiers knelt before Norse, pointing at their officer and insisting, "He truly has money, he is quite wealthy." They then desperately reminded Colonel Monka, "Sir, we recently extorted a substantial protection fee from a town and apprehended several pirate crews, resulting in several 100 million in total." "Silence, you insolent brat. Cease your babbling," Monka exclaimed, panic overtaking him. "That money has long been allocated for town development." "Haha, development? Do you aspire to construct a kingdom of your own in the town you govern? Such delusions. Do not presume the naval headquarters or the world government remain oblivious. They are merely preoccupied and have not yet dealt with you. However, if you provide me with 200 million now, perhaps I shall spare you. For it would absolve me from answering to my superiors, as you would be the greatest sufferer, would you not? Right now, I do not have that much." Monka stammered, realizing the gravity of his predicament. "Not that much? Very well, I shall simply retrieve it from the town you oversee. Prepare 200 million berries for me," Norse said, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "Now, you may leave." Norse soared into the sky, deeming the matter concluded. Monka, disheartened, commanded his crew to hastily depart on the warship, anxious to avoid any sudden change of heart from Norse, for that would spell disaster. Norse's actions immediately garnered the enthusiastic cheers of countless diners and staff within the maritime restaurant. They keenly overheard the conversation between Norse and Colonel Monka, feeling a profound sense of justice, relishing the sight of Monka facing his comeuppance. Some even remarked, "That wretched old man is quite the villain. I believe the pirates of these years are the true heroes." Indeed, it is said that this person is none other than Norse the pirate, whose strength is utterly formidable and steeped in legend. Upon witnessing him today, it is apparent that his reputation is well-deserved. Strangely enough, rather than inciting fear, he emanates an aura of safety. Do you not feel it? They pondered. It is indeed said that the Nine Snake Pirates adhere to principles, refraining from harming innocent civilians. Before long, the island ship of the Nine Snake Pirates descended from a height of 500 meters, where Golden Lion Shiki announced, "Inal. Bring forth the Golden Thunder flying ship. Let us descend and flaunt our wealth." Thus unfolded a remarkable scene. The crew of the Nine Snake Pirates, aboard the Golden Thunder, made a grand entrance at the maritime restaurant, even carrying a chest brimming with gold and treasures to signify their intent to dine. "Boss, prepare a lavish feast," Sonia exclaimed. At this moment, a throng of onlookers emerged, utterly captivated by the sight of a ship crafted from gold and a chest overflowing with riches. Is this truly the reality of pirates, possessing wealth, beauty, and strength, seemingly capable of anything? Wow, what a stunning lady. At this juncture, Sanji, who had been discreetly observing and learning culinary skills from Red-Leg Zeph, squeezed into the crowd and beheld the enchanting Hancock, adorned in red, a vision of breathtaking beauty. In that instant, he felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his youthful aspirations. "You little rascal, come here." Red-Leg Zeph emerged, having caught Sanji in the act of ogling. "What are you staring at? Have you finished washing the pots? The dishes? Old man, let me have just one more look." Sanji protested as Zeph grasped him firmly. "Is it so wrong to admire such beauty? That lady is simply exquisite. Keep your eyes to yourself, lest you be turned to stone. Have you not heard of the Empress of the Nine Snake Pirates? She possesses the ability to petrify those who harbor lustful desires. To die beneath the peony is to remain a spirited ghost. What do I have to fear? It's worth it," Sanji retorted, embellishing his argument with poetic flair. "Best heed my warning. Do not provoke them. Be cautious today," Zeph advised, genuinely concerned that Sanji's youthful naivety might lead him into trouble with the Nine Snake Pirates. A situation difficult for even him to navigate. Now, let us briefly discuss Red-Leg Zeph. In his earlier days, he was a captain who wielded his culinary skills with great prowess, sailing the seas with a formidable crew. His remarkable leg techniques are legendary, as he relied solely on his legs in combat, viewing his hands as the essence of a chef's craft. Thus, when he unleashed his legs, he could effortlessly shatter rocks and leave imprints on steel. Sanji's exceptional legs are a testament to Zeph's tutelage. "Hey, Red-Leg Zeph." From a distance, Norse spotted the elderly gentleman amidst the crowd. "We, the Nine Snake Pirates, have come to dine at your establishment. I hope we have not disrupted your business?" Upon hearing Norse's unexpected greeting, Red-Leg Zeph turned his gaze toward him, taken aback by his youthfulness, confidence, and commanding presence. Furthermore, he had indeed gathered under his banner the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, a pirate of Roger's era. "As long as the payment is made, we welcome all guests equally at our maritime restaurant," Zeph replied earnestly. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Bring it forth." Norse smiled contentedly, suddenly struck by a splendid idea. He proclaimed, "Today, all those present here shall be treated by the Nine Serpents pirate crew. Feel free to order whatever your hearts desire. All expenses will be on us." Upon hearing North's words, the surrounding crowd erupted into incredulous screams, as if they were ensnared in a dream. It was the first time they had ever experienced the privilege of being treated by a pirate, an event that utterly transformed their worldview. Could it be that pirates in the open seas had become like this? "Japu, is this chest of gold and silver sufficient?" Nost inquired softly. Redfoot Zep glanced around and noticed quite a number. However, to him, money had ceased to hold significance. What truly mattered was the joy of being a chef. His passion for culinary arts and the delight of preparing food for others brought him immense satisfaction. The sight of people reveling in his dishes was the epitome of perfection. "There is plenty," Zep remarked nonchalantly. "Haha, I am more than willing to offer you double the compensation. What does this paltry sum even signify?" Norse chuckled softly, leading the way inside, followed by 100 crew members and a throng of onlookers, eager to seize the opportunity. At that moment, the Golden Lion Shiki approached Zep, remarking, "It has been a while. Back in the day, when I invited you aboard my ship to serve as my chef, you refused. Now, I find you running a restaurant in this desolate place. Business seems thriving. I assume you've earned quite a bit over the years? With you? Did I not end up in Impel Down alongside you?" Zep replied nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by past grievances. "Haha, that's true. For Roger's sake. I indeed spent some time in Impel Down, but I caused quite the uproar while I was there. Now, aboard Norse's ship, I am once again commanding the seas. So, have you considered returning to the ocean with us? Isn't your dream the culmination of One Piece? The mastery of all culinary arts? If you join us, your aspirations are surely within reach." Shiki laughed, surprisingly advocating for Norse, perhaps coveting the wealth Zep had amassed over the years, envisioning him as a valuable asset to the Snake Princess pirates. "Ah, indeed, a clever approach. This method of financing is both formidable and swift." Zep, however, dismissed Shiki's last comment, stating, "You have fared even worse than I, yet I admire your courage and self-assurance." As he spoke, Zep scrutinized Shiki's current appearance. With a helm embedded in his head and both legs severed, it was a truly pitiful sight. Unfazed, Shiki replied, "I have battled against heaven and hell and survived. Shouldn't that be a source of pride? Yet you, merely a cook, have managed to break a leg," he chuckled. Unbeknownst to Shiki, Zep had sacrificed his leg to save Sanji, severed by his own ship's rudder. "Zep, you should focus on your work and ignore Shiki," Norse interjected, wishing to prevent any animosity from brewing between them. for he had plans brewing in his mind. Zepp then retreated from the front to the kitchen, instructing the chefs to toil diligently in the preparation of exquisite dishes. After all, the guests were members of the Snake Princess Pirates, a recently risen group steeped in legend, and he wished to honor their presence. The workload was considerable, requiring meals for at least 500 to 600 individuals. However, with the entire kitchen crew mobilized and Zepp at the helm, they could complete the task within a few hours. Thus, over the next several hours, an array of culinary delights was continually presented, and the patrons of the restaurant began to indulge in their feast with great delight. Norse admired Zepp's culinary skills, truly deserving of his title as the chef who trained Sanji. He believed that enticing Zepp to join him in opening a maritime restaurant in the New World would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Chapter 93. Come with me to open a restaurant in the New World. Note: this chapter remains unedited. Modifications may occur tomorrow at random. Golden Lion Shiki observed Norse and the others drooling over their meals while sitting nearby, unable to suppress his murmurs of curiosity. He inquired, "Enel, is this delicious?" Enel nodded, replying, "Indeed, it is exquisite. I never expected such delectable cuisine could be found down here, though it pales slightly in comparison to Norse's dishes." Shiki pressed further, "Oh, and what about this dish? It seems to possess a perfect balance of color, aroma, and flavor. It appears quite appetizing, does it not?" Clutching a specially prepared roast chicken, Enel responded, "It's delicious, all of it. If you wish to eat, then indulge. Do not hesitate, do not be timid." Shiki shot Enel a cold glare, retorting, "Damn it, you know very well that I can only relish Norse's cuisine. Why do you torment me so?" Unfazed, Enel replied, "Come on, brother, don't be like that. If I didn't say this, you'd surely accuse me of being unfriendly, regardless of whether it's true." Shiki struck Enel's head with a resounding slap, demanding, "From where did you learn such antics? Can't you be a bit more sincere? You know precisely what I wish to convey." Enel shook his head, insisting, "Stop it. I mean it. Please do not disturb my enjoyment of this food. You are truly out of your mind to interrupt someone's culinary pleasure. What are your intentions?" The assembled pirates erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Captain, our captain clearly states that he holds you in high regard." Enel disdainfully regarded Golden Lion Shiki, asserting, "Him? How could that be? This old coot is exceedingly wicked." Norris remarked, "All right, Golden Lion Shiki, if you desire a meal, simply express your wish. I have a solution." Golden Lion Shiki, brimming with excitement, replied, "Really? But you are currently dining. Would it not be too much of an imposition to trouble you to prepare a dish for me?" North paused for a moment and said, "Old Jane, where are your thoughts wandering? That is not what I meant at all." As he spoke, several orbs of solar energy materialized in North's hand, merging seamlessly into a piece of Malaysian grilled fish, which measured at least over a meter in length, surely enough to satisfy the cravings of the Golden Lion, Shurji. Upon the completion of the operation, North declared, "Come, give it a try. I assure you it won't be akin to consuming dirt, trust me." Subsequently, the Golden Lion Shiki, salivating profusely, began to eat, yet a peculiar sensation enveloped him. Why was he able to partake? He even pondered whether his aversion to food had miraculously vanished. Grabbing a chicken from the platter, he took a vigorous bite, only to discover it was utterly revolting, as if he were ingesting a mouthful of earth. Ha! The pirates at the table erupted in laughter, merrily drinking and feasting, thoroughly entertained by Shiki's comedic performance. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion Shiki cast a glance at those who were not quite worthy of mocking him, wondering, what is the reason for this? Norse remarked, "It is quite simple. Only food imbued with my power can be consumed without issue. Anything devoid of my essence is beyond your grasp, for you suffer from a severe case of anorexia. Specifically a variant known as anorexia nervosa. You are simply unworthy of savoring such energy-laden sustenance." The renowned Captain Shiki found himself utterly bewildered, his mind clouded with confusion, as if he had been the target of some cunning deception. Meanwhile, the kitchen continued to produce a steady stream of delectable dishes, while over 500 guests filled the grand hall, with even more arriving from the shore to partake in the seaside banquet, having heard the alluring rumors. The pirates were indeed hosting a feast, having brought along a veritable treasure trove of gold and silver, allowing all to indulge in a sumptuous meal at no cost. The restaurant staff welcomed the influx of guests, providing them with seating and serving exquisite food and fine wine. Amidst the merriment, the surrounding patrons laughed and conversed, extolling the virtues of the Kuja pirates, noting their distinct principles and their commitment to not harming innocent lives. Some even spoke of Norse's decisive action in banishing the bloodthirsty Commander Monka, praising him for winning the hearts of the people. This pirate was deemed more effective and trustworthy than even the Navy itself. North merely smiled at this. The ordinary folk were endearing. As long as you offer them some benefits and do not harm them, even if you are perceived as a pirate by outsiders, what does it matter? They will still support you, praise you, and begin to pay attention to you. In light of such outcomes, North felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, he did not wish for the 9 serpent pirates to become a target of public disdain. The power of public opinion is a formidable and often underestimated force, one that must never be taken lightly or ignored. After 3 or 4 hours, everyone had feasted and quenched their thirst. At that moment, in the kitchen, Redfoot Zepp and Sanji emerged, making their way to North. Redfoot Zepp inquired, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Zepp was quite pleased with his culinary skills, Nuasi said softly, it's acceptable. Do you require a score? Hong Jiaozhipu furrowed his brow and inquired, how much? Norse pondered for a moment. If one were to assess culinary skills on a scale of 10, your dishes would certainly merit a 9, neither more nor less. Hong Jiaozhipu found this perplexing. The initial part of the statement posed no issues, yet the latter assertion, that even a slight deviation would be unacceptable, was intriguing. What could it possibly mean? It seemed there was an underlying message. To be candid, I too am a chef, and I consider your culinary prowess to fall beneath my own. Which is why I have set my benchmark at a score of 9.1. How, then, could you surpass me? Hong Jiaozhipu scrutinized Norse. Suspecting that this fellow might be inebriated, could it be true that he possessed culinary skills? It was amusing, yet he remained skeptical of Norse's claim to be a chef. Even if he could provide proof, Hong Jiaozhipu would remain unconvinced, for your cooking pales in comparison to my own. He was not boasting. After 50 years in the culinary field, it was inconceivable that an 18-year-old could belittle his skills. Such words in the culinary realm were tantamount to issuing a challenge. To avoid a definitive resolution would be to insult this revered profession. Sanji sensed the tension and remarked, Old man, are you truly angry? He had never witnessed such fury in the elder before. Confused, he turned to Norse and said, What are you thinking? You must not treat the old man this way, or I shall not let you off lightly. Norse gently ruffled Sanji's golden locks and remarked, Your hair is quite similar to mine, and I can readily discern your innate talent for cooking. However, I shall not take you under my wing, primarily because you, my friend, are a tad too flirtatious for my liking. I cannot bear the consequences. Sanji's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, Ah, you can see that, can you? I assure you, I was not even glancing at that lovely lady beside us. North smiled as he looked up and remarked, Rest assured. My discussion with Red-Footed Carp is solely about culinary skills. Nothing untoward will transpire. Shanks, unable to contain himself, chuckled heartily, exclaiming, Ah, so you are bald. Why then do you claim to possess a splendid mane of golden hair? You deceiver, I shan't be swayed by your lies. The smile on North's face gradually faded as he remarked, You certainly have a knack for seeking trouble. Meanwhile, Red-Footed Jipu placed himself protectively in front of Sanji, instructing the restaurant staff to escort Sanji into the kitchen. Without his explicit command, Sanji was not permitted to leave even a step. A smile once again graced North's face as he spoke, Do not worry so much. I, North, would never harm a child. After all, those with talent in the culinary world are becoming increasingly rare. I share your passion for cooking, and thus, when I encounter a kindred spirit, I am filled with unparalleled joy. Red-Footed Jipu glanced at North and retorted coldly, Enough of the pleasantries. I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? North replied earnestly, Indeed. It is my intention to integrate. However, if you seek to challenge me, then it is only fair that I am entitled to set forth my conditions, is it not? Redfoot Zeb asked, What conditions? North spoke with a hint of profundity. It is prudent to discuss this after the conclusion of the competition. However, you must agree unconditionally. There are several hundred witnesses present, and I trust that neither party will resort to deceit. Indeed, we can attest to that, echoed the others. Master Zeph, you should acquiesce to Norse. Certainly, Lord Norse is a man of principle and will undoubtedly uphold his word. In the restaurant, having feasted on the provisions generously provided by Norse, the patrons now rallied to his defense. Red-Footed Zeph, upon hearing this, replied, Very well. But I shall only commit to that which is within my capacity, and I will not acquiesce to conditions that contravene my principles. Norse clapped his hands and declared, Excellent. My condition shall not compel you to violate your principles. Subsequently, the restaurant witnessed a delightful spectacle following the meal, a culinary competition between Norse and the renowned chef of the seaside establishment, Red-Footed Zep. Shall I serve as the judge? Inquired the illustrious Golden Lion Shurji, for he possessed the ability to narrate from a divine perspective, essentially hovering in the air. 100 enthusiastic spectators were selected to evaluate the culinary creations, which meant that both Norse and Red-Footed Zep were tasked with preparing 100 dishes within a stipulated time frame, all while ensuring exquisite flavors. The fortunate chosen audience reveled in their good fortune, feeling rather elevated at the prospect of engaging in such an extraordinary event alongside the infamous pirate, a dream they had never dared to envision. The primary ingredient for both competitors was fish, as they were at sea, where fish was the most prevalent fare. However, this was no ordinary fish. It hailed from the depths of 10,000 meters beneath the ocean surface and would perish instantly upon exposure to air, rendering its flesh unfit for consumption. The two contestants had 1 hour to complete their 100 fish dishes. The time had been meticulously arranged, marked by an hourglass. Norse requires no fire. He embodies warmth itself and possesses the exquisite ability to control it. However, this time, Norse does not intend to craft an elaborate fish dish. Instead, he is preparing to make a large pot of rice. Indeed, a feast sufficient for 100 people. For the specific procedure, please refer to the ensuing details. Norse procured a fish, weighing 200 pounds, which had long since perished and was preserved within the ice house. However, the quality of the flesh is such that an ordinary chef would struggle to handle it, for the fish's meat has lost its vitality. Once thawed and subjected to conventional cooking methods, the texture remains unpalatably mushy. Thus, this scenario presents a true test of the chef's ingenuity. demanding a profound understanding of culinary techniques and dexterity. Norse held the fish in his hands, the warmth emanating from them causing the ice to gradually melt away from the 200-pound catch. In a swift motion, he skillfully separated the flesh from the bones, as the fish lacked scales. Once the separation was complete, Norse placed the bones into a large pot, igniting a ball of sunlight within, blending it with water and the fish bones. The temperature of the sun's essence was impeccably controlled by Norse, hovering around 200 degrees. He intended to simmer the fishbone broth, extracting every essence contained within the bones for its intended purpose. With a formidable cleaver in hand, Norse began to chop the fish flesh vigorously on the cutting board, his hands moving with astonishing speed. In mere minutes, the substantial amount of fish was reduced to a fine paste. Some onlookers were perplexed, questioning Norse's methods. Was this not a failure to reduce the fish to a pulp? However, those familiar with culinary arts understood that Norse was operating outside conventional norms, his confidence unwavering. Indeed, his culinary creations were renowned across the seas, capable of driving anyone to madness with just a single taste. The crew of the Nine Serpents pirates felt a profound sense of pride in their master, believing that even his unconventional methods were impressive beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Norse then began to shape the exquisite fish paste into balls. This process required immense strength, and as he executed this technique, it was not merely for show. His grip was formidable, exceeding several hundred newtons. This display astonished the onlookers. Soon, gasps of awe filled the air as they observed the sheer power manifested in Norse's physique. In a display of finesse, he incorporated his strength into the crafting of the fish balls, executing a series of punches that were nothing short of exquisite. Many spectators attempted to emulate his movements, hoping to glean some wisdom from Norse that might lead them down the path of strength. After forming hundreds of uniformly sized fish balls, Norse lifted the lid of the pot simmering with fish bones, revealing a dazzling golden light that erupted from within, radiant and breathtaking. Wow, it glows. Could this be the legendary miraculous dish? It was the first time they had encountered such a luminescent culinary creation, confirming that Norse's cooking was indeed extraordinary. It was clear that Norse was a formidable figure. Chapter 94. The 3-Year Pact P.S. I've hit a writer's block. I suggest skipping ahead. Haha. North decided to prepare fish balls, utilizing the rich broth derived from the fish itself, striving for an authentic and unadulterated flavor. He had previously encountered the notorious beef balls from Stephen Chow's culinary film, and thus grasped the essence of fish meatballs, which possess an unparalleled elasticity and a robust texture. Soon to be served. The assembled crowd could hardly contain their anticipation, for they had just witnessed the fish broth in the pot transform into a golden elixir. A truly rare culinary spectacle. On the other side, there was the culinary endeavor of the renowned chef Redfoot Chapu, who skillfully crafted exquisite seafood pastries from a 200-pound deep-sea fish, resembling delicate cakes adorned with citrus fruits, aimed at enhancing the tenderness of the fish's flesh. However, his dish lacked the dazzling reaction of North's creation, as he did not possess the same extraordinary abilities, akin to the sun itself. As time progressed, the aromas of both fish dishes wafted through the air. I resolved to volunteer as a judge to sample North's culinary masterpiece. Jean Sheetsy, unable to restrain his salivation, eagerly expressed his enthusiasm. Thus, he immersed himself in the proceedings. Behold, I have completed my dish. The fish meatballs are unparalleled. This is no exaggeration, North declared with unwavering confidence. Bring forth 100 portions for everyone to savor. He commanded the kitchen staff nearby. The kitchen crew, momentarily taken aback, found themselves astonished by North's rapid pace, as they had not anticipated that someone could surpass their esteemed chef Redfoot Chapu. Some individuals pondered in disbelief, wondering if they were being deceived. Yet they quickly moved forward to serve the fishball dish from the large pot. As the lid was lifted, a dazzling array of golden light burst forth, blinding the audience momentarily. Quick, let us taste it. The judges below could hardly contain their excitement. Having never encountered such a formidable dish that radiated light, could it truly be a legendary divine cuisine? However, when the fish balls were served, the crowd was left in astonishment. The presentation was rather unrefined, resembling merely a bowl of clear broth with a few meatballs floating within. What is happening? Some exclaimed in confusion. After all, culinary creations should be judged by their appearance, aroma, and flavor, as well as their sophistication. North's dish, in comparison, seemed as simplistic as boiled cabbage and clear water. Upon witnessing this, North smiled and remarked, truly a testament to my culinary prowess, it appears even more successful than I had envisioned. In this era, I dare say there is not a single individual across the 4 seas capable of crafting such exquisite cuisine as I. After North's declaration, those who were initially bewildered and skeptical became even more perplexed, prompting them to take up their ladles and indulge in the fish balls and meat-colored dumplings in the soup bowl. Suddenly, a voice shrieked, "This is exquisite. My goodness!" Some individuals even experienced spontaneous clothing disintegration, a loud pop resonating as they felt an overwhelming euphoria that seemed to elevate their existence to new heights. Furthermore, the number of those experiencing such a phenomenon was not insignificant. The primary reason for this was the excessive energy contained within the food. Ordinary individuals could hardly assimilate the extraordinary vitality derived from the fish balls, resulting in an explosive release of power that rendered their garments into shreds. This unexpected turn of events elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Incredible! Could this be the legendary explosive cuisine? Indeed, had we known. We should have signed up to be judges ourselves. Well, it doesn't matter whether we judge or not. The paramount objective is to savor the culinary delights. Norse gazed upon the 100 judges, astonished by their fervent reactions, realizing that his culinary skills had indeed progressed significantly. He then glanced at the opposing chef, Redfoot Zepp, contemplating the latter's unwavering confidence in impressing the judges. Meanwhile, the judges devoured the fish soup balls voraciously, devoid of any decorum, voraciously cleaning their bowls in front of hundreds of spectators. Now, it was time for the judges to score and share their post-meal impressions. The first judge proclaimed, "I must award full marks. I have never tasted such exquisite cuisine in my life. It is evident that I am not a connoisseur of culinary arts." Having assumed that appearances alone could suffice, the second judge exclaimed with enthusiasm, "First and foremost, I am immensely grateful to savor such a rare delicacy." The initial presentation of Chef AZ's dish was dazzling, something I have never encountered in other culinary creations. Therefore, based on this alone, I believe it merits an exceptionally high score. Furthermore, the fish meatballs possessed remarkable elasticity, a feat I could hardly fathom. The third judge asserted, "Indeed. Full marks are a necessity. This is the finest dish I have ever had. Honestly, it felt like one of life's greatest pleasures. As if I were soaring to celestial heights." The fourth judge, a young woman, shyly remarked, "I feel exhausted. The dish was simply splendid, akin to an exquisite duet, deserving of full marks." Thus, all 100 judges bestowed full scores, leaving no room for criticism. The audience erupted in excitement. "This dish is extraordinary," they exclaimed. "Look at those judges. They seem as if they've consumed an aphrodisiac." Indeed, even the usually lackluster D. Guzzi, who had been chosen as a judge today, now beamed with vitality, his once expressionless face now alight with joy. What a pity we could not partake ourselves. Life seems devoid of meaning without such delights. The next phase involved the 100 judges tasting Redfoot Zepp's culinary offerings. "Judges, please commence your tasting," they were instructed. As they began, a chorus of dismay erupted. "Ugh!" The judges recoiled, unable to continue. Some lamented, "This is utterly unpalatable. It lacks any sensation. Are we too discerning? Or has the chef's talent diminished?" Many judges, confronted with the exquisite presentation before them, found themselves incapable of taking a single bite. They refrained from forgetting the delightful flavors of the fish balls, opting instead to sample a mere morsel of Redfoot Zepp's dishes, only to grimace and set aside their scoring instruments. Witnessing the judges' unfavorable reactions, Redfoot Zepp felt a crushing disappointment. Could it be that Norse had bribed the judges? But how could that be? He had been watching intently, with no time to orchestrate any underhanded dealings. In this state of disbelief, Redfoot Zepp decided to taste his own creation. To his surprise, he found it delectable and encouraged those who had yet to try it to do so, asserting that it was delightful and far from the judges' disparaging remarks. "I protest. This is utterly unfair," Redfoot Zepp bellowed, convinced that foul play was afoot. "Why?" Norse inquired. "I suspect this culinary contest has lost its integrity and impartiality." Lacking any semblance of authority, Redfoot Zepp replied, "Ha! You merely believe I have cheated, or that I have bribed these judges." Norse spoke with a hint of arrogance, stating, "If you were to sample my culinary creations, you would instantly comprehend the disparity that exists between us." Upon hearing these words, Redfoot Zepp furrowed his brow. Driven by curiosity and a desire for clarity, he complied with Norse's suggestion and tasted his dishes. In an explosive reaction, Zepp's garments were torn asunder, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can this be?" Norse approached and patted Zepp's shoulder, saying, "Abandon treatment? No, we must confront the reality of this situation. My culinary skills are beyond your reach." Zepp remained silent, gazing at Norse, at a loss for words. After a long pause, Redfoot Zepp finally spoke, "I concede. In this culinary competition, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. However, do not feel so disheartened. Your cooking, while not on par with mine, is undoubtedly among the finest in the world of chefs." Norse consoled Redfoot Zepp, who was aware that Norse had ulterior motives as he sought a favor in return. "Norse, speak your mind. What condition do you wish to impose? I have accepted my defeat, so I shall agree to your terms as long as they remain within my principles." "I'm glad you remember my previous words." Norse chuckled, initially thinking Zepp would be unreasonable, considering he had once been a pirate himself. "Hurry up and say it. I intend to close up shop today and need some time to myself." Redfoot Zepp had suffered a significant blow today, as his confident culinary skills paled in comparison to those of a young man. "Come with me to the New World to open a floating restaurant," Norse declared earnestly. "The New World? A floating restaurant?" Redfoot Zepp was momentarily taken aback. "What, are you unwilling? I believe such a proposition does not contradict your principles, does it? I could consider it." Redfoot Zepp did not refuse. Rather, he felt a flicker of excitement. He had visited the New World long ago, spending a year there. But the fierce competition and his lack of strength made it exceedingly difficult to establish a floating restaurant. Thus, he had only been able to set one up in the remote East Blue. "I can consider it, but you must promise me this. My dream aligns with yours. Yet I understand that one person alone cannot ensure a thriving floating restaurant in the New World. My point is not that my skills are insufficient, but rather that I currently lack a chef. Do you understand my reasoning?" "I comprehend," but I cannot agree to your terms at this moment. Oh, how long do you intend to deliberate? By the way, I do not wish for Sanji, your apprentice, to accompany us. His talent is remarkable, and I prefer to let him flourish independently. At this point, Norse had an idea. I have several apprentices in the East Blue, one of whom is named Luffy. His dream is to become the Pirate King, and both Shanks and I have wagered our names on it. Therefore, my suggestion is for Sanji to join Luffy on his voyage. I can consider it, but I need 3 years. Currently, I have reservations about Sanji. I am reluctant to part with him, Redfoot Zepp replied. 3 years? Very well, I will arrange for someone to come for you in 3 years. By then, the floating restaurant will be established. Haha, by then you may very well be the sovereign of the seas. Redfoot Zepp chuckled. Indeed. My floating restaurant will command respect from both the Navy and the current emperors of the sea, Norse said with a hint of ambition in his gaze. Redfoot Zepp felt a surge of excitement. Being able to cook in the New World was one of his dreams, although it would be with Norse's support. He was unconcerned. The crucial factor was the opportunity to cook in the New World. Thus, Norse and Redfoot Zepp made their pact. 3 years later, he would lend his efforts to Norse's floating restaurant in the New World. By afternoon, the entire Nine Snake Pirates crew was preparing to depart. Many townspeople gathered to bid farewell to the Nine Snake Pirates, grateful for the joy they had brought and the understanding that not all pirates were fearsome or wicked. Indeed, some were quite noble, as exemplified by the crew of the Nine Snake Pirates. As they departed, the Nine Snake Pirates soared through the sky, arriving above the town managed by Colonel Monka. Colonel Monka, the Nine Snake Pirates have arrived. A soldier quickly reported, as Monka had instructed him to do so without delay. Knowing the consequences of failing to comply, find 2 individuals to carry these 2 chests out, Monka ordered with a stern expression. The 2 soldiers who had previously boasted of their wealth had already met their demise at his hands. Within these chests lay 200 million berries intended for Norse. Though Monka was reluctant to part with the money, he had no choice but to yield to his superior. Shiki the Golden Lion, go down and bring up the chests. Norse commanded. Absolutely, not a single berry less. Shiki replied with a nod. Where's the money? He called out, glaring at Colonel Monka. Right here, Monka replied, his face darkened. Open them and take a look. Shiki instructed the nearby soldiers. The chests were filled to the brim with treasures. Haha, you've done well. Or else you'd be in a far worse predicament. Shiki laughed, but then added, is it truly this lucrative to be a Navy officer? A mere lieutenant like you can so casually produce 200 million berries? You must be a scoundrel. This money reeks of exploitation from the common folk. Monka remained silent, aware that he could not afford to provoke Shiki the Golden Lion. Seeing Monka's silence, Shiki lost interest in continuing the conversation, deeming Monka a mere minor figure. He then used the power of his devil fruit to levitate the 2 chests. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Monka with tremendous force. 50 million volts, and you're done for. Enel exclaimed from aboard the ship, displeased. This was the price of his grim demeanor. Chapter 95. Arrival in Old Shash's territory. Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning from above, directly hitting Navy Colonel Monka. The consequences were severe. Monka's face was charred, with much of the flesh on his jaw missing, exposing his stark white bones. Upon witnessing this, North realized that it indeed aligned with the subsequent narrative surrounding Monka. A rather remarkable coincidence. North held no particular thoughts on the matter. After all, he was merely a minor character in this grand tale. If he were to perish, it would be of little consequence. Moreover, should he indeed eliminate Colonel Monka, the inhabitants of the surrounding maritime territories would likely express their gratitude towards North for ridding them of a malevolent force, perhaps even celebrating his deed with applause. Monka was, after all, a figure of great malevolence, ruling through fear and instilling terror in countless souls who dared not resist his tyranny. Thus, North and his crew secured a bounty of 200 million berries from Monka and returned it to their treasury. Their journey was directed towards the realm of the Demon King, a destination known only to the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, who, being notoriously directionally challenged, found himself utterly lost upon reaching the East Sea, bewildered and disoriented. Consequently, North and his crew's navigation was somewhat erratic. They often sailed upon the waves but spent the majority of their time soaring through the skies, for traveling aloft granted them swiftness and an air of grandeur. On the 3rd day of their odyssey, the latest bounty for the 9 Snake Pirates was announced. North, would you like to know the amount of your current bounty? Norse was diligently honing his ability to wield the fruits of his labor in the secluded area of the ship when, much to his dismay, Enel, that utterly repugnant individual, intruded upon his space. Norse, unable to bear the sight of Enel, found it exceedingly difficult to accept the presence of such a loathsome man. Had he been a woman, it might have been more tolerable. Yet, regrettably, Enel epitomized a particularly nauseating type of homosexual. Consequently, Norse and his companions resolved to transform Enel, bestowing upon him a new identity, reshaping him into a strikingly beautiful transvestite. It is worth mentioning that Enel is on the verge of becoming an exquisite being, akin to the divine Avalokiteshvara when fully revealed. As Enel approached Norse, he held several bounty posters in his hand and remarked, "Everyone is discussing these bounties." So I took a glance. To my surprise, I found myself intrigued, as it provides a point of comparison and a target to pursue. I aspire to catch up with you. Whatever boast displayed today? Norse furrowed his brow, perplexed by Enel's intentions. Why must everything revolve around him? Was this truly beneficial? Your bounty has risen to 1.5 billion berries, Enel stated, a note of surprise in his voice. With just a 300 million berry increase, this bounty exceeds my expectations. It seems the Navy's animosity towards me is not as profound as I had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, Norse remarked that, considering his leadership in opposing the formidable fleet of 100 naval warships, it would be reasonable for him to have a bounty exceeding 2 billion berries, wouldn't it? Can you guess how much? Enel chuckled and responded, oh, so you have a bounty now? How does it feel? Does it evoke a sensation akin to reaching a climax? Norse smiled as well, for he had anticipated this outcome. After all, Enel had made his move, capturing the astonishment, shock, disbelief, and even fear of countless Navy personnel. Enel's devil fruit was no trifling matter. It was indeed quite formidable. If one were to classify it, it would undoubtedly be deemed a divine-level fruit. Although it may not surpass the sun in the hierarchy of divine fruits, it certainly holds superiority over other natural types. It appears that my bounty begins at a staggering 300 million berries, which is quite impressive, isn't it? Enel remarked with a hint of pride. It is said that the infamous Golden Lion Shiki's bounty commenced at merely several tens of millions. Thus, it seems that Enel's sense of accomplishment is derived from a comparison with Shiki. By the way, what is the bounty for Shiki and his crew? Norse pondered. Considering the bounties of his crew members, if ever funds run low, it might be advantageous to hand over disobedient crew members to the Navy in exchange for some income. Of course, this was merely a jest. The primary concern for North is that the time to ascend as the fifth emperor of the New World is approaching. It is improbable that there are many formidable fugitives aboard the ship. One must acknowledge that the current sea monarchs boast bounties that exceed 200 million. Their lives valued at an exorbitant price. Presently, Hancock, Enel, and the Golden Lion Shiki can undoubtedly serve as the backbone of the Nine Serpents pirate crew. Thus, even if they were to dominate the New World and claim a sea region, they would possess ample strength to safeguard that territory. Who would dare to challenge their authority? Even those who might consider uniting against him would have to ponder the consequences of mutual destruction. Enel remarked, indeed. The bounty on the Golden Lion Shiki has reached an astounding 1,800 million, having increased by 300 million. However, in my view, it won't be long before I, Enel the Thunder God, surpass him. He continued earnestly. It's fascinating that the Golden Lion Shiki fought against the Pirate King Roger before his rise to fame. I am well aware of Roger. He visited our God Island. Though I did not see him myself. There is, however, a black stone that records his presence on the island. What then? North pondered, utterly perplexed by Enel's intentions. It seemed he harbored a sense of rivalry towards the Golden Lion Shiki, intent on eclipsing him and seeking a path to fame akin to that which Shiki had traversed. North's curiosity piqued. He inquired whether the Pirate King Roger still existed. I am prepared to confront him in a duel to enhance my bounty. I will exert my utmost to defeat Roger. I heard that the Golden Lion Shiki nearly succumbed to Roger, yet there was no victor. Their clash was interrupted by a descending bolt of lightning. Oh, the Pirate King Roger is already deceased, having met his end at the hands of the Navy. Is that so? How formidable. But wait, is the Navy truly that powerful? The pirates I've encountered seem rather unimpressive, utterly feeble, Enel expressed, astonished. So, does this imply Roger was inferior to the Navy? 10 years ago, the Pirate King Roger chose to die. Had he desired to live, none could have slain him. North replied nonchalantly. After all, those who have reached the pinnacle of martial prowess seldom strike indiscriminately. Ah, who among the current pirates is the mightiest? I shall challenge him. Enel proclaimed with unwavering confidence, seemingly determined to surpass Shiki's bounty. Really, that is hardly news. Among pirates, I am undeniably the strongest. North asserted, his demeanor unruffled. What? Do you wish to duel me? Enel chuckled awkwardly, clarifying, what I meant to say is, aside from North, who else is the strongest? I have resolved to issue a challenge. Very well, allow me to enlighten you. Norse pondered for a moment. The fact that Enel wished to engage in battle was, in truth, advantageous for the Nine Snake Pirates. After all, it could lead to a revelation of their strength, instilling fear in those formidable pirates who remained unconvinced. To infiltrate the Nine Snake Pirates might already possess a certain degree of intimidation beyond the New World, yet within the tumultuous waters of the New World, many powerful adversaries abound. Thus, those who doubt the Nine Snake Pirates surely exist in abundance. If, perchance, several individuals capable of challenging the current 4 emperors were to emerge within the Nine Snake Pirates, perhaps a confrontation with the formidable Whitebeard, who aspires to be the Pirate King, or an encounter with the beast Kaido, would this not serve to instill greater fear among the sea's most notorious pirates? Consequently, Norse remarked, in the New World, there are the likes of Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, Whitebeard, and Shanks the Red-Haired. They are among the most formidable in the seas, possibly on par with my own level. However, in a desperate struggle, I would undoubtedly surpass them significantly. Upon hearing this, Enel chuckled, ha. So none are as formidable as you, Norse. Therefore, I, Enel the Thunder God, shall surely trample them beneath my feet and let them experience the baptism of thunder. Ah. Confidence is commendable, yet I fear it may lead to your demise. Before that, I suggest you develop your haki. Figures like Shiki the Golden Lion and Hancock wield Conqueror's haki. They could instruct you in its application. Once your haki reaches new heights, or perhaps awakens the Conqueror's haki, You shall undoubtedly surpass those for I mentioned 3 years hence. Indeed, I understand. Very well, I shall strengthen my abilities. Enel was remarkably obedient in Norse's presence. Now, bring forth the poster you hold and allow me to examine it. North was not inclined to inquire one by one. Otherwise, he would be drawn into numerous discussions with Inaru, which was rather exasperating. Here, all the posters are here, Inaru remarked. Indeed, North grasped a dozen posters in his hands. It was evident that the Navy had comprehensively obtained information regarding the members of the pirate crew, including the recent additions. For instance, Bartolomeo's bounty had surged to 100 million berries, presumably due to his elevation to the position of the third captain of the Kuja pirates. Furthermore, Law's bounty astonishingly reached 200 million berries, likely a consequence of his prior exploits that redirected the force of North's solar explosion to another sea area. Moreover, it was clear that the world government had been covertly monitoring the Kuja pirates. Although they could not surveil the skies, any appearance of the Kuja pirates on the sea would inevitably be observed. Then there was Hancock, whose bounty had also surpassed 200 million. It could be said that Hancock had not engaged in combat throughout, yet her status as the captain of the Kuja pirates, combined with her ability to incite fear in adversaries like North, naturally inflated her bounty in the shadow of his reputation. However, Hancock's devil fruit ability was indeed formidable. In contemporary society, how many men could claim to be impervious to the allure of a beautiful woman? This power, capable of petrifying at a whim, was indeed terrifying. As of now, Hancock had not fully harnessed her fruit's potential, but should the day come when her powers awaken, it was likely that no man would be able to withstand her overwhelming strength. After reviewing all this, North realized they had arrived above a desert, explaining the arid air that surrounded them, laden with sand. Norse gazed downward, murmuring, if this place is as splendid as it appears, it must be the kingdom of Alabasta. Enel, intrigued by Norse's observation, surmised that they might soon descend into the desert below, prompting him to exclaim, how long shall we remain aloft? The world beneath is truly wondrous. I have never encountered such terrain on God Island. Indeed, we must descend, Norse resolved, eager to seek out Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned for his formidable prowess. Thus, Norse made his way to the central hall. Inside, the pirates engaged in a variety of activities, some flaunting their prowess, others honing their skills, while many reveled in the camaraderie that the 9-snake pirate crew afforded. Content in their security due to their formidable backing, Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, has arrived. Let's lower the ship. Norse directed Enel, who stood beside him. What troubles you below? Business? Has someone offended Norse? Enel inquired, puzzled. No need for concern, just lower the ship a bit, Norse replied. As the ship descended to a mere few dozen meters above the ground, some crew members found themselves in a state of perplexity. Ah, this must be the territory of the kingdom of Alabasta, Shiki recalled, recognizing the expansive desert landscape, a hallmark of the kingdom. All right. We have been sailing for several days now. Let us all mobilize and seek provisions within this desert. Of course, I shall prepare a meal for you along the way. We shall feast as we progress, Norse stated calmly. His true passion lay in exploring every corner of this world, collecting and preparing the local ingredients unique to each locale, leaving his mark as a reminder of his journey. Very well. The crew responded with enthusiasm, despite the seemingly dull prospect of foraging for food in the desert. The thought of indulging in roasted delicacies amidst the arid expanse excited them immensely, imagining the fiery and robust flavors that awaited. As seconds turned into minutes, hundreds of crew members scoured the desert for sustenance. Soon, some discovered ants several meters in size, launching an assault to capture and transport them to the designated area. Others stumbled upon sand crocodile eggs, inciting a frenzy as they were pursued by a horde of sand crocodiles. However, when they rejoined the main group, the relentless crocodiles met their demise at the hands of the entire crew. North and Hancock strolled together, with Hancock gracefully holding a beautiful floral umbrella. Although it shielded her from the harsh rays of the sun, an oppressive heat enveloped her entirely. Hancock remained silent, savoring the moment alongside North, reveling in the beauty of time passing. Suddenly, a colossal crimson centipede, measuring several meters in length, erupted from the sandy ground, launching a surprise attack on North and Hancock. Chapter 96. Old Shah is a woman at that moment. The enormous red centipede, adorned with countless legs, presented a sight that would be unbearable for those with a fear of clusters. In stark contrast, North was filled with exhilaration. At last, his prized ingredient had arrived. He had never encountered such a substantial piece of centipede flesh before. Moreover, while centipedes are indeed venomous, with proper handling, the extracted delicacy could be deemed a gourmet treasure. I shall vanquish it, North exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Boom. In an instant, 2 small suns materialized in Nos's hands, aimed directly at the colossal centipede, resulting in an explosive burst of flames. Naturally, the enormous creature was effortlessly dispatched by Nos. Would you care for some? Nos inquired of Hancock. I can prepare it to be exceedingly delectable. Hancock glanced at it, furrowing her brow as she remarked, this appears rather unappetizing, doesn't it? It seems to be all legs. Indeed, as far as centipedes go, it possesses the most legs, which is quite typical. Well, I suppose I could try a little. It should be fine, Hancock replied, somewhat bashfully, her demeanor appearing rather peculiar. However, Nos simply smiled, noting that girls tend to be particularly reserved in the presence of boys, especially those they hold affection for. All right, I shall commence with the preparation. Once the aroma wafts through the air, I am certain some will be drawn in by the scent. Yes, I think so too, Hancock agreed with a gentle nod. Nos then began to prepare the large centipede. The meat within the exoskeleton was ineatable from the abdomen, deemed unclean and toxic. Thus, Nos focused solely on the legs, where the flesh was most palatable. Just the legs? Hancock inquired. Indeed, the meat from other parts is rather lackluster and does not taste good. Nos held a dozen centipede legs in his grasp. Hancock continued. I can't shake the feeling that these legs resemble those of a king crab, albeit in an extended version. Precisely, they are akin to crab legs, with the flesh being exceptionally tender. As North spoke, he began to toss sand at his feet, preparing to excavate a small pit into which he would place the centipede legs, subsequently heating the sand. Indeed, North's solar abilities proved to be remarkably convenient. Once the sand pit was adequately prepared, he covered it back up with sand and, harnessing the power of the sun, elevated the temperature to several hundred degrees Celsius. This intense heat would effectively transfer to the centipede legs, cooking the tender flesh within. After a few minutes, an enticing aroma mingled with a tantalizing hint of charred essence wafted from the sand. Ah, how delightful! Hancock mused, recognizing the familiar scent of North's cooking. A wave of anticipation swelling within her. It seems to be ready, North remarked casually as he began to sift through the glowing sand, extracting the centipede legs. At that moment, the legs glowed a vibrant red, releasing a rich, savory fragrance that heightened the appetite. Furthermore, whenever North prepared ingredients, he would infuse them with a touch of his nurturing solar energy, imbuing them with restorative properties that left one feeling utterly refreshed and at ease. Allow me to peel a leg for you, so you can savor its exquisite meat, he offered. As he spoke, North produced a flask of wine, saying, I also have some fine wine. Let us indulge in this delicacy here before venturing elsewhere to see if we can gather more ingredients. That sounds wonderful, Hancock replied, joining North on the sandy ground, her parasol in hand, consciously shielding him from the sun's rays. The vast expanse around them was a desert, with only the occasional remnants of walls offering some shade, yet none were available to them at that moment. Thus, North cracked open a centipede leg, revealing an abundance of glistening, translucent meat that was utterly irresistible, igniting their appetites. Here, taste this. North extended a piece to Hancock, who nodded eagerly, her heart swelling with gratitude and joy at North's personal culinary creation. Wow, North, this is truly delicious, Hancock exclaimed after her first bite, her eyes lighting up at the exquisite texture that melted in her mouth, the meat's flavor rich and savory, leaving her wanting more. Let me try too, North chuckled, joining her in the feast. Indeed, the flavor surpassed his expectations. The meat was purely muscular, devoid of any excess fat, and the unique environment of the desert lent an extraordinary taste to the creatures that thrived in such harsh conditions. Here, have a sip of this fine wine. North offered the flask to Hancock. She accepted it, took a small sip, and then looked at North with a flushed face, overwhelmed by the moment. North smiled at this. In his eyes, Hancock was indeed beautiful. Regardless of Hancock's past identity, he had now embraced his affection, and North vowed to cherish Hancock, hoping that one day they would share a deep love, raise children together, and lead a fulfilling life. After all, how could a man as successful as he be without a stunning partner? Such a life would be deemed perfect and grand. Half an hour later, they finished their meal of centipede legs and continued their journey. Along the way, enormous scorpions emerged, as well as soaring eagles, all of which Norse dealt with one by one. However, this time he chose not to consume them on the spot, but instead stored them away, preparing to bring them back to their ship on the island. After all, this would serve as their supply for the future. Finding food while flying was not particularly convenient, and one could not simply feast on clouds when hunger struck. To be frank, pirates had a remarkable appetite. One individual could consume the equivalent of dozens of ordinary people's meals. This was a conservative estimate, as the stronger one was, the more sustenance they required. For instance, Shiki, and Enel together would likely need the sustenance of over 10 cows in a single day, and even after such a feast, they still felt unsated. In essence, they were perpetually consuming food, and with Norse wielding the power of the sun, cooking was an effortless endeavor that could be accomplished anywhere, as long as he maintained the right temperature. However, at that moment, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky. A vast expanse of yellow sand engulfed the surroundings. Norse's brows furrowed as he observed the sand, which was evidently not a result of a natural calamity, but rather a phenomenon orchestrated by some unseen force. Why not offer oneself in sacrifice? It seems that Norse has made an astute deduction. This must undoubtedly be the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Upon North's utterance, the swirling yellow sands above swiftly coalesced into a visage, resembling a countenance that could be interpreted as that of the ancient sand entity, Sand Crocodile. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing this, North could not help but smirk coldly, remarking, "What an impolite display. Are you provoking my wrath? It would be wise for you to present yourself with a modicum of decorum. Otherwise, do not blame me for incinerating everything here. Indeed, you are formidable. Yet this is my domain, and you shall meet with failure." However, the shadowy figure of old Shah dismissed the notion that North could pose a threat to him. "No. To be precise, he considered all who entered his realm to be inconsequential. After all, this was his sandy kingdom, and he wielded the powers of the sand fruit. Thus, whether it be North, the formidable golden lion Shiki, or that repugnant lightning man, none could rival him in this desolate expanse devoid of water. So, what was there to fear? It seems you possess an unwavering confidence in your abilities. Norse furrowed his brows deeply, unleashing an immensely powerful observation haki that enveloped a radius of several thousand meters. However, he detected no presence of old sand upon the sandy terrain. Could it be in the sky? North murmured to himself, indeed, this fellow Laosha can transform into sand and drift with the wind. It is quite natural to find him amidst the clouds of sand in the sky at this moment. Excellent, relentless sun. Without a moment's hesitation, Norse summoned his powers. And a blazing inferno erupted above him. The temperature soared to unimaginable heights, distorting the very fabric of space itself. The swirling sands overhead were ignited to a brilliant crimson hue. Naturalization? I shall show you what true naturalization entails, radiating with the searing light of the sun. You are but mere grains of sand, destined to be melted by my intense heat. Do you truly believe you can survive this? Norse spoke with an air of indifference. At that moment, the shadowy figure of old sand retaliated, unleashing a torrent of yellow sand towards Norse and Hancock. Enveloped by my sands, you will perish from thirst in an instant. Moreover, the heat resistance of sand far exceeds what you can muster. Your feeble attempts are no threat to me. The concealed old sand seemed to regard Norse's assault with disdain. Foolish. North remained calm in the face of danger and immediately activated the Holy Light Guardian, forming a radiant shield around Hancock. However, Hancock could not remain inside the luminous barrier for long, as the temperature would rise dangerously, posing a threat to her well-being. Nevertheless, North had no cause for concern. A few minutes would suffice. The emergence of the Holy Light Guardian instantly thwarted all of Crocodile's sandy assaults. Is that all? Who said you could envelop us in sand and drain our moisture, leaving us as mere husks? North began to mock. In reality, North was actively engaging another ability, Solar Storm. The temperature around them began to soar. Did his adversary dismiss the heat? That was merely the initial stage. North now wielded temperatures in the thousands of degrees Celsius, indeed. Tens of thousands of degrees. After all, Enel's lightning power could reach hundreds of millions of volts. Why should a user of solar abilities not possess the capacity for such extreme heat? As the temperature continued to escalate, the ground began to transform into molten lava. As if the world had offended the sun god and was now engulfed in hellish flames. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. It was Crocodile. He was enveloped in waves of heat. Despite his slick-back hairstyle, it had been singed, and a long scar marred his face. His rider sported an earring, and the cigar in his mouth had long since been incinerated. Even more absurdly, the golden hook on his left hand had melted into droplets of liquid metal, falling incessantly onto the sandy ground. Thus, the rumored deadly scorpion poison and the blade hidden within had become useless, as the rising temperature had rendered all his equipment ineffective. Hey, North, look at her. Hancock suddenly exclaimed from within the holy light shield. She is not a man. What? How could that be? North had not immediately noticed Crocodile's true form, but Hancock's outburst drew his attention. However, it seemed that Crocodile was quick to shield herself from view. A woman? Even though North had only caught a fleeting glimpse, he had seen enough to comprehend. Goodness, you are indeed a woman. North exclaimed in astonishment. Your little brother is gone. No, more accurately, you are a woman. Don't think that your chest is a mere illusion, for your true identity is quite evident. At this remark, Crocodile's face flushed with embarrassment. Damn it, just wait. She gritted her teeth and turned to flee, her secret now exposed. Indeed, in her childhood, Crocodile had sported a slick-back hairstyle, delicate eyebrows, and no scars. Always carrying a cane, she had clearly been a striking girl. It was likely that after consuming the sand fruit, she gradually transformed into a male form, perhaps due to the influences of the hormone fruit, as only those with such powers could achieve such transformations in this world. Shall we pursue her? Hancock inquired. No need, North replied, somewhat taken aback by the revelation that Crocodile was a woman, or rather, a transgender individual. If this news were to spread, who knows what chaos might ensue? He chuckled, finding the situation amusing. It seems we have leverage over Crocodile now, haha. Is it because she is a woman? Hancock asked. Indeed, let us track her down. By the way, I heard there are ancient weapons and news of the king of the underworld here. We might as well explore further, North remarked suddenly. Yes. Hancock nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the majority of the 9 snake pirates had already arrived, drawn by the battle. As members of the crew, they rushed to the scene without delay. Damn it, is that the sand-wielding warlord? Shiki the lion roared first, that bastard. I Haven T settled the score for what happened in the East Blue a few days ago, and now he dares to play with sand. They had heard Crocodile's taunts about killing North and draining their moisture, declaring invincibility in the desert. Chapter 97. After Crocodile's secret was revealed, she hastily fled. While the scattered pirates searching for supplies gathered in response to the battle, displaying a strong sense of unity and morale. Now, bring forth the supplies you have gathered. We shall have a barbecue in the desert after feasting, and then delve deeper. Norse commanded, Ski, please steer the ship this way. Once the orders were given, the crew sprang into action. Ro, Bartholomew, you two remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Norse suddenly addressed the two youths. Ro remained composed, his introverted nature evident as he simply nodded and lowered his head when called upon. Norse understood this well, after all. Ro's abrupt integration into their precocious pirate crew must have been challenging for someone of his tender age, requiring time to acclimatize. Thus, Norse's intention in retaining Ro was to facilitate his swift assimilation into the Nine Snake Pirates. On the other hand, Bartholomew, known for his boisterous demeanor, was quite the opposite. With a gangster father and a history of delinquency, his extroverted personality shone through. However, he often failed to impress. During conversations with Norse, he would become overly animated, unable to contain his emotions, resulting in tears and a rather unpleasant display of snot. Nevertheless, Norse bore no disdain for Bartholomew. Such was the essence of his character, an authentic manifestation of his being. Could you please come a bit closer? Norse beckoned, feeling that these two young lads, in his presence, scarcely resembled competent pirates. Ro, what thoughts occupy your mind these days? Norse inquired as Ro approached. Ro glanced up at Norse and replied, "It's all right, I suppose." Having embraced his role within the Nine Snake Pirates, Ro had indeed relinquished his status within the Doflamingo family. However, this meant he could no longer establish a crew under his own name. Fortunately, Norse had reserved a captain's position for him, indicating that once Ro proved his merits, he could form a crew, serving as the captain of the 4th Division within the Nine Snake Pirates. Do not merely say it's all right. I am aware of your aspirations, which involve overthrowing certain oppressive regimes. Here, I can assure you that as long as you commit your heart to the Nine Snake Pirates, your dreams will be realized. I trust you understand this better than anyone else, Norse stated. Ro nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, you are indeed formidable, but I am too weak. I apologize." Remarkably, Ro expressed his regrets, adding, "However, I will strive to improve. Please believe in me." North merely smiled, assuring without any pressure that your fruit ability holds immense potential for development. In the future, I shall guide you in your cultivation. Have faith that together, all members of the Nine Snake Pirate crew will be capable of altering certain unjust systems in this world. Furthermore, uncovering the truths of the world shall be a mere formality. Indeed, Luo nodded in agreement. Norse inquired, "By the way, could you enlighten me on the powers you currently possess?" This marked the first occasion where Norse expressed such earnest concern towards Law and Bartolomeo, who had recently joined the Snake Pirates. Lo responded, "I am capable of creating circles with a diameter reaching 50 meters and the ability to relocate positions from over 100 meters away." Norse further questioned, "Do you possess any additional abilities, particularly those applicable to human anatomy?" Lo replied, "Not yet, but I am exploring possibilities. However, I have encountered a bottleneck and have yet to develop any new capabilities." Norse observed, "So, you have not yet mastered the art of extracting a human heart as a means of threatening your adversaries." "Indeed," Law acknowledged. "But you might consider attempting to extract certain organs independently, akin to your circles, facilitating their relocation." Upon hearing this, Law appeared enlightened, as if a profound understanding had dawned upon him. "Thank you, Captain Norse. I believe I have grasped the concept." This revelation seemed to unlock a door to a new realm for Law, instilling within him a renewed sense of purpose. He was confident that the abilities he could develop would be formidable. For Norse, this merely evoked a smile, as it was simply a prelude to Law's potential abilities. Even without his guidance, Norse was certain that Law would ultimately discover these capabilities in due course. "Captain Norse, now it's my turn." Bartolomeo, brimming with excitement and surprise, stammered. "Recently, I have been fervently doing push-ups, and the duration of my ability has increased." "Oh, how long can your barrier last now?" Norse asked. "Captain, it can now persist for 3 minutes, and its hardness has also improved significantly. Currently, I'm experimenting with various forms of development," Bartolomeo replied enthusiastically. He felt immense gratitude towards Norse for welcoming him into the Snake Pirates. Otherwise, he might still be a small-time thug in Rogue Town, uncertain as to how long it would take for him to make a name for himself, all while yearning for the freedom of the seas. Now, with the formidable backing of the Snake Pirates and the opportunity to serve as a third captain, it was evident that Bartolomeo's piratical journey was destined for greatness. Faced with such fortunate circumstances, it was only natural for him to feel exhilarated. Moreover, he quickly assimilated into the family of the Snake Pirates. To enhance the power of your fruit abilities, you must first possess a robust physique. This will ensure that the powers you develop are both enduring and formidable. North suggested, "You could first create an impenetrable barrier of safety." I see. Bartolomeo's eyes sparkled with excitement, for North was his idol. Every word spoken by his idol brought him solace and inspiration, not to mention the personal guidance he received regarding his abilities. It felt as though his life had reached its zenith. Now, let us turn our attention to the matter at hand. North suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, "In order for you to truly become formidable, the upcoming battle will primarily rest upon the two of you. Your opponents are likely to be individuals with abilities comparable to yours, yet they possess considerable combat experience." Next, North intended for Luo and Bartolomeo to confront the workspace of Old Shah, which belonged to an organization known as MIS. In North's recollection and understanding, all the abilities possessed by the individuals within the Baroque works were remarkably impressive. Firstly, there was Mr. One with the Swift Slice fruit, Mr. 2 with the imitation fruit. And then there was the popular crossdresser, Mr. 3, wielding the candle fruit. Mr. 4 possessed the thorny fruit of dual fingers, while Mr. 5 commanded the explosive fruit. And Mr. Valentine's Day had the buoyant fruit. Of course, the ultimate boss, MIS-0, was none other than Old Shaw himself, who wielded the sand fruit. In North's perspective, these power users were exceptionally talented. Each fruit was extraordinary, and with his guidance, he believed they could evolve into formidable entities, rather than merely becoming pawns under Old Shaw's leadership, squandering their potential. Additionally, there was a character named Nico Robin who seemed to be affiliated with this organization. Yet North held no particular thoughts on the matter, as he was determined to board the ship. Understood, Captain. We shall strive with all our might. Luo remained calm, perhaps accustomed to the once familiar surroundings, where death lingered in every corner. Thus, for Luo, the notion of combat held no fear. Very well, prepare yourselves mentally. You are about to face a fierce battle. However, you bear the name of the 9 Snake Pirates, so they will not dare to kill you outright. Therefore, you may fight with abandon. And so, North arranged everything with a sense of satisfaction. Soon, the pirate comrades emerged, each bearing enormous provisions, which were piled before North, forming several mounds of ingredients. North then instructed them to maintain their distance, as he intended to prepare an entire mound of the ingredients himself. Ah, the relentless fire of the sun, you have matured. It is time for you to assist me in rectifying my past missteps. With a playful jest, North conjured a sphere of solar flames in his hand, which appeared to possess a consciousness of its own, vanishing directly into the ingredients before him. However, those observing knew well that despite the disappearance of the solar fire, the temperature of the ingredients was steadily rising. Who will fetch my seasonings? Norz inquired. I shall. Inola replied, and with a thunderous crack, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. Yet, mere seconds later, Inola reappeared, holding Norz's favorite seasonings, salt, pepper, Sichuan peppercorns, and his homemade self-igniting spice. These were treasured seasonings for grilling. The Thunder God is formidable. The Thunder God is formidable. Countless pirates began to extol the might of Enelu. Aha, let us keep it low-key. Inola chuckled. After accepting the seasonings from Enelu, Norz soared into the sky, scattering the ingredients from his hands, which descended like rain upon the increasingly cooked delicacies below. Soon, an enticing aroma enveloped the air, infused with the rich scent of various meats. All right, prepare the drinks. Let us indulge in a grand feast right here. Upon landing, North immediately declared, all right. The surrounding pirates erupted in jubilant celebration. Amidst the feasting and revelry, North proclaimed, we have arrived at the kingdom of Alabasta. As we venture deeper, you must refrain from acting independently. Should anyone engage in arson, pillaging, or cruelty, I, North, shall reduce that individual to ashes. Rest assured, Captain North. We shall heed your commands. The multitude of pirates chorused amidst their indulgence. Very well. Aaron, take your men and safeguard Law and Bartolomeo. At the crucial moment, you must lend your assistance. Aaron nodded in agreement. Understood. After several days of companionship, coupled with Hancock and her sister's profound gratitude towards Aaron and his fishmen, these fishmen felt a warmth and equality that was often absent in their interactions with other humans. Thus, Aaron and his kin were willing to place their trust in humanity, obeying the arrangements and orders of Hancock and Captain North. Approximately an hour later, having feasted to their heart's content, the excessive heat began to wear on them. Consequently, they swiftly boarded the island ship and commenced their journey inland. Before long, a city emerged on the horizon. However, prior to their arrival, a caravan appeared, riding camels and accompanied by guards, seemingly a royal convoy emerging from the palace, laden with treasures. The caravan soon noticed the island ship above. They did not immediately recognize it as a pirate vessel but rather perceived it as a formidable threat. Fearing for the safety of their cargo, they hastened their pace and even fired a signal flare. Boom. Ha ha ha. What fools. Setting off fireworks in broad daylight? The infamous Captain Shiki scoffed. Norse contemplated. It appears that our entrance into the city should not be too conspicuous. Thus, I propose that you, Ro and Bartholomew, venture into the city on your own. This is a moment of trial for you, and I have faith that you shall rise to the occasion. Ro and Bartholomew exchanged glances with Norz and nodded in agreement. North escorted the two individuals down, allowing them to pass through the city gates. Shortly thereafter, Aaron, accompanied by several well-equipped fishmen, also entered through the gates. It wasn't long before the royal army emerged, surrounding North and his companions. Halt. Members of the 9 Serpent Pirates are not permitted to enter, bellowed a brutish officer. This man was a soldier of Old Shah, resolutely denying North and his party entry into the city. Haha. However, North and his companions burst into laughter, exclaiming, Are you truly so foolish? Do you not realize we descend from the heavens? Passing through these gates is merely a courtesy to your king. And yet you dare to insult us? Indeed, do you not see the formidable presence of the 9 Serpent Pirates? Have you truly swallowed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Seeking death, are you? Should you continue to obstruct us? We shall dispatch you in an instant. Enough. North interjected, signaling for silence. Let us wait and see if their king dares to provoke the 9 Serpent Pirates. Thus, North and his company refrained from violence, choosing instead to bide their time. As anticipated, another contingent soon emerged, this time led by the king's trusted envoy. Scoundrels! Whose soldiers are you? The king's confidant angrily demanded of the initial troops. We are soldiers of Lord Baroquewalk. The brutish officer stammered in response. Foolishness. Immediately apologize to these esteemed guests, commanded the king's officer. Yes, I apologize, esteemed sirs. The lad is merely following orders and meant no offense. Please forgive him. He has elders to care for and young ones depending on him. Enough of this prattle. If I truly wished to kill you, you would have already met your end. North remarked nonchalantly. The 9 serpent pirates adhere to principles. As long as one does not harbor malice towards us, they are considered friends. We shall not resort to extreme measures. As North spoke, the king, a middle-aged gentleman, descended from his royal carriage to personally welcome North and his companions into the city. North and his companions were not overly courteous, aware that their adversaries refrained from offending them out of fear. Chapter 98. It is quite uncommon to be personally welcomed into a kingdom by the king of Alabasta. However, the recent notoriety of the 9 snake pirates was undeniable. Even the mightiest nations and influential factions held them in awe, contemplating that if friendship was unattainable, enmity should be avoided. It is worth noting that during Roger's era, the Golden Lion Shiki was a formidable opponent, not to mention the other members of the 9 snake pirates, whose illustrious achievements are well known. With the might of over 100 naval warships failing to capture Norse and his companions, who would dare to underestimate them? Furthermore, the Navy had not even attempted to apprehend them. Current intelligence indicates that the 9 snake pirates boast 3 powerful flyers, causing considerable concern for the Marshal of the Navy and even the world government. After all, individuals who can traverse the skies freely are exceptionally difficult to contend with. They can soar at will, rendering even the most formidable combat abilities ineffective. Consequently, the world government has recently expressed the desire to avoid provoking the 9 snake pirates. Given that the 9 snake pirates adhere to their principles, it is prudent to refrain from enacting extermination orders until those principles are breached. Thus, the time for confrontation had not yet arrived. The king of Alabasta dared not easily offend the passing 9 snake pirates. Moreover, he perceived that the pirates' choice not to descend directly into his realm indicated their adherence to principles. Therefore, he resolved to observe how events would unfold, firmly believing that he could not afford to dismiss them. In this era of piracy, who does not value their reputation? Hence, the king personally invited Norse and his entourage to the royal palace, hosting a grand banquet to express his warm welcome to the 9 snake pirates. As pirates, Nos and his crew were naturally unreserved when it came to feasting. Otherwise, how could they be considered seekers of freedom? In the grand hall, the king, fueled by the spirits of merriment, inquired of Nos, "Might I ask what brings you esteemed guests to my kingdom? If it is wealth you desire, our realm can certainly offer you some." How does that sound? Ha ha, your majesty, you are too kind. We of the 9 snake pirates are merely passing through, gathering some provisions within your illustrious domain, Nos replied with a smile. Oh, is that so? The king's anxiety dissipated significantly at this revelation. It appeared they were indeed only travelers. However, to ensure that the 9 snake pirates would not disrupt his kingdom, the king promptly commanded his attendants to present a chest filled with gold and silver. Within this chest lies 200 million berries. If it pleases you, I hope you will accept it as a token of goodwill from our kingdom. The members of the 9 snake pirates were instantly captivated by the sight, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Was it truly this easy to acquire riches? They had never engaged in pillaging or burning along their journey, yet here they were, offered a steady stream of wealth, all voluntarily given. No wonder the 9 snake pirates adhered to their own principles. Of course, did the 9 snake pirates truly lack for funds? The thunder-flying ship, adorned with gold, was likely worth over 2 billion berries, just as everyone assumed their first mate Nos would graciously accept the treasure, he remarked. Alas, your majesty, you are far too generous. Do you see the 9 snake pirates as lacking in riches? Upon hearing this, the king felt an inexplicable sense of unease. North continued, before passing by your esteemed place, the naval commander Monka from the East Sea generously bestowed upon us 200 million berries. Hence, the 9 snake pirates are presently not in want of funds. Indeed, your majesty, you may find it hard to believe that a mere naval commander could produce such a sum. One can only imagine the depth of the pit from which this wealth is drawn. The words flowed from the flamboyant Shiki, the Golden Lion, with an air of nonchalance. However, to the king's ears, these remarks sounded rather peculiar, as if something was amiss, yet he felt an inkling of understanding. Soon, however, a cold sweat began to beat upon his brow. It dawned upon him that they were subtly expressing disdain over the amount of money. If a lowly commander could offer them 200 million berries, then as a king, how was it that he had only provided them with 100 million? Upon deeper reflection, the gravity of the situation became apparent. The king wiped his brow and declared, I have been remiss. Bring forth an additional 300 million berries. The king, displaying remarkable generosity, recognized that the Alabasta kingdom was not lacking in riches. Indeed, while it may appear that treasures are scarce in the desert, the reality is that it harbors countless gems. When it comes to gold, Alabasta has an abundance, along with pearls and agates aplenty. Wondrous! Exclaimed the assembled pirates, utterly astonished by the king's sudden increase of funds. They were left pondering the king's true intentions behind this unexpected generosity. Shiki, the seasoned veteran, was not oblivious to the subtle implications. Truly, this kingdom is splendid and affluent, a fine ally to have, he remarked, casting a glance around the resplendent hall. Behold, how magnificent this kingdom appears. It is no wonder they can so effortlessly bestow upon us 400 million berries. Such a sum is but a token of friendship. And I hope it does not offend. The king, now beaming with delight, responded, feeling the warmth of camaraderie blossoming in the air. North suddenly remarked, Your Majesty, you are far too gracious. How could we, the Nine Snakes pirate crew, accept your money? We merely passed through this place. And yet you have personally welcomed us and treated us to a sumptuous feast. This is already an honor for us. If this does not signify friendship, must one offer money to be deemed a friend? Norse's words were exceedingly courteous, yet the implication was unmistakable. They could not accept the money. Upon hearing this, the king felt a sense of unease. Could it be that they truly did not desire the funds? What, then, had been the intention behind the Golden Lion Shiki's earlier remarks? The king glanced at Shiki, who bore a similarly bewildered expression, indicating that he did not represent the pirate's sentiments. Thus, it became evident that they had no need for the money. Perhaps it would suffice to extend them proper hospitality. The king proclaimed, In that case, I shall ensure that the uniqueness of your nine-snake pirate crew is remembered by my people. However, Norse interjected, Your Majesty, you may have misunderstood my intent. We, the nine-snake pirate crew, indeed require the funds, for we are pirates. Yet, we shall not accept it without cause. Since you are willing to bestow upon us 400 million berries, might we propose a mutually beneficial arrangement? The king, slightly taken aback, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Nevertheless, the 400 million berries had already been decided upon, and if it could be acquired through a more dignified means, so be it. Besides, he had a request of his own. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to broach it. Might I invite Mr. Norse to discuss this matter further? The king inquired earnestly. Very well, Norse replied, following the king into a private chamber. Once inside, the king spoke, Mr. Norse, there is indeed a pressing matter within our kingdom that requires assistance. Pray tell, what is it? The nine-snake pirate crew operates on principles. If we are to receive your payment, we shall certainly fulfill our obligation. Especially if it is a matter of convenience, Norse responded. Convenience? Does Mr. Norse possess knowledge of our kingdom's troubles? The king queried. The issues within your nation stem from a singular individual, do they not? Norse replied nonchalantly, contemplating the implications of Crocodile's presence. After all, this individual had established a stronghold in the Alabasta kingdom, posing a direct threat to the king's reign. Indeed, it seems Mr. Norse is already aware, the king conceded. Very well, what precisely is the issue? Norse inquired further. There exists a clandestine organization within our kingdom that systematically eliminates our ministers, comprised, as it is rumored, of those with special abilities. If Mr. Norse could assist us in identifying them, we would be immensely grateful, the king articulated. Norse contemplated this. Are we not speaking of Crocodile's organization? That is manageable. I shall delegate this task to my crew. Thank you, Mr. Norse. Should you succeed in disbanding this group, I shall ensure an additional 200 million berries are added to your reward, the king tempted. Too kind, Your Majesty. Rest assured, we shall endeavor to rid your nation of its covert dealings. North remarked, You must have some inkling now, right? In that case, could you provide us with some clues and information? Indeed, there are some leads. I suspect that an underground organization is harming the nation's pillars at the Alexing Bar. Alexing is the most renowned establishment in the kingdom of Alabacitan, frequented by nobles and affluent individuals from the royal palace. It is not surprising that such a clandestine organization exists within this prestigious venue. The control over the Alexing Hotel likely lies with Old Shaw's studio. In this day and age, engaging in PY transactions is the most lucrative means of earning money. Taking a life can yield substantial financial rewards. Moreover, for those with special abilities, such endeavors become exceedingly simpler. All right, I will arrange for someone to investigate, but we shall not concern ourselves with the potential losses incurred. No problem. As long as it does not lead to widespread devastation, we can bear it, the king asserted confidently. Very well then, Norse chuckled. For even brawling within the confines of this kingdom required the king's consent. Thus, he returned to the banquet, indulging in merriment for a while longer. The king had arranged for his trusted aides to accompany Hancock and others on a tour of the realm, while Norse, alongside Law, Bartolomeo, and Aaron, made their way to the Asta Hotel, commonly referred to as a place of elegance and indulgence. Upon arriving at the hotel's entrance, they were met by a group of pretentious gatekeepers who dared to obstruct their passage. What audacity! You scrawny lads think you can saunter into such a venue? Depart swiftly, lest you seek trouble, one of the sentinels declared. With a swift motion, Aaron stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the gatekeeper. How dare you look down upon us? After the strike, he clapped his hands, prompting his companions to present a chest brimming with gold and silver treasures. You insolent lackey! Do you presume we lack wealth? Our presence here is a courtesy to your boss. Do not overstep your bounds. Who among you has encountered pirates as respectable as us? Indeed, vacate the premises immediately. You are interrupting our captain's enjoyment. In this context, the captain referred to Norse, though today's focal point was Law and Bartolomeo. The gatekeeper, Upon glimpsing the chest filled with riches, instantly recoiled in fear. "My sincerest apologies," he stammered. "Next time, do not let us cross paths again, or I assure you, you shall find yourself in dire straits," Aaron retorted coldly, contemplating the disparities within the human realm that seemed unforgivable. The guards, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, could not muster the courage to meet the eyes of Norse and his companions. Thus, they entered the Asta Hotel, a towering edifice amidst the desert, a testament to the opulence of this flourishing kingdom. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with affluent individuals reveling and feasting, drinking, and engaging with alluring companions. The majority were engrossed in gambling or indulging in clandestine pleasures with the enchanting women within. When North and the others entered, they attracted no one's attention, as the people inside held everyone in disdain. "Ro, you two begin your performance," North suddenly announced. "Robbery," Bartolomeo bellowed. However, no one paid Bartolomeo any mind. "Is my voice too soft?" "Robbery. Don't move." Still, he was ignored, leaving him questioning his existence, wondering why it was happening this way. Ro, on the other hand, drew a scalpel and swiftly brought it down upon a gambling table. Boom. The table split in two, yet none of the patrons were frightened. However, the surrounding crowd finally turned their gazes towards Ro and Bartolomeo. "Kid, seeking death?" The onlookers realized that two youngsters were acting brazenly, suspecting they might be spoiled brats from wealthy families. Yet, their intuition told them that these two did not carry the aura of Alabasta, which typically bore a gritty essence. Theirs was remarkably pristine. Most of the crowd, however, merely wished to witness the spectacle, believing that the disturbed gamblers at that table were not benign individuals but rather involved in both the underworld and legitimate circles. "Go." The big shots at the gambling table commanded, naturally accompanied by their bodyguards. These bodyguards were impeccably dressed in suits, adorned with reflective sunglasses, exuding an aura of coolness, and were typically imposing figures. Armed with Desert Eagle handguns, they advanced towards Ro and Bartolomeo. Unbeknownst to them, North and Aaron had distanced themselves from Ro and Bartolomeo, indicating that they were not allies but rather curious bystanders. As a dozen bodyguards closed in, they not only surrounded Ro and Bartolomeo but also opened fire. At that moment, Bartolomeo struck a pose and activated his combat abilities, manifesting a transparent barrier that blocked all the bullets. The bodyguards quickly realized they were up against an ability user, which posed a considerable challenge. However, their numerical advantage gave them confidence. Yet, alongside Bartolomeo, Ro was not going to grant them any chances. He drew a circle in front of them, transporting them from the room to the rooftop of the establishment, causing them to plummet. A chorus of screams erupted from the vanishing bodyguards outside. Chapter 99 P.S. Just riding casually, 3 months into riding, and not a penny earned. What a pitfall. Ro's abilities were indeed formidable. His bounty had surged to 200 million, primarily due to his capacity to elevate his notoriety instantaneously. These two youngsters possess such extraordinary abilities. Would they be interested in becoming my subordinates? I could offer unimaginable rewards, a corpulent man adorned with golden jewelry, seemingly affluent and accustomed to lavish feasts. Mused as he eyed Ro and Bartolomeo. "Golden Tooth, what is this? Why do you seem so taken with them?" Beside the hefty man stood a few others, their eyes gleaming with interest, contemplating how such a fortune could